Martial arts revival, fierce beasts rampaging, countless races invading, vying for glory with humanity. The young man Su Hong awakens a system, starting with an unparalleled talent. Sea-level martial arts, entry in 1 second, mastery in 2 seconds, perfection in 3 seconds. SSS-level martial skills, entry in 1 day, mastery in 7 days, and perfection in 1 month. Moreover, defeating enemies grants martial value. Consuming martial value can enhance vitality, strengthen bones, and forge a divine body. Martial value minus 1000, vitality increases, stepping into the realm of martial artists. Martial value minus 100 million, achieving a divine body, boldly clashing with supreme imperial weapons. Thus, Su Hong begins his rise, dominating the current era. Chapter 1 Students. There are 3 months left until the college entrance examination. During this time, you need to think about your future path. Will you choose the arts or the martial sciences? If you choose martial sciences, the registration fee is 30,000 yuan, and remember to pay it to me in 7 days. The homeroom teacher, Li Ming, finished speaking. The students below began to discuss among themselves. Sitting in the back row by the window, Su Hong looked outside, murmuring to himself. 30,000. Su Hong felt bitter in his heart. Although he practiced martial arts diligently and had decent talent, his vitality was also among the top in the class. But the problem was 30,000. In 7 days, as a student, even with a part-time job, it was impossible to gather that amount in such a short time. Su Hong hesitated. Finally, after class, he went to the teacher's office to find Li Ming. Teacher, can I pay the registration fee a few days late? A few days late? Li Ming looked at the somewhat awkward young man before him. He sighed inwardly. He liked Su Hong as a student. He practiced hard and had good talent. In his class, he could rank in the top 10. However, that was only within his class. His class was an ordinary one, and in previous years, only the top 3 had a real chance of getting into a martial arts university. Chapter 2 In an old community. Only a few streetlights were still lit. Su Hong returned home. Just as he was about to push the door open, suddenly, he paused. He could faintly hear the conversation between his uncle and aunt behind the door. I remember the rent is due in a month, how much more do we need? We need to pay for a whole year at once, and we're still short over 8,000. There was a pause in the voices inside before a sigh was heard. I will find a way. Su Guoming said softly. Don't tell the kids about this, especially Xiao Hong. He's at a crucial period, the college entrance exam is coming up soon, don't let him know. Listening to these words, Su Hong lowered his hand, leaning against the wall, silent. After a while, voices came from inside again. I know. His aunt's voice was filled with deep concern. I heard from the neighbors that if you want to enroll in martial sciences, it requires quite a bit of registration fee. How much? About several tens of thousands. Silence. After a while, the sound of a lighter was heard. Su Guoming walked to the window, lit a cigarette, and said nothing. His aunt hesitated and said, how about we stop my medication, it won't really help anyway, we could save a lot of money. Chapter 3. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Su Hong was clearly taken aback. A system. When he came back to his senses, after confirming he wasn't mistaken, Su Hong's eyes burst with a glimmer of excitement. He had been traveling for a whole 18 years. He had long since given up any hope. Unexpectedly, he had awakened a system now. Looking at the few lines of text from the system prompt, Su Hong's gaze fixed on several key phrases. The unwavering heart of martial arts. So that's it. Su Hong's expression was complex as he tugged at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, he had always had the system, just without the opportunity to awaken it. However, unwavering was easy to say. How could it be so easy to achieve, if it weren't for hearing his uncle and aunt's words today, and the fact that his younger siblings were willing to give up the path of martial arts to drop out and help ease the family's burden? He might never have developed such a desperate mindset. Su Hong took a deep breath, calming the turbulent emotions in his heart, and began to study the system. Time flowed slowly. Su Hong's eyes indeed became increasingly bright. The system's functions were incredibly powerful. Simply put. As long as he defeated or killed any enemy, including fierce beasts, he could gain martial value.
Chapter 4. A few minutes later, Su Hong arrived at the nearby open training ground. It was already past 2 in the morning. The open training ground was very quiet, with only Su Hong present. Although he had practiced boxing all day, he was extremely excited and felt no fatigue at all. When did they add 2 first-level combat power detectors here? Su Hong looked at a machine in surprise. The combat power detector, as the name suggests, is a device that tests a martial artist's combat power. As long as one strikes with full force, the detector can display a combat power number. A first-level combat power detector indicates that this machine can detect the combat power of a first-level martial artist at most. Martial apprentices, quasi-martial artists, and martial artists are divided into 19 levels, with the 7th level being the master and the king. Among them, starting from the first-level martial artist, each realm is further divided into 3 ranks: low, middle, and high. The martial arts realm is purely distinguished by chi and blood. However, the true combat power of martial artists cannot be the same. It specifically depends on the martial arts grade mastered and the proficiency. The martial arts grades are divided into SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F, 9 grades. Let me test my current combat power. Su Hong approached the first-level combat power detector. Chapter 5. At 5 in the morning. Open training ground. The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Among them, a figure dashed swiftly through the sky. Each time he fell, his feet pushed off the air, and the next moment he shot across like a cannonball. Moments later, the figure landed on the ground, revealing the handsome face of a teenager. Open the system panel, Su Hong whispered in his heart. In the next moment, the panel appeared. Name: Su Hong. Talent: peerless through the ages, chi and blood, 85, spirit, 23, physique, common body 3, martial skills, diamond fist perfect, floating light palm perfect, void step perfect. Martial value, 0 in just one night. 1 D-grade martial art and 2 E-grade martial arts all reached the perfect realm. Su Hong clenched his fist excitedly. He approached the first-level combat power detector. With one punch and one palm, he kept striking. After a minute of continuous strikes, Su Hong confirmed his combat power. The combat power value fluctuated between 1800 and 1900. 100 points of chi and blood correspond to a first-level initial stage martial artist. 200 points correspond to a first-level middle stage. 300 points correspond to a first-level high stage. In other words, his current combat power had already approached that of a normal first-level middle stage martial artist. Chapter 6. Li Chengshan. As the principal of Xingqing No. 1 High School was waiting for someone at the school gate. A few minutes later, a black car drove in. A sturdy middle-aged man got out of the car. Chen Qian, my old comrade, it really took some effort to get you here, Li Chengshan said with a hint of sarcasm. I came here by taxi myself, and you call that effort? The middle-aged man Chen Qian glared and replied irritably, I should have been sitting in the hotel waiting for you to come and invite me properly. The two exchanged a quip and then laughed heartily while bumping fists. Chen Qian was Li Chengshan's comrade from years ago. And he was also a third-level martial artist invited to teach martial arts this time. His strength was even higher than that of Li Chengshan, who was a third-level initial stage principal. Let us go, my students are all gathered in the gym, just waiting for you. Li Chengshan pulled Chen Qian inside. Chen Qian looked speechless. Wait, do you really think of me as a donkey to be driven around? You came all the way here and didn't even offer me a cup of tea. Is this how you treat your guests? Tea? Sure. Li Chengshan took out a bottle of iced black tea and a bottle of iced green tea. Do you want green tea or red tea? Chen Qian, you're something else. Chen Qian gave a thumbs up. You really are something, Li Chengshan, calling iced black tea tea, impressive. Chapter 7, Thunder Fist Beginner. A prompt sounded in Su Hong's mind. Su Hong seemed not to hear it and focused entirely on practicing the Thunder Fist. Moments later. Bang bang bang. 3 thunderous explosions sounded. Thunder Fist Beginner, Thunder Fist Mastery, in the gym. At the very front. Genius class students Chen Shan and Li Tu were secretly competing against each other. As the only 2 first-level martial artists in the school, in their eyes, only each other was a rival. Other classmates were simply not worth their attention, even the genius class students were the same. Today, they were observing Chen Qian practicing the Thunder Fist. Both wanted to learn it first and surpass the other. At this moment, after finishing the 7th round of the Thunder Fist, Chen Qian walked over to Li Chengshan. "How is it?" Li Chengshan hurriedly asked. "Not bad. The frontmost Chen Shan and Li Tu have the best talent, they should be able to get started." Hearing this, Li Chengshan felt relieved. The difficulty of C-grade martial arts is indeed high. The distinction of martial arts grades not only involves different powers, but the learning difficulty also increases with the grade. It was already hard for these students to learn. Li Chengshan had originally prepared for the worst-case scenario where no one would be able to learn it. Fortunately, Chen Shan and Li Tu, the 2 best students in the school, did not disappoint his efforts. Chapter 8, What did you say? Chen Qian did not react. Clearly, it could sound 8 times, but he said he could only sound 7. "Did you think my iced black tea was free?" Chen Qian reacted and suddenly cursed loudly. "How can you even mention it? I came all this way, and it's fine that you called me to teach martial arts. But you tricked me with a bottle of iced black tea, and now you still have the nerve to say it." "Ah?" Li Chengshan felt awkward and chuckled awkwardly. "Didn't I say I'd treat you to a meal?" After speaking, Li Chengshan muttered softly, "But you can't keep it to yourself either." "I'll keep it to myself, that's just me breaking through just now." Chen Qian was halfway through his curse when his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly looked toward the empty space ahead. It was completely empty. The previous young man had disappeared without a trace. "Huh? Just broke through, huh?" Li Chengshan didn't he notice Chen Qian's strangeness, and awkwardly chuckled a few times. "Well, let us not talk about that, I'll take you to eat first." Before he finished speaking, he heard Chen Qian let out a miserable scream. "Damn! What's going on?" Li Chengshan was a bit confused. "It's all your fault for suddenly popping up." Chapter 9, Chen Lin sat in the classroom, watching as yet another student from the next class was called to the principal's office. "Strange, why haven't they called me yet?" Chen Lin wondered. The principal had gathered all the teachers with great fanfare. How come several hours have passed, and they still haven't notified him to go to the principal's office? "By the way, Su Hong, are you sure you're not going to watch the underground boxing match tonight? I heard that quite a few students are going, including Chen Shan and Li Tu from the genius class, who also said they were going to watch." Chen Lin suddenly remembered and looked at Su Hong. "Are you sure you won't go?" Su Hong refused. At that moment, the class bell rang. "I'm leaving first." Su Hong quickly grabbed his backpack and ran out of the classroom. 2 hours later, night fell. Su Hong arrived in front of a black building. The underground boxing match was taking place in the basement. At this time, there was a crowd at the entrance. Su Hong had changed his clothes and was wearing a mask. After explaining to the security guard that he was there to compete, the guard let him in. And he took the elevator to the basement. As the door opened, a wave of heat rushed out. The loud heavy metal music, colorful neon lights, laughing fighters, and women in cool clothing serving drinks were everywhere. Chapter 10, What's going on? The middle-aged man, who was kicked off the stage, sat on the ground with a confused look on his face. He only felt a blur in front of him before being knocked off the stage. Feeling his body, He realized he wasn't injured and hurriedly stood up to thank Su Hong. Once on the ring, life and death are determined by fate. Although there are referees, fighters still occasionally die from injuries. The opponent was able to kick him off the stage, but he wasn't hurt, indicating that the opponent had gone easy on him. Su Hong waved his hand at him. Although he was competing against these people, it was all for money, and there was no personal grudge. So he naturally wouldn't use lethal force. At this moment, in the audience, everyone was stunned to see the middle-aged man kicked off the stage. Normally, fighters who dare to get on the ring are not weak. It's rare to see someone get knocked off the stage before they even finish speaking. This Minotaur has some skills. No wonder he dares to fight in the defending mode. The audience chatted and laughed, showing some interest in the Minotaur. Meanwhile, most people's attention was focused on the martial artist ring. What the heck, isn't this supposed to be a fight? How did he get kicked off in one kick? Chapter 11, A sharp pain hit, and Lin Ping immediately knelt on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps approached. Lin Ping, enduring the great pain, lifted his head, and saw that the Minotaur seemed intent on not letting him go, and was slowly walking over. No, I admit defeat. Lin Ping's eyes were filled with terror, and his lips trembled as he tried to surrender. If this person threw another punch, he would undoubtedly die. But before he could finish his sentence, a large hand reached out and directly struck his jaw, turning his words into muffled whimpers. Lin Ping, filled with fear, felt his legs weaken, and he sat down on the ground, desperately trying to crawl away from this opponent at the edge of the ring. Come on, keep coming. Aren't you good at sneak attacks? Su Hong's tone was cold, his gaze indifferent. Without hesitation, he kicked out. Lin Ping's chest instantly caved in, and his struggling body went limp, silent. Su Hong expressionlessly retracted his leg and walked back to the center of the ring. If someone treats me with respect, I will treat them with respect. The two middle-aged men before were quite polite, so I went easy on them. But Lin Ping, attacking me from behind, was crossing the line. Chapter 12, This is insane. The woman shook her head in disbelief. On the other side, Su Hong walked into the waiting room for aspiring martial artists. A group of aspiring martial artists looked over in confusion. When they saw that the one who walked in was the champion of the martial artist ring, they were somewhat surprised. But soon they thought it was merely to observe the battles among the aspiring martial artists up close, so they didn't pay much attention. Su Hong's gaze turned to the ring. At this moment, Bai Hu had just knocked another person off the stage, causing cheers from the crowd. Bai Hu, 13 consecutive victories. The referee's excited voice rang out. Seeing this scene, the aspiring martial artists in the waiting room felt a sense of admiration. Bai Hu is really strong, winning 13 in a row so easily. No wonder he is a 7-time champion. I respect his ability to defend his title. Truly impressive. The aspiring martial artists shook their heads, preparing not to go on stage. But at this moment, a cold laugh rang out. A bunch of useless people. I thought the fighters in the Star City Underground boxing match would be strong, but it turns out that even these weaklings can win 13 in a row. Hearing this, a flicker of anger appeared in the eyes of the aspiring martial artists. Su Hong looked in the direction of the voice and saw an arrogant young man crossing his arms, looking disdainful. Chapter 13, This Minotaur has gone mad. That young man is also at the level of Thunder Fist's 3 strikes. In the audience, Chen Shan couldn't help but say, "Don't even talk about martial arts. Even a normal punch with full strength, this martial artist wouldn't be able to block it." Li Tu shook his head. "Don't say martial artists. Even the two of us, who just broke through to the first level of martial arts, might not be able to handle this young man if we faced him." "Wow. Tonight is really exciting," Chen Lin said excitedly, but suddenly shook his head in regret. Su Hong, it's such a pity you didn't come tonight. On the ring. The referee looked at Su Hong, feeling a bit anxious. Although he thought Su Hong was somewhat overestimating himself, he was still the one who voluntarily stepped up to challenge. The aspiring martial artists were too scared to go on stage, but a martial artist stood up. The referee decided that he would try to save Su Hong later and minimize his injuries. At this moment, seeing Su Hong beckon with his finger, Li Ming squinted his eyes and sneered. A mere martial artist dares to provoke me. He really doesn't know what he is talking about. It seems I was too gentle earlier. That's why he had the guts to jump on stage. Seeking death. Li Ming coldly uttered 2 words. Just as he finished speaking. Chapter 14, looking at the system panel, Su Hong controlled his thoughts and clicked the plus sign in the blood and energy section. Immediately, a small prompt board popped up, allowing him to choose how many martial arts points to add. Su Hong thought for a moment and chose 1 point. In the next moment, he felt a surge of energy and blood throughout his body, as if some changes had occurred. His gaze fell on the system panel. Vitality, 851, 1 point of martial value can increase vitality by 0.1. Su Hong's face showed joy. It looked very little. But normal cultivation would take at least a week, or even half a month. Increasing vitality was too difficult. And now, with 1 point of martial value, he could increase vitality by 0.1, with 66 points of martial value remaining, could he directly break through to a quasi-martial artist. Thinking of this, Su Hong immediately wanted to invest all his martial value into vitality. But suddenly, he showed hesitation. Would his body be able to handle such a sudden increase? After some thought, Su Hong decided to test it little by little. He started with 2 points. No problem. 5 points, 10 points, 20 points. When he invested 20 points at once, Su Hong clearly felt his body swell a bit, and there was even a faint stinging sensation. After waiting for a while for his body to adapt. Chapter 15. Su Hong and Song Fei walked side by side. They quickly arrived at a spacious and bright martial arts training room. At a glance, it was at least over 200 square meters. With mirrors covering the walls so that martial artists could observe themselves while practicing martial skills. At this moment, there were already a dozen martial artists waiting inside the training room. As soon as they saw Song Fei, they greeted him with smiles. Song Fei, you're late. What do you mean? You didn't finish teaching already, did you? Song Fei's eyes widened. Not yet. I mean, you didn't come for the past few days. And today is already the last day for teaching sea-level spear techniques. Song Fei was stunned. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone out to play a few days ago. Damn. If I had started learning from the first day, I might have already gotten the hang of it. Song Fei pounded his chest in regret. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the group of martial artists fell silent for a moment. What's wrong? Song Fei asked in confusion. Don't mention it, the instructor for the spear techniques, Jiang Ming, is a third-tier martial artist. It seems he owes a favor to the dojo master from years ago, so he reluctantly came to teach this time. He doesn't teach seriously at all. Just demonstrates a few times and leaves, not even giving any pointers. The group of martial artists smiled bitterly. Chapter 16. After the teacher left. I really don't know what those useless people have to teach. It's been 6 days, and not even one has made it to the entry level. Li Ming shook his head. Otherwise, why do you think these people come to the dojo to learn? They are just a bunch of misfits. Teaching them is a waste of time. Most of those martial artists were in their 30s or 40s, and the strongest among them was only a first-tier martial artist. With no talent at all. It's a miracle if they can learn anything. Li Yang scoffed and shook his head. The two looked down on the martial artists who came to learn at the dojo. This conversation reached Jiang Ming, who had just walked out the door. These two kids. Jiang Ming shook his head and laughed. In fact, he thought the same way in his heart. These martial artists might have a chance to learn D-level or F-level martial skills, but to learn C-level martial skills, especially spear techniques, was basically impossible given their talent. However, this was none of his business. He came to teach just to repay a favor from years ago. After finishing the last class today, he would just leave. It was almost half an hour late. Why hadn't the person arrived yet? Inside the martial arts training room, the group of martial artists had become somewhat impatient. Even if this person doesn't teach seriously, being late is just ridiculous. Chapter 17, you defeated. Martial value 3, you defeated. Martial value 6, you defeated. Martial value 5, you defeated. Martial value 0, 3. In the following time, Su Hong sparred with a dozen martial artists. The notification sounds echoed in his mind. After everyone completed a round of sparring, Su Hong sought out the middle-aged uncle again, but found that he could no longer gain martial value. Was it limited to only once within a certain period? Su Hong thought to himself. He was incredibly delighted. In just this short time, his martial value had already reached 35 points. A large portion of it came from defeating first-tier martial artists. Su Hong noticed that after breaking through to a quasi-martial artist, the martial value gained from defeating other quasi-martial artists was significantly less when he was at the martial apprentice level. Wow, Su Hong! You must be some kind of martial arts genius. Song Fei picked up a spear and walked over, looking astonished. I don't know, maybe I've just had a breakthrough. Su Hong smiled. That's amazing. Song Fei gave a thumbs up, then smiled shyly. Can you teach me? Sure, Su Hong nodded with a smile. Chapter 18. Hearing Li Yang's almost insulting words, the group of martial artists immediately became unhappy. What do you mean? Just because he doesn't teach well doesn't mean he doesn't teach well. His dismissive attitude, do you think we are blind? Exactly. Someone else taught us for less than half an hour. And we improved more than your teacher did in 7 days. Not just more, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Your teacher might as well not have taught us at all. A group of martial artists spoke up one after another, clearly expressing their dissatisfaction. Anger flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he was about to say something. What's wrong? Jiang Ming walked over. Teacher, they said. Li Yang pointed at the group of martial artists and repeated what they had just said. Half an hour is better than my 7 days of teaching. Jiang Ming frowned. Although he hadn't taught seriously, was there really someone in this small dojo who understood spear techniques better than him? The dojo master of this Thunder Martial Arts Hall was indeed a third-tier martial artist, but he was a sword user. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming's expression turned slightly irritated. Nonsense. He said coldly, you say someone teaches better than me. Where are they? Let me see. After a pause, he sneered, there probably isn't such a person, right? Chapter 19. The most important thing right now was to increase his vitality. Without the guiding technique, relying solely on physical training, the increase in vitality was too slow. Su Hong looked at the vitality on the panel, which showed no change, and couldn't help but sigh. During the martial apprentice and quasi-martial artist stages, the only way to increase vitality was through training. Progress was very slow, often taking half a month just to increase 1 point of vitality. However, after breaking through to a first-tier martial artist, he no longer needed to use such a slow method. He could now cultivate the guiding technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to strengthen himself. It is not that Su Hong does not want to practice the guiding technique now, but that he cannot. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very aggressive. If one's physical body is not strong enough to absorb it recklessly, the only outcome is an explosion. After long years of testing, it has been concluded that only when one's vitality reaches 100 points, and one becomes a first-tier martial artist can the physical body withstand the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is a bloody lesson learned from hundreds of years of history, in which countless human compatriots have died. He must quickly break through to become a first-tier martial artist. Thinking of this, Su-hong allocated all 35 points of his martial arts value to vitality. Immediately afterward, Su-hong felt warmth spreading through his limbs and bones. Chapter 20. A total of 210,000 blue star coins were completely dumped out of Su-hong's backpack. The small dining table was almost submerged in cash. Looking at this money, both Su Guoming and his aunt Chen Lan, as well as Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming, were all stunned, their minds blank. For everyone in this family, they had never seen so much cash in their lives. Little Hong, where did this money come from? Su Guoming was the first to react. His voice trembling. He was afraid that Su-hong would go down the wrong path and do something he shouldn't. Aunt Chen Lan, Su Xiaohai, and Su Xiaoming also hurriedly looked at Su-hong. Don't worry, uncle. This money is a special scholarship given to me by the principal after I broke through to become a quasi-martial artist. Su-hong told a kind-hearted lie. He knew that if he said he won it in an underground boxing match, the family would definitely worry. Sure enough, upon hearing this, his uncle and aunt immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then genuine smiles appeared on their faces. Uncle, aunt, you have worked hard all these years. From now on, I will take care of this family, Su-hong said proudly. For him, whether it was winning the championship in the underground boxing match, or being praised by a group of martial artists while teaching at the martial arts school, it could not compare to the satisfaction he felt at that moment. Chapter 21. In the dense forest, large ancient trees were everywhere. Su-hong walked cautiously through the forest. Soon, he noticed movement in the grass ahead. Su-hong raised his eyes, his body slightly crouched. In the next moment, a martial artist emerged from the grass. This left Su-hong speechless. On this journey, he had not encountered a single fierce beast, but had instead met many martial artists. The outermost area was probably cleared out. He needed to go deeper. Su-hong shook his head. He jumped in place, his body almost parallel to the ground. He pushed off violently in the air. With a loud bang. At that moment, Su-hong seemed to transform into Superman, flying straight ahead. After covering several dozen meters, Su-hong pushed off again, with his feet, and quickly disappeared from the edge of the forest. 10 minutes later, as he ventured deeper, Su-hong finally encountered his first fierce beast. It was a wolf 2 meters long, with tusks like crescent moons. A first-tier initial stage fierce beast, the moon shadow wolf. The school curriculum taught students to identify fierce beasts. Su-hong immediately recognized the fierce beast before him. At this moment, the moon shadow wolf drooled at the corners of its mouth, its oily green eyes fixed on Su-hong, seemingly sensing his vitality. In the next moment, a hint of joy appeared in the moon shadow wolf's eyes. Chapter 22. After killing the thin man, Su-hong realized he seemed to have changed. He no longer felt the thrill of his first kill. The nauseating physiological reaction was completely absent. Oh! At this moment, Su-hong noticed the backpack the thin man was carrying. Opening it, he found at least 20 fierce beast left ears. The man wasn't wrong when he said, killing people and setting fires brings gold belts. Su-hong put the items away, unable to help but express a sigh. However, even though the harvest was great, he would never kill someone without enmity for his own goals. He looked down on such actions. Oh right, I almost forgot to search the body. After walking a few steps, Su-hong slapped his head and quickly turned around to search the body. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He must not forget next time. This was his first time doing such a thing, and he was still inexperienced. Su-hong quietly reflected and turned to leave. While walking, he opened the system panel to check how many martial arts points he had gained. Martial arts points, 38. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-hong allocated all 38 points to vitality. As a familiar surge of vitality coursed through him, his vitality rose from 952 points to 990 points. Chapter 23, The middle-aged man looked down in confusion at his pierced heart, his throat convulsing, wanting to say something, but the blood surging up filled his throat, making him emit only a whimpering sound. In the next moment, Su Hong drew his gun, and the middle-aged man collapsed like a rag doll on the ground, motionless. Just as Su Hong was about to turn and leave, he suddenly paused as he saw the middle-aged man's backpack filled with fierce beast left ears. Without hesitation, he took it, and in the next moment, he vanished deep into the forest. This scene happened too quickly and unexpectedly, so that Yi Feng and the three martial artists did not have time to react. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man had been killed. This guy was a mid-tier first-tier martial artist, and he just died. Coming back to their senses, the three martial artists widened their eyes in shock. Then, their gazes toward Su Hong revealed deep apprehension. "Damn it, you dare to kill my man." Yi Feng was also taken aback, but he quickly reacted, instantly furious. He even took the backpack, looking for death. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and coldly shouted at the three martial artists, "Follow me and kill him." Chapter 24. Seeing Yi Feng and that martial artist coming to kill him together, Su Hong's expression was cold as he stepped forward with his gun. The gun moving like a dragon. He fired a shot, clashing hard with Yi Feng. The force made Yi Feng's expression change slightly, and he let out a muffled grunt. Stepping back a few paces, his gaze toward Su Hong gradually becoming serious. He did not expect that with his high-tier first-tier strength, this young man could actually force him back with a single shot. At that moment, taking advantage of the gap created by Yi Feng's retreat, Su Hong seized the opportunity and charged at the martial artist, his gun technique bold and imposing, filled with a sense of oppression. In a flash, this martial artist was struck down by Su Hong's gun. With a flick of his wrist, Su Hong drew his gun. The tip stained with blood as it dripped to the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi Feng's expression darkened to an extreme. In just a few hours, from an initial team of 5, he was now the only one left alive. "It's your turn." Su Hong's gaze was cold as he stepped closer to Yi Feng, gun in hand. "Did you think you had me?" When the distance between them narrowed to just 3 meters, Yi Feng suddenly smirked, pointing a finger. A surge of energy shot towards Su Hong's chest at lightning speed. Su Hong's expression changed, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Chapter 25. A hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. On the outskirts of the forest, a young boy, carrying 6 large backpacks, was walking through the woods. Suddenly, a furious black bear burst forth, charging at him with its claws bared. Breaking void finger. The boy raised his hand and pointed, a thick white energy, the size of a human arm, instantly piercing the heart of the enraged black bear. Breaking void finger mastered, perfect completion finally perfected. This power truly deserved to be called a B-grade martial skill, Su Hong thought with some excitement. Now, he had a mid-range attack martial skill. His attack range had significantly increased, and the speed of the breaking void finger was incredibly fast, making it hard to defend against. If he suddenly used it against an enemy, they would find it difficult to react. After a while, Su Hong looked up and could already see the outline of the martial artist base. At this moment, he pondered something, and after a moment of contemplation, he took out the martial skill manual for breaking void finger. With a determined heart, he burned it right there. The Yi Feng he had killed had an uncle who was the head of the base and a third-tier martial artist, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. If he was discovered, it would be troublesome. Better safe than sorry, and besides, he had already reached perfection, the manual was dispensable. Chapter 26. First-tier low-grade fierce beasts, 72. First-tier mid-grade fierce beasts, 83. First-tier high-grade fierce beasts, 17. Plus the scales of the black jade giant python, totaling 10,000. The staff member said the final value with some shock. A total of 4.16 million blue star coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Damn. 16 million. I couldn't kill that many in half a year. I'm only at the first tier low grade, it would take me at least 2.5 years. Is this what genius looks like? It was hard not to be impressed. The key point was, he did it all alone. The group of martial artists was stunned. Their eyes filled with shock as they looked at Su Hong. The 5 members of the Thunder team also shook their heads in amazement. If they had previously harbored a sense of competition, they were now completely convinced. The fierce beasts they killed together were only worth 230,000 blue star coins. In contrast, Su Hong alone had killed beasts worth double that amount. As the staff finished counting, the money was quickly transferred to Su Hong's card. After confirming the 16 million had arrived on his phone, Su Hong prepared to leave. Chapter 27, with anticipation in his heart, Su Hong opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Hong Talent, Eternal Unmatched Vitality, 103, Spirit, 23 of Physique, Common Body 6, Martial Skills, Fury Sea Spear Technique Mastered, Thunder Fist Perfected, Diamond Fist Perfected, Glimmering Palm Perfected. Void Step Perfected. Martial Arts Value, 534. Had his vitality increased by 0.8 points over these 4 days. Su Hong was a bit surprised but soon felt it was reasonable. In these 4 days, aside from sleeping at night, he had been fighting fiercely with fierce beasts. The speed of his physical enhancement was naturally incomparable to past training. How did my common body progress from 3 to 6? Su Hong was truly astonished. He hadn't paid much attention when he broke through to a first-tier martial artist. Today, he noticed it had increased by 3. It must be because of breaking through to the first-tier martial artist, he thought. Su Hong pondered, feeling a bit speechless. He had broken through to the first-tier martial artist. A significant breakthrough, yet his common body progress had only increased by 3. Without the system's points, reaching a progress of 100 would be utterly impossible. No wonder those powerful special physiques were so rare. Chapter 28. Upon arriving at the martial arts assessment location, a staff member approached and asked Su Hong to wait a moment. Taking advantage of the idle time, Su Hong observed the other martial artists waiting for their assessment. They were all middle-aged men. At this moment, these middle-aged martial artists were also somewhat surprised by Su Hong's arrival. So young. And he's here to assess as a first-tier martial artist. He must be a genius. A group of middle-aged martial artists looked at him with envy. This was not their first attempt at the martial artist assessment, they had failed in previous attempts. At this time, Su Hong saw Li Ming and Jiang Ming entering. When Li Ming noticed Su Hong looking at him, he snorted lightly. Previously, the teacher had used this boy to teach him a lesson. He wanted to see if this boy could pass the assessment later. After waiting for a while, the staff member came over and announced the start of the martial artist assessment. First, let me introduce the rules. The assessment consists of vitality testing and combat power testing. The vitality of a first-tier martial artist is 100 points, this is common knowledge. The combat power will have 3 tests, and the average score must exceed 1000 to pass. After a brief introduction, the staff member announced the start. Chapter 29. At the martial arts assessment location, the venue fell silent. Everyone stared in shock at the combat power testing device lying on the ground. He knocked the combat power testing device away with one punch. How terrifying must that power be? Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned. Li Ming's face changed from green to white. He had just used all his strength. And the testing device hadn't budged an inch, let alone being knocked away, it couldn't even be pushed back by a centimeter. Yet this boy had sent the testing device flying dozens of meters away with a single punch. My God! The staff member came back to his senses, looking at Su Hong with a shocked expression. However, as the person in charge of the assessment, with the testing device down, he hurriedly went over to set it upright. As he reached out to steady the combat power detector, his gaze curiously wandered to the glowing screen. In the next moment, he felt a jolt throughout his body. With a clatter, the detector he had just steadied fell heavily to the ground again. Yet the staff seemed completely oblivious. Their eyes fixed on the power number on the screen, shoulders trembling as a stammering voice emerged. "My God, is this real?" Chapter 30. President of the Martial Arts Association branch in Star City. At this moment, Wu Linxian was sitting in her office. Watching the constant stream of messages popping up on her phone, a frown etched on her face. Outsiders only knew her as the branch president, appearing to be in a glorious position. But only Wu Linxian herself knew that if Star City couldn't produce some impressive results this year, her position would be at risk. With the college entrance examination approaching, the presidents of martial arts associations from various cities were continuously boasting in the group about the talents emerging from their cities, showcasing their strength and remarkable gifts, which left Wu Linxian feeling dejected. Star City's ranking in Jiangnan province was already in the lower tier. The quality of students at universities was decent, and there were a few geniuses, but comparisons were daunting. Not to mention how Star City fared against other cities in Jiangnan province, even in comparison to the nearby Yang City, it seemed lacking. Sigh. My position is at its end this year, Wu Linxian sighed deeply. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Wu Linxian said lazily. The next moment, a staff member rushed in, panting. Seeing his state. Chapter 31. The Earth's spiritual energy has a total of 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each attribute has its own advantages. In terms of attack power, the ranking is as follows: first is thunder, second is metal, and third is fire. Thunder has the strongest attack power. Su Hong's eyes lit up at the thought of cultivating the thunder guidance technique. At this moment, Wu Linxian seemed to see through Su Hong's thoughts. She smiled and said, if it were possible, who wouldn't want to cultivate the strongest attack power, the thunder guidance technique? Su Hong was taken aback, remaining silent as he waited for her to continue. Seeing that Su Hong could hold back his questions, Wu Linxian had an even better impression of him. She explained, different attribute guidance techniques cannot be cultivated just because one wants to. It mainly depends on the compatibility between the martial artist and the guidance technique. I see, Su Hong nodded, feeling a rare sense of tension. Of course. He wanted to cultivate the strongest attack power, the thunder guidance technique. But who could say for certain about this compatibility? You don't need to worry, Wu Linxian smiled, her tone laced with envy. You were able to achieve a combat power of 1863 with just a first-tier initial level of vitality without using any martial arts. Chapter 32. Looking at the crystal ball completely dominated by thunder, even faintly emitting thunderous sounds, Wu Linxian was momentarily stunned. She stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. It's full again. It's full again. What the hell is going on? Wu Linxian was almost going crazy. What kind of situation was this? How could it be that after reaching 100 compatibility with the fire attribute, Su Hong also had 100 compatibility with the thunder attribute? What kind of freak was this? After a long while, Wu Linxian finally came to her senses. She swallowed hard, looking at Su Hong as if he were a monster. But at this moment, Su Hong didn't notice her gaze. Seeing that the thunder crystal ball had a compatibility of 100 as well, Su Hong sensed something was off. Could it be that under the blessing of his unparalleled talent, he would achieve 100 compatibility with any attribute? Holding on to this thought, Su Hong reached out to touch the wind attribute crystal ball. Seeing his actions, Wu Linxian was at a loss for words. Was he still not satisfied? That was the thunder attribute, the strongest in attack power. What more do you want, buddy? With 2 attributes already reaching 100 compatibility, this was beyond absurd. Chapter 33. Sister Wu, does this count as entering the door? Su Hong's inquiry brought Wu Linxian back to her senses. Looking at Su Hong, Her mouth twitched as she mechanically nodded. Yes, you've entered the door. At the same time, she was once again screaming inside. 34 seconds. Oh my God. 34 seconds. Not even a minute. Is this still human? Thinking back to her earlier estimate of 2 to 3 hours, Wu Linxian just wanted to slap herself. She was wrong. Terribly wrong. How could she have estimated the compatibility of a freak with 100 in all 7 attributes based on common sense? Looking at Su Hong, a bewildering thought arose in Wu Linxian's mind. Just how high must this talent be? In this short half hour, her understanding of martial arts had been overturned countless times. So this is entering the door. That seems quite easy. Su Hong felt a bit surprised. He had thought it would take at least a few minutes. Unexpectedly, cultivating this guidance technique wasn't as difficult as he imagined. Hearing this, Wu Linxian's eyelid twitched, and the urge to hit someone emerged again. At this moment, Su Hong unwittingly asked, Sister Wu, how many minutes did you take the first time you practiced the guidance technique? Chapter 34. Su Hong walked out of the Martial Arts Association and was on his way home. It was dusk. School had just let out. And parents crowded at the school gate, squatting down with smiles and open arms to embrace their rushing children. Su Hong quietly watched this scene for a long time before turning and continuing on his way home. As he walked, he looked up at the sky. In the past, every night, he could only watch his aunt, with a pained expression, apply ointment to his uncle. That feeling of helplessness still lingered in his mind. This home won't collapse with me here. These were his uncle Su Guoming's words. Now, he has grown up, equipped with the ability to take on the burden held by his uncle and support his own little family. He will never allow all this beauty to turn to nothing one day in the future. I support my little family, but who has been supporting the human race? At this moment, Su Hong thought a lot. He silently clenched his fists, and his gaze gradually became resolute. He wants to become strong, very, very strong. He wants to be powerful enough that if one day, human strong men are defeated, he can step up and, just like now supporting his own little family, support the human race and create a sky for them. If he has to choose between his little family and the human race, he will make a decision. Chapter 35. Under the Unmatched Talent of the Ages. Just a few minutes later, Su Hong, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened them. He opened the system panel, and his gaze fell on the guidance technique section. Guidance techniques: Thunder Guidance Technique LV1, Fire Guidance Technique LV1, Water Guidance Technique LV1, Thick Earth Guidance Technique LV1, Spirit Wind Guidance Technique LV1. All 7 guidance techniques are at the entry level. Su Hong felt the changes in his body. Within his blood and energy, there were 7 different attributes of spiritual energy from heaven and earth circulating, constantly merging with his blood and energy. But soon, Su Hong discovered a problem. These 7 different attributes of spiritual energy were repelling each other. Although they all existed within his body, he could only use one attribute at a time. Su Hong extended his palm, and a bolt of lightning appeared in his hand. Just as Su Hong tried to manifest fire at the same time, the lightning and fire violently repelled each other, ultimately vanishing in his palm. He needs to find a way to merge them together. Su Hong frowned and thought. He now understood why the martial artist who practiced the 7 guidance techniques, as mentioned by Wu Linxian earlier, remained at the first stage for decades. The mutual repulsion of the 7 attributes of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was the main reason. Chapter 36. When Su Hong's class arrived at the playground. At a glance, it was filled with a sea of heads. At this moment, on the stage, after seeing that all the students were in place, Li Chengshan began to speak. Students, today is the monthly exam, but it's different from the past. Due to the tense situation on the front lines, Hua Guo has decided that in the future, every class will hold a training camp to select geniuses for concentrated training. In this training camp, there are abundant resources, And you will have access to martial arts elixirs that you cannot even imagine, and there will be masters serving as instructors for guidance. The top 3 students in this monthly exam will be able to participate in the training camp held in Xingqing. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students erupted in excitement. Wow, a training camp! This is obviously a special opportunity for the geniuses. I'm so envious. Only 3 can go. So I'm out of luck. Come on, if I didn't know you ranked over 1,000 in the school, I would think you ranked 4th. Wow. The point is that the instructors are 7th stage masters, and our principal is only 3rd stage, so Li and Chen are definitely in. As this was said, all the students looked at Li and Chen from the genius class with envy. Chapter 37. Just as Li Chengshan and Jiang Ming were about to set up the sparring. On the playground, the students had finished drawing lots. Wow, Su Hong, your first opponent is a quasi-martial artist. Chen Lin exclaimed. The entire class immediately looked over, filled with sympathy. Su Hong's first opponent was indeed a quasi-martial artist. How unlucky. Old Su, it's fine, I'll come to accompany you. Chen Lin patted Su Hong on the shoulder. Teacher Li Ming looked at Su Hong and reminded him, you can try to fight, but don't overdo it. If you get injured, it will affect your subsequent training, and it won't be worth it. At this moment, a voice rang out, urging Su Hong and his opponent to take the stage. Contestant 665 Chen Peng and 666 Su Hong, hurry up to the stage. Su Hong quickly arrived at the arena. Chen Peng looked at him and smiled. Are you going down by yourself, or should I knock you down? Before he finished speaking, Chen Peng felt a blur in front of him. When he reacted, he was already sitting on the ground off the stage. Chen Peng was dumbfounded. What happened? My opponent isn't a martial apprentice. Referee, is this really called a martial apprentice? Meanwhile, in Su Hong's class, seeing Su Hong easily knock Chen Peng off the stage, a group of students stared with wide eyes, all filled with disbelief. Chapter 38. If I had discovered it earlier, I could have let him learn Thunder Fist from Chen Qian. Li Chengshan regretted while slapping his thigh. Next to him, Chen Qian's mouth twitched. This bastard really thinks of him as a beast of burden. However, Chen Qian looked at Su Hong, who was walking down the stage, with a thoughtful expression. So familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere, but I can't remember. At this moment, a round of arena battles had ended. Only a dozen students were left standing in front. Apart from Su Hong, all the ordinary class students were eliminated. The rest were all talented students from the genius class. For a moment, all eyes in the audience were focused on Su Hong. Li and Chen looked at the sudden rise of this classmate with some surprise. But soon, the two shifted their gaze back. Defeating Li Kaishan was nothing special. They could easily do that too. No matter how strong this person was, he couldn't affect their competition for the top 2 positions in the school. There was no need to take it to heart. The talented students from the genius class, who had just started with Thunder Fist, were only slightly surprised. Li Kaishan was a quasi-martial artist and hadn't learned Thunder Fist. It was normal for him to lose. They were just a bit surprised that an ordinary class student had emerged as a first-stage martial artist. Chapter 39. It's over. It's over. Li Chengshan looked frustrated. On the other side, upon hearing the news of Su Hong's battle with Chen Shan, the previously worried genius class students suddenly burst into laughter. Although Chen Qian was strong, he could not be compared to Chen Shan and Li. These two were the absolute top 2 in the school. You think Su Hong can defeat Chen Qian, and then also defeat Chen Shan? At this moment, hearing the referee's voice, all the students' eyes were focused on Chen Shan. Huh? Chen Shan took a deep breath, feeling some pressure. He looked at Su Hong, who was stepping down, with a somewhat serious expression. Is he scared? Li chuckled. Hearing this, Chen Shan said lightly, it's just a bit unexpected. Once I defeat Su Hong, it will be your turn. Li Tu smiled slightly. I'll wait for you. Chen Shan stopped talking and walked towards the stage. Damn, Su Hong even defeated Chen Qian. The homeroom teacher, Li Ming, was so shocked he didn't know what to say. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that his student would be on a winning streak and was about to fight against the top 2 in the school, Chen Shan. Chen Lin had a face full of disbelief. Su Hong was actually going to fight Chen Shan. I can't be dreaming, right? Chapter 40. Chen Shan felt a bitter taste in his heart. He never expected that Li Tu's Thunder Fist had silently reached the micro-realm. In this case, it's uncertain who would win between him and Su Hong. At this moment, the referee's voice came, calling for Li Tu to go on stage. His opponent was the 6th-ranked genius student in the school. As the two battled, the students below began to discuss amongst themselves. Li Tu would definitely win. But how long would it take? Su Hong defeated Chen Shan quickly, but Li Tu's strength was on par with Chen Shan's. Since Su Hong could defeat Chen Shan, it was clear that Li Tu wouldn't be his match. Before the student who spoke could finish, there was a silent thunderclap. Hearing this sound, the entire place fell silent. The next moment, a figure heavily landed before them. It was the 6th-ranked student, now lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, already unconscious. Seeing this scene, the students widened their eyes. Damn, 5 strikes. How long has it been? Not even a few seconds. 5 strikes. Li Tu's Thunder Fist had actually reached the micro-realm. Oh my, but that's not all. I just saw a hint of golden glow on Li Tu's fist. He also mastered the outward release of the gold attribute. Chapter 41. As soon as Li Tu came up, he unleashed all his power. All the students immediately widened their eyes. They slightly turned their heads, locking their gaze on Su Hong, wanting to see how he would respond. Li Chengshan and Chen Qian also directed their attention there. The next moment, as if witnessing something unbelievable, everyone froze. On the stage, facing the aggressive Li Tu, Su Hong did not dodge or evade. He raised his fist, the power of thunder appearing, and then struck out violently. Boom! 9 consecutive thunderclaps erupted. This punch was terrifyingly fast. It was so fast that Li Tu couldn't react at all, and he was hit squarely in the abdomen. Directly knocked back and fell off the stage. Seeing this scene, the entire venue was silent. Everyone stared with wide eyes, trembling slightly, their faces filled with disbelief. In the eyes of all the students, this should have been a fierce battle. But no one expected that, in just an instant, the winner was determined. Su Hong defeated Li Tu in a crushing manner. But that wasn't the most shocking part for everyone. What truly left them stunned was those 9 thunderclaps. Damn! 9 strikes of the Thunder Fist, is it real? Perfect realm. Su Hong's Thunder Fist is in the perfect realm. Chapter 42. Upon seeing Jiang Ming coming with 2 disciples, wearing a malicious smile, Li Chengshan immediately frowned. But when his gaze landed on Su Hong, his brow quickly relaxed. With Su Hong here, what do I have to worry about? Thinking this, a smile similar to Jiang Ming's appeared on Li Chengshan's face. He said with a grin, the top of the monthly exam is here. If you hadn't come, I was planning to send someone to call you. Jiang Ming was taken aback. He looked suspiciously at Li Chengshan. What is up with this guy? Why is he acting differently from before? Does he really think that his school students can beat his 2 disciples? Thinking this, Jiang Ming shook his head and laughed. He had come well prepared this time. He knew exactly what geniuses were at Xingqing No. 1 High School. The strongest were just Chen Shan and Li Tu, who had only just broken through to the first stage. Plus, after just a few days of learning Thunder Fist from Chen Qian, how much could he learn in such a short time? Old Li, the more you act tough now, the worse your expression will be later, Jiang Ming chuckled softly. Behind him, looking at the 3 students' backs, Li Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. They couldn't be compared to the geniuses from the previous martial artist assessment. Chapter 43. Others were equally shocked. Under everyone's gaze, Su Hong slightly nodded, "I know a little." As soon as these words came out, the corners of Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. Know a little. It's important to note that Li Yang had mastered his marksmanship. Knowing a little in front of Li Yang. Isn't that showing off? It would be better to use Thunder Fist instead. With Su Hong's perfect realm Thunder Fist, although he would be at a disadvantage against weapons, he could still fight. But if Su Hong used a marksmanship that he only knew a little about, wouldn't that just lower his combat power for no reason? But advising him was useless, so Li Qingshan simply had someone bring a metal spear. Chen Shan and Li Tu looked at Su Hong oddly. They hadn't realized before that Su Hong was actually quite arrogant. Chen Shan muttered something, and Li Tu nodded in agreement. Su Hong was already at a disadvantage in terms of realm. Yet, instead of using Thunder Fist, he wanted to use a long spear to fight against Li Yang, who had mastered marksmanship. No matter how you looked at it, it was self-inflicted suffering. On the other hand, Jiang Ming looked somewhat serious. Remembering Su Hong's monstrous performance during the martial artist assessment, he couldn't help but quietly remind Li Yang. Be careful, this monster knows you've mastered your marksmanship. Yet he still dares to use a gun. His marksmanship must be extraordinary. Chapter 44. That night, after returning home, Su Hong announced at the dinner table that he had obtained the first place in the school's monthly exam, and would be attending a training camp the next day. As soon as he said this, his uncle and aunt were stunned. After a long moment, the two finally recovered from this shocking news. They exchanged glances and saw each other's happy smiles. But soon, his uncle frowned and began to ask if the training camp would be dangerous. Both of them were ordinary people, and had no concept of the cruelty of martial artists. Meanwhile, the two little ones, Su Xiaohai and Su Xiaoming, although still in middle school, understood how brutal the competition among martial artists could be due to their training. The two of them understood that this training camp was definitely not as easy as the older brother had said. Thinking of this, their faces showed concern. And they were just about to say something when Su Hong shot them a glare, causing them to immediately shut their mouths. Naturally, Su Hong wouldn't mention how cruel the competition in the training camp was to his uncles and aunts. Moreover, the younger siblings also looked quite worried. With that thought in mind, Su Hong deliberately acted very confident, even to the point of being arrogant. In his words, this training camp filled with geniuses was as simple as a school outing. Chapter 45. Oh right. At this moment, Lin Hong seemed to remember something. Slowly brushing her long hair. I heard from my family's Lin Nian that after breaking through to a first-tier martial artist, there will be a monthly allowance of 10,000. I told him to keep it for himself, but he insisted on saving it all for me, to support me in my old age. Seeing her go on and on, Sister Hong, Chen Lan gently interrupted her with a smile. What is the matter? Lin Hong, suddenly interrupted, looked a bit unhappy. Oh, nothing. Chen Lan smiled lightly, deliberately mimicking Lin Hong's earlier demeanor, pretending to remember something casually. Weren't you just asking me what Xiao Hong was doing today? After saying that, Chen Lan intentionally didn't wait for Lin Hong to respond and continued, actually, it's nothing much. Xiao Hong just accidentally got the first place in the monthly exam yesterday, and coincidentally, there's a training camp in Xingqing that only geniuses can attend, and Xiao Hong was selected, so he just left. Chen Lan emphasized the words only geniuses can attend heavily. Huh? Lin Hong was taken aback. Is that true? Then, she began to doubt the authenticity of this statement. Chapter 46. At the school gate, a group of people was quietly waiting. Li Qingshan stood in the middle. Chen Shan and Li Tu, two students attending the training camp, stood beside him. Further out were the homeroom teacher of the genius class and Su Hong's homeroom teacher, Li Ming. At this moment, Li Ming's expression was somewhat unnatural. He stood in a position more forward than the other leaders. This kind of treatment was something he had never experienced as a homeroom teacher of an ordinary class. At this time, a revving sound echoed. A red sports car made a stylish drift and stopped in front of everyone. Su Hong. Seeing Su Hong get out from the passenger seat, everyone was stunned. But soon, when they saw the voluptuous woman getting out from the driver's seat, shock appeared on their faces. What is going on? President Wu Linxian of the Martial Arts Association specifically drove Su Hong here. President Wu. Li Chengshan was also surprised and hurriedly went up to greet her. Wu Linxian nodded in response. After some polite exchanges, a honk sounded. The special vehicle heading to the training camp had arrived. Soon, Su Hong and the other two got in the car, which slowly drove away. After watching the three most talented students leave the school leaders quickly departed at Li Chengshan's gesture, leaving only Li Ming standing there in a daze. Chapter 47. Seeing Su Hong walking towards the camp, Chen Shan and Li Tu let out a sigh of relief and quickly followed. As the three just entered the camp, a martial artist in a black uniform approached them. Wait for everyone to gather, and then we'll begin the camp assessment. Still have to undergo an assessment for the camp. Su Hong was a bit surprised but quickly nodded. He then casually found a spot to stand with Chen Shan and Li Tu, chatting while observing the others in the camp. As he scanned each person, they all looked back at him without fear. Some showed disdain, others had a proud expression, and some even grinned at him. Without exception, they all exuded confidence. After observing for a while, Su Hong withdrew his gaze. Unless there was a significant power gap, martial artists wouldn't reveal their aura, making it hard to determine their realm. After a wait, another special vehicle arrived, drawing everyone's attention, including Su Hong's. When he saw this vehicle, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This special vehicle was large, capable of seating over 10 people. And its quality was far superior to the one they had taken before. At this moment, several young boys and girls got out of the car, chatting and laughing with each other, appearing very relaxed. Chapter 48. Outside the camp, a loud bang echoed as the lean boy Wang Dong exchanged a punch with another boy. The next moment, the boy was sent staggering back several steps. This is your strength. Wang Dong stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a cold smile. With this strength, you're useless in the training camp, you might as well go home. You? The boy facing him showed a hint of anger and charged at Wang Dong again. However, the hard power disparity could not be resolved with anger alone. In just 30 seconds, the boy was knocked back again, spitting blood. He knelt on one knee, clutching his chest, his face pale. Is this all you've got? Wang Dong slowly stepped forward, shaking his head disdainfully. Hearing this, the boy Chen Bei's face darkened, but ultimately, his strength was inferior, leaving him speechless. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and seemed to see an astonishing sight, his eyes widening. What is this? Are you trying to play this game? Seeing the person staring wide-eyed at something behind him, as if someone was about to ambush him, Wang Dong burst into laughter, mocking him. Next, do you think I'm going to turn around to check, and then you suddenly unleash your power to counterattack? Chapter 49. Roar. A fierce beast roar echoed. In the next moment, a giant black tiger appeared before Su Hong. First tier high stage. Su Hong confirmed the black tiger's strength based on its aura. At this moment, the black tiger let out a roar and charged at him. Su Hong pointed out a finger, the white energy of the void-breaking finger instantly causing the black tiger to stagger. Roar. The black tiger, in pain, let out an angry roar. However, just as the roar sounded, Su Hong's figure quickly closed the distance, and with lightning speed, his spear pierced through the black tiger's forehead. In the next moment, the black tiger fell heavily to the ground. Su Hong skillfully waved his spear, tearing open the black tiger's body in search of the token. On this journey, he advanced 10 kilometers and killed quite a few fierce beasts. But perhaps due to bad luck, he had yet to find the token. Huh? At this moment, Su Hong's eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed a token stained with tiger blood, which appeared in his hand. Finally found it, took me 2 hours. Su Hong wiped the blood clean and put away the token. The next moment, he stroked his chin and began to ponder. This time, the camp assessment lasted a total of 8 hours. He spent 2 hours looking for the token, leaving him with 6 hours remaining. Chapter 50, Wang Qiandao, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yang, these 3 little guys are quite impressive. Qin Qianlai nodded. He continued to instruct someone to switch the screen. At the same time, Bai Mu, one of the teaching assistants, held a thick stack of materials and began to introduce each genius participating in the training camp. Lin Po, a mid-stage warrior from the Lin family in Xingqing. Wang, a mid-stage warrior from the Wang family in Xingqing. After introducing more than 10 people, Bai Mu said to Qin Qianlai, Master Qin, these more than 10 are all children from the families of Xingqing. Yeah, all mid-stage warriors, their strength is decent. Qin Qianlai casually nodded, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. These children from noble families have had continuous resources since childhood. And they were carefully selected from various families to participate in the training camp. Their strength is indeed not bad, but Qin Qianlai felt a bit disappointed. Compared to Wang Qiandao and the other 3, these people were far behind. They were merely relying on abundant resources and slightly higher realms, with no other standout qualities. As the screen continued to flash, Chapter 51, in the large monitoring room, a 7th-stage master and 2 5th-stage warriors had blank expressions. As a master, Qin Qianlai showed none of the composure expected of his rank. His hand holding the materials trembled, and he gasped in shock, his eyes filled with astonishment. 7 types of attribute compatibility, all at 100. Is there really such a monster in this world? Qin Qianlai's eyelids twitched, his voice sharp. As a master, he considered himself well-read. But he had never seen anyone with all 7 types of attribute compatibility at 100. Even the top geniuses from the imperial capital and Magic City were not this exaggerated. The first time practicing the guiding technique, he entered in 34 seconds. Huh? And this combat power, was it achieved during the warrior assessment? That means he just broke through not long ago, and can deliver 3004 points of combat power with a single punch. Huh? It is also highly likely that he possesses some special physique. Huh? These lines of text seem to explode like bombs in Qin Qianlai's mind, leaving his brain blank and his whole being numb. Chapter 52, in the outer area of Qianlin mountain range. Roar. A 5-meter-tall black bear let out an angry roar and charged rapidly towards Su Hong, its massive paw swinging. Here it comes. Su Hong's eyes lit up as he raised his fist to meet it. With a loud bang, this first-stage mid-tier fierce beast, known for its strength, was instantly sent flying over 10 meters by his punch, crashing into a tree. Confusion filled the black bear's eyes. How can this human be so strong? After enhancing my body, I can contend with first-stage mid-tier fierce beasts purely with my physical strength. Su Hong clenched his fist, gaining a clearer understanding of his own strength. Roar. At this moment, the black bear stood up in fury, roaring as it charged again. But before it could take a few steps, a tsunami-like sound erupted. A metal spear shot out first, piercing through its forehead in an instant. The next moment, the black bear collapsed to the ground. A notification sound indicating he gained martial value echoed in Su Hong's mind. He casually wiped the blood off the spear and glanced at the system panel. Martial value, 254. Just over 100 points more, and I can max out the progress of my ordinary body. Su Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 53, entering the training camp, he arrived at an open area. Now, let me introduce everyone. In the training camp, there are several important facilities: the combat power ranking, gravity room, movement room, beast room, martial technique pavilion, etc. I won't elaborate on the first four, but I will focus on the martial technique pavilion. The martial technique pavilion is a general term. You can exchange martial techniques, movement techniques, pills, metal weapons, and everything you need inside. The highest grade you can exchange for is A grade. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes lit up, especially the students from various universities, their eyes shining brightly. Su Hong also licked his lips, feeling that coming to this training camp was the right choice. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lindsay smiled and continued, "Of course. None of this is free. Apart from accommodation, whether it's for meals, training, or wanting to go to the martial technique pavilion to exchange for different grades of martial techniques, you will need contribution points. The method to obtain contribution points is very simple. For each training subject, as long as you pass, you can earn a certain number of contribution points. If you perform excellently, you can earn extra contribution points. The same goes for places like the gravity room. Whenever you reach a certain standard, you can earn contribution points. Chapter 54, The Overlord Body's spirit level can still be raised. As he walked, Su Hong looked at the panel and pondered. The plus sign behind the Overlord body still exists. That means it can still be improved. The spirit level should also be a classification. With that in mind, Su Hong no longer hesitated. Being able to continue improving is naturally a good thing. First, I'll put on a weighted vest to see just how strong the Overlord body, which the system calls the strongest in power, really is. Su Hong headed towards the warehouse for the weighted vests. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, this Wang Qiandao actually chose a 3,500 kilograms weighted vest. He truly deserves to be called the barbarian divine body. Watching the monitor, Bai Mu and Lindsay both widened their eyes slightly. Qin Qianlai stood aside, nodding slightly, very satisfied with the performance of Wang Qiandao and the other three. At this moment, Bai Mu curiously asked, "Master Qin, isn't Su Hong practicing all 7 guiding techniques? Why didn't we ask him to elaborate earlier? It cannot be so direct." Qin Qianlai shook his head. Geniuses all have pride. Telling Su Hong directly might backfire. We need to use some methods to help him understand on his own. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu and Lindsay nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 55, just as Su Hong was heading to the gravity room. Meanwhile, on the other side of the training camp's open area, a group of martial artists were waiting for Master Qin's arrival. At the very front of the line stood 3 middle-aged martial artists, and a young man, with a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. At this moment, the 3 middle-aged martial artists were teasing the young man with smiles. "Wu Jingfeng, aren't you a genius? How come you were summoned here too? Yeah. Aren't you just a few years older than this group of training camp geniuses? If you weren't in the military, at your age, you should have only been in martial arts university for a year or 2, right? Haha, aren't you just like us old guys, here to serve these geniuses?" Faced with their teasing, Wu Jingfeng looked quite displeased. He never expected to be summoned to be a sparring partner for these so-called geniuses from the training camp. Although it sounded nice, being a night attack martial artist, in reality, it was just being a sparring partner for these people. If I were still in high school, it would be more appropriate for these geniuses to be my sparring partners, Wu Jingfeng said unhappily. Hearing this, the 3 middle-aged martial artists laughed heartily. At this moment, Qin Qianlai approached with Bai Mu and the others. Chapter 56, Gravity Room. When Su Hong arrived, he found a group of students standing outside several gravity rooms, excitedly discussing. "Wow, Wang Qiantuo is really something. He went in wearing a 3-ton weighted vest. He even set it to double gravity, which means he's carrying 6 tons. That's impressive, although it looks quite strenuous, but 6 tons. Compared to him, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yang's performance in the gravity room was quite lacking. Of course, One is wind attribute, and the other is a mentalist. How can they compare to Wang Qiantuo, who has the barbarian god body? Listening to these words, Su Hong was somewhat surprised. Wang Qiantuo's weighted vest was only 3 tons. So light. It seemed I had a bit of a misunderstanding about the overlord body. Su Hong thought to himself. At this moment, he noticed that the other gravity rooms were empty, with no one using them. Su Hong was puzzled. Su Hong. The voices of Chen Shan and Li Tu came from behind. Su Hong greeted the two and expressed his doubts. Isn't there free time? Why are they just watching? Sigh. It's because others are too strong. Chapter 57. When the group of students saw Su Hong also wearing a weighted vest, their eyes widened in surprise. Oh wow. He's wearing a weighted vest, that means he has some strength. How much weight is that vest? I can't tell, this specially made weighted vest is designed for flexibility. So it doesn't look heavy from the outside, only the internal material is different. No matter how heavy it is, even if it's just 100 kilograms. Being able to wear it in the gravity room for 15 hours is impressive since he arrived last. True, but anyway, he can't compare to Wang Qiantuo and the others. Laughable, don't mention him, which of us can compare to those 3? The group of students murmured to each other. At this moment, Lin Xinghe's lazy voice rang out. Old Wang, I can't compare to your barbarian bull in the gravity room, how about we compete in the body technique room? Lin Xinghe smiled, waving a pink fan at Wang Qiantuo. No comparison. Wang Qiantuo flatly refused. Afraid? Lin Xinghe provoked him. Wang Qiantuo looked at him as if he were a fool. The body techniques you practice are all A rank and wind attribute. Do you think I'm free to compete with you in body techniques? Chapter 58. This guy. He dodged again. Looking at Su Hong, who had already sat down and started cultivating in the gravity room, Wang Dong and Chen Bei showed a hint of regret. It's fine, after he finishes cultivating, he'll definitely go to the beast room. Chen Bei thought of something and smiled. Then we'll find trouble with him. Good? Wang Dong nodded, seemingly picturing a delightful scene, a smile appearing on his face. Watching Su Hong cultivate, Chen Bei sneered. I must make this guy realize that attacking others without strength comes with a price. Wang Dong also laughed, when Su Hong is about to finish cultivating. Let us find a stick and give him a few good hits. After saying this, the two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. Soon, Wang Dong and Chen Bei also entered the gravity room to begin their cultivation. They deliberately chose to be next to Su Hong. One on the left and one on the right, so they could observe whenever Su Hong would finish cultivating. Half an hour later, in the body technique room, Lin Xinghe and the others finished their training and came out. That was refreshing. Lin Xinghe, looking relaxed, picked up a fan to cool himself. He noticed that only a few students were watching outside. Chapter 59, Beast Room. When Su Hong arrived here, he found a large number of students gathered around 3 beast rooms, watching. Occasionally, a gasp would be heard. Su Hong glanced over and walked towards a nearby board that introduced the rules. Killing a first-stage low-level beast earns 1 contribution point. Killing a first-stage mid-level beast earns 3 contribution points. Killing a first-stage high-level beast earns 5 contribution points. The rules were simple and clear. Su Hong scanned it and then looked away. He had previously looked at the rules for the gravity and body technique rooms. Every 10 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 hour of cultivation time. However, in the beast room, there were no requirements. One could challenge at any time. Compared to the gravity room and other training areas, the beast room was just a channel for gaining contribution points. Contribution points were important. But martial arts value was even more important. Su Hong looked at the small print at the bottom of the board and his eyes suddenly lit up. It mentioned that the beasts were captured by martial artists from the training camp and would be replenished whenever their numbers were insufficient. Doesn't this mean I can farm infinitely? Su Hong licked his lips and prepared to enter one of the beast rooms. Just then. Chapter 60, Chen Bei looked incredulous, thinking Su Hong was crazy and completely seeking death. This was a full 10 first-stage high-level beasts. Wang Dong looked dumbfounded, staring at Su Hong as if he were looking at a dead person. I remember he's only at the first-stage low level, right? He's directly challenging beasts 2 small realms above him, and he's going for 10 at once. At this moment, Chen Bei frowned deeply. Should we find the teaching assistant or master Qin? Otherwise, this kid is definitely going to die. Wang Dong shook his head. It's too late. This is a first-stage high-tier fierce beast. It can tear him to shreds in just a few seconds. Just as the two were talking, in the fierce beast room. Come on. Su Hong looked at the 10 first-stage high-tier fierce beasts, his face filled with excitement as he beckoned with his finger. This provocative action instantly enraged the 10 fierce beasts. Roar! A huge black scorpion was the first to charge forward, its scorpion tail shooting towards Su Hong at an incredible speed. Void break finger. Su Hong jabbed his finger, and a white energy shot out, instantly piercing through the scorpion tail. The black scorpion beast let out a roar of pain. At the same time, the remaining 9 fierce beasts also rushed forward, surrounding Su Hong like a wall. Chapter 61, the door to the 3 fierce beast rooms was opened. The onlooking students stepped back in awe, clearing space. In the next moment, Wang Qiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yang emerged, all sweating profusely. How many contribution points did you earn by killing so many fierce beasts? A family member, who knew the 3, asked curiously. Wang Qiantuo replied expressionlessly, 280 points. 265 points, Lin Xinghe pouted. 270 points, Xiao Yang glanced at her smart wristband. Before the 3 finished speaking, a group of students was instantly shocked. Wow, that many. That's outrageous. A first-stage high-tier fierce beast only gives 5 contribution points. These 3 monsters must have killed at least 53 of them. The expressions of the students gradually became complex. The gap was too large. They couldn't see any hope at all. Forget surpassing the 3, they couldn't even see a chance to match them. Let's go. I'm going to spend some points at the martial arts pavilion, Lin Xinghe said, sounding somewhat displeased. He didn't expect that he would have the least contribution points among the 3, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Chapter 62, Since you understand. You should go to bed early. Tomorrow is your first day of training, you need to adjust your state. The martial artist yawned and prepared to turn back to his room. Wait, I haven't exchanged my contribution points yet. A hint of surprise flashed in the martial artist's eyes, and he turned around as if suddenly realizing something. While walking towards the nearby shelf, he lazily said, I see, you want to exchange for a first-stage blood recovery pill. Right? Today, he had served several first-stage initial martial artists, most of whom exchanged for a few blood recovery pills since they didn't have many contribution points, and could only redeem one for 10 points. In his view, Su Hong was no different from those students. What does this spirit-gathering pill mean? At this moment, Su Hong glanced at the list and asked. The spirit-gathering pill is used by mental energy masters to restore their mental strength. Besides that, it has a slight effect on enhancing mental strength. But the effect is very minimal and only works the first time you take it, the martial artist explained thoroughly. Somewhat surprised that Su Hong asked about the spirit-gathering pill. It has an effect on enhancing mental strength. Su Hong's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately followed up with a question. I see that the spirit-gathering pill has different grades. Chapter 63, the moment he swallowed the 4th grade spirit-gathering pill, the rich medicinal power flowed down his throat. Su Hong's exhausted nerves were instantly relieved, and his brain became incredibly clear. This state lasted for a long time until a certain moment when the last trace of medicinal power was consumed. Su Hong eagerly opened his attribute panel and looked at the mental strength section. Mental strength, 495, an increase of 23 points from the previous 265. Is this the effect of a 4th grade pill? Su Hong was somewhat shocked. It should be noted that the spirit gathering pill primarily restores mental strength. According to the martial artist, the enhancement effect on mental strength is extremely weak. Therefore, Su Hong didn't have high expectations. But unexpectedly, the effect was this good. I underestimated the power of 4th grade pills. Su Hong felt a bit regretful that the spirit gathering pill could only be taken once. With a mental strength of 495. And his martial arts value also being 490 points, he was just 15 points away from reaching 100, meaning he needed 15 more martial arts points. Damn, if I'd known. I would have killed a few more fierce beasts. Su Hong looked towards the door, feeling an urge. He wanted to rush back to the fierce beast room to grind for those 15 martial arts points. But then he thought about the training session early tomorrow morning. Chapter 64, Just What You Were Missing. Hearing this, Bu Jingfeng was taken aback. What do you mean? But he quickly lost interest in dwelling on it. A cold smile appeared on his face. Kid, being so arrogant will cost you. Today, I'll teach you this lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, Bu Jingfeng's blood surged. And he charged towards Su Hong, raising his alloy long knife above his head and slashing down. Su Hong narrowed his eyes and raised his gun to block. Is this battle awareness this poor? Bu Jingfeng was surprised to see this. He had put all his strength into this slash, and it was incredibly powerful. How could a mere first stage initial martial artist like Su Hong not dodge, and instead choose to take it head on? Was he looking for trouble? In the next moment, Bu Jingfeng's knife struck fiercely against the incoming spear. Boom! A sharp metallic clash echoed. Hem! Feeling a terrifying force coming from the spear, Bu Jingfeng's expression changed dramatically. Is this the power a first-stage initial martial artist should have? At that moment, an even more powerful force erupted from the spear, gradually pressing down on the long knife. Bu Jingfeng's face turned red, and he exerted all his strength. But he was horrified to find that he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He couldn't prevent the long knife from being pushed down. Chapter 65, Outside the dormitory building, looking at the chaotic scene inside, Qin Qianlai checked the time. It's about time. Su Hong should have been defeated by Bu Jingfeng. The corners of Qin Qianlai's mouth lifted slightly. He had prepared several sets of arguments on how to persuade Su Hong to give up on practicing multiple guiding techniques. Tonight, he would definitely correct Su Hong and set him on the right path. Bai Mu, let's go. Qin Qianlai called to Bai Mu. And the two prepared to enter the dormitory building. At that moment, there was a loud crash. The glass of the corridor on the 3rd floor of the dormitory shattered. A martial artist dressed in black flew out, landing flat on the ground. He was killed so quickly in retaliation. Qin Qianlai's eyes flashed with surprise. The first warrior to fail the night raid tonight had appeared. It seemed this group of students had decent strength. Qin Qianlai and Bai Mu approached with curiosity. The next moment, when they clearly saw the face of the black-clad warrior, both of them froze. Bu Jingfeng. Bai Mu exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open. Qin Qianlai was also stunned, his expression turning extraordinarily vivid. Bu Jingfeng was actually defeated. This kid was arrogant, but his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Chapter 66, This monster's talent after the shock. A hesitant expression suddenly appeared on Qin Qianlai's face. He felt very conflicted. If it was someone else practicing multiple guiding techniques, he would definitely correct them. But now, Su Hong had mastered dual attribute fusion in just a month, displaying astonishing talent. Alas, he couldn't help but wonder if this would affect Su Hong's future growth. Qin Qianlai furrowed his brows deeply, letting out a heavy sigh. He considered the long term. Currently, Su Hong had mastered dual attribute fusion in less than a month, which was indeed incredibly monstrous. But what about the future, with 3 or 4 attributes? It should be noted that with each additional attribute fusion, the difficulty would increase exponentially. This was a conclusion drawn from experiments by the higher-ups of the human race. If he allowed Su Hong to continue practicing multiple paths, and he got stuck at a certain stage in the future, unable to progress, then Qin Qianlai would become a sinner of the human race. Bai Mu, Lin Ziyi, what do you think? Should Su Hong continue to practice multiple paths? Qin Qianlai thought for a moment before finally asking. The two were taken aback, not expecting the master to seek their opinions. It seemed he was indeed troubled. Bai Mu pondered for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Chapter 67. A loud shout woke all the students from their dreams. In that moment of confusion, they quickly came to their senses and started getting dressed. On the other side, Su Hong, who was sitting cross-legged practicing the guiding technique, opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his vitality had risen from 135 points to 137 points. With the increase in his guiding technique level, his training efficiency had significantly improved. By the time the warriors were conducting their night raid, it was already 3 a.m. After adding points and tidying up his room, the total training time would not exceed 2 hours, equivalent to an increase of 1 point in vitality per hour. This rate of increase in vitality could only be described as terrifying. Gathered together, Su Hong stood up, pushed open the door, and walked downstairs. He appeared very calm, while the students in the dormitory were noisy and chaotic. Soon, outside the dormitory building, a group of students had gathered. As warriors, although they only had a minute, it was enough time for them to clean up. Great, no one was late. Lin Ziyi glanced at everyone and smiled lightly. Now, let me tell you about the training program for this morning. Hearing this, all the students perked up, and Wang Qiandao and the others were no exception. Chapter 68. All right. Qin Qianlai retracted his gaze, scanned the crowd, and said in a deep voice. Everyone fell silent. Without further ado, the test begins now. First, there will be a combat power test. The testing rules state that no martial skills can be used first. You will use all your strength in a punch to test your physical strength. Then, you will demonstrate your martial skills to see the strongest combat power you can unleash. Hearing this, the students were excited and nodded in agreement. Wang Qiandao and the others exchanged glances, a sense of competition filling the air. Oh, by the way. At this moment, Qin Qianlai grinned. I almost forgot to mention, when it comes to combat power, vitality, speed, and other aspects combined, the one who ranks first will be rewarded with an A-grade martial skill or movement technique, whichever you choose. This was a rule he added on the spot, aimed at ensuring Su Hong would not hold back, and would give it his all. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students widened their eyes. Wow! That's an A-grade martial skill. What a big deal. Wang Qiandao and the others will probably go all out now, right? Sure enough, upon hearing Qin Qianlia's words, excitement erupted in Wang Qiandao and the others' eyes, their gazes becoming incredibly fervent. Chapter 69. Combat Power, 5642. Upon seeing this combat power, the students were so shocked that their mouths could fit a duck egg. Wow, this is already the standard for a second-tier warrior, right? 500 vitality means a second-tier warrior. Has Lin Xinghe broken through? Break through my foot. Lin Xinghe's vitality is only about 350 points. My goodness, this combat power is insane. The most terrifying thing is, he still thinks this isn't his strong suit, it's his weakness. B-grade wind attribute martial skills, terrifying indeed. The students couldn't help but twitch their mouths at Lin Xinghe's earlier comments. Only Su Hong's eyes flashed with contemplation. Not bad. Master Qin praised him. He. Lin Xinghe chuckled. Seeing the stunned expressions of the students, A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he fanned himself and elegantly returned to the line. That's how it is. Look at how proud you are. Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. Wang Qiandao also made a nonchalant sound of acknowledgement. TCH, Lin Xinghe sneered. Combat power is just the explosive attack power, it's inherently my weak point. Can you compete with me in speed? Hearing this, Wang Qiandao and Xiaoyang fell silent. Chapter 70. Combat Power. 6551. Looking at the combat power he had personally achieved, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Hong's eyes. This combat power was even surprising to him. Is this the most powerful of the special physiques, the overlord body? Su Hong sighed inwardly, so fierce. At the same time, the students behind him, who had been joking around, now wore expressions of shock. Their gazes constantly flickered between the combat power reading and Su Hong's back, filled with disbelief. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What is going on? How is it possible to exceed 6,000? And he hasn't even used martial skills. Is the combat power detector broken? Don't joke, the master is here, how could they not know if the detector is broken? Damn, wasn't this person unable to withstand the 15 times gravity yesterday? How did he become a monster today? I thought Wang Qiandao was already invincible in the training camp, but it turns out there are still experts. Looking at Su Hong's back, a group of students was stunned, gradually showing a look of awe in their eyes. Many of those who mocked Su Hong yesterday felt embarrassed and ashamed. Chapter 71. At this moment, Su Hong stood in front of the combat power testing device, truly the center of attention. Everyone's gaze was firmly locked on him. The students didn't even dare to blink, fearing they would miss something. Su Hong slowly exhaled, and his eyes suddenly focused on the punching target. In the next moment, he raised his fist, and strands of pure white flames, exuding a cold aura, appeared on the surface of his fist. The moment everyone saw this, they were instantly shocked. Wait, isn't this Wang Qiantuo's bone ghost inferno fist? How could Su Hong also do it? Hiss. I remember that this martial skill is only available in the martial arts pavilion. Su Hong can't have exchanged for it, right? Wow, that requires 2,800 contribution points. We just arrived yesterday. How could he possibly have so many contribution points? A group of students discussed among themselves, their faces filled with shock. Wow. He exchanged for an A-grade martial skill just like that. Lin Xinghe looked incredulous. He had only earned less than 1,000 contribution points in one day yesterday. But Su Hong, on the other hand, directly multiplied it by 2 or 3 times. Xiaoyang's face was filled with astonishment. But in the next moment, the two exchanged a glance, and their expressions turned strange. Chapter 72. Seeing Wang Qingshan show off like this, Qin Qianlai chuckled mockingly. Previously, he had made a bet with all the masters, and among them, Wang Qingshan was the most enthusiastic. Moreover, this guy was the head of the training camp in Hangcheng, Jiangnan province. Hangcheng has a wealth of talents. Just among those Qin Qianlai knew, there were more than 10 genius martial artists who had already reached the second stage. This was also the reason he hadn't dared to speak in the master group before. There was no way. The power gap between the students from Xinjiang and Hangcheng's training camps was simply too vast. There was no possibility of winning at all. But now, Qin Qianlai glanced at Su Hong and grinned. He quickly replied in the chat group. Qin Qianlai, Wang Qingshan, stop relying on your seniority and using such provocations, just wait. I'll be knocking on your door soon. After sending that, Qin Qianlai thought for a moment and added. Qin Qianlai, however, Hangcheng is too far from Xinjiang. So I will take my students to the nearest training camp first, then push through all the way to challenge the geniuses in your Hangcheng training camp. Wang Qingshan replied instantly, ha ha ha. If you're afraid to fight, just say so. Why come up with such a clumsy excuse about coming to my Hangcheng last? Qin Qianlai scoffed. Chapter 73. Wait a minute, what am I doing here? Qin Qianlai slapped his thigh. You should know that Su Hong, who just displayed a combat power of 9,000, hadn't even used the power of attribute fusion with thunder and fire yet. If he unleashed that, his combat power would definitely be even higher. Ordinary high-level second-stage martial artists would probably be stunned by just one blow. But here he was, still worrying that Su Hong might lose. If he were to lose, it would only be to genius martial artists whose realm was far higher than Su Hong's. At least third stage. A relieved smile appeared on Qin Qianlia's face. As far as he knew, there seemed to be no genius martial artists who had reached the third stage in all the cities of Jiangnan province. Even in Hangcheng, the strongest one seemed to be only high-level second stage. With this power, once Su Hong unleashes the thunder and fire, it should be an easy win. Qin Qianlia's anxious heart finally settled down. At this moment, the last student's combat power test concluded. Master Qin had recorded everything. Bai Mu and Lin Zi walked over. Lin Zi whispered, aside from Su Hong and Wang Qiantuo, the combat powers of the other students are quite normal, they are just slightly above the standard, with the highest not exceeding double. That's more like it. Where in the world are there so many monsters? Chapter 74. After a while, Qin Qianlai picked up his phone. In the Jiangnan Province Masters Group, he sent a message. Qin Qianlai, starting tomorrow, I will be bringing my students to push through your training camps, starting from Yangcheng. The moment this message was sent, within just a few seconds, countless messages began to flood the screen. A group of masters could tell from the text that they seemed to be wailing. Why not choose our city? Why choose that broken Yangcheng? The cheapness of this A-grade attribute martial skill will now be picked up by Jiang Lin. Wang Qingshan, TSK, little Qin. Still talking about pushing through, ha ha. Qin Qianlai, old man, stop bragging, before I bring my students to push through to your Hangcheng. Hurry and let your training camp students practice harder. Wang Qingshan, ha ha ha, your mouth is the hardest I've seen, like SSS grade alloy. All right. I'll be waiting for you to deliver to my door in Hangcheng. Just make sure you don't get discouraged in Yangcheng, and dare not come to my Hangcheng. Qin Qianlai, HMPH, stop talking nonsense, just wait for me to teach martial skills. Jiang Lin, brother Qin. I knew you still care about your little brother. I'm going to notify the training camp students of this good news right now. If anyone dares to harm your students, I guarantee I'll knock their teeth out. Chapter 75. On the way to the testing site, after the morning's combat power test, Su Hong, who had originally been at the back of the line, had now moved to the front, walking alongside Wang Qiantuo and the others. The students kept sizing up Su Hong's back. I pondered for an hour at noon, and I think Su Hong's vitality must have already reached the second stage. Otherwise, how could he possibly produce 9,000 combat power? Isn't that obvious? It's like stating the obvious. I've said long ago that even if he isn't a second-stage martial artist, his vitality must be close to it. A group of students whispered to each other. The next test was for vitality. They were very curious about what level of vitality Su Hong had to achieve 9,000 combat power. During lunch in the dormitory, many even started debating about it. In the end, they placed bets with contribution points. Nearly half of the students bet that Su Hong was a second-stage martial artist, while the other half bet that he was a high-level first-stage martial artist, with vitality at least 450 or higher. Speaking of this bet, the students couldn't help but glance at Chen Shan and Li Tu. Someone chuckled, Chen Shan, Li Tu, you two are definitely going to lose. Chapter 76. As everyone knows, the standard combat power for normal martial artists is vitality multiplied by 10. Genius martial artists, due to talent or physique, or other factors, often exceed this standard. The more of a genius they are, the higher their combat power exceeds the standard. As a master, Qin Qianlai naturally understood this. Therefore, he felt that Su Hong Who could unleash a battle power of 9,000, likely had his vitality at the mid-stage of the first rank. This was already an extremely exaggerated estimate. Even the top geniuses from the magic capital Imperial Capital were somewhat inferior to this. However, Qin Qianlai did not expect that he had still underestimated Su Hong's monstrous level. With a vitality of 137 points, what difference was there from just breaking through to the early stage of the first rank? As a result, with such a little vitality, he produced a battle power of a full 9,000. Damn it! Qin Qianlai stared blankly at the screen, murmuring and repeatedly saying 3 words. His head was almost pressed against the screen, causing by Mullins and Wang Qiantuo, along with other students beside him, to only stare in shock. What's going on? Damn! Master Qin, don't hold back. Wait, why is Master Qin's shoulder shaking? Damn, is it that Su Hong's vitality is too high, even higher than Master Qin estimated? Chapter 77 Sai, suddenly earning so many contribution points. How to spend them is really a headache. This statement instantly broke the defenses of the betting students. One by one, the students turned pale, their faces full of pain. After seeing Su Hong's battle power in the morning, they believed Su Hong was either at the high stage of the first rank, or a second-rank warrior. The probability of winning the bet was very high. Therefore, they had previously bet most of their contribution points. As a result, good heavens, Su Hong's vitality turned out to be only 137 points. They returned to square one overnight. Their contribution points in their pockets were completely emptied. All right, the next students, hurry over to test vitality. At this time, Qin Qianlai spoke up. After testing, they would begin practical combat to determine the top 10 warriors. Don't forget, the first place can obtain an A-level attribute martial skill. Hearing this, a group of students looked at each other with strange expressions. Is there still a need to choose for first place? The A-level attribute martial skill. Isn't it already surnamed Su? Who can beat Su Hong in a one-on-one? A full 9,000 battle power. Even Wang Qiantuo, with the barbarian god body, only had over 7,000. However, unlike the thoughts of the other students, after being shocked that Su Hong only had 137 points of vitality, Wang Qiantuo and the other two calmed down and began to see things differently. Chapter 78 He, Wang Qiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiaoyang reacted and were so angry they started to laugh. Their gazes toward Su Hong gradually became unfriendly. Did he really think he had it in the bag? Wang Qiantuo crossed his arms and a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was too arrogant, thinking he could take us all on. I alone could outmaneuver him. Looking at Su Hong, Lin Xinghe felt displeased, his heart filled with jealousy. Such pretentious words should be his to say. Xiaoyang sneered, but didn't he speak? All right, you can all go together now, Qin Qianlai announced. A group of students exchanged glances, and no one moved. The faces of Wang Qiantuo and the other two looked slightly grim. It was one thing for Su Hong to propose such ridiculous rules, but Master Qin didn't stop him, instead directly allowing them to start. This clearly suggested that he thought Su Hong could take on all of them. This was too dismissive of them. Moreover, they were confident that even in a one-on-one, they could wear Su Hong down, and wouldn't a joint attack be a joke? At this moment, Qin Qianlai smiled and added, as long as you participate in the joint attack against Su Hong and defeat him, each person will be rewarded with 100 contribution points. Chapter 79 No wonder he could unleash a battle power of 9,000. Damn, is this mastery or perfection? Looking at the incoming fist, Wang Qiantuo's face turned green. He was over 1,000 points weaker than Su Hong in battle power. If Xiaoyang didn't assist, he definitely wouldn't be able to face Su Hong head-on. He hurriedly shouted, Xiaoyang. Coming, hold him down for me. Xiaoyang's gaze sharpened, controlling her mental power, instantly immobilizing Su Hong. Su Hong's punching motion froze, as if the pause button had been pressed on him. Seeing this, Xiaoyang felt certain. Having Su Hong under her mental control, he was now at their mercy. If she didn't actively release her mental power, she was confident she could at least control Su Hong for 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough to tip the scales of victory in a battle that could be decided in mere moments. Phew, this monster. Wang Qiantuo sighed in relief, while his fiery fist struck towards the immobile Su Hong. Although you are strong, thinking you can take on all of us at once is wishful thinking. Demonic monster Su, take my punch. At this moment, Lin Xinghe appeared behind Su Hong. The cloud-hidden swift wind fist smashing towards Su Hong's back. Chapter 80. What the hell, what to do, what to do. I'm just a small body. How can I withstand his punch? I don't want to look as calm as Wang Qiantuo and Lin Xinghe, don't come at me, bro. A group of students instantly panicked, flustered. But at this time, a tough guy gritted his teeth and said, we have at least 60 or 70 people. No matter how strong Su Hong is, he can't defeat all of us. Once this was said, the students were momentarily stunned. And then a few started to get fired up. Damn it, does he really think we are soft persimmons? Wang Qiantuo and the others may be strong. But can they really take on 60 or 70 of us at once? We can definitely beat him up. Exactly. Besides, Su Hong is just one person. Brothers, let us go for it. Don't let him run. If 60 or 70 of us are chased around the training camp by Su Hong, we'll lose all our face. Give him a counterattack. Several leading students shouted, and a group of students who had already taken a few steps back immediately stopped. Thinking about it, it seemed too embarrassing. If others don't run and they do, how will they continue to mingle in this training camp afterward? Chapter 81. Flame Prison Grade. A-level attribute. Fire type. Controlled effect. Condenses fire spiritual energy into a flame prison, trapping the enemy inside. Su Hong had just finished reading. He then heard Qin Qianlai seriously say, control-type martial skills have the highest difficulty, and require a very high level of control over spiritual energy. You are currently only at the early stage of the first rank. Logically speaking, I shouldn't recommend this martial skill to you. As he reached the end, Qin Qianlai hesitated and added, however, with your talent, you should be able to learn it. At the very least, entry shouldn't be a problem. Unlike attack-type martial skills, which only require attaching spiritual energy to weapons or body parts, control-type martial skills must achieve separation of spiritual energy from the body. The vast majority of second-rank warriors cannot accomplish this step. If it weren't for being truly shocked by Su Hong's talent, Qin Qianlai would never have recommended control-type martial arts to Su Hong at this moment. Just right, my spiritual energy is of the fire attribute. And I also know this martial skill. Let me demonstrate it for you first, and then you can decide whether to choose it. Upon hearing this, Su Hong immediately focused all his attention, staring at Qin Qianlai and missing no details. Chapter 82. Inside the martial arts pavilion, the atmosphere was tense, and the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Qianlai's gaze was dazed as he stared blankly at the thick earth battle armor on Su Hong. He was stunned for a full 10 seconds before coming back to his senses. You learned it just like that? Qin Qianlai couldn't believe it, as a master. His voice trembled slightly at this moment. I just got started, Su Hong humbly replied. Just got started. Hearing this, Qin Qianlai's eyelids twitched, and his mouth kept closing and opening, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the martial artist Xiao Li beside them was completely bewildered. He couldn't help but roar inside. This is an A-grade martial skill. You just glanced at it for a few seconds, and you learned it. Remembering the overwhelming joy he felt when he finally made it to the entry level of a B-grade martial skill after a month of hard work, Xiao Li was truly disheartened, feeling very low. Is this what genius looks like? Why is there such a huge gap between people? Ding! Qin Qianlai's phone received a message notification. He glanced at Su Hong with a complex expression before picking up his phone. It was a video sent by Mu. After opening the video and watching it, he fell silent. Chapter 83 Name, Suhong Talent, Unparalleled Vitality, 137 Mental Master, 1002 Physique, Overlord Body Spirit Rank 1, Guiding Technique, 7 Attribute Guiding Technique LV5 A Martial Skills, Spiritual Condensation Technique Entry, Wind and Cloud Hidden Gale Fist Entry, Firebone Cold Phantom Fist Perfect, Wind Flying Swan Surprising Cloud Step Perfect, Thick Earth Battle Armor Entry, Fire Flame Prison Proficient, Breaking Void Finger Perfect Martial Value, 860 points of martial value. Seeing this number, Suhong was excited. This was the first time he had obtained so much martial value. And this martial skills section. Suhong glanced at it and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Since coming to the training camp, his martial skills could be described as going from a bird gun to a cannon. The C-grade Thunder Fist and Angry Sea Spear techniques were already outdated. The next ones were all B-grade Breaking Void Finger. In battle, using Breaking Void Finger unexpectedly had a good effect. He planned to allocate points to enhance his strength and quickly practice the condensation technique and the 2 newly learned martial skills to perfection. Chapter 84 The next day. 7 a.m. In the dormitory. After a night of training, Suhong slowly opened his eyes. No wonder it's an A-grade martial skill, especially that flame prison. The difficulty is no small matter. It actually took me the whole night to reach perfection. Suhong sighed. This was the longest he had trained since gaining the unparalleled talent. It took him almost an hour to elevate the flame prison from entry to perfection. No wonder Master Qin kept saying that he was too early to contact control-type martial skills. But at least he had finished his training, Suhong thought to himself. With A-grade martial skills in attack, control, defense, and body techniques all reaching perfection, he should be absolutely confident in challenging the training camp. Gather. At that moment, Lin Zedi's loud voice rang out from downstairs. The next moment, Suhong heard a commotion from other dormitories, followed by hurried footsteps in the corridor. Time to gather. Suhong also got up and headed to the corridor. Just as he stepped into the corridor, a group of students who were about to gather stopped in their tracks. Their eyes filled with complexity and awe. This monster actually defeated everyone by himself yesterday. Chapter 85 Young City Training Camp. Under the blazing sun. Students were sweating on the playground. Recently arrived Li Ming and Li Yang stood at the back of the line, already drenched in sweat. Senior brother. This training camp is no joke. Yeah, Li Yang nodded. He exchanged a glance with Li Ming, both feeling complicated. After just a day here, they realized they had been like frogs in a well all along. They had thought that Suhong was an exceptionally talented genius. Now, they felt that their previous thoughts were utterly ridiculous. In this training camp, the weakest students had reached the initial stage of the first rank by 18. Not far from Suhong. And this was just the weakest. There were plenty at the middle stage of the first rank. And even one at the high stage of the first rank, and a second-rank martial artist. Compared to these prodigies, Suhong was practically no different from them. They truly had been sitting in a well and looking at the sky. They shouldn't have taken Suhong as their target. These geniuses were the ones they should be chasing. While training, Li Ming excitedly said, "Yeah." By the way, Li Ming suddenly remembered something and whispered, "I wonder what kind of genius Star City will send to challenge this time." Chapter 86 This is tough. I can only see if Lin Chuanfeng's acting is good enough. Jiang Lin thought to himself. At this moment, he looked up and saw Qin Qianlai still praising Suhong, feeling speechless. "All right, stop standing at the door. My students are still waiting for me to gather." Jiang Lin said impatiently. "What are you rushing for? Is the psychologist ready?" Seeing Qin Qianlai's cheerful demeanor, Jiang Lin couldn't be bothered to respond to him. He turned around and left, leaving behind one sentence. "Keep up. This guy, Suhong, keep up." Qin Qianlai patted Suhong's shoulder and followed him. Seeing this, Su Hong also stepped into the training camp entrance. Jiang Lin, walking ahead, looked at Qin Qianlai with a face full of sympathy. Are you sick? Qin Qianlai felt a bit confused by the look Jiang Lin gave him. Jiang Lin sighed and patted his shoulder. Old Qin, your luck really is bad. When did you start treating a middle-stage first-rank martial artist as a treasure? Jiang Lin said with a sympathetic expression. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianlia's mouth twitched, and his expression became extremely strange. My luck is bad. The best luck in my life. Apart from that time I broke through to master, is this time being assigned to the Star City training camp. Chapter 87 agreed so readily. This time it was Qin Qianlia's turn to be surprised. Jiang Lin smiled and said nothing. If he hesitates any longer, then he would be a fool. Although it sounds like he would be the one at a disadvantage, and he would still have to be assigned a martial skill by Qin Qianlai. But the key point is that Su Hong must win. Even if Su Hong is really strong, far exceeding the mid-stage of the first rank, he could at most defeat a high-stage barbarian bone. There's no way he could win against Lin Chunfeng of the second rank. If that happens, he would just teach a martial skill he had promised, the Thundergun technique. Both would teach each other, and neither would suffer losses. But can Su Hong, who is only at the mid-stage of the first rank, really defeat Barbarian Bone? If Su Hong loses 2 consecutive matches, he won't have to teach any martial skills. But instead, Qin Qianlai would need to teach 2 types of A-grade martial skills. This is simply taking advantage. It seems you are quite confident. Seeing Jiang Lin's expression, Qin Qianlai smiled. Jiang Lin shrugged. Just looking at the data, it's hard not to be confident. Haha, then I'll pick another A-grade martial skill first. Choose whatever you like. Jiang Lin chuckled lightly. Anyway, with Lin Chunfeng around, he wouldn't be able to get it. The bait has been taken. And the corners of Qin Qianlia's mouth curled slightly. In that case, I want you to teach Su Hong the Heart Lightning. Chapter 88, What the Heck? A controllable martial skill. A group of students widened their eyes, showing shock. This is the wooden prison. Seeing the thick vines, Qin Qianlai looked surprised. Ha ha ha. Didn't he expect this? Jiang Lin smiled proudly. His tone carried a hint of admiration. Lin Chunfeng's talent is simply absurd. He has only been learning this wooden prison for a few days, and he can already maintain it for 1 second. After a pause, Jiang Lin teased with a smile. Old Qin, do you need me to help your student call a psychologist? It's the first time I've seen such a genius. I'm afraid he might get a shock. You should call your student instead. Qin Qianlai replied a bit irritably. He was just a bit surprised by Lin Chunfeng's talent. He had no doubts that Su Hong would lose. Meanwhile, in the arena, after being restrained by the wooden prison for a second, Lin Chunfeng had already rushed to Su Hong's side again. The metallic long knife in his hand emitted a cold gleam, as he suddenly slashed down. This time, Su Hong was not prepared to dodge. After some probing, he had already understood Lin Chunfeng's approximate strength. Facing the incoming slash, Su Hong's eyes narrowed, and he raised his fist to strike back fiercely. With terrifying power, his punch produced a thunderous sound in the air. Chapter 89, Jiang Lin only just realized what was happening. Qin Qianlai was about to say something when a roar rang out in the arena. Why hasn't this fire prison collapsed yet? Lin Chunfeng was about to go crazy. Isn't Su Hong only at the mid-stage of the first rank? Why is the fire prison maintaining for so long? It's been almost 15 seconds, and it still hasn't collapsed. He only maintained it for 1 second. At this moment, Su Hong approached the fire prison and slowly raised his fist, a cold white flame spreading across his fist. Huh? Seeing this scene, Lin Chunfeng was momentarily stunned. Then, his shoulder trembled. Don't tell me you can still attack me while maintaining the fire prison. Su Hong's response was very simple. He struck out with a powerful punch. Bone Ming's cold ghost fist. Damn. You can actually attack. Lin Chuanfeng's scalp went numb. And he began to curse. Being trapped in the fire prison, he had no way to dodge. Faced with this terrifying punch, Lin Chunfeng could only brace himself and take it head-on. I don't believe it. Let's see if you can maintain it longer, or if my wood spirit body's recovery ability is stronger. A hint of madness appeared on Lin Chuanfeng's face. Would escape. Chapter 90, Inside the Training Room. Looking at Su Hong in front of him, Jiang Lin still appeared somewhat dazed. Qin Qianlie's words from earlier seemed to still echo in his ears. What a monster! I've lived more than 60 years and have never seen someone like this. Jiang Lin secretly muttered. 7 attributes with 100 compatibility is one thing. What's more, he actually managed to cultivate them. The most outrageous part is that he actually succeeded. Old Jiang, stop zoning out and teach. At this moment, Qin Qianlai urged, bringing Jiang Lin back to reality. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Jiang Lin replied irritably. However, after Qin Qianlie's interruption, he also suppressed his thoughts. Jiang Lin picked up a metallic long spear from a nearby weapon rack. Holding the spear, his entire demeanor instantly changed. The A-grade thunder gun technique I'm going to teach you now is called the 9-spear breakthrough. After saying that, a domineering and powerful thunder completely enveloped the metallic long spear in his hand. The thunder was extremely dense, and as it flickered, it almost turned the metallic long spear into a spear of thunder. The 9-spear breakthrough consists of 3 moves, with every 3 moves forming a style. And the power of each style is stronger than the last. Of course, the difficulty of learning will also increase. Chapter 91, Su Hong entered a state of oblivion. Completely focused on wielding the long spear. Inside the training room, the only sounds left were the piercing sounds of the spear cutting through the air and the crackling of thunder, along with Jiang Lin's increasingly heavy breathing. Until Su Hong completed the 9-spear breakthrough in a flowing manner from beginning to end. Damn! A roar escaped from Jiang Lin's mouth. His face flushed, and he was so excited that he stuttered. He kept pushing Qin Qianlai while pointing at Su Hong with a red face, as if to say, "Did you see that? What a fuss!" Qin Qianlie's single sentence directly silenced Jiang Lin. This is called making a fuss. Are you kidding me? Qin Qianlai. Even your show-off has to have some limits. Jiang Lin exploded. He was so excited he was incoherent. 55 seconds to grasp the 9-spear breakthrough. This talent is simply unbelievable. Jiang Lin slammed his thigh, he couldn't find the right words to describe it. At this moment, Su Hong walked over. Master Jiang. There are still some parts one don't quite understand. Although he could quickly elevate his realm with a few more repetitions, with a master available for guidance, he was too lazy to waste that effort. Chapter 92, Martial Arts Value, 100. Looking at the attribute panel, Su Hong nodded in satisfaction. Lin Chunfeng, as a second-rank martial artist, indeed provided a lot of martial arts value. Among these 100 points of martial arts value, a significant portion came from him. The rest comes from the barbarian bone. Next, Su Hong began to ponder which attribute to prioritize for leveling up. The enhancement of the tyrant body is extremely high. But it is still at spirit level 1, and reaching full progress is still a distant goal. He wondered if 10 points of martial arts value still equaled 1 point of progress. With this in mind, Su Hong added 1 point to the tyrant body. However, he found that there was no change in progress at all. This left Su Hong stunned. If it were the previous ratio, he should have increased by 0.1. After thinking for a moment, he invested 9 more points of martial arts value. At this time, the progress changed, from 1 to 1. 1, wow. Su Hong was completely bewildered. What is the point of this? Previously, 10 points of martial arts value could increase 1 point of progress. Now it actually requires 100 points. For a short time, there's no need to invest in the tyrant body, the cost effectiveness is too low. Su Hong shook his head in speechlessness. However, he was also satisfied. After acquiring the tyrant body, his strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. Chapter 93. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Su Hong, sitting cross-legged in meditation, opened his eyes. The 7 guiding techniques were now all at level 5, and the training speed was faster than before. After several hours of training, his vitality had increased by 5 points. At the same time, under his deliberate allocation, he spent the most time training the thunder guiding technique and the sky flame guiding technique. These 2 techniques had now reached level 6. Now he could practice the Skybreaker spear and palm thunder in the gravity chamber while also training his vitality. Su Hong put on his clothes and walked out of the dormitory. At the same time, in the gravity chamber, students were gathered in front of one gravity chamber, gasping in astonishment. Wow, Lin Chunfeng must have been stimulated today. He has been in the gravity chamber for almost 8 hours. This is 5 times the gravity. And he is wearing a weight vest that weighs a full 6 tons. That adds up to a total of 30 tons, almost the weight of a small mountain. In fact, he could hardly hold on after starting, but the recovery speed of the wood spirit body was too fast, allowing him to persist. Who can break this record? He is coming out. The door of the gravity chamber opened. Chapter 94. Back in the dormitory, Su Hong took a shower and continued practicing the guiding techniques. He found that after awakening the tyrant body and becoming a mental energy master, his energy was frighteningly abundant. Today, he was both fighting and practicing martial arts in the gravity chamber. Anyone would feel utterly exhausted, yet he still felt great. He was cultivating the sacred body through late-night training. Just after Su Hong had been practicing the guiding techniques for a short while, outside the dormitory building, a group of night raid warriors dressed in dark clothing and holding black hoods were slowly approaching. At the forefront, 2 people stood together, their faces resembling each other by about 70 to 80%, as they were twins. If Su Hong were here, he would instantly recognize that one of them was Bu Jingfeng, whom he had defeated earlier. Big brother, why are you, a high-stage second-level warrior, here for a night raid? Bu Jingfeng asked, puzzled. Isn't it because there's a wood spirit body here? It's said to have an extremely strong recovery ability, Bu Jinglong shrugged. Master Jiang specifically asked me to come to train this wood spirit body. Sighing, Bu Jinglong continued, Master Jiang is really something, is it necessary? This wood spirit body is only at the initial stage of the 2nd level, and he actually called me over. Isn't that just asking me to bully a child? Chapter 95. I really didn't expect that the little guys on the 1st floor could end the battle so quickly even under a sneak attack. Jiang Ling exclaimed in surprise, repeatedly praising them. While he praised, he winked proudly at Qin Qianlai. Seeing his smugness, Qin Qianlai rolled his eyes. Too lazy to engage with him. However, Jiang Ling had no intention of letting him off. Hey, Lao Qin, what do you think is going on? My students here, although their realms are average, their ability to adapt quickly is quite impressive, right? Jiang Ling leaned closer to Qin Qianlai, constantly showing off. Qin Qianlai was somewhat irritated, but the ironclad facts were laid out before him, leaving no room for rebuttal. Meanwhile, on the 1st floor of the dormitory, most of the dormitories were silent enough to hear a pin drop. Bang! 2 dull sounds echoed from the dormitory at the end of the corridor. The night raid warriors and students simultaneously rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Phew, the 1st floor is done. Su Hong walked out of the dormitory, following the corridor towards the stairs to the 2nd floor. As his figure passed through the corridor, every dormitory he passed by had an extremely similar scene, even identical. Chapter 96. Seeing this warrior beckon with his finger again, both the night raid warriors and the students watching fell into silence. Just now, they felt a flash before their eyes, and the battle was over. The barbarian Bone and Bu Jingfeng were instantly defeated. It could hardly be called a battle, as it was completely a one-sided crush. Wow, I didn't even see it clearly. The second-ranked barbarian Bone was taken out in an instant. Hiss. Although Bu Jingfeng had just broken through, he was still a second-level warrior. This person's strength is so exaggerated. Not only exaggerated, but he is also very arrogant. He really wants to take on two opponents, and they are Lin Chunfeng and high-stage second-level Bu Jinglong. The strength of these two is not something the barbarian Bone and Bu Jingfeng can compare to. A group of students exchanged shocked whispers. Meanwhile, Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong, who were provoked, narrowed their eyes. The two exchanged glances, and Bu Jinglong boldly said, "You take a break, I'll handle him." Lin Chunfeng shook his head. "If I win this way, it would be unfair. My recovery ability is fast, I'll take care of him." Although they were somewhat surprised by the strength of the challenging warrior, neither of them intended to team up to attack. Chapter 97. Seeing that Lin Chunfeng and Bu Jinglong were actually defeated, the students and night raid warriors watching were all in shock. However, when they saw Su Hong charging toward them, a group of people obviously froze for a moment, and then they began to panic and shout. "What is he doing? We're just watching the show, what do you want to do? Don't push me, which idiot is pulling my leg?" A crowd of people, terrified, began to retreat. However, the corridor was only so wide, and they had just formed layers upon layers. Now, where could they run? Su Hong leaped into the crowd, starting a bloody massacre. One punch for one student, one kick for one night raid warrior. It was like mowing grass, just look at that posture. The ease of it was no different from an adult hitting a child. In less than a minute, the entire army was wiped out. Whether it was the night raid warriors or the students, they all collapsed in the corridor. Who? The martial arts value is in hand. Su Hong was full of excitement. Before reaching the 4th floor, his martial arts value had already exceeded 1,000. Now that he finished on the 4th floor, he had at least a few hundred more. Time to add points after returning to the dorm. Just as Su Hong was about to step forward, he realized that the ground was completely covered with people lying down, making it impossible to find a place to step. Chapter 98. Name: Su Hong. Talent: Unmatched for Eternity. Vitality: 231. Mental Master: 1102. Physique: Tyrant Body. Spirit Level 1. Guidance Technique: 7. Attribute Guidance Technique LV5, Thunderflame LV6. Martial Skills: Martial Arts Value: 1,423 points. Su Hong clenched his fist, his face full of excitement. So many martial arts points. If he added them all to vitality, his vitality could directly increase to over 370 points. He would break through to a high stage of the first rank on the spot. Only 130 points away from the second-rank martial artist with 500 points of vitality. However, his mental power was still only at the initial stage of the first rank. Su Hong pondered for a moment and immediately began to add points. With the previous experience of enhancing his vitality, the power of his tyrant body surged again. He had already understood the importance of vitality, this must be added. First, he would raise it to 300 points to reach a high stage of the first rank. Currently at 231 points of vitality, after adding 690 points, his vitality reached 300 points. The moment he finished adding points, Su Hong trembled all over. A violent stream of heat surged within him. The originally calm vitality in his veins instantly flowed like a tide, and his bones crackled. Chapter 99. Damn. I can't take it. Forget it, let's sleep first. Sleep a bit. I am going to train all night. Damn it, we are all human. Why does he treat us like dungeon monsters to grind? I want to become stronger. After hearing the explanations from the two assistants, a group of students was deeply stimulated. One by one, they howled and rushed towards the gravity chamber without even sleeping. Facing this situation, Jiang Lin felt both gratified and troubled. The good news was that they were indeed stimulated. The bad news was that they were overstimulated. Master Jiang, can you lead us in practice? At this moment, a student bravely shouted. Yes, Master Jiang, we've been bullied like this, it's a disgrace to you. Other students echoed. Even Lin Chunfeng and Man Jiyu looked at Jiang Lin eagerly. Jiang Lin felt his eyelids twitching from being stared at. Great, there would be no sleep tonight. The students all volunteered to train more. What could he, as the head instructor, say? He waved his hand. Let's go. Gather in the gravity chamber. Those who don't make it in a minute, just wait for me to throw you into the gravity chamber. Chapter 120 days later. The train arrived in Hangzhou. Stepping out of the station, looking at the brightly lit and bustling Hangzhou in the middle of the night, Su Hong let out a deep breath. This is the last stop. Over the past 20 days, Qin Qianlai had taken him to 3 different training camps according to his requests. Finally, he had gathered the martial skills of the missing gold, wood, and water attributes. In total, there were 3 martial skills, which were A-level gold attribute martial skill, Ripple of Gold. The effect is that whether punching or using a weapon, the sharp golden spiritual energy can splash out like ripples, making it difficult for the opponent to defend, and the power is immense. A-level wood attribute martial skill, Vine Strangulation. Unlike the wood prison, this is an attack-type martial skill. The vines entangle the enemy while strangling them. A-level water attribute martial skill, Water Dragon. The effect is to condense a giant dragon from water spiritual energy to attack the enemy, with immense power. However, given Su Hong's current realm, he could only condense a water dragon the thickness of an arm at full strength. Therefore, Qin Qianlai teased him, calling it a cement eel. In fact, these 3 martial skills, even among A-levels, belong to highly difficult and powerful martial skills. Chapter 101 Hangzhou Wild Camp. Putting down his phone, Wang Qingqian shook his head and chuckled. In the last second of the call, he heard Qin Qianlai say something like sit tight. Clearly, he was going to directly bring the students, stepping through the air. It seems he really has confidence. I just wonder what his actual strength is. Wang Qingshan didn't waste too much time on this matter. As he said, Hangzhou, as the capital of Jiangnan province, most geniuses would choose to study here. The enrollment standards of Hangzhou universities are also very simple, only strength matters. As long as one's strength is strong, tuition is waived. And even all expenses such as travel and accommodation from other cities can be reimbursed. Since Qin Qianlia's student was able to defeat the other training camp geniuses, his strength must be considerable. However, if he hasn't come to Hangzhou University, no matter how strong he is, he can't be too far off. Master Wang, what are you mumbling about? Yeah, Master Wang, what's this confidence and actual strength? 3 cheerful young men walked over. Their tone was relaxed, completely devoid of the restraint other students showed in front of a master. Hey! Looking at the 3 young men, Wang Qingshan smiled and casually explained. Chapter 102 First. This outdoor special training requires survival in the Wanya mountain range for 7 days, without carrying any supplies, and each person must kill 10 ferocious beasts of the same rank. Otherwise, no contribution points can be earned. Second, you will be assigned smart wristbands. After killing ferocious beasts, the wristbands will automatically record the data. At the same time, the smart wristbands will also record how deep you go. The deeper you go, the higher the final evaluation will be, but correspondingly, the danger will also greatly increase. Everyone should act according to their abilities. Saying this, Wang Qingshan waved his hand. A tool person came over carrying 2 large boxes. Wang Qingshan casually grasped, and the items in the 2 boxes floated into the air, landing precisely in each student's hands. Su Hong also received one, after putting on the smart wristband. He curiously examined the second item. It was a bracelet with a transparent bead hanging from it. At this moment, Wang Qingshan's voice came. This bracelet is a specially made talisman. The smart wristband has already set the program. When it detects that your life signs rapidly decrease, it will automatically activate the shield. This shield can withstand attacks from third-tier ferocious beasts for 30 seconds, which is meant to save your lives. Chapter 103, The Myriad Demon Mountains. A massive mountain range spanning Jiangnan province is well known for being teeming with ferocious beasts. Previously, during the training camp in Star City, Qin Qianlai was the first to drive out the 7th-tier ferocious beasts, but Su Hong did not truly experience what it meant for ferocious beasts to be everywhere. As people said, now, in Hang City, Su Hong truly understands the meaning of these 4 words. It is literally the case. He and the students of the Hang City training camp had just entered the Myriad Demon Mountains for barely 10 minutes when a large group of various ferocious beasts, exuding a fierce aura, came rushing at them drooling. This is what the Myriad Demon Mountains originally looked like. Danger everywhere. Moreover, these ferocious beasts at the outermost edge were driven out due to failing to compete with other beasts. Even so, not a single one of these beasts was below 1st tier. In fact, among them, there were 3 2nd-tier ferocious beasts. One of them was right in front of Su Hong. It was a black giant wolf. With its oily green eyes fixed intently on Su Hong, drool continuously dripping from its bloody mouth onto the ground. Here it comes. Su Hong was not afraid at all. And a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect to encounter a 2nd-tier beast right upon entering. Chapter 104, Dusk. In the jungle, as the sun set, darkness gradually enveloped the earth. Su Hong walked with his thunderfire gun, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. He had already advanced 7 kilometers. Su Hong glanced at his smart wristband. When darkness fell, the ferocious beasts in the Myriad Demon Mountains would surge. At such times, even those outdoor warriors who specialized in hunting ferocious beasts would choose to hide in a cave or simply leave the Myriad Demon Mountains. With the special training rules in place, Su Hong naturally couldn't leave. However, he was also ready to find a place to rest. After a day of slaughter, his clothes were already stained red with the blood of ferocious beasts. However, he was still a bit short of the martial arts value needed to break through to a 2nd-tier warrior. Su Hong thought to himself, preparing to look for ferocious beasts while the sun had not completely set. Soon, time slowly passed. The sun completely set, and the Myriad Demon Mountains fell into total darkness. At this moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with not even a single roar from a ferocious beast. This sudden silence made him feel something was off. Since entering the Myriad Demon Mountains, it had never been this quiet all day. When things seem unusual, there must be something amiss. I may have walked into the territory of a powerful ferocious beast. Chapter 105, Cave. The surface of the tiger leg was gradually being charred by the fire. Grease dripped into the campfire, instantly making a crackling sound. The boy sitting nearby was burning hot, with white vapor continuously rising from his body. His strong heart was beating with a thunderous sound. It wasn't long before everything returned to calm. Su Hong stood up, clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. And his eyes gradually became excited. A 2nd-tier warrior. In just about a month, he had grown from a martial apprentice to a 2nd-tier warrior. This speed of improvement was like riding a rocket. Let's see how much stronger my power has become. Su Hong walked out of the cave, glanced around, and found a large rock. Just as he was about to lift it, a hostile tiger roar echoed from the dense forest ahead. In the next moment, a blazing black tiger rushed out. This one was even larger than the one he had killed before. The imposing aura it exuded was also stronger than the previous one. Here it comes. Su Hong was not surprised but rather delighted. He did not turn back to grab his gun and charge directly forward. Roar! The tiger's mouth opened wide. and a massive fireball shot toward him. Chapter 106. A middle-aged man walked into the pitch-black cave. The cave was silent. He had a cruel smile on his face. "If you come out, I'll make it quick for you. If I find you." Before he could finish his sentence, a sound of breaking air erupted. The middle-aged man suddenly turned his head, realizing that a water dragon the size of a tree trunk was shooting toward him. As Su-hong broke through to the second tier, his internal spiritual energy surged, and the effects of his martial skills became much stronger than before. At this moment, a figure quickly darted out, attempting to escape from the cave. "Want to escape?" The middle-aged man's blood surged, and he drew his long knife to shatter the water dragon. Immediately afterward, he grinned wickedly and chased after it. From the moment the figure fled, he had sensed the opponent's realm. To be able to kill a blazing black tiger at the initial stage of the second tier, what a genius. "I love to crush guys like you, who have it easy in the cradle." Soon, the middle-aged man rushed out of the cave, and then he paused slightly. It was because the figure that had just fled suddenly stopped and stood outside the cave. The middle-aged man teased, "Kid, not running anymore." In fact, not only the middle-aged man, but also in that instant, he had discerned Su-hong's realm. Chapter 107. Kill the mutated celestial god clan. Gain martial arts value, 212. Killing this type of mutated myriad clan cultist grants so much martial arts value. Su-hong was pleasantly surprised. He had spent an entire day killing ferocious beasts, and had barely reached 500 points. Yet killing this mutated myriad clan cultist almost gave him half of that. Soon, Su-hong caught onto the key words in this prompt. Mutated celestial god clan. This was just the mutated celestial god clan. If he killed a real celestial god clan member, how much martial arts value would he gain? Su-hong licked his lips. He definitely wouldn't come into contact with the real celestial god clan in the short term. But there were clearly still plenty of myriad clan cultists in the myriad demon mountains. Moreover, the middle-aged man had mentioned the term leader earlier. If he could kill the leader of this myriad clan cultists, the martial arts value would surely be even greater. Thinking of this, Su-hong felt a surge of excitement. However, the most important thing right now was to inform Master Qin about the appearance of the myriad clan cultists. Su-hong manipulated his smart wristband and sent out the message. Almost instantly, he received a reply. The speed made Su-hong momentarily stunned. He quickly checked the message. Qin Qianlai, continue the special training. Chapter 108. Meanwhile, at the myriad clan cultists' base, a group of people dressed differently, covered in tattoos of celestial god clan wings, firmly surrounded three young boys in front of them. The three boys were Chen, Su, Kong, Lei, and Luo. Damn it. That bastard actually lied to us saying there were only 2 or 3 people. Luo Dao cursed angrily. Chen Su and Kong Lei frowned slightly, but remained silent. Over the past 3 days, they had encountered members of the 10,000 Races demon sect and quickly realized the true purpose of this special training. Thus, they began searching for the traces of the 10,000 Races demon sect. Along the way, the three gradually came together and decided to team up for safety. Ultimately, after capturing a demon sect member and torturing him for information, they learned the location of the 10,000 Races demon sect's stronghold. Excited, they rushed over, eager to attack, only to find they had been set up by that demon member. In front of them stood a full 13 demon sect members. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man in a tank top approached. Immediately, the surrounding demon sect members made way for Chen Su and the others. Blood Leader, they called respectfully. The Blood Leader nodded and glanced at Chen Su's group, casually waving his hand. Kill them. Yes. The demon sect members turned around in an instant, their faces filled with murderous intent. Chapter 109. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. Chen Su and the others stepped back a few paces. Their faces pale as they looked at their nearly breached shield, their expressions extremely grim. Retreat. The three exchanged glances and quickly turned to flee. However, just as they turned, they stopped in their tracks. Unbeknownst to them, an aberrant demon sect member had blocked their escape route. The faces of the three instantly turned extremely grim. "Where do you think you're going?" the blocking demon sect member said with a fierce expression. Just then, crack, accompanied by a thunderous sound. A spear covered in lightning shot out from the dense forest, instantly piercing through the body of the demon sect member. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. Ah! The pierced demon sect member let out a horrible scream. He turned around with a face full of rage, but saw no one. Only a spherical lightning bolt rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Palm lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the demon sect member's head was instantly turned to dust. In the next moment, the headless corpse slowly fell, revealing Su Hong's figure. Another genius has arrived. This kid is even stronger than these three. Killing Lin Shi with a single move. Chapter 110. Watching the resentment in the eyes of his subordinates, the blood leader smiled slightly. The 10,000 races sacred sect will not forget your sacrifices. All this is worth it. The group of demon sect members died with their eyes wide open. The blood leader was indifferent to this. His blood-soaked hands traced strange patterns on his body. Phut! A spear shot forth, aimed directly at his heart. Su Hong, who had fired the shot, looked indifferent, intending to forcibly interrupt this person. However, he was ultimately a step too late. Just as the spear tip was a hair's breadth away from the blood leader, a strange pattern was completed by him. The next moment, a white light instantly enveloped his entire body. The white light seemed to possess defensive properties when Su Hong's spear struck it. It felt as though he had hit an impenetrable wall. Frowning, he stepped back and observed quietly. Just a few seconds later, the blood leader, enveloped in white light, underwent a transformation. His originally burly body gradually became slender, and two giant, pure white wings rapidly grew from his back. At the moment these wings appeared, boom! A powerful pressure swept across the entire area. Not far away, Chen Su and the others' faces changed drastically, and they struggled to support each other to stand still. Su Hong, however, was unaffected. He stood still like a mountain, a hint of excitement appearing in his indifferent gaze. Chapter 111. In the dense forest, two figures were entangled in battle. Each punch they threw produced terrifying sounds. The shockwaves alone caused ancient trees to tremble and collapse continuously. In just a few seconds, the originally lush forest was swept clear, creating a large open space. Is this the celestial god race? Their physical strength is terrifying beyond belief. Is this terrifying? Su Hong is the real monster. To actually fight the celestial god race purely with physical strength and still be evenly matched. The key point is, he is at a lower realm than this celestial god. Chen Su and the others watched in astonishment. After that punch, they understood that this battle was something they could not participate in at all. Therefore, to avoid dragging Su Hong down, they had already retreated far away. At this moment, watching Su Hong battle the celestial god race, the expressions of the three gradually turned complex. As the three strongest geniuses of the training camp in Hang City, the capital of Jiangnan province, they were undoubtedly proud, having grown up amid constant praise. But now, when they discovered the vast chasm of difference between themselves and true prodigies, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Chapter 112. In the celestial god race palace, two guards were chatting while watching Qianming, who had his eyes closed. Has Lord Qianming been gone for a long time this time? Maybe he encountered something interesting while possessing someone. Phut! Before the two could finish their conversation, Qianming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes, and his handsome face was now exceptionally grim. I actually lost, Qianming muttered to himself, his tone filled with shock. What kind of martial skill was that, to even obliterate my divine store. As his mind recalled the last scene of raging thunder and fire, a deep wariness appeared in Qianming's eyes. At this moment, the two celestial god race guards finally reacted and ran over in shock. Lord Qianming, what happened? Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, the two guards were dumbfounded. This is clearly the backlash from being killed while possessing someone. Qianming ignored them, his face dark as he stood up and walked out. Shortly after, Qianming arrived at a grand hall filled with an ethereal aura. Celestial God Hall. This was where the strongest beings of the celestial god race gathered. Usually, unless there were significant events, no one would disturb this place. Chapter 113. The two masters took Chen Su and the others away. Su Hong stood in place, testing the healing martial skill he had just learned. Healing technique. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of life energy and wood spirit energy enveloped Su Hong. After the battle with Qianming, he was not unscathed, as he had several obvious bruises on his body. The abdomen, struck by a punch, sustained the heaviest injury, with the flesh slightly cracked and blood slowly oozing out. However, as the healing technique was cast, the wood spirit energy quickly swept over the injured areas. Several obvious bruises completely disappeared in just a few seconds. The slightly cracked abdomen also healed at a visibly rapid pace. This effect truly lives up to being the highest value healing martial skill. Su Hong couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. One cast of the healing technique couldn't fully restore the wound on his abdomen, but after casting it twice more, the abdomen was completely healed, even showing no signs of having been injured. However, the consumption was significant. 3 casts nearly drained all of the wood spirit energy in his body. Practicing all attributes has its downsides. In terms of the quantity of spirit energy, it is clearly inferior to martial artists who cultivate a single attribute. After all, martial artists who cultivate a single attribute have only one type of spirit energy in their bodies. Chapter 114. Are you joking with us? Looking at Chen Su and the other two, a group of students stared wide-eyed, utterly unconvinced. Goodness, this lie is too absurd. Su Hong was understandable since he was brought by Master Qin, so having some strength is normal. But to say that the 3 of you together aren't even his match is just ridiculous. Seeing the expressions of these students, Chen Su and the others weren't too surprised. It would be strange if they believed it right away. Even they, if they hadn't witnessed Su Hong's terrifying strength with their own eyes, wouldn't dare to believe it. They are the 3 strongest geniuses in the training camp of Hang City, the capital of Jiangnan province. Excluding some who didn't participate in the training camp for special reasons. Among the geniuses in Jiangnan province, their strength could at least rank in the top 20. Yet even so, facing Su Hong, they didn't even have the courage to fight. We didn't lie to you, it's true. Seeing Chen Su and the others looking serious, the group of students was suddenly dumbfounded. Soon after, their expressions gradually turned to shock. No way, is it really true? This is outrageous. All 3 of you are mid-second tier martial artists. Chapter 115. How much? No way, 17,000. Damn. This score is too exaggerated. I only have 700 points. I just thought that Chen Su and the others' 4,000 points were impressive. But it turns out that their total isn't even as much as Su Hong's alone. Hearing Su Hong's score, the group of students was stunned. They looked at Su Hong as if he were a monster. Chen Su and the others were also taken aback. Although they had seen Su Hong's strength and knew his score was certainly much higher than theirs, they never expected that even when combining their scores, they wouldn't surpass Su Hong's. This guy is extraordinary. Chen Su and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly. Soon, Wang Qingshan began announcing how many contribution points could be earned based on the rankings. As for Su Hong, since he wasn't a member of the Hang City training camp, Wang Qingshan didn't say much. However, Qin Qianlai decisively waved his hand and directly rewarded Su Hong with 1,000 contribution points. No way, Xiao Qin. The first place only gets 1,000 contribution points. Wang Qingshan leaned over, smiling. Chapter 116, seeing Wang Qiandao and the others so confident. Lin Ziyi and Bai Mu exchanged glances, and both started to laugh. I already asked Master Qin, he and Su Hong should arrive tomorrow. Really? Hearing this, Wang Qiandao and the others' eyes suddenly brightened, and they clenched their fists, extremely excited. The students were also thrilled, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's battle. Wang Qiandao and the others have undergone significant changes. They are all second-tier martial artists now. Indeed, to be fair, no matter how strong Su Hong's talent is, he should have no problem fighting ordinary second-tier martial artists, but these three are geniuses themselves. Who said that? We shouldn't underestimate Su Hong. He has been training with Master Qin. What if he trained with a master? He left as a first-tier beginner. He can't possibly jump straight to a second-tier martial artist in just a month. That's impossible, but given Su Hong's talent, reaching mid-tier is certain. And he might even have reached high-tier. Although Wang Qiandao and the others are second-tier, they might not necessarily win against Su Hong. A group of students was discussing passionately. All right, the person isn't back until tomorrow. Lin Ziyi said impatiently, urging the students to hurry up and train. Chapter 117, in the dormitory, Su Hong opened the door. After a shower, he sat on the bed and opened the attribute panel. Martial Dao value, 1630. He had finally gathered the 1610 martial Dao value required to break through to a second-tier mentalist. Finally enough. He didn't rush to allocate points. Instead, Su Hong turned his attention to the weighted vest on the floor. He had just picked it up on the way back, and it weighed a full 10 tons. Su Hong planned to test how much the power difference was between first-tier and second-tier mental strength. Su Hong's eyes narrowed as he manipulated his high-tier first-tier mental strength to wrap around the weighted vest. In the next moment, the vest slightly deflated. The power of first-tier mental strength was indeed a bit lacking. Su Hong reached out and easily crushed the alloy iron pieces inside the weighted vest. Now, let's see how powerful the second tier is. Su Hong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he opened the attribute panel. All 1630 martial Dao values would be allocated to mental strength. Su Hong quickly allocated the points. Soon, the martial Dao value was completely empty. His mental strength, which was 339 points, rapidly increased, finally stopping at 502 points. The moment he finished allocating the points, Su Hong felt his mind instantly clear. At the same time, the mental strength that was originally only the size of a small puddle rapidly expanded, eventually becoming the size of a small pond. Chapter 118, Wang Qiandao was full of confidence, leaving Qin Qianlai speechless. Goodness, this kid didn't even catch his hint. He really thought he was asking him if he was confident. Not. Qin Qianlai was about to say something when Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yang stepped forward. Both wore confident smiles that mirrored Wang Qiantao's. He, the three of them are all second tier now, this match will definitely be a fierce battle. Yes. The students were buzzing with excitement. Qin Qianlai listened, his lips twitching. He didn't know what to say anymore. Whatever, if you want to fight, then go ahead. Qin Qianlai chose to give up. The next moment, the students who heard his agreement immediately turned their gazes to Su Hong. The fighting spirit in Wang Qiantuo and Lin Xinghe's eyes was unmistakable. Su Hong, who do you want to fight first? You can choose. That's right, you can choose. Facing the provocation from the three, Su Hong shook his head and said, I won't fight. Instantly, the entire arena fell silent. No one expected Su Hong to refuse so straightforwardly. Chapter 119, What the hell? What is going on? That loud noise just now didn't sound like it came from hitting flesh. It sounded more like it struck an unbreakable armor. Wait, look at Su Hong. Two pieces of black armor have appeared on him, right where Wang Qiantuo and Lin Xinghe attacked. Oh my god, Could this be a defensive martial skill? What kind of defensive martial skill is that powerful? Hearing the shocked voices of the students, Wang Qiantuo and Lin Xinghe, who had just stabilized themselves, immediately looked up. The next moment, they saw two pure black armor fragments on Su Hong slowly dimming. Damn it, how come he knows every martial skill? Lin Xinghe muttered under his breath, feeling somewhat defeated. His grip on the knife was still trembling, yet Su Hong seemed completely unbothered, making it seem like he wasn't the one who had been attacked. This defense, his defensive martial skill must be at a perfect level. Wang Qiantuo remained silent for a moment before managing to say this. But at that moment, the two noticed something out of the corner of their eyes and immediately charged towards Su Hong again. They unleashed their full strength. A punch and a knife instantly aimed at Su Hong. Chapter 120. All right, Su Hong has already gone to train, what are you all still doing standing there? Seeing a group of students in a daze, Qin Qianlai raised his brow. Today, I will personally lead you all in training. Now, gather at the beast-killing room. Go kill some beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Qiantuo and the others, who had been staring blankly at the training camp's gate, quickly withdrew their gazes and rushed towards the beast-killing room without saying a word. They were indeed discouraged by Su Hong, but it was impossible for them to give up. Sooner or later, they would catch up to him. This thought simultaneously arose in the minds of Wang Qiantuo and his companions. The remaining students, seeing this, quickly followed suit. Compared to Wang Qiantuo and his group, they were much calmer. After all, it wasn't the first time they had been shocked by Su Hong's strength. After being surprised so many times, they had gotten used to it. They performed quite well, at least their mentality was much better than I expected. Qin Qianlai nodded in satisfaction. Soon, he brought Bai Mu and Lin Ziyi to the beast-killing room. A group of students had already gathered at the door. Today, each of you must kill at least 10 beasts of the same realm. If you don't finish, you're not allowed to come out. Qin Qianlai waved his hand. As for you three, Wang Qiantuo, go kill second-tier beasts, at least 30 of them. Chapter 121. Upon hearing this, the golden-winged Great Peng's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce light, locking onto Su Hong like two torches. Good kid, there's nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that Su Hong was not the least bit intimidated, Qin Qianlai laughed heartily. Just a second tier, and he dares to speak to a 7th-tier beast like that. Even with his protection. Not every genius can remain unfazed after experiencing the pressure of a 7th-tier beast. As for you, Qin Qianlai looked at the golden-winged Great Peng, his expression suddenly turning cold. Who gave you the courage to lay hands on my student? Qin Qianlai, 30 days are up. Hurry up and take your people and get lost. The golden-winged Great Peng said coldly. But soon, as Qin Qianlai erupted with a tsunami-like blood aura, a hint of panic flashed in the golden-winged Great Peng's eyes. Qin Qianlai, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? If you dare to lay hands on my student, it's only right for me to give you a good beating. Qin Qianlai took a big step forward, a purple flame emerging from his body, gradually spreading to his eyebrows, hair, and even the edges of his clothes. As this purple flame appeared, Qin Qianlai's aura began to rise sharply. A violent pressure began to radiate outward. Boom! It was as if the myriad demons mountain in the primordial forest began to tremble violently. Chapter 122, Star City, Lord's Mansion. Today, the doors of the Lord's Mansion were wide open. From the entrance to the inside, a 100-meter-long red carpet was laid. Inside, whether from various families or major universities in Star City, all the families of students heading to the training camp had gathered here. Su Guoming and Shen Lan appeared particularly anxious, occasionally glancing outside with worried eyes. Ever since their neighbor Lin Hong told them a month ago that the training camp was very dangerous, they had been unable to eat or sleep well for the entire month. Especially when Lin Hong's son broke through to a first-tier martial artist in the middle of the month, Lin Hong would often come to visit them. full of bragging about how she would rely on her child in the future. The monthly martial artist allowance was more than enough for her retirement life. Hearing these words, Su Guoming and Chen Lan could only remain silent. It wasn't he that they liked to compare, but every time they saw Lin Hong's son, they couldn't help but think of Su Hong. The former chose to instruct at a martial arts school and lived a stable life. Meanwhile, their Su Hong went to the dangerous training camp. They didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Chapter 123, finally, they are here. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Old Lin, old Xiao, watch closely, my Chintuo will definitely be the first in the training camp. HMPH. My Xiaoyan is invincible in the world. Give it a rest, my Lin Xinghe. Wang Ni and the heads of the Lin and Xiao families began their arguments again. But soon, as the special vehicle's door opened, they immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the open car door, a sight to behold. Soon, one student after another got out of the car. This is my Nan Yu. Ha ha, he is back safe. My Chen Bei is fine too. My Weng Dong is doing well, ha ha. Among the parents of the students, excited voices erupted. And many even cried tears of joy. But soon, something unexpected happened. After those students got out of the car, they didn't immediately walk towards the crowd. Instead, they took a few steps to the sides, clearing a path for the students getting off behind them. Ha ha! Wang Ni immediately burst into laughter upon seeing this. It seems that my family's Qian Tuo has impressed all the students at the training camp, and now they are all obediently giving way to him. Chapter 124. Not only was the city lord's reaction immense, but even the various family heads looked astonished. The heads of the Lin and Xiao families were even left speechless. Mouths agape. Among the parents of the students, those who had some understanding of martial arts were all gasping in surprise. Wow, a second-tier spirit master. Whose child is this? This talent is unbelievable. Second tier, no wonder Wang Qiantuo and the others were no match for him. I remember they were only high-level first tier, right? The strength gap between each tier is extremely vast. Even Wang Qiantuo's barbarian god body would understandably lose to a high-level spirit master. Voices filled with amazement rose and fell. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Hong, holding his younger siblings, led a group of students over. The group quickly dispersed, each finding their own family. Uncle and aunt. Su Hong waved with a smile, walking toward the already very excited Su Guoming and Chen Lan. Seeing this, the attention focused on him shifted to Su Guoming and his wife. All eyes were filled with envy and sounds of amazement. My gosh! This couple looks quite ordinary, yet they raised such a genius. Chapter 125. If Su Hong were merely a second-tier spirit master, the city lord Wang Ni and the family heads might have just considered him someone they could win over. However, upon hearing the words of Wang Qiantuo and the others, they all changed their minds. At the following banquet, Su Hong's family became the center of attention. From time to time, a family head would approach with a warm smile, chat for a while, and then leave. Uncle and aunt were clearly a bit overwhelmed. They never expected that in their lifetime, they would get to communicate with such big shots. However, these family heads were all very perceptive and noticed the couple's nervousness. They were very cordial, calling them sister and brother, which eased Su Guoming and Chen Lan's tension considerably. Seeing this scene, other student parents were drooling with envy. These are all big figures in Star City. Just getting to know them a little could make them rise to prominence. And now, it was almost like they were lining up to greet Su Guoming's family. As time passed, Su Guoming and Chen Lan gradually became more accustomed to handling the situation. However, they were very clear in their hearts that the reason these people were treating them this way was entirely because of Su Hong. Chapter 126. Su Hong followed Wang Ni and soon arrived in front of a large door. A few guards stood at the entrance. The city lord waved his hand, and the guards immediately opened the door. Come, let's go in and pick something out. Yes. As they entered, Su-hong discovered that this was a room of at least several hundred square meters. There were weapon racks everywhere, displaying various kinds of alloy weapons. This side had C-grade alloys, that side had B-grade, and the deepest part was A-grade. Wang Ni gave a simple introduction. Since I've said you can choose freely, why not just take an A-grade alloy weapon? Wang Ni appeared very generous. A-grade alloy weapons, even at the lowest price outside, cost hundreds of millions of blue star coins. And now, Su-hong could choose whatever he wanted. Su-hong did not hold back, since the city lord wanted to give him a big favor. It was certainly not just a polite gesture. In fact, one could say that if he didn't take an A-grade alloy weapon, the city lord might even be displeased. City lord, do you have multi-attribute alloy weapons? Su-hong asked. If not, he planned to choose an A-grade alloy spear. Although it was a single attribute, the A-grade rank made it far superior to the C-grade thunderfire gun he had. Chapter 127 City Lord, I bid farewell. Outside the City Lord's mansion, Su-hong waved goodbye and got into the vehicle dispatched by the City Lord's mansion, heading home. Wow, our Star City has really produced an extraordinary prodigy this time. Watching Su-hong's family leave, Wang Ni exclaimed in amazement. At this moment, a group of family heads gathered around, inquiring about what Wang Ni had given away. When they learned that he had actually gifted that black gold mysterious iron spearhead, the family heads were all shocked. No way, City Lord, you even gave away this treasure. The value of this was comparable to that of an A-grade alloy weapon, and it might even be more expensive. The most important thing is its scarcity. While A-grade alloys are indeed precious, they can be bought, but that black gold mysterious iron is something that has a price, but no market. The family heads felt that Su-hong was indeed exceptionally talented, but there was no need to give such a good item. You guys don't understand anything. Wang Ni scolded with a laugh, not elaborating further on the topic. Seeing this, the family heads' eyes flickered, and they immediately turned to Wang Qiantuo and the others, asking how Su-hong had performed at the training camp. Wang Qiantuo and the others did not hide anything and spoke the truth. Upon hearing that Su-hong had defeated all the students in the training camp, Chapter 128 Su-hong awkwardly left. Walking on the way home, he took out his phone and started searching. Soon, a series of news articles popped up. Su-hong skimmed through them and found that they were largely in line with what City Lord Wang Ni had said. For some reason, multi-attribute ferocious beasts had appeared all over the world. There were countless speculation posts on various major forums. Moreover, Su-hong also saw several confirmed news articles. Some powerful martial artists had discovered many rare treasures in areas where phenomena appeared. In one area abroad, an S-grade spiritual herb had even surfaced, attracting countless martial artists to fight over it, with even grandmasters getting involved. In just this month, powerful individuals from around the world had taken action. Grandmasters and even world-renowned 8th and 9th tier experts had appeared in several areas with the highest frequency of phenomena. At this moment, Su-hong came across a highly viewed post. Upon opening it, he saw a lengthy article. The introduction stated that this was a repost from a foreign forum, which was quickly deleted. And there were even reports that the poster had mysteriously died a day later. Su-hong narrowed his eyes and began to read the content. Chapter 129 The martial artist base 10 kilometers outside Star City. Looking at the sea of martial artists, Su-hong felt quite emotional. The last time he came here was quite a while ago. At that time, he had just broken through to become a first-tier martial artist. Now, whether in life or strength, a new chapter has begun. Why does it feel even more guarded than before? Lining up, Su-hong felt a bit confused. Not only him, but many other martial artists expressed similar doubts. Soon, someone provided an answer. It was because the base leader Yi Chi's nephew had died recently. That day, they directly sealed off the martial artist base, and all martial artists coming in and out were thoroughly checked, but they still couldn't find out who the killer was. Anyway, since then, Yi Qi has gone mad, the guards have become more vigilant, and the scrutiny of martial artists entering and exiting has increased by an unknown number of times. During this period, martial artists have still been questioned from time to time. It only started to ease a bit last month when various phenomena appeared. And many third and fourth tier martial artists came. This remark drew discontent from many martial artists. HMPH, it's just bullying the weak. That Yi Qi is just a high-level third-tier martial artist. When encountering a fourth tier, wouldn't he just become a coward? Chapter 130. Damn it. I've been searching in this hellhole for half a month, without seeing a multi-attribute ferocious beast. Why is it suddenly appearing now? This is a third-tier multi-attribute ferocious beast. If the news gets out, even higher-tier martial artists will come here. In the distance, a group of martial artists was extremely shocked. At this moment, the martial artists facing the thunder water cannon turned pale with fear. Su Hong's expression also darkened. This is too unlucky. He had just arrived and ran into a multi-attribute ferocious beast. Moreover, it could already unleash dual-attribute attacks. With this power, don't look at this star-spotted giant fish being only a low third tier. Even a high third-tier martial artist wouldn't dare to take this thunder water cannon head-on. What the hell are you all doing? Run. Hurry and hide. One by one, the martial artists fled in panic to the sides. They pushed each other. And some with dark thoughts, seeing Su Hong was young, directly shoved him from behind. Clearly, they wanted to use the lives of other martial artists to buy time for their escape. Seeking death, Su Hong instantly noticed the actions of this martial artist. He reached out with a big hand and grabbed the sinister hand. Kid, are you looking for death? Let go of me. The martial artist's face changed dramatically. And he started cursing. Chapter 131. In the silent forest, a figure streaked by like the wind. His speed was so fast that he even left after images behind. He ran for several dozen miles. Su Hong finally managed to stop. Panting heavily, he was already drenched in sweat. After running at full speed for a short time, even with his overlord body, he felt a tingling all over. Finally shaken off, Su Hong looked back, his brows deeply furrowed. He had no clue about this group of martial artists who suddenly came after him. They weren't the demon cultists. This was what puzzled Su Hong the most. The burly martial artists were all wearing short shirts, showing no signs of the tattoos of the myriad races demon cult. After thinking for a while, Su Hong felt the most likely scenario was that these martial artists had been sent by Yi Qi. Although Yi Qi was only a high-level third tier, it was possible he knew someone or paid a hefty price to have these martial artists attack him. He didn't expect to encounter these people on the first day of his training. Su Hong furrowed his brows, contemplating a question. Should he go back directly? Or stay here for a while to investigate who these people were sent by? Besides that troublesome fourth-tier martial artist, he believed he could still kill a dozen third-tier martial artists if he fought hard. Chapter 132. At the martial artist base, in the second-floor office, Yi Qi paced back and forth with a gloomy expression, feeling somewhat uneasy. 7 days had passed. Not a single piece of news had come back. Was Su Hong killed or not? Moreover, what did that big shot mean by saying to make things convenient before leaving? Just as Yi Qi's unease grew stronger, the door opened. A trusted aide walked in. Quickly, is there news? Yi Qi hurriedly asked. Sir, there is still no news. Upon hearing this, Yi Qi frowned. At that moment, he noticed hesitation on his aide's face. Just say it. Ah, sir, I just heard some rumors from those martial artists downstairs. The aide lowered his voice. It seems that the area near Star Watching Lake has been vaguely sealed off. Hearing this, Yi Qi's expression changed slightly. Moreover, those martial artists said that the people doing the sealing seemed to be wearing our base's uniforms. "Sir, did you arrange this?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chi's pupils constricted sharply. "Yes, you don't need to worry about it." He waved his hand, maintaining a calm expression as he dismissed his aide. Chapter 133. At night, in a temporary base town. Most shops were closed. Only the sign of the tavern was lit. Su Hong arrived at the door and heard the clinking of glasses inside, along with the coarse cursing and laughter of a group of martial artists. He pushed the door open and walked in. The tavern was dimly lit, with groups of martial artists sitting at tables, drinking and boasting. The atmosphere was lively when some female servers brought drinks. One martial artist slapped a hand on a waitress's rear. The waitress, however, was bold and immediately slapped him back. "Is your wife dead? Holding it in like that?" The waitress scolded. Instantly, the tavern erupted with laughter from the martial artists. The slapped martial artist wasn't angry, instead, he laughed heartily and continued drinking. Su Hong, being alone, found a spot at the bar to sit down. He didn't like drinking, instead, he ordered a glass of milk and listened attentively to the conversations of those martial artists. Half an hour later, after nearly finishing his milk, Su Hong rolled his eyes. After listening for so long, he hadn't heard a single valuable piece of information. These martial artists were truly just boasting. A second-tier martial artist, clearly drunk, insisted he was drinking yellow wine while peeing in a beer bottle. Chapter 134. In the dilapidated tavern, Lin Chen looked at Su Hong with a sinister smile. Behind him, more than a dozen third-tier martial artists immediately spread out, surrounding Su Hong tightly. Seeing this scene, the martial artists outside the door shook their heads. Although they didn't know how this young man had provoked such powerful enemies, being surrounded like this, the mere second-tier youth was clearly doomed. "You really think you have me cornered?" Seeing the mocking smiles on the faces of the warriors surrounding him, Su Hong's eyes hardened. "What, can you still run?" Lin Chen laughed mockingly. But the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. He saw a surge of three-colored spiritual energies slowly rising and merging together on the thunderfire gun held by Su Hong. The power emanating from it made even him, a fourth-tier warrior, feel a sense of dread. "Damn it, scatter! Quick!" Lin Chen didn't have time to think about how this second-tier Su Hong had mastered such terrifying power. He only knew that if he was hit by this move head-on, he would suffer serious injuries, and the group of third-tier warriors under him might be blown to smithereens on the spot. Chapter 135. Temporary Stronghold. Besides the tavern, there were also many warriors wandering the streets. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the direction of the town center. A group of warriors was momentarily stunned. Then, a chorus of battle cries rang out. In the next moment, a blooded figure rushed toward them at high speed, pursued by a dozen warriors with fierce expressions. "Still dare to chase?" Hearing the shouts behind him, the fleeing Su Hong's eyes grew colder. But just then, his expression suddenly changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face paled a few shades. However, he did not stop for a moment, only reaching out to press on the injured area of his body. A green light filled with life energy appeared. Healing technique. He had to use a barely manageable three-attribute fusion technique to unleash such terrifying power as the one at the center of the explosion. Su Hong naturally suffered a strong backlash. At the moment of the explosion, he was almost knocked unconscious. If it weren't for his strong body supporting him, he would have been killed on the spot. Even so, Su Hong was seriously injured. His skin was torn, and blood gushed out, soaking every inch of his clothing. Chapter 136. In the forest. Dense trees on both sides flew backward from view. Chen Ming, who was being carried, gasped weakly as he looked at the boy's cold profile, feeling a chill in his heart. Even now, he could hardly believe that Su Hong had ruthlessly tried to kill him without hesitation. Did he really not care about the official forces in Star City? Moreover, he had been captured. A dignified third-tier mid-level warrior faced a mere second-tier Su Hong. And he had no power to fight back. Furthermore, seeing that Su Hong was covered in blood, it was clear he was not in peak condition. This discovery made Chen Ming tremble uncontrollably. Even injured, Su Hong could fight above his tier so easily. What kind of monster have we provoked? Chen Ming felt a deep bitterness in his heart. If he had known this, he would never have come to be the damn captain of the guard. At that moment, Su Hong turned around and saw that his pursuers had not caught up. He immediately stopped his frantic run and slammed Chen Ming hard to the ground. Chen Ming, already heavily injured, let out a painful scream upon impact. But the next moment, the scream abruptly ceased. The cold tip of a gun was already pressed against Chen Ming's throat. Chapter 137, What? Hearing that Su Hong was heading toward the ink-purple bamboo forest, Lin Chen's face instantly changed. Just a few hours ago, he had learned from Bai Ao that there was a 3-star ink-purple bamboo there. And that magnetic field rule was impossible to pass without being a genius. Is Su Hong a genius? Without a doubt. Damn it, damn it. If Su Hong charges into the ink-purple bamboo forest, with that magnetic field rule in place, how can he still fight? Moreover, they had limited time. Although Bai Ao and others had already sealed off this area, could the group of third-tier warriors really stop all the warriors coming and going? Once this news reached Star City, with Su Hong's talent, someone would definitely come to rescue him. At that time, they would have to leave whether they wanted to or not. The most critical point was that if that lord found out about his mission failure, a dignified 4th-tier warrior leading a team, along with more than a dozen 3rd-tier warriors, couldn't even kill a mere 2nd-tier warrior. Just thinking about the punishment he would face sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine. At this point, he didn't care about his dislike for Bai Ao anymore, and immediately took out a communication stone to send a message, telling Bai Ao not to look for that divine object, but to bring people and kill Su Hong together. Chapter 138, Su Hong, consider yourself unlucky for running into me. Bai Ao grinned and charged forward with his long spear once more. Upon hearing the other party mention his name, Su Hong's eyes flickered. It seemed that he was not being pursued only by Lin Chen and his group. Glancing at the ink-purple bamboo forest right in front of him, facing the incoming long spear, Su Hong's eyes hardened. He mobilized the remaining Thunderfire spiritual energy within him, gathering it all into the Thunderfire gun, and fiercely fired a shot back. Boom! A loud sound reverberated throughout the area. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Warriors gathered in front of the ink-purple bamboo forest turned to look upon hearing the massive noise. Observing the billowing smoke in the forest, shock clearly appeared in their eyes. This power! Bai Ao was forced back repeatedly, retreating several dozen meters, and when he lifted his head again, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Is this the power a 2nd-tier warrior can unleash? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Bai Ao now understood why Lin Chen and the others had failed to kill Su Hong for a full 7 days. It wasn't their fault. It was just that this boy in front of him was simply too monstrous. At that moment, from within the thick smoke, a figure like a startled swan burst out, rushing toward the ink-purple bamboo forest at high speed. Chapter 139, A dozen cultists watched Su Hong, who was moving swiftly under the magnetic field rule, and were momentarily stunned. Although they had not experienced it themselves, they had noticed during the previous lockdown how difficult it was for those warriors to enter. Most warriors could barely take a step before being forced to retreat. Only a few warriors who were clearly stronger than their peers managed to take a few more steps. Yet even then, among the countless warriors, the best performance had only managed to take a few dozen steps. And it took at least half an hour. But now, that Su Hong, even while heavily injured, took more than a dozen steps in just a few seconds. This was simply outrageous. Even the opposing cultists were shocked. Damn it! Can't we stop him? At this moment, Bai Ao rushed over, cursing loudly. A group of cultists bowed their heads like quails, not daring to make a sound. Seeing this, Bai Ao was instantly filled with anger. How strong exactly is this Su Hong? Looking at Su Hong, who was stepping towards the star-patterned ink purple bamboo amidst the magnetic field rules, Bai Ao's expression darkened. He didn't care whether Su Hong obtained the star-patterned ink purple bamboo or not. Chapter 140, in the soil on the ground, a black fragment revealed a corner. Su Hong curiously reached out to grab it. Under the terrifying gravity of the magnetic field rules, the rubble on the ground had long been crushed. However, this mysterious fragment showed no signs of being affected. Not simple, could it be a treasure? Su Hong pinched a corner of the fragment and pulled it out of the soil. After wiping off the dirt from its surface, what appeared in Su Hong's hand was a piece that was entirely black. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of, and the surface had no luster. As if it were just an ordinary fragment. Su Hong examined it closely for a long time, but found nothing unusual. Could it just be a common, but extremely hard fragment? Feeling puzzled, Su Hong planned to put away the fragment for further study. But at that moment, his fingertip accidentally grazed the fragment, and which could withstand the full force of a second-tier martial artist, was easily cut by this fragment. So sharp. Su Hong was a bit surprised, but then his expression suddenly froze. He saw drops of blood flowing from the wound on his finger onto the mysterious fragment. Immediately after, the mysterious fragment actually fused into his body. Chapter 141, seeing this scene, the entire place fell silent. Many martial artists showed shock on their faces. Clearly, they did not expect Su Hong to act so decisively. The extraction of the star-patterned ink purple bamboo meant the disappearance of the magnetic field rules. At this time, martial artists had already surrounded the ink purple bamboo forest tightly. Truly reckless. Ha, this young man knows no better. Does he really think he is invincible? Killing and snatching treasures, why are they still standing there? Charge! Bai Ao and Lin Chen both showed a look of astonishment. But soon, Bai Ao reacted and immediately shouted. All of you, charge, kill him. In the next moment, he and Lin Chen led the charge directly towards Su Hong. The team members and the group of cultists exchanged glances and quickly followed. A group of martial artists was also extremely excited, charging forward with loud cries. However, Su Hong, who had just pulled out the star-patterned ink purple bamboo, did not immediately flee. He coldly watched the incoming martial artists, silently dismantled the head of the black-gold mysterious iron spear, and attached it to one end of the star-patterned ink purple bamboo, perfectly fitting. Holding the star bamboo spear, Su Hong's gaze turned sharp. The next moment, he fully unleashed the thunder, fire, and gold spiritual energy within his body, continuously surging towards the star bamboo spear. Chapter 142, Lin Chen's face was grim as he dialed a phone number. It took a full 7 days to kill that second-tier Su Hong. Lin Chen, you have disappointed me a bit. The young man's tone on the other end was somewhat dissatisfied. Hearing this, Lin Chen's face immediately stiffened, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and explained the situation from beginning to end. After he finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Soon after, a crisp sound echoed, and Lin Chen shivered all over. It was the sound of a wine glass being crushed. Unexpectedly, since he failed, he should just come back. Remember, do not mention this to anyone. After a moment, the young man's voice returned to calmness. The call was disconnected. Lin Chen swallowed hard. Although the adult's voice was very calm, he could clearly feel the hidden rage. Thinking about the terrifying punishment he would face upon returning, Lin Chen felt a surge of fear. At the same time, Bai Ao also reported the recent defeat to the higher-ups of the Myriad Races cult. Unlike the young man, the higher-ups of the Myriad Races cult did not possess such good composure. What? Not only did you fail to kill him, but that fragment was also taken by Su Hong. Chapter 143, You dare to take the initiative to attack me. Yi Qi laughed in anger, feeling that Su Hong had gone mad. Just a second-tier martial artist, using martial arts to control him earlier, had already astonished him. Unexpectedly, Su Hong actually took the initiative to attack him now. He had yet to leave. In the eyes of others, he was still the head of this martial artist base. Suddenly, Yi Qi's eyes lit up. Since Su Hong dared to attack him in public, he might as well just kill Su Hong. Once Su Hong was dead, even if Chen Ming's sound transmission stone did indeed fall into his hands, he could just destroy it. This way, he wouldn't even have to leave the martial artist base. Thinking of this, Yi Qi felt ecstatic, and his gaze towards Su Hong instantly filled with murderous intent. The next moment, his entire body erupted with energy, and the pressure of a high-level third-tier martial artist slammed against the flame cage that trapped him. In Yi Qi's imagination, a mere second-tier flame cage would be easily broken by him. Instead, reality dealt him a huge slap. As he erupted, the flame cage merely shook a few times, showing no signs of collapsing. This shocked Yi Qi. No wonder Su Hong could take first place in the training camp. His strength was indeed outrageous. Chapter 144, Outside the Martial Artist Base. A group of martial artists saw the city lord personally arrive and quickly made way. At that moment, Wang Enai was moving quickly, his face anxious. The moment he learned that Su Hong might be in trouble, he rushed over immediately. Behind him, strong figures from the city lord's mansion followed closely. Each of them looked very serious. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Hong was now the precious gem of Star City. They were counting on Su Hong to perform brilliantly in the college entrance examination, to strive for more resources for Star City in the coming year. At this time, as Wang Enai entered the martial artist base, he immediately spotted Su Hong. Still alive, Wang Enai let out a sigh of relief. But soon, when he saw the long spear in Su Hong's hand, Wang Enai froze. This is the star-patterned ink purple bamboo. Wang Enai's eyes slowly widened. Without needing to think, he knew this was the opportunity Su Hong obtained at the stargazing lake. But the problem is, this is a multi-attribute B-grade heavenly material and earthly treasure. Once it appears, it will definitely attract countless martial artists to fight for it. Yet now, it actually appeared in Su Hong's hands. This made Wang Enai extremely shocked. Earlier, when Su Hong mentioned wanting to strengthen himself with multiple attributes, he had jokingly suggested that Su Hong try it at the stargazing lake. He was just saying it casually. Chapter 145. Looking at the attribute panel, Su Hong began to ponder how to allocate his martial arts points. He currently had 777 points of vitality and 500 points of mental strength. With 2,420 martial arts points, if he allocated all of it to vitality, he would directly break through the 1,000-point vitality barrier and advance to a third-tier warrior. However, doing so would leave his mental strength significantly lacking. Moreover, in the period leading up to the college entrance examination, he wouldn't have a stable channel to acquire martial arts points. After some thought, Su Hong allocated 1,420 martial arts points to mental strength, while the remaining 1,000 points went to vitality. In the next moment, the vitality and mental strength on the panel surged rapidly. Ultimately, his vitality reached 877 points, and his mental strength reached 642 points. The college entrance examination was a month away. With his speed in practicing the guiding technique, he should be able to break through to a third-tier warrior within this month. As Su Hong was thinking, waves of heat surged within him, and his mental strength began to expand in his mind. He quickly focused his mind and started to adapt to the enhanced power. Meanwhile, in Demon City, at the Wang family residence, the young man who had appeared in Yi Qi's office was now sitting in his study, his eyes shadowed. His hair was a mix of black and white, making him look far older than his outward appearance suggested. Chapter 146. Li Chengshan was quite confident in his own strength. In this martial arts world, to become a principal of a school, aside from cultural knowledge, strength was the most important factor. After all, how could a principal command respect if their strength was inferior to that of some teachers, or even students? It would be hard to gain respect from others. In the past, Li Chengshan had defeated high-tier third-tier competitors with his mid-tier third-tier strength to secure the position of principal at number 1 high school. Those who lost either left in shame or sought to compete for principal positions at number 2 or number 3 high schools. In other words, among the principals of the several dozen universities in Qing City today, Li Chengshan's strength was the strongest. Back then, he had only been a mid-tier third-tier warrior to win the principal position, and over the years, he had already reached high-tier third-tier strength, much stronger than before. If it weren't for his age, which was causing his vitality to gradually decline, he was confident that he could break through to a fourth-tier warrior. Thank you, Principal. Hearing Li Chengshan agree, Su Hong was somewhat surprised, but quickly showed a look of joy. He had initially sought out Principal Li just to defeat him and gain martial arts points. After all, he didn't plan to leave the city anytime soon. He wanted to cultivate within the city, and martial arts points had become extremely precious. Chapter 147 Revolution. The surging thunder instantly enveloped the pitch-black star bamboo spear. Before the spear was even unleashed, the terrifying fluctuations emitted by the thunder caused the surrounding students to change their expressions. From this star bamboo spear, they seemed to sense the breath of death. Wow, we are still tens of meters away. A group of students was shocked, realizing just how great the gap between them and Su Hong was as they witnessed him make a move. Just sensing the oppressive pressure radiating from the thunder made it difficult for them to breathe. This was just watching from the sidelines. If they faced him directly, they feared they wouldn't be able to move at all, let alone have the courage to resist. Not only the students, but even several teachers, including Li Ming, were equally astonished. As teachers, they were all high-tier first-tier warriors, yet seeing Su Hong make a move evoked feelings similar to those of the students. This one strike is enough to crush me. The thought arose almost simultaneously in the minds of the teachers, including Li Ming. Their eyes gradually revealed a complex expression. The one bringing them such pressure was merely a student who had not yet turned 18. Li Ming felt a bit complicated, but was more gratified. Chapter 148 All right. You can come back tomorrow. Li Chengshan agreed with a stiff face. He thought to himself that he could never practice with Su Hong in front of the students again. If he were to mess up, it would be a tremendous loss of face. Although Su Hong was indeed a prodigy, he was still a principal, and losing to a student would be unacceptable. With that in mind, Li Chengshan was preparing to have a private word with Su Hong, asking him to come tomorrow in a low-key manner. But at that moment, when Li Chengshan readily agreed, the eyes of the students and teachers lit up. Watching this battle today had opened their eyes, and they felt they had learned a lot. Immediately, a group of students began to speak up. Principal, can we come to watch again tomorrow? Yes, I feel like I've learned so much and gained new insights into martial arts. Wow, me too. Hearing these words, Li Chengshan's eyes twitched, and he held back the words that almost slipped out. Yet, at that moment, by sheer coincidence, several teachers, including Li Ming, echoed the students. Yes. Principal, the college entrance examination is just a month away. Let the students watch your battle with Su Hong more. Chapter 149 What did you say? Break through to the third tier now. Li Chengshan seemed unable to believe his ears. When he heard Su Hong repeat it, he was completely stunned. Wait. Didn't you say your vitality was just close to 800 points 20 days ago? In less than a month. You say you're going to break through to the third tier now. Your vitality is almost 1,000 points. Li Chengshan was dumbfounded. This was an unimaginable speed of cultivation, something he had never heard of before. All right, you go ahead and break through. I'll personally guard the door for you. And absolutely no one will disturb you. Coming back to his senses from the shock, Li Chengshan couldn't suppress the excitement at the corners of his mouth. A third-tier warrior. According to Li Chengshan's knowledge, in previous college entrance examinations, the number of candidates reaching the third tier was pitifully small. Even in the two top-tier regions of Demon City, it was rare. Moreover, this was in Xing City, which ranked in the lower middle of Jiangnan province. It was worth noting that in the past decade, the strongest candidates from Xing City had only reached the initial stage of the second tier. But now, Su Hong was directly surpassing a major realm. Just with Su Hong alone, who knows how many resources and advantages he could bring to Xing City in the coming years. Chapter 150 at the City Lord's Mansion. As soon as Su Hong got out of the car and learned from butler Xiao Chen that his uncle and aunt were currently receiving treatment in the City Lord's Mansion, he immediately rushed over to take a look. When he saw his uncle and aunt again, Su Hong was very surprised, as the two of them, after a month of treatment and recuperation, looked at least a decade younger. Originally both were in their 50s, but now they looked like they were just over 40. Full of vitality. Young Master Su, after 2 more treatment sessions, your aunt's illness will be completely cured, the doctor at the City Lord's Mansion said confidently. Su Hong awkwardly smiled. The title Young Master Su made his skin crawl. After chatting for a while, Su Hong, guided by steward Xiao Chen, arrived at the City Lord's office. After greeting, Wang Enai's expression became serious as he got straight to the point. Su Hong, we have figured out the reason why that group of demonic cultists appeared during this month of investigation. To put it simply, the reason you were attacked by those cultists is largely because you were an innocent victim. Su Hong was taken aback, and Wang Enai explained. I mentioned to you last time that with the emergence of anomalies around the world, there have been sightings of cultists in every region where an anomaly has appeared. Chapter 151. If I had to choose, I would definitely go to Demon Marshal. Wang Enai said without any hesitation. This surprised Su Hong, who quickly asked why. Wang Enai shook his head. The Imperial Marshal is, after all, the capital. The waters there are too deep, the students are either rich or noble. With so many conflicting interests, having talent doesn't necessarily guarantee success. To exaggerate a bit, if you throw a brick in the Imperial Marshal University, you might hit a student from a family listed among the top 100 in the national wealth rankings, or a descendant of a master-level expert. Su Hong felt at a loss for words. If what Wang Enai said was true, no matter how good the treatment at the Imperial Marshal was, he would not go. He was confident about his future, and would rather go to a place with fewer resources, but more freedom, than to a resource-rich place with too many restrictions like the Imperial Marshal University. Wang Enai then changed the subject. On the other hand, the Demon Marshal side is inclusive and basically does not consider identity, only talent and practical ability. If you are strong enough, you are very likely to stand out, and almost no one will deliberately suppress you. Hearing this, Su Hong nodded. Since that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. He would go to Demon Marshal. Chapter 152, The Hidden Dragon Ranking. Su Hong was a bit confused. This was the first time he had heard of it. You don't know? Oh right. Wang Enai smacked his head and explained to Su Hong. The Hidden Dragon ranking is specifically for martial arts students, ranked by their strength. Moreover, the ranking is divided by realms, starting from the 3rd rank. Then the 4th and 5th ranks. Each realm's Hidden Dragon ranking only lists the top 1,000 students nationwide, making it highly prestigious. Anyone who can make the list, even if they are ranked 1,000th, is undoubtedly a genius. After a pause, Wang Enai smiled. With your strength, once you enter the Martial University, as long as you achieve some results, you will definitely make the list easily. In fact, in Wang Enai's mind, Su Hong's strength could at least place him in the top 10 of the 3rd rank Hidden Dragon ranking. It should be noted that this was the top 10 of the 3rd rank in the National Martial University, which was highly prestigious. If being on the Hidden Dragon ranking signifies genius, then being in the top 10, or even the top 100, would mean each individual is extraordinary. Moreover, Wang Ni believed Su Hong could enter the top 10 simply because he had just broken through to the third rank. Chapter 153, No way, don't joke with me. Wang Lindao said with disbelief. Is there really a third rank in Qing City? If there really was such a genius, wouldn't they have been poached by Hang City already? What would I gain from lying to you? Wang Ni rolled his eyes and then laughed. Come on, he's only 18. And Master Qin thinks highly of him. Don't you think it's worth your while to curry favor with him? Seeing it was true, Wang Lindao's attitude immediately did a complete turnaround. He asked eagerly, where is he? I want to go flatter him first. Your ability to change faces is impressive. Wang Ni laughed, what's up? Aren't you going to complain a bit more? Nonsense, if I complain any longer, the college entrance exam evaluation will start. And I won't have time to flatter anymore. Wang Lindao said confidently. Being accepted as a disciple by a master, his martial arts talent was naturally not bad. At just over 30, he was already a 5th rank warrior, and his teacher had said he had the potential of a master. However, compared to an 18-year-old 3rd rank warrior, he was far behind. Wow, brother Ni, Qing City is really lucky this time. Wang Lindao exclaimed, an 18-year-old 3rd rank warrior. I think I was only at mid to high 1st rank when I was 18. Chapter 154, just as Su Hong was stepping up for the blood test, behind him, Wang Qiandao and the other two were also standing among Su Hong's class. This was also specially arranged by the principal. After all, these three had returned from the training camp as 2nd rank warriors. Since that was the case, they would naturally complete the blood test as quickly as possible before heading to Hang City for the martial arts examination reserved for geniuses. Today's test was merely a formality. I wonder what level of blood Su Hong has reached. With his talent, I wouldn't be surprised if he was at the high end of the 2nd rank. Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyang were discussing while looking at Su Hong's back. Meanwhile, Wang Qiandao surprisingly did not join the conversation and stood silently in place. This piqued Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyang's curiosity. Wang Qiandao, aren't you curious about Su Hong's blood level? Yeah, if he is still only at mid-2nd rank. Then we might have a chance to catch up. Catching up to Su Hong. Wang Qiandao shook his head self-deprecatingly. Su Hong is already a 3rd rank warrior. What do we have to compare with? When he first heard this news from his father, Wang Qiandao couldn't believe it. It was only after he kept confirming that he realized it was true. Chapter 155, after the blood test was completed. Su Hong turned to Wang Lindao and asked whether they should head to Hang City now. Wang Lindao came back to his senses and enthusiastically said, no rush. No rush. There are still 3 2nd rank warriors, let's wait for their process to finish, and then you can all go together. Su Hong nodded and then turned back to the class to wait. As he turned back, all eyes in the room were focused on him, filled with various emotions, amazement, envy, shock, and jealousy. Next, it was Wang Qiandao and the other two's turn for the blood test. Their blood levels were now not far from the mid-2nd rank. Logically speaking, this would be enough to astonish the entire audience. However, with Su Hong's brilliance preceding them, the three were overshadowed like green leaves. Although they still caused a stir, the cheers and shocked comments were nothing compared to Su Hong. Soon, Wang Ni stood up and announced loudly that Su Hong and Wang Qiandao would set off for Hang City to participate in the assessment with all the geniuses from Jiangnan province. Instantly, the room erupted in thunderous applause that lasted a long time. Chapter 156, after the announcement, no one responded. A group of geniuses was rendered speechless by Su Hong's overwhelming presence, making it hard for them to even open their mouths to speak. The pressure felt as if it were comparable to the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. It's truly absurd, wasn't Su Hong's vitality only 1005? He just broke through to the 3rd rank, and yet his pressure rivals that of the mid-stage 3rd rank. Wang Qiandao and the others felt their hearts racing. Even with Su Hong's deliberate control, the pressure exerted on them was weak, but the three still felt a significant burden. If they felt this way, one can only imagine how the other geniuses felt, many of whom had lower vitality than them. It wasn't until 10 seconds later, when someone's face became increasingly pale, that Su Hong slowly retracted his pressure. Instantly, the group of geniuses gasped for breath, as if they had just emerged from drowning. It took a moment for them to recover and look up at Su Hong as if he were a monster. No one spoke. They didn't even have the courage to make eye contact with Su Hong. But everyone remembered this boy from Star City, their wariness towards him reaching its peak. Just from the pressure he had just exerted, they understood that if they encountered him in the martial arts assessment, there was only one choice: to run. Chapter 157. Who do you think will perform well in this martial arts assessment? At this moment, Qin Qianlai asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingshan and Jiang Lin, along with others who had met Su Hong, rolled their eyes in unison. Don't get too smug. If a few third-rank martial artists show up, Su Hong might not necessarily be their match, Wang Qingshan scoffed. Jiang Lin added, that's right. Su Hong is only at the second rank. Even though his combat power is extremely high, his vitality is a clear disadvantage. If a few third-rank martial artists appear, Su Hong might not win. They said this, but their words were laced with a strong hint of jealousy. Qin Qianlai naturally picked up on this, smiling without saying a word, which made Wang Qingshan and Jiang Lin grit their teeth in annoyance. However, the masters who had not seen Su Hong before looked surprised at this comment. Wait, what do you mean he might not be a match? A second rank against a third rank? Both being geniuses, how could there possibly be any suspense in the outcome? Are you overly confident in this little guy named Su Hong? The gap between the second and third ranks is not as small as that between the first and second ranks. Upon hearing this, Qin Qianlai and the others didn't refute, chuckling as they kept the suspense. You'll find out soon enough. Chapter 158. When Su Hong got out of the car, Chen Su and the others, along with a group of students who had participated in the training camp in Hang City, all tensed up, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In contrast, the nearby geniuses led by Chen Qianyang casually glanced at them for a moment before looking away, clearly not taking these geniuses from remote cities seriously. After all, if they were truly geniuses, they would have long been recruited by Hang City or other high-ranking cities. Why would they still be stuck in these remote areas? As for Chen Qianyang, he didn't even have the interest to take a second glance. For him, the only ones worth noticing in this martial arts assessment were just Chen Su and the others. Is this Su Hong? A group of masters nearby looked over with interest. After sizing up Su Hong for a while, one of the masters muttered, aside from being handsome and somewhat resembling me when I was young, he doesn't seem to have anything remarkable about him. Come on, you know very well how you were when you were young. You graduated from WuDa and never even held a woman's hand. This Su Hong doesn't seem to have 3 heads and 6 arms. How could you all think he can fight a third rank with his second rank? You're being overly confident. Chapter 159. The assessment rules are as follows. This assessment will be conducted in a point system. Each time you kill a ferocious beast, you will earn different points based on your rank. At the same time, in the secret realm, there are also some ferocious beasts whose strength far exceeds that of the same rank. These beasts are elite monsters, and killing them can yield a massive amount of points. These elite monsters are located in specific areas. When you kill a ferocious beast, be sure to search the corpses, as there is a chance to find fragments of a map of the secret realm, which will mark the coordinates of these elite monsters. Additionally, once you gather all the map fragments, a low-level 4th rank barbarian dragon will be released in the center of the map. When everyone heard the last sentence, their expressions changed slightly. Among the myriad races, the dragon race possesses an incredibly strong physique. Any ferocious beast with even a trace of dragon blood far surpasses other beasts of the same rank. This barbarian dragon is said to be low-level 4th rank. But its actual combat power likely exceeds that of mid-level 4th rank beasts. The difficulty is absurdly high. The 3rd rank martial artists present might not even be able to gather a handful, and the rest are all 2nd rank martial artists. How can they kill this barbarian dragon? However, Lin Beixing ignored these concerns and continued speaking to himself. Chapter 160. As Su Hong passed through the spatial vortex, he felt a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast and ruined city. The buildings in sight were all completely different from modern architectural styles. All the structures in this secret realm were built from giant stones of various colors, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. Weeds grew abundantly, and moss covered the buildings. Occasionally, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from afar. It was an ancient architectural style. Su Hong looked around, confirmed that he was safe, and opened his smart wristband to take a look. The wristband had 2 functions. One was a leaderboard, displaying the names of the 100 martial arts candidates, each with their points shown as a suffix. However, since they had just entered, everyone had 0 points. The other function was a pitch-black map. Finding map fragments should illuminate it. With this in mind, Su Hong grabbed his Xingzhu spear and quickly headed towards the direction of the ferocious beast's roar. Before long, 2 enormous ferocious beasts fighting came into view. One was a gigantic black bear, standing upright and towering 4 or 5 stories high. The other was a white tiger crawling on the ground, its muscles about half a meter in radius. Chapter 161. First place, Chen Qianyang, 180 points. Second place, Chen Su, 150 points. Third place, Luo Dao, 120 points. Fourth place, 11th place, Su Hong, 100 points. A low-level 3rd rank is worth 100 points. Su Hong glanced at the leaderboard and found himself in 11th place. He looked at the white tiger below him. If he had killed it just now, he would be in 1st place. Just then, the white tiger seemed to sense his thoughts, shaking all over. Thinking that Su Hong was dissatisfied with its slow speed, the frightened white tiger, not daring to be lazy, immediately sprinted away at full speed, its claws nearly sparking against the ground. This lazy tiger was actually slacking off just now. Su Hong was momentarily stunned, almost laughing in anger. He looked back at the leaderboard, scanning through the points of all 100 students. Even those at the very end had at least 50 points. Su Hong stroked his chin. It seemed many students had already chosen to team up with others. 50 points of experience. If 2 people form a team to kill a 3rd-tier ferocious beast, they can earn this much. Su Hong pondered that there should not be many 2nd-tier ferocious beasts in the Qianxing secret realm, while 3rd-tier ferocious beasts are likely to be common. Chapter 162, Qianxing Square. 10 minutes ago, when Su Hong chose to go alone to the location of the elite monster, the surrounding martial artists all widened their eyes. No way, is this guy crazy? Didn't Master Lin already hint that this is an elite monster, which is much stronger than ordinary 3rd-tier ferocious beasts? Even I can see that this elite monster and that barbarian dragon are clearly meant for students to team up to kill. What is this young man thinking? The masters also raised their eyebrows. Old kin, Su Hong is too confident in himself, isn't he? HMPH, I don't think it's confidence. This is already arrogance. Hey, young people are like this, full of energy. Once they get schooled by the elite monster, they will obediently form a team. A group of masters kept teasing. Although they didn't understand Su Hong's strength, how strong could he be? It should be noted that these ferocious beasts classified as elite monsters were specifically captured by Lin Beixing. The requirement was at least high-tier 3rd tier. And the types of ferocious beasts had to be among the best in the same realm. To be blunt, any elite monster in this secret realm even if facing a weak 4th-tier ferocious beast, has a small chance of winning. Chapter 163, Enough, Stop Calling. Seeing the white tiger howling incessantly, Su Hong slapped it in annoyance. Do you know where other ferocious beasts like this giant ape are? Thinking back to the cowardly expression on the white tiger's face when he mentioned looking for a giant ape, Su Hong had a sudden inspiration and asked. Upon hearing this, the white tiger was momentarily stunned, recalling the times it was bullied by those guys. Now it could bring a human to take revenge. And the white tiger immediately bounced around excitedly, howling loudly. Seeing this, even though Su Hong couldn't understand beast language, he realized what the cowardly tiger meant. TSK TSK. If you know, then let's go. Awoo. The white tiger eagerly lifted its head, dragging Su Hong onto its back, then raised its head to look around. Clearly pondering which guy to seek revenge on first. Find the closest one. Upon receiving Su Hong's words, the white tiger howled and immediately locked onto a direction, starting to run wildly. The white tiger was extremely excited, thinking about how it was bringing a human to seek revenge, and could beat up those annoying guys. It even bounced and jumped while running. This demeanor, this action, this expression, perfectly embodies the phrase a small person achieving success. This excitement lasted for quite a while until the white tiger heard a faint voice from its back. Chapter 164, On the plain, dark peaks stood tall. What's going on? It should be right here. Chen Qianyang arrived at this location. Glanced at the map to confirm he had reached the location marked with a red dot, but he did not see the elite monster, and his brows furrowed immediately. All he could see were towering peaks. At this moment, Chen Qianyang heard a sound, looked up at one of the peaks, and after careful recognition, his expression changed drastically. He saw a black giant python, over 10 meters long, coiling around the peak. At this moment, the massive snake head was flicking its tongue, its cold eyes staring intently at him. High tier 3rd tier. Feeling the aura of the giant python, Chen Qianyang's pupils suddenly constricted. This realm was far beyond his expectations. The reason he initially believed Su Hong had killed the elite monster was that he had assessed that killing 23rd tier ferocious beasts in a short time was extremely difficult. Therefore, he concluded that Su Hong, whose points had skyrocketed, must have killed an elite monster. Originally, he thought that this Su Hong, whom he had never heard of, could kill an elite monster, so the elite monster's realm must not be high, belonging to the type that is first come, first served. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, Chen Qianyang realized how wrong he was. Chapter 165, Awoo. Seeing Su Hong, the white tiger immediately roared towards a distance, indicating that the elite monster was over there. Got it. After grabbing the map, Su Hong could already see the red dot, just a few kilometers away. Just as he was about to ride the tiger and head over, Su Hong suddenly had an idea. He quickly walked over to the 6 people who had collapsed on the ground and gave each of them a hit with the giant stick. With this hit, Chen Qianyang and the 5 students visibly shuddered. It seems I can't exploit a bug. Looking at the points that hadn't increased, Su Hong felt a bit disappointed. Casually tossed the giant stick away, and rode on the white tiger towards the direction of the elite monster. In Qianxing Square, all the martial artists who had watched from beginning to end were silent. The group of masters didn't know what to say. Qin Qianlai rubbed his forehead, speechless, feeling that this scene looked extremely familiar. Lin Beixing sighed, saying, I was wrong. I originally thought Chen Qianyang was suitable enough for the magic martial arts. But I didn't expect there were even stronger ones. Upon hearing this, the group of masters nodded in agreement. This was clearly a minor disaster. Going to the magic martial arts is better. TSK, that stick swing looks very skilled, he must have done this before. Chapter 166, shortly after Su Hong left. Among the 6 people who had collapsed on the ground, Chen Qianyang quickly woke up, looking around with a confused expression. But soon, when he recalled what had just happened. Chen Qianyang clenched his fists, his face turning extremely red. He was actually ambushed. Moreover, he was knocked out with just 2 hits. I hope I don't find out who you are, you ambushing dog. Damn it, could it be that dog thief Chen Su and those 3? Chen Qianyang opened his hand ring and saw that his points had been halved, gritting his teeth in anger. But suddenly, his expression froze. He saw Su Hong at the top of the leaderboard, with points reaching a terrifying 4,600. This score, in previous year's martial arts exams, would be enough to enter any martial arts university other than the Magic Martial Emperors, even if it ended here. And now, such a terrifying score. Su Hong achieved it on the first day. His points were just over 2,000 before, and now they have skyrocketed again. Could it be that he killed another elite monster? Chen Qianyang's expression changed unpredictably, his eyes filled with suspicion. After encountering the giant python, he had already felt that this elite monster was not something a single person could defeat. They must team up. Chapter 167, Qin Qianlai, with a dark face, cursed loudly. At first, he felt quite pleased. After all, he had been Su Hong's teacher for a while. But who knew that these bastards would ask him to bring this up with Su Hong? He was still a teacher in front of them. And now he had to go ask a student for advice. Did he have no pride? If you don't go, then forget it. I'll just go talk to Su Hong myself, and let him speak to me alone. Qin Qianlai flipped the table with a backhand, causing a group of masters to panic. What the hell, are you hoarding everything for yourself? But Qin Qianlai held the initiative, and the group of masters could only make various promises. After much difficulty, Qin Qianlai reluctantly agreed. Don't forget what you promised me, and also, if Su Hong has any issues in the future, don't just leave me hanging. Considering Su Hong's ability to stir up trouble, Qin Qianlai said this in the end. The group of masters nodded repeatedly, pounding their chests in assurance that they would definitely protect Su Hong when going out in the future. At that moment, when the huge screen showed Su Hong going to find the barbarian dragon, several masters were stunned. Wait, has this kid gone crazy? Lin Beixing widened his eyes. I specifically explained the rules for this kid. That's a 4th-tier barbarian dragon. He still wants to go alone after knowing in advance. Chapter 168, Center of the Qianxing Secret Realm. When the white tiger brought Su Hong to this place, he could clearly feel the difference in this area. It was quiet. Too quiet. The only sound was the faint rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. Throughout the journey, he hadn't seen a single ferocious beast. It seemed he had entered the territory of the barbarian dragon. Su Hong became vigilant. Although he was confident in his strength, he wouldn't underestimate any enemy. Aowu. After entering this area, the white tiger became noticeably restless, its fur bristling. If Su Hong weren't riding on its back, the white tiger probably would never have entered this area in its lifetime. Just lead the way without worry, Su Hong reassured it. The white tiger let out a soft cry and continued to lead the way. In Su Hong's expectations, since he had entered the barbarian dragon's territory, he should be able to see it soon. However, to his surprise, half an hour passed, and the white tiger was still searching everywhere. This barbarian dragon's territory is much larger than I imagined. Su Hong grew increasingly vigilant. The larger the territory of a ferocious beast, the stronger its power must be. 10 more minutes passed. The white tiger brought Su Hong to a bottomless underground cave. Chapter 169, Deep in the Cave. Crash! Huge chains fell continuously, producing a dull sound. The barbarian dragon excitedly twisted its body, and let out an angry dragon roar at Su Hong. A violent aura swept across the scene. Su Hong's clothes were blown up by the gust of wind. The restrictions were lifted. It seemed the masters had discovered it. The barbarian dragon broke free from its shackles and could fully display its strength, but there was not a trace of regret on Su Hong's face, rather. It was filled with excitement. This is just the opportunity to test my full strength after breaking through to the 3rd tier. Su Hong took the initiative and quickly charged towards the barbarian dragon. Roar! The barbarian dragon looked at the insect daring to attack first, its eyes filled with contempt. It opened its dragon mouth, and a violent flame seemed endless as it shot towards Su Hong. Water dragon. After breaking through to the third tier. With the enhancement from the fragments of the seven divine cauldron, the spiritual energy in Su Hong's body was comparable to that of a fourth-tier warrior. The water dragon he summoned was no longer the martial skill that Qin Qianlai mocked as a water bug. It was a genuine water dragon. A water dragon formed entirely of water roared as it charged towards the flames. In the moment of collision, a thick steam suddenly burst forth. Chapter 170, finally killed it. Looking at the silent barbarian dragon in front of him, Su Hong sat on the ground, panting heavily. The barbarian dragon was too fast. He had to use all his strength to employ control-type martial skills to restrict it. This consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, he had to race against time to kill the barbarian dragon before his spiritual energy was exhausted. Even under his full effort, the barbarian dragon, having a trace of dragon blood, was indeed a fourth-tier ferocious beast. It's so tough. Even after pinning it against the wall and fighting for several minutes, he finally killed it. With its steel-like bones, Su Hong felt that even if other students teamed up to attack, they might not be able to wear it down. Regardless, I've already secured those 10,000 points. The title of martial champion is mine. Su Hong gasped, a hint of joy appearing in his heart. He opened his wristband to find his points had reached 15,200. With 6 days left, if the number of elite monsters was sufficient, it was possible to reach 20,000 or even 30,000 points. Having experienced being hunted at the stargazing lake, which forced him to stay in Star City for a month to train quietly, Su Hong now cherished every opportunity to kill a large number of ferocious beasts. Chapter 171, What the hell? Su Hong killed that barbarian dragon. Is he even human? This is just the first day of the martial exam, and my points are just over 300. What a monster, what kind of speed is that? That barbarian dragon was a fourth-tier beast. Master Lin suggested we team up to kill it, and he just took it down alone. No kidding. He alone skyrocketed by 10,000 points, it must be him who killed it alone. Throughout the secret realm, voices filled with shock rang out, nearly turning into screams. All the students felt their scalps tingle. Originally, each of them was a top genius in their respective cities. But now, after participating in the martial exam, they realized that there were always people beyond their reach. Compared to Su Hong, what difference did they have from ordinary people? Damn, Su Hong is defying the heavens. Can we really catch up to him? Wang Qiandao, Xiao Yang, and Lin Xinghe stood together, their expressions extremely complicated. They had long given up on the unrealistic idea of surpassing Su Hong. They were just trying hard not to fall too far behind. But now, the three sadly discovered that no matter how hard they worked, the gap between them and Su Hong was not only not narrowing, but was instead growing larger. Chapter 172, In a stream where the water was knee-deep, a loud buzzing sound erupted continuously. A massive headless white ape was holding its own head in one hand and a giant sword in the other, relentlessly attacking a young boy. A headless ape can still live. What a headless beast! Just as the headless white ape was about to swing down its sword, Su Hong suddenly activated the thunder palm and quickly pressed it down towards the stream. Buzz! A strong electric current instantly acted on both the boy and the ape. Su Hong's physique was incredibly strong. He only felt momentarily paralyzed before regaining his ability to move. However, the headless white ape remained frozen in the pose of raising its giant sword high. Seizing this opportunity, Su Hong leaped fiercely and wildly swung his spear to stab. In an instant, countless transparent holes appeared all over the headless white ape's body. Having previously experienced decapitating the white ape's head only for it to revive, this time, Su Hong directly severed all 4 limbs of the white ape. Immediately, he began to use the spear as a club, smashing it repeatedly until the white ape was completely reduced to mush before slowly stopping. Let's see if you can still live. Soon, the sound of receiving martial arts points rang in his ears, and Su Hong let out a sigh of relief. Today was already the last day of the martial arts examination, and in the past 7 days, this headless giant ape was the most troublesome elite monster he had encountered. Chapter 173, My Goodness, 35,000 points. This is the highest in the history of Jiangnan province, right? The provincial news has been dominated by Su Hong's points during this time. Look at Chen Qianyang in second place, and Chen Su in third, they only have 10,000 points. What does it mean to only have 10,000 points? In previous years, that would be the level of a top genius, but this year, Su Hong suddenly emerged, and he is just too monstrous. Speaking of this 10,000 points, I can't help but laugh. Chen Su and the others were always half a beat slower than Su Hong, and they only managed to kill 2 elite monsters, while their 10,000 points were earned one beast at a time. Frankly speaking, it looks exhausting. No matter how many times the onlookers have seen Su Hong's points, the martial artists still felt excited. A group of masters also secretly clicked their tongues, and hearing their amazed words, Qin Qianlai was overjoyed. At this moment, when the top 10 students appeared, all the martial artists spontaneously applauded and cheered for them. When Chen Su and his group and Chen Qianyang appeared, the cheers from the audience were deafening. Hee hee. Chen Su and his group smiled brightly, enjoying the atmosphere. Chapter 174, still the same saying. Those who can become masters have outstanding talent. Even if they study on their own, mastering attribute fusion is only a matter of time. Moreover, with Su Hong continuously correcting them beside them, at 7 in the morning, the dozen or so masters present had initially grasped dual attribute fusion. Su Hong, thank you. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. The group of masters were very serious, even slightly bowing, which made Su Hong break out in a sweat, repeatedly waving his hands. This is very necessary. The masters exchanged glances, and finally, Lin Beixing spoke up to explain the recent events to Su Hong. At the same time, they informed Su Hong of all the known effects of the 7 Divine Cauldron. Su Hong already had a fragment of the 7 Divine Cauldron, so he was well aware of its benefits. However, when Lin Beixing mentioned that it could allow martial artists to master multiple attributes, Su Hong only had some guesses in his heart, and now he received confirmation, which only surprised him internally. After all, a group of masters had been researching attribute fusion right in front of him, so he had already suspected something. However, what Lin Beixing said next made Su Hong's expression become serious. The fragments of the 7 Divine Cauldron were not only obtained by our human race. Chapter 175, At 4 in the morning, Su Hong returned to his room. After 7 days of intense fighting, plus just almost all night teaching a group of masters. Even though Su Hong had abundant energy, he felt extremely tired at this moment. However, before that, he still needed to do one thing. Open the panel. Name, Su Hong Talent, Peerless Throughout the Ages Vitality, 1035, Spirit Master, 844, Physique, Tyrant Body Spirit Level 11, Guidance Technique, Martial Skills, Martial Arts Points, 4120, occasionally checking to remind everyone. Let's skip the unupdated martial skills. The 7 days in the secret realm were exhausting, but the gains were also quite substantial. Vitality increased from 1015 to 1035. Aside from his own training, the meat of the 4th level barbarian dragon accounted for a large portion. The progress of the tyrant body also slightly increased. The martial arts points even reached a historical high. Unfortunately, there weren't enough elite monsters, otherwise, breaking through 5,000 points would have been no problem. Su Hong muttered to himself, and if the martial arts examination head, Master Lin, heard this, he would definitely roll his eyes. In Master Lin's expectation, Even if half of a dozen elite monsters were killed, that would be considered a good quality for this year's candidates. Chapter 176, On the High-Speed Train. A group of talented individuals from various cities had depressed expressions. They realized they had overthought it. The masters came solely for Su-hong. This is too much face. Isn't he only at the 3rd level? A group of students pondered for a long time and couldn't figure it out. Could it be that Su-hong's talent was already good enough to make masters lower their standards? Su-hong, which martial arts university are you planning to go to? At this moment, Chen Qianyang asked Su-hong. Why are his eyes so red? Su-hong wondered and casually replied, Magic Martial. Good. Chen Qianyang nodded vigorously. Then I'll also go to Magic Martial. I will definitely surpass you then. Waiting for you. Seeing Su-hong's calm demeanor, as if he had no pressure at all. Chen Qianyang snorted lightly and returned to his seat, directly starting to practice the guidance technique. Judging by this momentum, he wouldn't rest until he surpassed Su-hong. Magic Martial. A group of students whispered among themselves. This monster is going to Magic Martial. Where are you all planning to go? Not everyone is Su-hong. Do you think we can choose any martial arts university? Exactly, wherever the Magic Martial Emperor wants me, I'll go. Do I even need to say that? Chapter 177, In the Office of the Magic Martial Principal. A burly old man set down the student information in his hands and picked his nose. The student information on the desk had Su-hong's name prominently written in the name section. However, the introduction below was different from what Wang Yong had seen. What Wang Yong saw was the version altered by Qin Qianlai and other masters after sealing the news. They wrote that Su-hong awakened after coming into contact with the fragments of the 7 divine cauldron. However, the introduction that Li Qingdao saw at this moment clearly stated that Su-hong achieved a 100 data fusion of 7 attributes during his first spiritual energy test. If there was a monster in Magic Martial that could awaken 7 attributes of spiritual energy, then the 100 compatibility of these 7 attributes belonged solely to Su-hong. A unique case. At the same time, there was a line of small text on the information indicating Su-hong's willingness to attend Magic Martial. At the bottom of this information, there were more than a dozen signed recommendations, including the names of masters like Qin Qianlai, Wang Qingshan, and Lin Beixing. Dozens of masters jointly recommended. TSK, a remarkable little guy has emerged in Jiangnan province this year. Li Qingdao clicked his tongue and looked over Su-hong's data and highlights again. The data also noted every move Su-hong made after entering the training camp. And all actions were recorded. Chapter 178. Just as Wang Yong was heading to Jiangnan province, simultaneously, a plane from the Imperial Marshal was also taking off. Major prestigious schools. After watching the video of Su-hong, the admissions staff of the major prestigious schools were extremely excited. They all urged the director to hurry over. However, the directors of the prestigious schools shook their heads helplessly, showing no intention of taking any action. With Su-hong's talent and strength, he would either go to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy or the Demon Martial Arts Academy. He wouldn't even consider these so-called prestigious schools. Even if we went, it would be a wasted trip, so it's better not to bother. A group of admissions office staff instinctively wanted to refute. But upon recalling the highlights of Su-hong they had just seen, they swallowed their words. In the past, although their prestigious schools were not as good as the Demon and Imperial Martial Arts Academies, they were only inferior to these 2 top martial arts universities. In previous years, countless students begged to come to their martial arts university. Now, they realized that even if they begged Su-hong, he would probably disdain attending this prestigious school. This huge disparity left the admissions office staff silent for a long time. At the Xingqing high-speed railway station, the crowd surged, with many people discussing the situation outside. What's going on? Why is this area blocked off? Did you not see that banner? Our Jiangnan province has produced a martial arts champion. Chapter 179, Xingqing No. 1 High School. Principal's office. Li Chengshan was feeling a lot of pressure at this moment. On the sofa in front of him sat two middle-aged individuals. One male and one female, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Damn, the admissions office directors from the Demon and Imperial Martial Arts Academies actually came in person. Li Chengshan wiped his sweat. Although he couldn't compare to these two sixth-tier martial artists in terms of realm, he had been in the education circle for a while. There were often frictions between the Demon and Imperial Martial Arts Academies, with a strong smell of gunpowder between teachers and students alike. A few years ago, due to an incident, the principals of the two academies had a fierce fight, and the former broke the latter's leg, escalating the conflict between the two martial arts universities to its peak. If it really came to blows, he thought, he wouldn't stand a chance. At this moment, Su Hong and Wang Qiantuo arrived together. I am Wang Yong, the admissions office director from the Demon Martial Arts Academy. I am Chen Lin, the admissions office director from the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Wang Yong and Chen Lin spoke almost simultaneously. Su Hong and Wang Qiantuo greeted them together. After a few polite exchanges, they got straight to the point. According to protocol, both sides should now discuss what benefits and resources they could offer to the students. Chapter 180, What did you say? Chen Lin doubted her hearing. Su Hong repeated, I choose the Demon Martial Arts Academy. Chen Lin was immediately stunned, unable to believe it. With such generous offers, why would Su Hong choose the Demon Martial Arts Academy? Not only she, but Li Chengshan and Wang Qiantuo were equally taken aback. What exactly did you say to him? Chen Lin glared at Wang Yong. None of your business. Wang Yong replied with a victorious smile. Su Hong, are you really not going to reconsider? The resources are vastly different. Chen Lin tried to persuade again. But after patiently listening to her, Su Hong slowly shook his head, his determination to choose the Demon Martial Arts Academy unwavering. In that case, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Chen Lin's attitude suddenly turned a bit cold. It wasn't that she lacked sophistication, but from the moment Su Hong chose the Demon Martial Arts Academy, they had already become competitors in the future National Martial Arts University League. Given Su Hong's performance in the martial arts examination, Chen Lin had no doubt he would be selected for the Demon Martial Arts Academy's team. All right, Su Hong nodded calmly. Wang Yong, however, was displeased. Chen Lin, how can you have such an attitude towards a student as a director? Chapter 181, I'm going to the Demon Martial Arts Academy. Chen Lin and Wang Yong had just met Chen Qianyang, and they hadn't even discussed the benefits yet when they heard this statement. Wang Yong almost laughed out loud on the spot, while Chen Lin's face turned dark. Your brother and sister are both at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. Why do you want to go to the Demon Martial Arts Academy? Today's experience made Chen Lin feel extremely absurd. Just because they are at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. What would be the point if I went there? Chen Qianyang stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud. I want to go to the Demon Martial Arts Academy and defeat them all in the future National Martial Arts University League, making them recognize who the Chen family's top talent is. Chen Lin was left speechless. She could never have imagined such a reason. Brotherly love and sisterly affection, I suppose. After spending a day with uncles, aunts, and younger siblings, the next day at the Xingqing high-speed railway station, Su Hong and Wang Qiantuo, dragging their luggage, stood at the boarding gate. After waving goodbye to their family members who came to see them off, they boarded the high-speed train heading to Magic City. Watching them board the train, at that moment, both Wang Ni and Xiao Lin, as well as Su Guoming and Chen Lan, felt a mix of emotions, some unspeakable comfort, and a deep sense of worry. Chapter 182, the white-haired youth seemed to sense something, smiling as he turned his head, causing several Demon Martial Arts students to immediately focus intently. One student even pretended to be clueless, grinning and asking, Senior Bai, what's up? The white-haired youth raised an eyebrow, and the student, who was pretending immediately took a big step to the side. Then, pointing at several classmates, he said nonchalantly, "Senior bye." It was all them who said it. I didn't say a single bad word about you. Before the white-haired youth could say anything, several demon martial arts students were already displeased. "Damn, you're so good at selling out your teammates." As soon as the white-haired youth spoke, the group immediately quieted down like well-behaved children. However, looking at the welcome sign in their hands, with its crooked letters, hadn't they already embarrassed themselves enough? Of course. They only dared to grumble internally, they wouldn't say it out loud. Nothing else, just because the sign was written by the white-haired youth himself. Given his strength, they didn't want to get beaten up, so they could only pretend to be blind and say the writing was good. At this moment, Su-hong and the others walked out. They had naturally seen the welcome sign. Chapter 183, For martial artists, the need for accommodation has always been minimal. After all, wherever they go, it's all about cultivation. But on the demon martial arts side, the distinction is significant. Not to mention anything else. Just that virtual cabin, good dormitories come standard with one for personal use. The inferior ones are gone, and you have to buy them with your own points. Chen Su and Wang Qiantuo felt a tightness in their hearts. Su-hong's eyes lit up, but his focus was on the words competition. Teacher Wang Yong wasn't kidding. The Demon Martial Arts Academy was really coming in strong. Even dormitories had to be fought for. Su-hong was open to any way to gain martial arts points. At the very least, he wanted to secure a dormitory with a virtual cabin configuration. Su-hong was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Chen Qinyan's curious voice. "Senior Bai, what is that?" Su-hong looked up and saw 4 massive buildings in the distance. The surface of these buildings was covered with enormous screens displaying names one after another. This was the campus leaderboard. From left to right, it corresponded to the rankings of students from freshman to senior year. The leaderboard only included the top 300 students in each grade. Bai Zhangxing smiled and said, "The biggest benefit of making the leaderboard is that the points you earn will increase." Chapter 184, After taking a shower. Su-hong received an invitation from Chen Su and others to go eat. He wondered how the cafeteria at Mo Wu was. "I hope the cafeteria lady isn't shaky when serving food." Su-hong changed his clothes and headed out. Along the way, he occasionally encountered some freshmen coming out of the villas. Many of them secretly noted his handsome appearance as he walked from the direction of the independent villas. Soon, he arrived at the fork in the road where they had separated earlier. Chen Su and the others were already gathered there, looking indignant. "Damn it! Mo Wu is treating us differently." "Yeah, I saw that even the worst dorms were either well-furnished single or double rooms. We got stuck with a shabby 8-person room. I specifically asked some seniors, and they just laughed and said it's always like this. I asked several new students from the same dormitory building, and they were all pretty unhappy, ready to cause trouble in the dormitory competition. He, this is the old trick of Mo Wu. They should make all freshmen live poorly to deliberately stimulate us, and give us the motivation to get stronger." Exactly. And then they purposely let us see how well those seniors live, just a little trick. Chapter 185, In every area of Mo Wu, there were dedicated guards stationed. The dormitory buildings were no exception. When Su-hong arrived near the villa area, he saw a group of defiant-looking students blocking the entrance. "What's this?" Su-hong wondered. And a passing senior girl turned her head to look. Upon seeing Su-hong's handsome face, her eyes lit up. "Junior, what don't you understand?" The senior girl walked over with a sweet smile. "Hello, senior," Su-hong greeted, pointing to the group blocking the door. "Can you take a look at what's going on?" The senior girl glanced over and immediately laughed, explaining to Su-hong, "This is probably the freshmen protesting the random assignment of dorms. It happens every year, after all. Who told the teachers to do it randomly?" She emphasized the word random, clearly having experienced this unfairness during her freshman year. Every year. Doesn't Mo Wu do anything about it? Su Hong was a bit surprised. Nope, the senior girl said cheerfully. At that moment, Su Hong noticed some passing seniors who saw the freshman blocking the door and instantly had glimmering eyes, standing there to watch the show. Chapter 186. Hey, buddy. I can accept that the GU siblings live in a villa, but who do you think you are? A group of third-tier freshmen blocked Su Hong's path. They respected the GU siblings, but that didn't mean they respected other freshmen assigned to the villas. Seeing himself blocked, Su Hong shook his head helplessly. These people were quite difficult to deal with. Getting beaten up isn't enough, they want to block every new student assigned to the villa. He was eager to go back and try the ladder battle. However, since there was a chance for martial arts points right in front of him, Su Hong didn't mind getting into a fight. With that thought, he didn't wait for the third-tier freshman to provoke him and said directly, "You can all come at me together, I'm in a hurry." Hearing this, the group of third-tier freshmen was momentarily stunned, then they burst into laughter. "Hey, buddy. Do you think you're Gu Lele? You want us to come together?" Some mocked him disdainfully, but more looked on with caution. At this moment, a small, thin boy among the third-tier freshmen turned to the other blocking students and quietly asked, "Do you know this guy?" The group of blocking freshmen shook their heads. Seeing this, the thin boy's confidence surged, and he turned to walk toward Su Hong. Chapter 187. Back at the villa. Su Hong went straight to the third-floor martial arts room to check the user guide for the virtual pod. Just lie down, and the consciousness connects automatically. After studying for a while, Su Hong lay down in the virtual pod and was about to start the connection when a mechanical voice sounded, introducing the rules of the ladder battle. After listening for a while, Su Hong understood how the ladder battle worked. In the virtual ladder, all martial artists of the same tier had the same physical strength. For example, third-tier martial artists, regardless of whether they were low, medium, or high rank, had equal physical strength in the virtual ladder. The chi reserve was also consistent. Moreover, regardless of special physiques or mental strength, they could not be used in the virtual ladder. In other words, the ladder battle was equal for everyone, relying purely on combat skills and mastery of martial arts. Furthermore, third-tier martial artists use sea-level alloy weapons uniformly. The ladder also had ranks, divided from low to high into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, and king. Each rank was further divided into 9 stars, and upon reaching 9 stars in a rank, a promotion match would be triggered, allowing advancement by winning a certain number of consecutive matches. Chapter 188. In the battle space, Su Hong opened his eyes to find himself on a huge arena. "Wow. Pretty stylish, huh, buddy?" A voice called out. Su Hong looked up and fell silent. He initially thought his character creation was impressive. However, there was an even more formidable opponent. Standing on the other side of the arena was a red-skinned old man wearing only shorts. His bare upper body covered in various tattoos, everything from the Guangong with open eyes to tiger descending the mountain, and green dragon, and white tiger. "Buddy. Are you stunned by my good looks? Why aren't you talking?" Su Hong was momentarily at a loss for words and could only choose silence. Fortunately, a prompt sound broke the strange atmosphere. "Please prepare for battle. Combat will begin in 10 seconds. 10, 9. Battle begins." Although the opponent's appearance was very abstract, his strength was clearly not weak. Before the prompt sound had completely faded, the red-skinned old man charged in at high speed, swinging a long knife that unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful blade light. A hint of surprise appeared in Su Hong's eyes. "This strength is only bronze 1 star. No way." Su Hong quickly realized that today was the first day for new students at various martial arts universities, and they were just starting to use the virtual pod. Chapter 189. The huge arena of the battle space. Qinghuan. Such a serious name and image is indeed rare. She should be a real girl. Not a special person with a unique hobby. Looking at the opponent's information, Su-hong raised his eyebrows. He had discovered earlier while adjusting his appearance that gender could also be adjusted. At the same time, Ji Huan assessed Su-hong and lost interest upon seeing his name and facial features. As a local of Magic City, her understanding of this virtual ladder is unmatched by other newcomers. Although usernames and facial features can be random, when some geniuses perform exceptionally and rank high, their names, virtual images, and which martial arts university they come from are all made public. While the real names of geniuses won't be directly displayed, there are only a few people capable of ranking in their respective martial arts universities. A slight comparison can reveal who is who. Therefore, in previous years, geniuses who were confident in making the rankings chose serious names and virtual images. The reason is simple: if the username and virtual image are too abstract, it would be awkward to be recognized by others after making the rankings. If being serious isn't a concern, the fear lies in being unserious, which could lead to social death. Chapter 190, already at the limit. After defeating her opponent, Ji Huan returned to the virtual space. She rubbed her temples after continuous battles. Her mental energy had been depleted to the limit. The matching button was grayed out, and a prompt appeared on her panel urging her to log off and rest soon. Unfortunately, she hadn't encountered that guy again after so many matches. Remembering the one called Love's Black Stockings and Long Legs, Ji Huan recalled the shot that pierced through her chest. Next time we meet, I'll also stab through the most vulnerable part of a boy with my sword. Ji Huan gritted her silver teeth, although she had never interacted with boys aside from her family and had never even held hands. That didn't mean she didn't know where men's weaknesses lay. So many friend requests. Just as she was about to log off, Ji Huan saw a pile of unread friend requests with red dots nearby. Upon opening it, she found that they were all from opponents she had encountered before. Only that one called Love's Black Stockings and Long Legs was an exception. One-click delete. Ji Huan's expression was cold as she reached out to clear all friend requests. But in the next moment, she thought of something, looked at the Add Friend button, and showed a hint of hesitation. Chapter 191, Love's Black Stockings and Long Legs, Who Are You? Ji Huan stared blankly at this message, unable to regain her composure for a long time. She had already mentally prepared for rejection. After all, it was normal for someone to refuse a friend request made impulsively. However, Ji Huan never expected that. Despite having battled not long ago, this person would have no recollection of her at all. He had no idea who she was. Looking at the words "Who are you?" Ji Huan opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Isn't my strength decent? Did he encounter opponents stronger than me? For a moment, Ji Huan even doubted her own abilities. Qinghuan, I matched with you before. I'm the girl with the sword, wearing a black training robe and a black high ponytail. You defeated me with a gun that pierced through me in the end. I'd like to spar with you in a custom mode, which would benefit both of our strength improvement. Ji Huan messaged again, writing very detailed information this time, afraid that Su-hong still wouldn't remember who she was. Perhaps he really forgot. Now he should recall and accept the friend request. Chapter 192, 7 in the morning. Ding! The alarm on the bracelet rang. Su-hong, who was sleeping soundly, instantly opened his eyes. Although he had only slept for 4 hours after going to bed at 3 in the morning, Su-hong's mental state had already recovered to its peak. This was because he had taken a few pills specifically meant for restoring energy before sleeping. 4th grade recovery pill. Spirit awakening pill. Such pills are not an exaggeration to say they are meant for saving lives in critical moments. This was given to him by the city lord before his departure, and it was quite expensive. Su-hong had been reluctant to use it. But considering the upcoming dormitory competition, he had no choice but to take one to quickly regain his energy. He opened the panel. The attribute panel quickly appeared. Just as Su Hong was about to look at his martial arts value, he let out a soft "oh." He saw that 2 lines had appeared on the panel. Gun technique. Second stage 4 stars, 25, body technique. Second stage 1 star, 13, this was indeed the panel in the virtual ladder. Gun technique and body technique had appeared on the panel as well. This was a good thing, he could observe his progress more intuitively in the future. Immediately after, Su Hong looked at the martial arts value section. Martial arts value, 620. Unfortunately, in the virtual ladder, all martial artists' physical bodies were at the initial stage of the 3rd level, which made my martial arts value a bit lower. Chapter 193, Magic Martial School covers an area of nearly 30 square kilometers. Su Hong had no concept of this before, but now, looking at the map on his bracelet, he truly realized how vast Magic Martial was. Just the playground alone had enough space for 30 of them. As he walked, Su Hong passed by many playgrounds, each filled with people, countless seniors sweating profusely. The intense aura of blood and energy was palpable even from hundreds of meters away, giving Su Hong an overwhelming sense of pressure. These seniors were mostly 4th level, and there were even a few 5th level warriors among them. 4th and 5th level martial artists belonged to the backbone of the human race. If they were in Jiangnan province, they could easily be assigned as city lords in remote cities. Truly local tyrants. Yet, in Magic Martial, they were merely students. Moreover, Su Hong could clearly sense that most of the seniors exuded an aura of ruthlessness. As he walked past, someone noticed him and shot him a glance. Just that one glance was overwhelmingly oppressive. He heard that the students at the martial arts university were strong enough to go to the battlefield of the heavens. These seniors had definitely been there. Su Hong had also killed many ferocious beasts, but compared to these seniors, he clearly lacked that fierce determination. Chapter 194, while a group of instructors spoke on the podium. The situation on the playground had already become clear. The weaker ones all stood at the back of the playground. In the center of the playground, over 100 people were struggling to hold on, their faces flushed. At the forefront stood 20 figures, and Su Hong was among them. At this moment, these 20 people were all sizing each other up, and Su Hong was the one being sized up the most frequently. Due to the pressure, the realm of blood and energy was naturally revealed. Among these 20, Su Hong was the only one with the weakest realm. Only at the initial stage of the 3rd level. Among the remaining 19 people, the mid-level of the 3rd rank occupies more than half, while the rest are at the high level of the 3rd rank, with Jiyu Huan being one of them. Interestingly, the guy assigned to the 1st dormitory is only at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. I wonder how strong he is for the martial arts to rank him like this. A group of talented individuals, ranked among the best among the new students, are now sizing up Su Hong while murmuring to themselves. Although Su Hong has the lowest cultivation level in the arena, no one underestimates him. Instead, they become more vigilant. The initial stage of the 3rd rank seems to overshadow everyone present, being assigned to the 1st dormitory. This itself already indirectly proves that Su Hong's strength far exceeds that of his peers. Chapter 195, Su Hong shouted extremely loudly, his voice echoing across the entire playground, reaching everyone's ears. Jiyu Lele, Tang Guyan, Ao Hai, and others were first taken aback, and then their faces darkened instantly. They already knew what Su Hong was up to. At this moment, Su Hong was still shouting. You are targeting me, Su Hong, today just because I was assigned to the 1st dormitory, right? Just because I overshadowed all of you. In just a few seconds, the name Su Hong was repeated dozens of times in his shout. Wow. So his name is Su Hong. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Run, isn't he the martial champion of Jiangnan province this year? I remember now. The martial champion of Jiangnan province is named Su Hong, it must be him. Awesome, the martial champion of Jiangnan province this year, this strength is off the charts. Under Su Hong's deliberate actions, the students behind quickly realized who Su Hong was. Hearing these voices, the faces of Tang Guyan and others at the front instantly turned dark. Great, now they've completely made a wedding dress for this guy named Su Hong. After this incident, is there any new student who wouldn't know Su Hong? Chapter 196. Now I will introduce the rules of the dormitory competition. Li Qingdao's voice echoed throughout the venue, and everyone perked up their ears to listen. First, the location is in the dormitory building where you previously lived. The entire venue is the number 110 dormitory building. Second, in the 10 dormitory buildings, there will be 10 gold keys, 100 silver keys, and 1,000 bronze keys. The gold keys correspond to the ranked dormitories, and the keys will be engraved with numbers. For example, if you grab the key engraved with 1, it corresponds to the first dormitory. Third, the elimination rule. Any student who is defeated or falls outside the dormitory building will be considered eliminated, and will only be assigned to the worst dormitory. Fourth, the defeat reward. Defeating any student will earn you 1 point. Li Qingdao suddenly smiled meaningfully. And if you can defeat any one of the 20 people standing at the front right now, you will earn 100 points. Let me emphasize, whether you form a team or not, and regardless of the number of people in a team, as long as you defeat someone, the entire team will receive 100 points. Not only that, but if you defeat anyone, all students will immediately receive a single dormitory as an extra reward, which does not count towards the 1,000 single dormitories. Chapter 197. This is going to be tricky. Back in the first dormitory, Su Hong sat on the sofa, feeling a headache. Although an oral agreement had been made with others, who could guarantee that everyone would abide by it? If he were truly besieged, he couldn't expect others to help. In fact, if they saw the competing talents being attacked, the other talents might just stand by and watch, or even join in on the attack. After all, there are only 10 gold keys. The best first dormitory has only 1. At that point, he could only adapt to the situation. Time to train. Su Hong stopped his meaningless thoughts and focused entirely on his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the second dormitory, "Sister, we need to team up this afternoon," Jiyu Lele said with a grin. "Don't always expect me to help you, you need to stand on your own." Jiyu Huan, with her cold and calm demeanor, educated her brother. "I know, I was just saying if. Go back and cultivate, prepare for the afternoon." "All right." Jiyu Lele quickly left. Jiyu Huan closed her eyes to cultivate. However, she found that the state of cultivation she could easily enter on normal days was elusive today. Every time she closed her eyes, 2 figures would emerge in her mind. Chapter 198. In front of the number 110 dormitory building, a sea of new students gathered. At the forefront stood Su Hong and the other 20 people quietly. Behind them, the excited gazes of 5,000 students were all focused on them. Everyone is here. At this moment, Li Qingdao's figure appeared out of thin air in the air. The dormitory competition lasting 5 hours officially begins now. The 20 students in the morning will enter first. The other students will enter 5 minutes later. Once these words were spoken, no student had any objections. After all, it was quite reasonable for them to let 5,000 people attack while allowing others to go first for 5 minutes. "All right, you may enter now," Li Qingdao said to Su Hong and the others. "Yes." As soon as the words fell, the 20 people surged into the dormitory building entrance. The moment they entered, the 20 people, including Su Hong, were slightly taken aback at the sight inside the dormitory building. Is this called a dormitory building? It looks like a half-finished skyscraper. In front of them was an extremely spacious area. Each dormitory building stood 20 stories high. A rough glance showed that each floor had several hundred dormitories. The corridor was also 600 to 700 meters long and wide, much larger than that of some high school playgrounds. Chapter 199. Thick Earth Battle Armor. After reaching the 3rd rank, It was Su Hong's first time using it, and with the 7 divine cauldron fragments. His spirit energy reserves rivaled that of a 4th-rank martial artist. At this moment, the thick earth battle armor, which he had nearly drained all the earth spirit energy in his body to condense, reached an astonishing level of defense. With so many attacks, I have to avoid most of them, otherwise, I definitely won't be able to withstand it. Su Hong was quite self-aware. So many attacks could take down even a 4th-rank martial artist, let alone him, a 3rd-rank martial artist. The next moment, he activated the flying swallow cloud step while channeling wind spirit energy, instantly boosting his speed significantly, dodging most of the attacks. However, more than 100 attacks still hit Su Hong. Boom, boom, boom. Countless muffled sounds erupted like firecrackers. After enduring 70 attacks, the thick earth battle armor on Su Hong could no longer bear the burden and shattered completely. The remaining attacks hit Su Hong directly. Wow! Su Hong spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale instantly. However, the expression on Bruin's face showed no joy. Instead, he turned pale as well. Because at this moment, a green light appeared in Su Hong's palm, and he quickly patted himself several times. After a series of healing spells, his pale face visibly became rosy. Chapter 200, on the screen, a blue-haired boy found a golden key engraved with the number 1 inside a dormitory. Isn't that Chen Miao, who was assigned to the 5th dormitory? I remember this kid. He has a water spirit body, and his innate water attribute has reached 100, making him exceptionally skilled in water control. Moreover, his blood energy realm is also at the high 3rd stage. If we follow the past years, he definitely has the qualifications to compete for the top 3. TSK, his luck is quite good. Look at the corner of his mouth, it's almost smiling crookedly. Furthermore, I remember Chen Miao uses a knife, and this kid is indeed lucky to have found a standard long knife. The group of mentors showed sly smiles. They have a hidden rule that they purposely did not explain before. That is, students who obtain the golden key will have their location exposed directly through the broadcast. Otherwise, those who seize the golden key would definitely hide, and that would be meaningless. The so-called standard long knife is a rule of the dormitory competition. All freshmen must enter the arena empty-handed, and different types of standard weapons will be hidden throughout the venue. This is also a form of fairness, otherwise, some wealthy geniuses would come in with A-grade alloys, which would be a massacre. Chapter 201, the 1st dormitory is in hand. After taking the golden key, Su Hong happily put it in his pocket and turned to leave. Great, I learned 2 A-grade martial arts. No need to worry about the dormitory anymore. I can finally focus on gaining points. Su Hong hummed a tune as he went to look for the traces of those new student teams. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the largest screen froze on the scene of Su Hong casually waving out a water wall. The atmosphere fell silent. Even though the group of mentors had learned in advance how astonishing Su Hong's talent was, seeing it with their own eyes still left them in shock. No way. Is his talent this outrageous? What a joke, it hasn't even been a minute since the fight started, and he directly learned 2 A-grade martial arts used by Chen Miao. This is ridiculous. Is he a copying warrior? Who can win against him? It's too outrageous. I originally thought the information stating that Su Hong had extremely high talent and a fast comprehension speed of A-grade martial arts was somewhat exaggerated. But now it seems the information underestimated his talent. Exclamations of astonishment continued as the group of mentors felt it was unbelievable. Even Li Chengdao was momentarily stunned. When he came back to his senses, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Chapter 202, Damn, what are you following me for? Who's following you? I am going to find Chen Miao to grab the key. On the 7th floor of the 6th dormitory building, Tang Guyan and Ao Hai were both rushing towards the 7th dormitory building simultaneously. A minute ago, they had met and had been arguing ever since. Tang Guyan looked very displeased, feeling extremely irritated as he glanced at Ao Hai. The reason he was so upset was that he and Ao Hai were from the same province, Nanhai Province. Their families both held significant influence locally, which led them to know each other since childhood. Both of them had extraordinary talents, and their families would use each other as examples to teach them, causing them to look at each other very unfavorably. They started fighting against each other in elementary school, with each having their victories and defeats, continuing until the recent martial arts examination. In the martial arts examination, Tang Guyan made a small mistake and was ambushed by Ao Hai's mental power, resulting in his defeat and becoming the last on the martial arts ranking. Damn it, if it weren't for the urgency of grabbing the key, I would beat you up right now, Tang Guyan said fiercely to Ao Hai. Ao Hai scoffed lightly and said nonchalantly, I am the martial arts champion. Tang Guyan clenched his fists in anger. What was in the past is in the past, and what is now is now. I am the martial arts champion. Chapter 203, Wuzi scolded for a while, noticing a group of students staring at him with wide eyes, feeling extremely exhausted. Forget it. Since your two team leaders are gone, just join our team. Wuzi sighed deeply. Let's change our target. Su Hong is too cunning to catch, Chen Su suggested. With our current numbers, finding a lower-ranked genius and sealing off their escape route has a high probability of success. It can only be this way. Wuzi sighed. If he had known being the team leader would be this stressful, he wouldn't have taken the position. In just under an hour, he felt like he had lost dozens of hairs. Another 30 points were credited to his account. Turning a corner, Su Hong looked at the kill count on his wristband and nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, he poked his head out to observe for a while and saw Chen Su and another team leader preparing to lead their teams away. Su Hong concealed his figure and quietly followed them. Soon, damn, that guy is back again. Everyone quickly formed a formation. Captain Wu, Su Hong is coming again. Damn. Su Hong is back. Stop shouting. Wouldn't it be better to just form a formation instead of shouting? Chapter 204, Come. Su Hong beckoned with his finger. This extremely provocative gesture instantly ignited the fury of Tang Guyan and Ao Hai. You really want to take on two? Are you serious? Tang Guyan picked up his wolf tooth club and charged forward. In the previous battle, he had held back a bit, thinking about defeating Su Hong and saving energy to compete with Ao Hai for the key. But now, Tang Guyan had thrown all that aside. The only thought in his mind now was to teach Su Hong a severe lesson. Ao Hai's thoughts aligned with Tang Guyan's at this moment. Thunder. Tang Guyan rushed towards Su Hong, and as he ran, the wolf tooth club in his hand crackled with surging thunder, leaving a long black mark on the ground. Revolution. Su Hong's eyes lit up with excitement, completely unafraid, and prepared to meet him head-on. But just then, Su Hong's spear suddenly slipped from his hand and shot out towards the distance. HMPH. Su Hong, you really didn't think that was our full strength, did you? Ao Hai waved his hand, and the spear shot towards the distant wall, instantly embedding itself into the wall. Mental energy master. Su Hong felt somewhat surprised. The previous scene had come too suddenly, causing his spear to slip away. Chapter 205, just as Su Hong was fighting against Tang Guyan and Ao Hai, two pairs of eyes were quietly observing from the shadows. Sister, this Su Hong is so fierce, no wonder he was assigned to the first dormitory. Jiyu Lele whispered to Jiyu Huan beside her. Jiyu Huan did not respond, as her beautiful eyes were locked onto Su Hong, who was wielding the spear, not even blinking. Gradually, as Su Hong wielded his gun, the image of the white-haired, black-skinned, bearded figure in her mind began to overlap with him. It really is him. Jiyu Huan clenched her silver teeth tightly. After observing for a while, she was already 100% sure that Su Hong was the one who adored long legs in black stockings. This guy actually denied it in the morning, He must have been laughing at me when he heard me announce my username. Remembering the scene where she was shot in the chest before. A flicker of shame and anger flashed in Jiyu Huanhuan's eyes as she tightened her grip on the standard long sword. Her gaze fixed on Su Hong, gradually shifting downward. Fiercely staring at the man's most vulnerable fatal spot. Since you treated me like this before, I will return the favor. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room. The screen was playing the battle between Su Hong and Tang Guiyun. Chapter 206, The Talkative Guy. Jiyu Huanhuan vented her frustration by kicking the unconscious Tang Guiyun a few times. Su Hong frowned and said, "These two have already been beaten up by me. If you come out now to take one, you owe me 100 points. Fine, Jiyu Huanhuan said straightforwardly, I'll return it when I go out. This scene left Jiyu Lei, who was nearby, baffled. What is going on? Is Su Hong really her ex-brother-in-law? So straightforward. Su Hong looked at Jiyu Huanhuan with some surprise. He thought she would continue to make a fuss. Also, ambushing is normal, but where are you stabbing? Su Hong was dissatisfied. Speaking of this, Jiyu Huanhuan gritted her teeth and said, "Did you forget that last shot in the virtual ladder? Is it because of this?" Su Hong felt that this woman was simply unreasonable. In a fight between warriors, who cares if you are male or female? Su Hong retorted. Just because you are a woman, should I avoid those parts when I encounter women from various races on the battlefield in the future? This statement directly silenced Jiyu Huanhuan. Deep down, she knew it wasn't Su Hong's problem, it was just that having never interacted with boys growing up. She found it difficult to accept being jabbed by someone with a gun all of a sudden. Chapter 207, After eliminating the Jiyu siblings. Su Hong took a break and started searching for the other participants with his long gun. This time, he didn't look for those who were teamed up. Instead, he focused on the other 19 from the previous first tier. Defeating one would earn him 100 points, who would waste time ambushing those freshmen in teams. Su Hong thought to himself. By defeating Tang Guiyun and Ao Hai, he would earn 200 points, with 100 points already promised to him by Jiyu Huanhuan after the match. Just by defeating these two, his gains would exceed the 135 points earned from ambushing. Plus, defeating Chen Miao and the Jiyu sisters would add another 300 points. That's 500 points right from here. Currently, he had eliminated 5 out of 19, leaving 14 more waiting for him. If he was late and got defeated by those freshmen teaming up, losing one would mean losing 100 points. Hurry up. Su Hong quickened his pace, swiftly searching for the remaining 14. In the monitoring room, after seeing that Su Hong alone had eliminated 5 top geniuses, a silence fell over the room. Chapter 208, Boom. Boom, boom. Inside dormitory building number 10, the walls separating the dormitories were smashed to pieces by a towering figure. Stop chasing me. It's been half an hour already. Can't you just let me go? Jiyu Li shouted helplessly at the figure behind him. No way. Su Hong rushed over with his gun. Ah? Now I know what it felt like when that dragon at home kept chasing me. Jiyu Li, utterly helpless, had no choice but to run again. This guy's speed was about the same as mine, but his ability to escape was really strong. Su Hong, while chasing, couldn't help but reflect. Jiyu Li, whether in his words or actions, exuded a wildness that clearly indicated he came from some secluded village in the wilderness. Just by looking at the scars from fierce beasts on his arms, one could tell he probably had been fighting beasts in the wild since childhood. Saying it was a common occurrence would not be an exaggeration. Half an hour. For a full half hour, even though Su Hong had a slight advantage in speed, he still couldn't catch this guy. No wonder he grew up in the wild, he was as slippery as an eel, making him hard to catch. However, Su Hong had no intention of giving up. Chapter 209, when Su Hong actively charged in, all the freshmen were clearly taken aback, and then they began to scream. Wow! He really dares to move. They had to admit that, at least for his courage, he deserved to be assigned to the first dormitory. So what? He's not an elephant, and we are definitely not ants. The captains shouted in unison, feeling that Su Hong was too arrogant. Meanwhile, Wu Ziyi and Chen Su, seeing Su Hong charging in, instinctively wanted to retreat, unlike the other eager captains. Brothers and sisters, charge with me. Kill! A group of captains yelled, leading a crowd of freshmen towards Su Hong. Damn it, form a formation. Wu Ziyi's face turned green. With so many people, it was really hard to command. As soon as someone stirred up the emotions of these freshmen, it would immediately multiply exponentially. These fools, not forming a formation to deal with Su Hong, were just asking for more casualties. Chen Su's face darkened. Standing behind him, Kong Leiro and Wang Qiantuo also looked grim. Damn it, originally coming to the magic martial. Seeing all these geniuses with similar realms, they really felt a lot of pressure. Chapter 210, just a few seconds after Su Hong entered dormitory building number 9. In the original 5th floor of dormitory building number 10, thud thud thud, a thunderous sound came from upstairs. It was caused by the hurried footsteps of over 2,000 freshmen. Wu Ziyi, Chen Su, and others rushed down the stairs first. Seeing the empty hall, the captains were furious. Damn it, he got away. The principal was also helpless. Su Hong's mental power had already flown outside the dormitory building. Which didn't he count as a violation? All right, stop arguing. Wu Ziyi shouted loudly. There was only half an hour left until the dormitory competition ended. If they continued wasting time, everyone would end up in those garbage dormitories without virtual cabins. As soon as he said this, everyone immediately shut their mouths. Now, split up. Everyone search for Su Hong, and once you find him, shout out immediately, and the other teams rush to support. Wu Ziyi quickly began to reorganize the team. After the previous battle with Su Hong, he understood that if there were only 250 people in a team, even if they found Su Hong, they wouldn't fare well. Not mentioning how many people were eliminated, at least Su Hong absolutely could not be retained. Chapter 211. In the blink of an eye, nearly 30 people were eliminated by Su Hong on the spot. Su Hong is here, Su Hong is here. This happened too quickly. It wasn't until Su Hong looked at them that the students reacted and immediately let out a loud shout. The remaining students also prepared to follow suit. But before their voices could escape their throats, they were abruptly cut off. No other reason, but because Su Hong was charging at them. Having witnessed Su Hong's one-man army before, the new students subconsciously took a few steps back, and some even turned to run away. Don't retreat, we have to stop him. A student stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. Have you forgotten? Chen Su and the 6 others dared to sacrifice themselves and act alone to find Su Hong. We must learn from them and have a spirit of sacrifice. Are we not as brave as those 6? It's just elimination, what's the big deal? As soon as these words were spoken, a group of students immediately got pumped up. Yeah, Chen Su and the others, just 6 of them, dared to act alone to find Su Hong. At this critical moment, how can we drop the ball? For the collective. 4 single dorms. Chapter 212. First, the ranking dorms. Su Hong continued to reside in the first dorm. As for the 2nd to 10th dorms, since no one else had obtained the golden key, they were now vacant. Next, Li Chengdao announced the status of other new students. Among about 5,000 new students, only around 2,000 could live in single dorms. The other students, who were eliminated early, all lived in the furnished dorms. In magic martial arts, the so-called furnished dorms are actually the worst dorms, period. Upon hearing this, the entire venue erupted into chaos. The remaining 3,000 new students regretted and pounded their chests. I regret it, if I had known, I would have gone for the copper key. That bastard Su Hong, I feel that at least a few hundred people were eliminated by him. Damn it. The public virtual cabin costs 5 points per hour. How are we supposed to manage that? A group of students, who were to live in furnished dorms, wailed. By the way, Tang Guyan and Ao Hai, you are the same, having been eliminated early. You will move out of the ranking dorm today, and go live in the furnished dorms. Chapter 213. Su Hong's pale explanation not only proved useless, but further provoked the students. Are you speaking human language? You only eliminated a few hundred people, listen to this. Listen to this. This means you wiped out more than 3 teams by yourself if we consider the previous teams of 250 people each. Damn it. How many of us are there in total? We will take him down in the new student competition. Right? If we can't beat him one-on-one, we'll gang up on him. Not for anything else, but to vent our anger. I don't believe that the venue for the new student competition is more complicated than this dorm building. Let's take him down first. All right, brothers and sisters. Let's eliminate Su Hong in the new student competition, and then we will compete. They liked guerrilla tactics, right? Then let's have a just group fight. The students were all fired up, the disparity was too great. Especially those students with 0 points, their eyes glinting with ferocity. With no single dorm left and points also at 0, now they had to listen to this guy showing off. Damn, who can bear this grievance? Principal. You can't do this to me. Seeing the culprit Li Chengdao smiling widely, Su Hong angrily shouted, You are deliberately inciting hatred against me. I demand compensation. Chapter 214. After the joy, Su Hong began to think about how to allocate points. The health standards for a 3rd-tier martial artist are, Initial Stage, 1,000 health points. Intermediate Stage, 1,400 health points. Advanced Stage, 1,800 health points. 4th-tier Initial Stage, 2,000 health points. The mental master standards are the same. If he invests all points in health or mental power, he would be just over 200 health points away from the advanced stage. Su Hong frowned in contemplation. However, large-scale events like the dormitory competition are not common in magic martial arts. The next one is the new student competition in a month. This means that for this month, the channels to obtain martial arts points would mainly rely on the virtual ladder or taking on tasks from the task hall, such as hunting down rogue martial artists. Earning martial arts points through tasks is nowhere near as fast as the virtual ladder. The focus must be on the virtual ladder. But unfortunately, in the virtual ladder, the physical strength is the same. Even if Su Hong enhanced his health now, he would still have the physical strength of a 3rd-tier initial stage in the virtual ladder. This would not provide any boost to his advancement speed. The overlord body he originally planned to enhance is the same. Gunplay and movement techniques are the most crucial. He didn't know how much martial arts points are needed for improvement. Chapter 215. In the weapon room. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal colliding echoed continuously. A person and a mechanical puppet were fiercely battling, gusts of wind swirling around. No wonder the puppet is so expensive, its strength adjusts automatically. And now every shot is no less than my full strength. Su Hong was deeply moved. At first, he shot with the strength of the overlord body, and the mechanical puppet was directly knocked away. However, when it stood up and charged again, its strength was already on par with his. No wonder only dormitories above the ranking would be equipped with them. The mechanical puppet's gunplay became increasingly fierce, forcing Su Hong to concentrate fully. Clang, clang, clang. Half an hour later. Exhausted, Su Hong lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The mechanical puppet stood quietly beside him, its metal body covered in bullet marks. What a relief! Su Hong sat up and downed a bottle of water in one go. Up to now, this battle was the most enjoyable. The opponents he faced before were either ones he was besieged by or ones he suppressed. This was the first time he fought to the point of exhaustion against the mechanical puppet. Chapter 216. 10 minutes ago. In the public virtual cabin building. Tang Guiyun, Ao Hai, the Jiyu family siblings, and Jiyu Li and others stood there with dark expressions. Yesterday, they had visited this place with seniors. At that time, they didn't take it seriously. After all, what did it have to do with them living in ranking dorms? But who would have thought that today they would be standing here? There was no choice. Magic martial arts treats all students equally. In the dormitory competition, they were eliminated by Su Hong and could only live in furnished dorms. This dormitory is not equipped with virtual cabins. And it's already so late. Challenging other students for a dorm room can only wait until tomorrow. That guy Su Hong, in the 10th dormitory, is the only one with his light on tonight. Ao Hai gritted his teeth and said. Upon hearing this, the group of people looked even darker. At this moment, Chen Miao suggested. I think this is not going to work. Are we really going to let the strongest among us freshmen be suppressed by Su Hong? What do you think? The others looked at Chen Miao. I think we can really join forces to deal with Su Hong, at least to vent our anger. All right. No problem. I'm in. Chapter 217 at 1 o'clock in the morning. Public virtual cabin. This is insane. How can someone's shooting skill be this abnormal? Ao Hai sat in the virtual cabin, holding his head, feeling greatly impacted. He didn't really believe what Tang Guiyun said before. But in the end, he didn't know whether to say he was lucky or unlucky. He matched with that one who loves black stockings and long legs 3 times in a row. In 3 battles, he was all instantly killed. The total time didn't even exceed 10 seconds. Damn it, I thought Su Hong was already abnormal. But I didn't expect there to be more experts. At this moment, Jiyu Lele also sat up with a dark face. He also encountered Su Hong. And when he opened his mouth to call him brother-in-law, he originally wanted Su Hong to go easy, but as a result, upon hearing this, Su Hong shot even more fiercely and directly killed him with 1 shot. At this moment, hearing Ao Hai's certain tone, Jiyu Lele curiously asked, how can you be so sure this person is not Su Hong? Because Su Hong's shooting skill is far inferior to this person. Ao Hai analyzed, during the dormitory competition. Su Hong also practiced shooting with me and Tang Guiyun for a while, clearly honing his shooting skills. If he really had 3-stage shooting skills, what would he have to hone with us who only have 2-stage 1-star? Chapter 218. When they arrived at the classroom for the lecture, Su Hong couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Magic Martial Arts Institute again. This is a classroom large enough to accommodate 6,000 to 7,000 people. Absurdly big. At this moment, there were already hundreds of freshmen sitting in their seats, chatting. When they saw Su Hong, their conversation suddenly paused. The newcomer king has arrived. Damn it, this guy made me use another 10 points in the public virtual cabin last night. I heard Tang Guiyun and the others discussing over there, saying they really want to join forces in the new student competition in January to target Su Hong. Good, good, good. Yi Fan will definitely help out then. Not bro, do you really think you're the heavenly emperor? Just a little Karami, just watch how Tang Guiyun and the others perform. The students' voices were very low, clearly not wanting to provoke Su Hong. However, with Su Hong's hearing, how could he not hear it? But Su Hong didn't care. He had already accepted the fact that he had become the villain in the eyes of the new students. Arriving at the front row, Su Hong didn't speak. And the group of freshmen, though they were very dissatisfied with Su Hong, still instinctively made room, immediately moving dozens of seats aside to give Su Hong space. Chapter 219. Teacher Wang's teaching experience is very rich, and his explanations are simple and easy to understand, allowing all students to understand what Xuangong is. At the moment he finished speaking, the whole class erupted, with excited discussions everywhere. It's pretty much what I guessed yesterday. Su Hong licked his lips, feeling a bit excited. Xuangong was excavated from ancient relics, a high-level cultivation method that only geniuses among ancient warriors could practice. Ordinary warriors simply cannot cultivate it, as it requires a very high level of talent and comprehension. It cannot be popularized at all. The higher-ups of the human race can only compromise and promote the initial level cultivation guiding techniques. This has given the public a false impression that all warriors practice guiding techniques. Since the revival of martial arts, the earliest batch of warriors, who are now the higher-ups of the human race, all practiced the Zhuan Gong passed down from ancient warriors. But now, many years have passed, and today's strong humans already have the ability to create their own Zhuan Gong. In terms of power and cultivation efficiency, it is no weaker than ancient Zhuan Gong. Moreover, Zhuan Gong has various types and diverse styles, some greatly enhance strength, others significantly increase speed, and some can even change one's constitution. Furthermore, cultivating Zhuan Gong to a certain level will also give rise to extraordinary abilities. Chapter 220 Teacher Wang, are you serious? Su Hong looked surprised, pointing at himself. You want a freshman, who has just enrolled for a few days to give a lecture. Hearing this, Wang Shi's expression became even more awkward, but he could only brace himself and nod, saying, yes, that's what I mean. Wang Shi's tone was very helpless, this was inevitable. The fragments of the 7 divine cauldrons appeared, almost changing the future pattern, and the fusion of spiritual energy is destined to become a compulsory course for future warriors. There's no way around it. The power after the fusion of spiritual energy is just too great. If you don't learn it, it's equivalent to losing out. Moreover, the fragments of the 7 divine cauldrons have only appeared not long ago, and although these instructors have high realms, they are just beginning to explore the fusion of spiritual energy. However, the higher the realm of a warrior, the better their understanding of spiritual energy compared to those with lower realms. According to Wang Shi, the principal has already started researching the fusion of the 4 attributes. However, when they went to consult, the principal told them to figure it out themselves first. A group of instructors had no choice but to gather and study for several months before they barely grasped the dual spiritual energy fusion. In fact, this speed is already extremely fast. Those who can be instructors at the Magic Martial Arts Institute certainly have good talent. Chapter 221 Wow, is this for real? Su Hong is going to give a lecture. Teacher Wang, are you joking? Not bro, huh? Are you serious? Su Hong can fuse spiritual energy. The whole venue erupted. A group of students stared with their mouths agape. No one expected that such an important course would be taught by Su Hong, who is also a freshman. Wow! At the front, Tang Guyan, Jiu Huahuan, Ao Hai, and others were all completely stunned. Each of them opened their mouths, looking at Su Hong in disbelief. So shocked that they couldn't even say a word. But soon, after the initial shock, voices of doubt and skepticism gradually arose. Teacher Wang, don't joke with us. Su Hong can fuse spiritual energy. Even if he can his understanding be deeper than that of the instructors? Exactly, no matter what. Having Su Hong teach us is just too exaggerated. He is about the same age as us. How could he be qualified to teach? Tang Guyan and the others looked at each other, and Chen Miao frowned and said, during the dormitory competition, did anyone see Su Hong use the technique of spiritual energy fusion? No. A group of people shook their heads one after another. Chapter 222, as Su Hong's voice continued to ring out on stage. More than 5,000 new students were focused, occasionally jotting down key points in their notes. Wang Shi smiled as he walked out of the classroom. Just as he stepped outside, he urgently exclaimed, "Where's my notebook? Where's my pen? Hurry up and give it to me." Outside the classroom, a dozen mentors were standing there, looking like thieves. One mentor casually tossed the notebook to Wang Shi, who caught it and sighed emotionally. Who would have thought that we, the mentors, would one day sneak in to listen to a new student's lecture? What's the big deal? The capable ones are the teachers. If it weren't for my pride, I would have sat in there long ago. Sai, stop messing around. It's time to talk about the key points of the 3-spirit energy fusion. At these words, the group of mentors perked up, and Wangxi fell silent, all ears. On the podium, Su Hong, with his prior experience teaching a group of masters, spoke with great familiarity. In the front row, Tang Guiyun and others occasionally showed expressions of enlightenment. The remaining 5,000 students listened with flushed faces, excited. It sounded so simple. I'll try it when I get back. Chapter 223. Due to the noise created by a group of new students practicing spirit energy fusion, even the dormitory building was left blackened. Such an event, even for the notoriously wild Magic Martial Academy, was quite rare. That night, it directly topped the trending topics on the Academy's forum. A group of upperclassmen curiously inquired about what was happening. When they learned that a prodigy among this year's freshmen had mastered the 3 spirit energy fusion at the 3rd level, all the senior students were ecstatic. Damn! This junior is amazing. I'm in my 3rd year, and I've only just started to grasp the dual spirit energy fusion. Incredible talent. And I saw the photos. This junior is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Does he like ladies like me who love wearing black stockings? Is this for real? I can't believe it. When is his next lecture? The senior students excitedly discussed and started to inquire when Su Hong would lecture next, planning to go listen. However, as the discussion continued, the direction quickly veered off. It feels like this year's National Martial Arts competition is secure. This Su Hong Jr. sweeping through the first years is not a problem, but his current level is a bit low. I hope he levels up quickly and helps us take down the Imperial Martial Arts. Chapter 224. Name, Su Hong Talent, Peerless Vitality, 1380 Mentalist, 1240 Physique, Overlord Body Spirit Level 48, Guiding Technique, Martial Skills, Water Cannon Perfect. Water War Perfect Shooting Technique, 3 Stage 3 stars, 20, Body Technique, 2 Stage 8 stars, 57, Martial Value, 15350. Even though Su Hong had not used his martial value, his entire panel still showed significant growth compared to a month ago. His vitality increased from 126 points to 380 points, an increase of over 200 points. His mental power rose from 1003 points to 240 points, also an increase of over 200 points. The rapid growth was partly due to Su Hong's diligent training and partly because he frequently consumed vitality pills and auxiliary pills for mental power training. No expense spared. This led to the fact that although Su Hong's rank had skyrocketed in the virtual ladder over the past month, his points only remained at 700. The progress of the Overlord body also increased from 43 to 48. His shooting technique also saw a huge improvement, rising from 3 Stage 1 star to 3 Stage 3 stars. Chapter 225. Just as Su Hong was enjoying his rare moment of relaxation, during this month, Jiyu Huanhuan, Tang Guiyun, and others also returned to the ranking dormitory with their overwhelming combat power. At this moment, the 2nd to 10th ranking dormitories were still brightly lit, even though it was night. Occasionally, the sound of martial skills training would burst forth. Not only that, but the joint dormitories and even dozens of single dormitories had no one sleeping at this time. Everyone was making the final sprint. After the freshman competition, mentors would be selected, and whether one could be noticed largely depended on their performance during the freshman competition. No one dared to slack off at this time. The passage to the battlefield of all heavens would randomly appear within the planets where tens of thousands of races exist, making it hard to guard against. Just within the territory of China, there were over 100 passages leading to the battlefield of all heavens, spread across various provinces and regions. Even after so many years, no one could figure out the rules. Moreover, each passage connected to different locations in the battlefield of all heavens. Some would directly appear in the central area of the battlefield, where countless high-level powerhouses of various races could be found. Chapter 226. On the day of the freshman competition, Su Hong got up, took a shower, and felt refreshed as he stepped out with his star bamboo spear. Unlike the dormitory battle, There was no need to use standardized weapons in the freshman competition. Upon opening the door, Su-hong saw Tang Guyan and others standing there boldly, seemingly waiting for him. What is this? Not avoiding me today? Su-hong smiled. Ever since he had them call him Mentor Su, thanks to the influence of the mentors. They had been avoiding him for an entire month. No need to avoid. Tang Guyan confidently smiled, wait until I knock you down today. Let us see if you still have the nerve to call yourself a mentor. As he spoke, Tang Guyan's vitality suddenly erupted. 4th level. Su-hong raised an eyebrow. Not surprised. What I said before still stands. If I knock you down for the first time, I won't eliminate you. Tang Guyan was very proud, extending his palm. Where 2 different spirit energies were perfectly fused. You've mastered dual spirit energy fusion too. Su-hong was genuinely surprised this time. He had thought it would be impressive if Tang Guyan and the others could grasp it at a basic level. But it seemed their talent was stronger than he had imagined. Chapter 227, That Reward. Damn. Making it into the top 10 means you can choose items worth $1 billion. Moreover, the higher you rank in the top 10, the greater the rewards. I must push forward. The first place directly gets 30,000 points to choose from, which is at least 300 million blue star coins. A group of top-tier geniuses, including Su-hong, were very excited. At this time, Li Chengdao finished speaking and pointed to the 4 tall buildings not far away. The seniors who took you on a tour on your first day of school should have introduced these buildings to you. From left to right. These 4 buildings are the ranking lists for students of different grades at Magic Martial Academy. Everyone looked over in that direction. No surprises here. Su-hong's name ranks first. Following him are Jiyu Huanhuan, Tang Guyan, Ao Hai, and a bunch of other geniuses. Even though Jiyu Huanhuan and others were basically eliminated by Su-hong in the dormitory competition, their realms are still there. And their rankings cannot be compared to those of other students. Besides the ranking rewards, defeating students in the top 10 also comes with rewards. Chapter 228, Playground Number 1. Su-hong stands alone in the center, closing his eyes to wait. A few minutes later. Whoosh! A graceful figure appears on the playground. Jiyu Huanhuan is back. And her speed is impressive. No wonder she used to live in the second dormitory. Surrounding senior students are discussing with great interest. Jiyu Huanhuan sheathes her sword. Her expression cold, completely indifferent to their praises. However, when she looks up and sees Su-hong, her pupils suddenly constrict. Faster than me. Jiyu Huanhuan frowns, feeling very puzzled. She is already a 4th-tier warrior, and it was only by chance that she encountered a group of ferocious beasts gathered together, allowing her to kill enough to return quickly. How could Su-hong, who is only at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, manage that? What she doesn't know is that Su-hong's luck wasn't just bad. It was terrible. Not long after entering, he encountered a dozen 4th-tier ferocious beasts fighting each other. Moreover, when they spotted him, the 4th-tier ferocious beasts stopped fighting and all charged at him. In such a situation, any 4th-tier warrior would have to run away. But for Su-hong, these 4th-tier ferocious beasts, which pose a high threat in the eyes of other freshmen, are taken down by him one shot at a time. Chapter 229, Tomato and Egg. Ferocious beast meat stir-fried with green pepper, crispy meat rice buns, and their even mineral water. Supply box. It seems that the magic martial arts competition is expected to last a long time, as they have prepared food and water. Su-hong thinks about it, not knowing whether these supplies will be provided daily or if this is all there is. There's a piece of paper in the box. Su-hong reaches out to take it and looks down. The supplies are limited, there are only 1,000 of these supply boxes. If distributed evenly, 1,000 students would each get one, but in the freshman competition, who's going to share evenly with you? Is this mimicking a battlefield environment? This time, It tests all-around abilities. Students of magic martial arts will inevitably go to the various battlefields in the future. And the way magic martial arts trains students is to cultivate warriors who can survive in the various battlefields. After all, the battlefield is cruel and merciless. And the situation changes rapidly. When strong warriors clash, the ground shakes and the sky falls. It is common for warriors to get lost, so survival ability is extremely important. First, gather as many supply boxes as possible. Su Hong immediately understands how to play this. In this freshman competition, even students with weaker strength have a chance to win. Chapter 230, At Dusk. In a basement hidden beneath the ruins. 10 supply boxes are just about enough. Su Hong turns and heads to the surface, using his mental power to refill the ground. Next, it's time to eliminate some people. Su Hong does not immediately prepare to find Tang Guyan and others. The reason is simple. Although these people are not his match in one-on-one, if they all join forces, it could be troublesome. If it were just 6 or 7 ordinary 4th-tier initial stage warriors, Su Hong feels he could take them down in just a few minutes. But Tang Guyan and the others are different. They are the top geniuses among the freshmen of magic martial arts. Although they have only just broken through to the 4th tier, ordinary 4th-tier warriors can't withstand a single strike from them. Winning doesn't depend on combat power, but on who is still standing at the end, meaning that weaker individuals can hoard supplies and wait to reap the benefits. Su Hong believes that there are definitely a considerable number of students choosing to play this way. Furthermore, the old campus of magic martial arts is filled with ruins, making it very easy to hide. Similar to the basement where he hides the supply boxes, there are countless such places. However, no matter how well they hide, it won't mean much to me. Su Hong grins. He is a mentalist. Chapter 231, Playground Number 1. The screen shows Su Hong leaving the basement. TSK. He is on a completely different level. With Su Hong's strength, he is not weak even among second-year students. The most impressive part is that he is only at the mid-level of the 3rd tier, and hasn't even broken through to the 4th tier yet. It feels like once Su Hong breaks through to the 4th tier, he will quickly rise to the 4th tier. No need to guess, it's definitely possible. And his ranking 1 tier below. Haha, I'm just a second-year student, but I have to say, it's a good thing Su Hong isn't in my year. It's not that these freshmen are weak. It's that Su Hong's strength is a bit beyond the standard. With Su Hong's strength, the only ones who can fight him are Tang Guyan and his group. And they would have to work together, which would be quite a sight. This is more entertaining than any movie, ha ha ha. In the viewing area, a group of senior students, who recently returned from the various battlefields, are holding various snacks, watching and chatting happily. At Magic Martial Arts, starting from the 2nd year, students are qualified to go to the various battlefields. Although Magic Martial Arts does not force students to go in this free-spirited environment, not going to the various battlefields would earn you scorn from other classmates. Chapter 232, What the heck? How did he suddenly take down old Tang? No way. Su Hong was deliberately waiting for us. He is lying in wait. So what do we do? Should we fight or run? Seeing Su Hong take down Tang Guyan in the blink of an eye, Ao Hai, Chen Miao, and Jiu Lei's expressions change dramatically. Their previously hurried steps come to a sudden halt, sliding across the ground for more than 10 meters before finally stopping. He is only at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. How could there be such a huge gap in strength against old Tang, who is a strength-type warrior and a 4th-tier warrior? I don't know, I think we should retreat first. Retreat? We 3 are at the 4th tier. Are we afraid of him? What if we end up in trouble? Even if we can really eliminate Su Hong, based on his current display of strength, it wouldn't be hard for him to take one of us down as a scapegoat. Exactly, we need to be in the top 10 to guarantee points. If we get eliminated now, we'll have nothing. Considering this, Chen Miao and the others exchange glances and then turn to run. Want to run? Seeing this, Su Hong immediately speeds up. Although the distance between them is still 1 or 2 kilometers, under the influence of his wind spirit energy, which is close to the 5th tier, the distance visibly starts to close. Chapter 233. This sound immediately attracts the attention of everyone present. A figure moves at high speed, landing on the ground, revealing a mature-looking young man. It is Li Yangwu. As he walks toward Wang Shi, he curses loudly. Wang Shi, have you been too comfortable these years? I haven't beaten you in decades, and now you dare to dig into my territory. Saying this, Li Yangwu walks up to the already stunned Wang Shi and grins while cracking his knuckles. Over the years, you've become quite bold. Wow, Li Ji. Wang Shi reacted, his face full of excitement, and immediately gave a bear hug. Get off, you're a big man, how disgusting. Li Yangwu laughed heartily and hugged Wang Shi back. At this moment, a group of mentors also walked over, and everyone was very excited to see each other after many years. After chatting for a while, Li Yangwu turned to Li Chengdao and grinned, Old man, you still look pretty sturdy. Li Chengdao's face darkened, you little brat, disappearing without a trace decades ago. Where have you been? Oh, nowhere, just wandering around the 10,000 races, Li Yangwu said boldly. This remark left all the mentors present stunned. Even Li Chengdao was taken aback for a moment. Chapter 234, The Old Campus of Magic and Martial Arts. After Su Hong easily defeated Tang Guyun in front of Jiyu Lei and the others, the small team formed by Jiyu Huan and the others maintained a tacit understanding with Su Hong. Neither side sought out the other again. Instead, they began to eliminate other students in the old campus. The consensus was to eliminate everyone before the final showdown. However, this meant trouble for the students who originally planned to hide. Su Hong's combat power goes without saying, and with his high-level third-stage mental strength, finding people was incredibly easy. Meanwhile, Jiyu Huan's team eliminated even more students than Su Hong, as Ao Hai was a fourth-stage mentalist, with a mental range much greater than Su Hong's. Third team. With a punch, Su Hong knocked out a struggling student, not even glancing at the fallen figures around him as he turned to leave. Unfortunately, there were no points for eliminating others this time, all rewards were only for the top 10. Su Hong felt a bit regretful. If the rules were like those during the dormitory competition, just the students he eliminated today would add up to several hundred points. Ao Hai is a fourth-stage mentalist. Their movements won't be slower than mine. Chapter 235, What the hell, Su Hong? The originally struggling students felt numb when they saw Su Hong facing Ao Hai. They thought they still had a chance to resist. But against Su Hong and Ao Hai together, that's just asking for trouble. Forget it, whatever happens, happens. Many students gave up resisting and simply sat down, curiously watching as spectators. When they saw Ao Hai's noticeably serious expression, many students began to gloat. They laughed, what's wrong? Ao Hai, are you okay? Where's that arrogance you had when you were hitting us? Haha, you thought you were so tough. But you didn't even notice Su Hong coming in. I saw him just now and deliberately kept quiet. Don't shout. Ao Hai glared at the group of students, then immediately opened his mouth wide, wanting to shout for help. Dream on. Su Hong charged in, executing the 9 guns of breaking the sky in a fluid motion, directly interrupting Ao Hai's actions. Damn, did you really think I was afraid of you? Ao Hai's face darkened, and he unleashed his fourth-stage mental strength, condensing it into a massive whip almost made of solid matter, fiercely striking towards Su Hong. Chapter 236, Damn it, why isn't Ao Hai responding? He hasn't been defeated by Su Hong, has he? No way, he just called for help a few seconds ago, and we rushed over immediately. Didn't he say he was a fourth-stage mentalist, and that Su Hong couldn't get close to him? In the basement stairwell, Jiyu Huan, Jiyu Lei, Jiyu Li and Chen Miao were sprinting frantically. When they reached the basement door and looked inside, they happened to see Su Hong knocking Ao Hai unconscious with a punch. Some students who had not been eliminated yet were left dumbfounded. Ao Hai's helplessness in front of Su Hong felt just like how they felt when facing Ao Hai. The power levels were completely on different scales. Damn, Jiyu Huan and the others are here, 4 of them teaming up. Looking towards the door. A group of students were so scared that they retreated repeatedly, huddling into a corner, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire if a battle broke out. Ao Hai was defeated so quickly. Isn't he a 4th stage? It's not that Ao Hai is weak, it's that Su Hong's strength is too strong. Jiyu Huan said seriously. Everyone stay alert, don't let your guard down just because the 4 of us are teaming up. Remember, Su Hong still has his ultimate move. The fusion of 3 kinds of spiritual energy. Chapter 237, Playground Number 1. Watching the screen showing Jiyu Lele and Chen Miao knocked out, the audience erupted in excitement. Wow! That's so powerful. This strength is way stronger than what Teacher Su showed during class. Haha, that's normal. After all, Su Hong still has to compete with the new students. So it's normal to hold back a bit. With this kind of power, even I, a 4th stage high level, can feel the pressure through the screen. The upperclassmen, who originally came just to pass the time, were moved upon seeing the power of Su Hong's 3-energy fusion. Ha ha ha, my apprentice is amazing. With this strength. At the 3rd stage level, he can knock out 2 of the top 4 geniuses. On the mentor's side, Li Yangwu laughed heartily. I see I still have the style I had back in the day. Seeing that the new student competition wasn't over yet. Li Yangwu had already started to regard himself as Su Hong's mentor, which made Wang Shi and the other mentors roll their eyes. However, they didn't say anything to refute, as they truly couldn't compete with him if Li Yangwu wanted to take Su Hong as an apprentice. Nevertheless, the matter was significant to them, after all. Su Hong was still one of their own in the magic and martial arts realm, and it didn't matter who took him in. With Su Hong's strength, our magic and martial arts team should have no issues in the upcoming National Martial Arts League. Chapter 238. The first place in this new student competition goes to Su Hong. He receives a 30,000 point redemption voucher, which can be used freely in the Magic and Martial Arts Mall. Additionally, having defeated 6 of the top 10, he earns 16,500 points. As Li Qingdao's voice fell, all eyes in the venue focused on Su Hong. A group of new students was so envious that they were almost drooling. In a single new student competition, they directly earned 46,500 points. Several hundred of them combined didn't have as many points as Su Hong. Not bad. Su Hong smiled slightly as he looked at the points credited to his wristband. With so many points, he would have to think carefully about how to use them later. Huh? Just then, Su Hong felt a gaze scrutinizing him. Who is this person? Looking up, Su Hong saw a new figure standing boldly in front of the mentors. Just a step away from Li Qingdao. This person was unfamiliar to him. Was he also a mentor? Su Hong felt a bit curious. Following that, Li Qingdao continued to announce the rewards for the 2nd to 10th place students. Not bad, not bad. We also have consolation prizes, and the points are quite good. The 2nd place gets 25,000 points, that's quite a gain. Chapter 239 Teacher by G. Some new students waved and ran towards their familiar mentors. Everyone. The mentors who came today all have vacancies for students under their guidance. If you are interested, feel free to come and learn more. Although our strength may not match that of Mentor Wang Shi and his group, we also have rich teaching experience. They are strong, but they have many students. So they have limited time to interact. But we are different. Although our strength is slightly lower, we have fewer students, so you can come to us for anything. Hearing this, some new students who hadn't done their research beforehand also strode towards these mentors. At this time, the strongest mentors, including Wang Shi, Chen Feng, and Hong Qian, also arrived at the stage below. We have already discussed our basic information before the new student competition. If you are interested, come over and learn more. Wang Shi waved with a smile, and the other mentors smiled as well, without mentioning their teaching experience. Just the strength of Wang Shi and others is enough to attract attention. Originally, among the hundreds of new students who were heading towards those mentors, more than half changed direction and went towards Wang Shi and the others. Not only are the students choosing mentors, but some mentors are also taking the initiative to reach out. Chapter 240 Match successful. With a mechanical sound, Su Hong entered the virtual battlefield. His opponent was a young boy wielding a spear. This was the first match after entering the potential dragon ranking. Su Hong was very serious. As the 30-second countdown ended, both sides moved simultaneously. Their movements were almost in sync as they stepped forward to close the distance, and then launched an attack straight at each other's forehead. The only difference was that Su Hong's firing speed was noticeably faster than his opponent's. PFF. The shot was like a dragon. A clean and swift strike that instantly pierced through the opponent's forehead. The boy's pupils showed shock as he fell heavily to the ground. It was quite easy. Su Hong whispered to himself, returning to the virtual ladder, and then he heard a prompt sound in his ear. It said he had defeated an opponent of the same potential dragon ranking, and his ranking had improved. Su Hong opened the virtual panel to take a look. He was originally ranked 950th, and now it had changed to 940th. It seemed that climbing the ranks was quite simple. Su Hong muttered to himself. However, he did not know that for other geniuses on the potential dragon ranking, improving their ranking was a very painful process. Defeating one genius on the potential dragon ranking could only raise them 2 or 3 spots, which was already remarkable. Chapter 241 How about it? Do you still want to absorb? Li Yangwu smiled. Yes. Su Hong was very decisive. Good. Li Yangwu praised. A warrior should have this kind of spirit. Sit down. Yes. Su Hong sat cross-legged. Li Yangwu waved his hand, and 2 drops of divine blood from the God clan emerged from the bottle, then surged into Su Hong's body. In an instant, Su Hong felt a sharp pain throughout his body. It was as if his body was cracking. With his Tier 3 physique, even possessing the tyrant body, he could not withstand these 2 drops of 7th-tier divine blood. At this moment, Li Yangwu's gaze sharpened as he pressed his hand on Su Hong's shoulder. The next moment, Su Hong felt a surge of blood energy rushing into his body, and the 2 agitated drops of divine blood immediately calmed down. Su Hong felt the pressure lessen significantly. But even so, in that less than a second, his entire body was already covered in blood. Calm your mind, focus, and fully mobilize your blood energy to envelop these 2 drops of divine blood. Hearing this, Su Hong closed his eyes, concentrated, and controlled his blood energy to wrap around the 2 drops of divine blood. However, as his blood energy approached the 2 drops, the once calm divine blood began to stir again. The blood energy had no power to resist and was about to be dispersed. Chapter 242 The divine blood has been absorbed, now it's time for the mysterious skill. Su Hong, the main reason I accepted you is that your talent is exceptional, allowing you to cultivate the mysterious skill I created myself. Li Yangwu said. Created mysterious skill? Su Hong was slightly taken aback. Yes, it's self-created. Li Yangwu nodded. Just like martial arts, as a warrior deepens their understanding of martial skills and spiritual energy, they can gradually create their own. However, A-grade martial skills are basically created by masters, because creating A-grade martial skills requires a very high understanding of spiritual energy. Of course, with your talent, you can try it when you go back, to prepare for the future. Li Yangwu smiled. As for martial skills below grade A, the difficulty of self-creation is greatly reduced. If it were you, creating a grade C martial skill shouldn't be difficult, and there is even a certain possibility of creating a grade B martial skill. I see. Su Hong nodded, feeling curious and deciding to try it out when he got back. But soon, Su Hong showed a hint of hesitation. Li Yangwu laughed. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering how my self-created mysterious skill compares to other mysterious skills, right? Yes. Su Hong replied honestly. Chapter 243 Why not create it myself then? When Su Hong said this, both Li Yangwu and Li Qingdao were stunned for a while. Good, good, good. As expected of my good disciple. I didn't notice before, but your audacity is exactly like mine. Li Yangwu suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Su Hong with increasingly satisfied eyes. Watching the spirited Su Hong, Li Qingdao also shook his head with a smile. Young people are just full of vigor. Didn't he say much more? With Su Hong's talent, it's really not impossible to complete the follow-up of the invincible mysterious skill. All right. Since you've made up your mind, I will teach you now. Sit down. Okay. Su Hong sat cross-legged with an expectant look on his face. Soon, Li Yangwu began to impart the invincible mysterious skill to Su Hong. Li Qingdao did not leave, but listened attentively from the side. He was not eavesdropping, but was very curious about the extreme difficulty that Li Yangwu often mentioned. As he listened, Li Qingdao's expression shifted from curiosity to astonishment. And by the time Li Yangwu finished explaining, he was already frowning deeply. Difficult. Very difficult. And as Li Yangwu said, it indeed requires a very high level of talent. Chapter 244 TSK, still not much clue. In the mentor dormitory, Li Yangwu opened his eyes, his tone somewhat helpless. At this moment, the alarm clock rang, reminding him that it was time to teach Su Hong. It's already bright outside. I wonder how Su Hong is doing. Li Yangwu stood up, walking outside while pondering. Given the talent Su Hong displayed last night, mastering the invincible mysterious skill was just a matter of time. Perhaps he could master it in about 10 days. If those guys found out, they would go crazy. Li Yangwu smiled mischievously and sent Su Hong a message using his wristband, saying he was on his way. Then, Li Yangwu casually asked Su Hong how his understanding of the mysterious skills was coming along. The latter part of this sentence was just a casual inquiry. And Li Yangwu had no expectations at all. Just then, a beep sounded from his wristband. It was a message from Su Hong. Su Hong, I've already entered the door. Li Yangwu glanced at it casually, his expression stiffened, and his eyes were filled with shock. What? Li Yangwu was stunned, and a storm of disbelief surged in his heart. What kind of joke is this? It hasn't even been a day, and he's already entered. What's going on this early in the morning? Li Qingdao came out wearing a bathrobe, his face full of dissatisfaction as he cursed. Chapter 245 Su Hong was silent for a while before asking, if these students lose arms or legs, wouldn't that greatly affect their future? Li Qingdao smiled and said, that's not the case. After so many years of martial arts revival, losing an arm or a leg is not a big deal. As long as they are reattached within a short period, it won't leave much hidden danger. Of course, it requires a lot of cost. But the students are fighting hard for Wuda, so Wuda will naturally bear all the costs. Even if someone really dies, Wuda will provide a huge compensation. Besides that, any martial arts university offers extremely generous rewards to students participating in the Wuda League. Moreover, whether to participate is entirely up to the student's willingness. After a pause, Li Yangwu said solemnly, simply put, the Wuda League is essentially a battle for interests. Every fight is a life-and-death struggle. Therefore, every year, right before the internal selection competition at Mo Wu, the task hall only has one type of task left for new students: killing. The targets are those that Mo Wu has secretly collected over the years, including, but not limited to cultists, destroying cult strongholds, traitors, and martial artists who kill civilians. Chapter 246 Su Hong first invested 100 points of martial arts value into his vitality. The next moment, His vitality rose to 2001 points. Immediately, Su Hong added another 100 points of martial arts value to his mental strength. His mental strength also rose to 2001 points. Sure enough, after reaching the 4th level, vitality and mental strength both became a ratio of 1001. Su Hong was not too surprised. This was exactly as he had previously guessed. Moreover, after experiencing the Zhuan level overlord body and invincible Zhuan Gong, with one progress starting from 1000 points of martial arts value, Su Hong now felt that the mere ratio of 1001 was not a big problem. Let's fully add to vitality first, to avoid the overlord body being in a starving state after the divine blood from the celestial clan runs out. The 8080 points of martial arts value were instantly emptied. Vitality rapidly increased to 20,818 points. After that, Su Hong, who had been working hard for 3 days, took a shower and lay on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, the wristband alarm rang. After getting dressed and washing up, Su Hong went out, skillfully taking food from the food cart, eating while walking toward the task hall. 3 days ago in the evening, the school had already notified all new students about this killing task. Chapter 247. Let me say this first, if I feel your decision has issues, don't blame us for not listening to you. Tang Guyan and the others curled their lips, which was a tacit acknowledgement of Su Hong as the team leader. That is fine, let's start selecting tasks now. Saying this, the 7 of them arrived at the task board and began to look. At this moment, AO Hai suggested, given our strength, I think we can start directly with high-star difficulty tasks. Su Hong shook his head. This is our first time teaming up for a task. We should first get accustomed to each other, build rapport, and find a task to practice on. Is it really necessary? Tang Guyan frowned and said. Just then. Got it. Su Hong's eyes lit up as he pointed to a task. Let's practice on this one. Hey, can you at least let me finish my sentence? Tang Guyan was a bit displeased, but when he saw the task Su Hong was pointing at, he instantly froze. Not just him, Jiyu Huan, Jiyu Lei, AO Hai, and the others all stared blankly for a moment. This was because the task Su Hong pointed to was a 5-star 2-rank task. Task difficulty: 5-star 2-rank task target, Jia Ji, initial stage 5-rank martial artist, task details, check after receiving. Chapter 248. This scene stunned everyone present. Wait, he punched him away. Is this still a market brawl? Didn't he just break through to the 4th rank? How is fighting a 5-rank initial stage like fighting a dog? The expressions of Tang Guyan and his group, who had initially appeared indifferent, suddenly couldn't hold their expressions anymore. As geniuses, they believed they could also fight across ranks, and defeating Jia Ji should not be a problem. But they never expected Su Hong to display such terrifying prowess. A single punch sent him flying. Those who didn't know would think Jia Ji was the 4-rank martial artist. At the same time, Dad, old Jia just as Wang Mai and Jia Jian stood up. They maintained a forward-leaning posture, their expressions incredibly stiff. The two mechanically turned their heads and saw Jia Ji's figure disappear into the container. Their expressions instantly turned to pure fear. Is this the genius of Mo Wu? The two trembled to the extreme, looking at Su Hong with eyes full of horror. Then glanced at the other 6 from Mo Wu, their expressions instantly filled with despair. At this moment, Tang Guyan said somewhat speechlessly, Su Hong. Wasn't it said we should be honing the team's synergy? He didn't know what else to say. Chapter 249. Damn it. He actually wants to leave us behind. Old man, are you even human? Wang Mai and Jia Jian went mad, with Jia Ji dead. All their hopes were completely cut off, and they vented all their emotions on Jia Ji. Step, step, step until 7 shadows with the moonlight behind them enveloped the two. They finally slumped to the ground with faces full of despair. How should we deal with these two? Tang Guyan asked, We've seen the case details from the official side. These two have harmed quite a few people. They are not good people at all. Especially this Jia Jian, who has caused the death of many. Just kill them. Jiu Huan spoke with rare anger. Ao Hai hesitated, but these two are not on the killing task. Our task only requires killing Jia Ji if we kill them. Once these words were spoken, everyone frowned. Hearing this, the originally desperate Jia Jian and Wang Mai suddenly burst with hope. Wang Mai hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, you can't kill us. We should go to jail. I'm willing to voluntarily go to jail." Jia Jian quickly added, "We made mistakes, but you can't kill us. I also want to go to jail." Chapter 250 in the Mo Wu Task Hall. Students who completed tasks were constantly returning. However, the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, it had become somewhat oppressive. Each new student had a grim expression, clearly indicating that the content of their first killing task had brought them considerable psychological shock. At this moment, Li Qingdao's figure appeared out of nowhere, and he glanced over all the new students. Calmly, he said, "In this world, where there is light, there is darkness. Everything you see today will happen in the future. However, do not just focus on the dark side. On the battlefield of the heavens, the warriors who sacrificed themselves for our human race are the light. The martial graves on the easternmost side of the demon martial district, with 300,000 tombs of the honored dead, your seniors are also the light. I know that today's task has a significant impact on you and may even shatter your previous understanding of humanity. But remember, if you want to change this darkness, then make yourself stronger and personally wipe out the darkness from this world. As the geniuses of Demon Martial, enjoying resources means you must bear corresponding responsibilities. In the future, whether it's the myriad races or the disgraceful human race, it will be up to you to resolve it." Chapter 251, in the Task Hall. On the evening of the 6th day, the Su Hong team returned, their whole bodies exuding a chilling aura that drew the attention of many new students. Why do I feel that Su Hong and their aura are becoming more and more like that of seniors? They still can't compare. The seniors have actually been on the battlefield of the heavens. We need to work hard too. After completing the task and distributing the points, Su Hong smiled and said, "That's it for tonight, go back and have a good rest. We will gather here at 8 tomorrow morning." Su Hong glanced at the task list. "It's about time to hone our skills. Tomorrow we will take on the task of destroying the intermediate stronghold of the demon cult. Get ready." "All right." Jiu Huan and the others nodded. After 6 days of high tension, even they were starting to feel overwhelmed. Soon, everyone dispersed. Su Hong also returned to the first dormitory. Lying on the sofa, he opened the system panel to check his martial arts value. Martial arts value, 5320. Over 5,000 martial arts value from a dozen 5th level tasks. The points also earned 4,000. Not bad. Every time there was a task target, Su Hong would rush to deal the finishing blow, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get martial arts value. The next moment, Su Hong allocated all his martial arts value to his vitality. Chapter 252, the next day at 8. Su Hong and his 7 companions walked out of the dormitory and headed to the task hall together. They directly accepted the 5th level 9-star task to encircle and annihilate the intermediate stronghold of the demon cult. The next moment, the new students who had been secretly observing Su Hong and the others saw a task disappear from the top of the 5th level task list. Immediately, a group of new students gasped in amazement. Wow, they really dared to take it on. I won the bet, I said they would take it. This is a 5th level 9-star task, and the target is a demon cult member, so it must be at least a high 5th level, which could even be mutated. With strength approaching the 6th level. Ignoring the astonishment of these classmates, Su Hong quickly led the team outside, where he then stopped. Sure enough, in the wild. Su Hong looked at the task information and frowned. What's wrong? Tang Guyan asked in surprise. Everyone should go back and inform their teachers, just a report. Su Hong thought for a moment and said this. Saying it was a report, he actually wanted those mentors to secretly come and protect them. After all, Su Hong hadn't forgotten that there were still many demon cult members and traitors watching him in the shadows. Chapter 253, Third-level beasts were everywhere. Fourth-level beasts were also numerous, and occasionally a few fifth-level warriors could be seen. Su Hong was originally amazed by the average strength of the warriors in Demon City. Until he just came out of the base and encountered a third-level fierce beast, he realized he had overthought it. It wasn't that the average strength of the warriors in Demon City was high, rather, the fierce beasts near Demon City were strong. And weak warriors couldn't survive here, and had to move to another city to make a living. Here, warriors from all over the world were gathered. Wow! Third-level fierce beasts are everywhere. After walking for 10 minutes, not even a shadow of a second-level fierce beast was seen. Is this really Demon City? Tang Guyan exclaimed in wonder. Jiu Lele shook his head and said, it's normal for the fierce beasts to be strong here, as it is close to the myriad demon mountain range. At this moment, Aohai asked curiously, didn't you say that both I and old Tang are rich young masters, raised in comfort since childhood, and have never ventured into the wild alone? Now I feel like the wild isn't that scary. Right? Tang Guyan also wondered, we don't even have bodyguards with us now, where are those warriors who kill and rob? This was their first time in the wild without bodyguards. As they walked, the two were like curious babies, eagerly trying to provoke any warriors they encountered. Chapter 254, No one expected that the demon cult member, who had just come to report, would suddenly explode in violence. This scene happened so suddenly that no one present, except for Ju Hong, could react in time. A genius of demon martial. Ju Hong reacted and immediately sneered, just a fourth level, seeking death. As he spoke, he ruthlessly punched forward. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Both of them staggered back a few steps. This power can be generated by a fourth-level warrior. Ju Hong's pupils constricted sharply, as he looked up in disbelief. He saw that the black-clothed person, who had just punched, was already tearing off his black clothes. Immediately after, he removed the mask from his face, and in the blink of an eye, the previous black-clothed person transformed into a handsome young man dressed in demon martial school uniform. Ju Hong, who had already seen the photo, could recognize the young man in front of him. Su Hong. Ju Hong gritted his teeth, his heart shaken, whether in terms of intelligence or the earlier confrontation. He could confirm that the opponent was only at the initial stage of the fourth level. But this strength was terrifying. At this time, the two leaders and a group of demon cult members finally came to their senses, and after understanding what had just happened, looked at Su Hong with eyes as if they were looking at a monster. Chapter 255, Just as he was about to stab with a gun, this blurred figure suddenly erupted with a strong pressure. Su Hong's expression changed, and without hesitation, he retreated. As soon as he attacked the main body, a counterpressure would appear, making it impossible to penetrate. Su Hong frowned, observing for a moment, confirming that Ju Hong seemed to need some time to mutate. He immediately charged towards the other two leaders. Since Ju Hong couldn't be broken through, he would first kill the other demon cult members, and let him be a mere figurehead. Damn it, I can't hold back anymore. At this moment, the leader, who had been turned into a spider, was being suppressed. Tang Guyan roared in fury. Su Hong, I want to merge with spiritual energy. Don't. Su Hong hurriedly interrupted, hold it for now. Hearing this, Tang Guyan gritted his teeth, and forcibly retracted the spiritual energy that had already begun to emerge. Jiu Li and Chen Miao, haven't you dealt with these lackeys yet? Su Hong shouted. Coming right up. Almost done. Hearing Su Hong's urging, Jiu Li and Chen Miao's faces turned red, as they began to attack desperately. Su Hong rushed over, and the three of them quickly dealt with the remaining cultists. At this point, only Ju Hong, who was in a cocoon state, and the two cult leaders transformed into a spider and a black bear remained on the battlefield. Chapter 256. Not to mention Su Hong's mastery of the fusion of three spiritual energies, even Tang Guyun's 6 people each had their own move of dual spiritual energy fusion. This scene completely baffled Ju Hong, who had transformed into a blood demon. How could they all master it? Didn't he, the master, say that the fusion of spiritual energy was extremely difficult? Ju Hong had a face full of disbelief. And he even began to question his life. As a 5th-tier cultist and the head of this intermediate stronghold, he had already been in contact with some high-ranking members of the cult. Although he had never truly encountered the 7 divine cauldron, he had heard from the higher-ups that martial artists could master multiple attributes of spiritual energy. There was even such a powerful move as spiritual energy fusion. The power it unleashed was even stronger than A-grade martial skills. Spiritual energy fusion belonged to that kind of ability that could genuinely allow martial artists to fight beyond their level. However, as far as he knew, the difficulty of this spiritual energy fusion was so great that even a high-ranking cultist he had encountered, a dignified 7th-tier master, had not yet mastered it. The difficulty was evident. But how did it come to be that among these talented individuals from the demon marshal, everyone had it? Even though he had transformed into a blood demon with a strong recovery ability, he was still a 5th tier. How could he withstand it? Chapter 257. At this moment, Su Hong curiously asked, "By the way, Senior Bai, why did you just call me junior brother? Principal Li is my master. And you are the disciple of senior brother Li Yangwu, so I should actually call you nephew." Bai Xiangxing explained with a smile. "But let's just call each other as we wish, you can call me senior brother." "Senior brother," Su Hong immediately called out. "Hey!" Bai Xiangxing instantly got happy. "Junior brother. Senior brother. Junior brother. Senior brother." The two kept calling out to each other, enjoying themselves, making Tang Guyan and the others feel both speechless and envious. Su Hong's cheap senior brother, not to mention his personality, his combat power was indeed fierce. A 5th tier fighting against a 6th tier. And even in a 1-against-6 situation, it seemed like he hadn't suffered any injuries. Fighting a 6th tier was like fighting a child. After a few seconds, Su Hong and Bai Xiangxing finally calmed down. Then, Bai Xiangxing glanced at Jiyu Huanhuan and the 6 others, sighed, "My senior brother's combat power is still a bit lacking. If he breaks through to the 6th tier, he could actually kill them even faster." Just after praising him, was he going to come again? Have some dignity. Tang Guyan and the 6 felt their eyelids twitch, observing with their eyes, pretending not to hear. Chapter 258. All right. Since the mission is complete, let's head back. Li Yangwu waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. "Okay, Mentor Li." Tang Guyan and the 6 nodded obediently, behaving extremely well. If earlier Bai Xiangxing and the others dared to whisper a few comments, now, they really didn't dare to make a sound around Li Yangwu, standing quietly to the side the entire time. After all, he was a master, and even the quietest discussion would definitely be heard. On the way back, as they walked, the scene of Li Yangwu slapping the master to death flashed in the minds of Tang Guyan and the 6, leaving them shocked. Who would have thought that the master, whom they looked up to, could also be killed as easily as a fly? Looking at Su Hong's back, the group was filled with envy. How could everyone in this lineage be so strong? Not to mention Principal Li Chengdao, Li Yangwu killing a master was like pulling weeds. Bai Xiangxing too. Killing a 6th tier was as easy as drinking water. Their peer, Su Hong, was also firmly occupying the position of the top freshman. There wasn't a single one that was not absurd. At the same time, just as Su Hong and his group were returning to Demon Marshal. In the Wang family of Demon City, Wang Dao sat in his chair, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Chapter 259. Watching as the highest task on the 5th tier task board was personally taken down by the staff, the group of freshmen was shocked. Isn't this a joke? This is a 5th tier 9-star task, and it was completed just like that. One freshman exclaimed in disbelief. What? No, this is a 5th tier 9-star task. They are only at the 4th tier initial stage. Damn, my money. The most absurd part was that they seemed to have suffered very little injury. It's true. The scene instantly erupted, and a group of freshmen was dumbfounded. Su-hong and his 7 companions, however, remained calm, appearing as if nothing had happened. But if one looked closely, they would see that Tang Guyan and Ao Hai had slight smiles at the corners of their mouths, if they weren't controlling themselves tightly. They probably could have smiled widely. I suddenly understand why Senior Bai loves to show off so much. Tang Guyan squinted his eyes, clearly enjoying this feeling. Ao Hai, Jiu Lele, and the others kept straight faces, fearing that they would uncontrollably burst out laughing. Dignity must be maintained. Chapter 260. Just as all the students were waiting for the principal to appear for the final summary, a wailing cry suddenly erupted. It's all my fault. If I had been more cautious then, wouldn't he have died? Everyone turned to see a small team of freshmen, covered in blood, with their heads down, fists clenched. Tears streaming down their faces. Beside them lay a body covered with a white cloth. Someone had sacrificed during the mission. Instantly, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere became heavy. At this moment, Li Chengdao appeared out of nowhere. This time, our demon marshal has lost 3 students, you have lost 3 classmates. Li Chengdao said solemnly. I hope you understand that death will occur frequently in the future, especially after going to the battlefield of the heavens. Perhaps the brothers and sisters, who were joking with you in the morning may sacrifice on the battlefield by the afternoon. The whole place was quiet. All the freshmen stared blankly at the classmate wrapped in white cloth. Only the sound of sobbing echoed. All right, everyone go back. The rewards for the task settlement will be sent directly to your wristbands. No one spoke, no one laughed, and everyone's face was extremely serious. Chapter 261. On the way back to the dormitory, Su-hong noticed that the figures on campus had obviously increased compared to before. It seemed that the second-year students were gradually returning to prepare for the selection competition. Su-hong learned some rules about the internal selection competition from Li Yangwu. Every year, during the National Martial Arts University League, each martial arts university would send 2 teams, one from the first year and one from the second year, to compete. The competition format was divided into individual matches and team matches. As long as you are confident enough in your own abilities, you can participate simultaneously. Moreover, there are no restrictions on students' grades. For example, if a freshman has sufficient strength and is recognized by the school, they can participate in both the individual and team competitions for freshmen, and then go on to compete in the individual and team competitions for sophomores. Conversely, sophomores cannot participate in freshman competitions. However, despite this rule, very few freshmen actually join the competitions for sophomores. The reason is simple, their skills do not allow it. Even if a student wants to, the school would generally not agree. After all, they are all students of the same martial arts university. And there is a full year's gap in ability between them, making it difficult for even a genius to catch up. I wonder what level the strongest sophomore has reached now. Chapter 262, Clash. In the virtual battle space, 2 sweaty figures continuously clashed their weapons together. With a loud clang, both of their hands went numb at the same time, and their weapons fell to the ground. You can really fight, one of the burly men gasped, cautiously glancing at the youth in front of him. You too, Su-hong replied, also breathing heavily. This was only the second opponent he matched up with on the ladder. The result was that his opponent was terrifyingly strong. In terms of weapon proficiency and movement, they seemed to hold a slight advantage over him. If it weren't for his innate talent and extremely high combat skills, he would have long since been defeated and would not have been able to last half an hour against the other. By now, both sides were exhausted. unable to even hold their weapons. At this moment, even a second-tier martial artist could easily take them both down. Come again. Su Hong summoned his remaining energy and threw a punch at the burly man. Afraid of you? The burly man gritted his teeth and raised his fist to meet him. Bang! 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 The dull sound of their fists hitting each other echoed continuously. In the end, Su Hong seized an opening and punched the burly man away, sending him crashing to the ground a short distance away. The burly man gritted his teeth and tried to push himself up with his hands. But he had no strength left in his body and couldn't get up. Chapter 263, 7-tier gun technique considered low proficiency. Su Hong's mouth twitched at those words. The teacher is so pretentious, just like Brother Bai. However, Su Hong only dared to think this in his heart. He might complain in front of Bai Zhangxing, but in front of Li Yangwu. Ha ha. He certainly didn't want to end up like Bai Zhangxing, being slapped into the wall. You're amazing, teacher. Su Hong showed a shocked expression, gave a thumbs up, and praised Li Yangwu profusely, providing plenty of emotional value. Li Yangwu smiled and said, "Stop using those little tricks you used on Bai Zhangxing on me. I'm not falling for that. Can you at least control the corners of your mouth from rising when you say that?" Su Hong thought to himself. Yes, yes, yes. The teacher is not a vulgar person like Brother Bai. Su Hong nodded repeatedly. After chatting for a while, Li Yangwu waved his hand with a smile. All right. I've already understood your gun technique level. From now on, I will apply a slightly stronger gun technique to put pressure on you. Yes? Here it comes. Whoosh! The long spear cut through the air. Su Hong, with a serious expression, raised his spear to meet it, but was soon suppressed and found himself at a disadvantage. Clash! 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 Chapter 264. Inside Li Yangwu's martial arts room, the sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously, until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. The noise still hadn't ceased. In the martial arts room, watching Su Hong's gun technique, which had improved significantly since yesterday, Li Yangwu felt a deep sense of emotion. His good disciple's talent was truly astonishing. The improvement in his gun technique was nothing short of miraculous. With Li Yangwu's discerning eye, he could tell that Su Hong's gun technique was roughly at a 3-tier, 4-star proficiency before. However, after just one night, Li Yangwu felt that Su Hong's gun technique was not far from reaching 3-tier, 6-star proficiency. I never expected that I would also have a day to marvel at someone else's talent, Li Yangwu sighed and shook his head. At this moment, as Su Hong thrust his spear forward, Li Yangwu was about to block it when he noticed that Su Hong's spear suddenly dropped to the ground halfway through the thrust. Out of strength, Li Yangwu raised an eyebrow. After practicing all night, this was to be expected. As the spear fell, Su Hong, who had been completely focused, finally came to his senses, and was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue. His muscles ached all over, and his arms felt painfully swollen from holding the spear. Is it dawn already? Su Hong glanced at the sky in surprise. He had been so absorbed that he had lost track of time. Chapter 265, several hours later. In the martial arts room, the sound of the Wolf Fang Club cutting through the air finally came to a stop. That's enough for today, go back and rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Su Hong lay on the ground, covered in bruises, completely motionless. If it weren't for the violent rise and fall of his chest from breathing, he would have looked like a corpse. Okay. Hearing Li Yangwu's voice, Su Hong's lips moved weakly in response, sounding like a mosquito. Li Yangwu left. After resting for a while, Su Hong finally sat up, gritting his teeth, and poured a bottle of healing liquid over himself. The cold liquid touched his skin and was quickly absorbed, and he felt the intense pain throughout his body gradually fade away. This refreshing feeling made Su Hong squint his eyes in pleasure, finally feeling alive again. After taking a few recovery pills, Su Hong felt that he had regained control of his body. He stood up, took off his shirt, and twisted it, sweat pouring down like rain onto the ground. Devilish training. Tiring as it is, the results are undeniably remarkable. Just from one night, his movement proficiency surged dramatically. From 3-tier, 1-star at 12, it skyrocketed to 3-tier 2-star at 45. Gaining 1 star in a single night, regardless of how painful the process was, Su-hong accepted it. Chapter 266, Under the Starry Night Sky. Walking along the quiet campus path, Su-hong noticed that the area around the single dormitory was bustling with activity. The single dormitories were not like their ranked dormitories. They were merely equipped with individual virtual cabins. This led to students needing to go to public areas on campus when they wanted to work out. Not far from the single dormitory, in the outdoor public training area, countless freshmen were sweating it out. The boys were shirtless, and the girls wore sports tank tops, with each person soaked in sweat. Su-hong scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Wang Qiantuo, Chen Qianyang, and their group training together. They are all working hard, Su-hong remarked. However, there was a reason these classmates were so diligent. During this time, as the selection competition approached, many upperclassmen had gradually returned to prepare to watch this annual spectacle. The discussion posts on the campus forum are mostly about the selection competition, with 9 out of 10 threads focusing on it. However, the attention of the upperclassmen is primarily on the sophomore selection competition. This is not discrimination against freshmen, rather, the upperclassmen feel that this year's freshman selection competition lacks excitement. Chapter 267, Boom, Boom, Boom. As Su-hong began to practice, the soundproof martial arts room was filled with loud noises. Passing students looked on in surprise, glancing multiple times. Who is the formidable person in this soundproof martial arts room, Master Lin Bai? I remember that this martial arts room has excellent soundproofing and is decorated with A-grade alloy scraps. What kind of fierce techniques must the person inside be practicing to produce such explosive sounds even in a soundproof environment? A group of curious students passed by. Is this little noise enough to scare you? If you have something to do, hurry up and go, don't just stand here. Master Lin Bai, who manages this place, waved his hand calmly. It wasn't until the group of students walked away that he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, what kind of monster is Su-hong? How can a 4th-tier martial artist make such noise? Even after seeing it many times, Lin Bai was still somewhat shocked. As a well-known figure among the freshmen, Li Bai naturally recognized Su-hong. Initially, Lin Bai found it strange that Su-hong wanted to rent the soundproof martial arts room. After all, Su-hong lived in a ranked dormitory and had a dedicated martial arts room, so he shouldn't have such a need. Chapter 268, Su-hong and the others began to line up. The upperclassmen chatted casually for a while before shifting their focus to the registration point for the sophomore selection competition. Just as it had been said on the Magic Martial Forum in recent days, there really wasn't much to see with the freshmen. The freshmen who could enter the selection competition had basically already been determined, so there wouldn't be any surprises. The registration process was very efficient. Even though Su-hong and the others arrived a bit late, they only waited for less than 10 minutes before completing the registration process. Let's go. Once all the registrations are finished, the selection competition will start. All right, let's go wait over there. After registering, Tang Guyan and the others walked to the side. But soon, they felt something was off. Where's Su-hong? Where did he go? Tang Guyan turned around in confusion, then froze, his eyes widening as if he had seen something unbelievable. What the hell, where is he going? Hearing this, Jiyu Huan and the others were taken aback, and followed Tang Guyan's gaze, instantly stunned as well. They saw that after registering, Su-hong had already arrived at the registration point for the sophomore selection competition, and started to line up. It wasn't just Tang Guyan and his group who noticed this scene. Chapter 269, the rules are simple. It goes by the numbers drawn. Number 1 competes against number 2. Number 3 against number 4, and so on. Alright, Now pay attention to the announcer's voice on the stage. When your number is called, just go up and fight. This kind of arena battle will continue until 32 contestants are selected. The matches for the top 32 will be held one by one, giving others a chance to observe and learn. All right, let us begin. Wang Shi said decisively and then turned to leave. At the same time, dozens of announcers on the various stages immediately began to shout. The students whose numbers were called rushed to the stage. There was no unnecessary flair. They just went up to fight. The pace of the competition progressed very quickly. From time to time, gasps of surprise erupted from the audience of freshmen. However, the upperclassmen watched with little interest, their eyes fixed on Su Hong and Tang Guyun's group, waiting for them to take the stage. Number 403 Wang Hao. Number 404 Su Hong, Stage 7. As the announcer's voice rang out, all the students in the audience perked up and looked towards Stage 7. Finally, it was Su Hong's turn. I want to see how strong this junior is. Chapter 270. At the moment when Chen Nan was defeated by Su Hong in a single strike, the cheers from the audience supporting Chen Nan suddenly stopped. The eyes of the upperclassmen lit up at once. Su Hong's strength is impressive. He truly deserves the title of Rookie King. That strike was executed with such ease and the control of power was excellent, just enough to knock Chen Nan unconscious without causing any harm. Wow! It seems the sophomore selection competition is getting interesting. Meanwhile, on the stage, seeing Su Hong defeat his opponent in an instant, Tang Guyun and the others were not surprised at all. They didn't even consider how they would handle facing Su Hong. Because, to fight Su Hong, they first had to defeat everyone else. The six exchanged glances, a strong fighting spirit evident in their eyes. Soon, under Wang Shi's announcement, the battle quickly began. Tang Guyun and his group held nothing back, going all out right from the start. The display of their fighting power left the freshmen in the audience dumbfounded. What the hell, are they really freshmen like us? Even the upperclassmen occasionally nodded in approval. Chapter 271, with the results of the freshman selection competition announced. The Magic Martial Forum erupted into heated discussions again. The topic did not focus on Su Hong winning the championship. After all, it was no surprise given Su Hong's strength. The real hot topic was about Su Hong and his 7 fellow freshmen participating in the sophomore selection competition. Wow, this year's freshmen are quite confident. Ha, let's place bets. How many rounds do you think they can last? Not a chance. Who would even bet on whether Su Hong and his group can make it to the starting lineup? The discussions on the forum were lively. As Su Hong and his group came down from the stage, they were quickly surrounded by a group of waiting school doctors. It's quite rare for freshmen to participate in the sophomore selection competition, even in Magic Martial. In previous years, everyone basically competed separately, but this year was different. Wang Shi called all the school doctors to ensure that Su Hong and his group could compete in peak condition, allowing them to recover as much as possible during the 1-hour rest period. Huh? How come you have no injuries? A school doctor standing in front of Su Hong looked down at the report in disbelief. Chapter 272. After learning about the rewards, everyone rubbed their fists in excitement, eager to take the stage. On the stage, each sophomore who stepped up exuded a life-or-death fighting spirit, which caused the competition to progress at an extremely fast pace. Before long, it was time for Tang Guyun and his group to take the stage. I'll be the first in the next round, Su Hong thought to himself. At this moment, as Tang Guyun and his 5 companions stepped onto the ring, they instantly attracted the attention of all the students present. Even the group of mentors glanced over. It was uncertain whether these juniors could survive the first round. Their opponents were not particularly strong, but they were all at the mid-stage of the 4th level, which gave them an advantage over the newcomers. As the referees announced the start, battles erupted across all the rings. The ring where Tang Guyun and his team were located drew the majority of the audience's attention. Su Hong was no exception. He kept his eyes wandering among the 6 rings from the waiting area. He was somewhat familiar with the strength of Tang Guyan and his group, by observing their reactions. He could roughly gauge the stage of their opponent's strength. They were clearly at a disadvantage. As he watched, Su Hong's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 273, What the heck? Is it true, Cai Ju was eliminated in an instant? Is this real? This is a bit exaggerated. Do you understand the worth of this year's rookie champion? Seeing Su Hong calmly walk off the ring, the entire venue erupted. The freshmen were celebrating wildly, while the seniors were stunned. No one expected that Su Hong, facing off against the high-stage 4th level Cai Ju, would achieve a one-shot kill. Cai Ju had indeed let his guard down at the start, but he quickly adjusted, however. It was too late, as the power behind Su Hong's shot was absolutely astonishing. Indeed, Cai Ju's guard was completely shattered. Just how much force was behind that shot? It was still a bit reckless of Cai Ju. If he had done his homework on Su Hong, he would have known that Su Hong's strength surpassed even that of the war god body Jiu Li. Indeed. But regardless, the fact remains that Su Hong eliminated Cai Ju in one shot. The seniors were all shocked by Su Hong's power. Even the high-stage 4th level Cai Ju was completely overwhelmed. Chapter 274, Seeing the conflict between Su Hong and Lin Xing, they stopped talking. Tang Guyan then quietly said, Su Hong, you need to be careful. Although Lin Xing is quite annoying, he was last year's first-year starter ranked 10th. That's right, Ao Hai nodded. I just checked the wristband. Lin Xing was already at the mid-stage of the 4th level during last year's National Martial University League, and now as a sophomore. He has likely broken through to the 5th level. He uses a dagger, and is a wind attribute martial artist. Here is his combat video. Su Hong, take a look. Jiu Lei took out her phone. After Su Hong faced Lin Xing, the 7-member group began giving Su Hong advice. All talking at once about the information they had just found on Lin Xing. Don't worry. Su Hong felt warmth in his heart as he took Jiu Lei's phone and started watching Lin Xing's combat video. Although he was confident he could win against Lin Xing, he understood the principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy to ensure victory. He would not be arrogant enough to ignore his opponent. Looking down at the video, it showed footage from last year's National Martial University League. Lin Xing was a wind attribute martial artist with a dagger, making him an assassin-type fighter. After watching the video, Su Hong had a good understanding. At this moment, Su Hong, the only freshman in the selection competition, became the focus of the entire venue. Every battle he fought next drew the attention of everyone. They were all curious as to how far he could go. Until Su Hong defeated another opponent. The students in the audience held their breath, then erupted. What the heck, he's in the top 32. This is insane, this freshman is too incredible. He made it directly into the top 32. My God. Could he really secure a starting spot? The freshmen continued celebrating, while the second-year students in the audience were all stunned. No one expected that a freshman would actually break into the top 32. Such an absurd event had truly occurred in reality. This was the top 32. They couldn't even get in. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting in the audience watching helplessly. The entire venue was still buzzing with discussion. Until Su Hong stepped onto the stage again and defeated another opponent, the venue fell into an unprecedented silence. The seniors' eyes were wide open. A thought that had never crossed their minds slowly surfaced in their hearts. Could it be that Su Hong could really secure a starting position? My God, if that happens, he would be the starter for both the first-year and second-year teams at the same time. Chapter 276, Prepare to start. As the referee's voice fell, boom. Lin Xing's entire body erupted with energy, dense wind spirit energy swirling around him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Su Hong. Gripping his dagger, he slashed through the air, aiming straight for Su Hong's brow. His combat style was originally based on agile movements combined with the dagger to inflict continuous damage on his opponents. This time, however, he chose a direct assault. Lin Xing was doing this on purpose. He wanted to take down Su Hong in this manner, to show the latter just how great their difference in strength was. Come at me. Seeing Lin Xing's direct attack, Su Hong wasted no time in channeling all his energy to thrust out a shot. The force of over 500,000 pounds caused the air to explode instantly. Huh? Lin Xing immediately sensed something was off, and, with a change in expression, tried to retreat. However, Su Hong would not let this opportunity pass. Before Lin Xing could react, the long spear collided with the dagger. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Xing was uncontrollably sent flying backward, barely stabilizing himself at the edge of the ring. Huh? What the heck? Su Hong's strength is too great. I knew Su Hong's power was exaggerated, but I didn't expect that even Lin Xing at the 5th level wouldn't be his match. Chapter 277, On the Ring. Seeing Lin Xing look at him in shock, Su Hong calmly said, "Is this speed really your confidence in provoking me?" Hearing this, Lin Xing's face darkened, veins popping on his forehead. "It's just a mere initial entry into the 4th stage. What are you so cocky about?" Lin Xing's expression twisted as he charged at Su Hong again. Su Hong quickly met him with his spear. In terms of speed, he was indeed not a match for Lin Xing. However, with Su Hong's terrifying strength and 4th-level spear techniques, he was more than capable of closing that gap. Boom! 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 As weapons clashed, incredible sounds erupted. Lin Xing was forced to retreat, his expression looking exceptionally grim. His speed could suppress Su Hong, but he was unable to inflict effective damage on the latter. With that monstrous power wielding the long spear, how could he dare to take it head-on? It was no exaggeration to say that just a glancing blow could lead to injury. If he were really hit, it would be disastrous. At this moment, Su Hong charged again, the thunderous spear slicing through the air, beginning a frenzied onslaught. Lin Xing was chased like a monkey jumping around, constantly dodging on the arena, feeling extremely frustrated. Bang! Once again, his back crashed into the iron wire net at the edge of the arena, and Lin Xing's eyes hardened. Damn it! I am going to explode. Chapter 278. A minute later, looking at the arena, Su Hong's expression was somewhat shaken. Originally, he thought that since they were both starters, even if there was a difference in strength, it shouldn't be too significant. But when he saw that Yu Qingjuan had been dominating Shen Zi throughout the fight, with the latter not even having a chance to fight back before being defeated, Su Hong realized he was completely wrong. How about it, your team is strong enough, right? Su Hong turned to see a thin boy smiling as he approached. My name is Ji Yu Jin. Su Hong. The two introduced themselves, and Su Hong couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Senior Ji Yu, what exactly is your senior's strength? No need to be so polite, just call me by my name. Ji Yu Jin smiled. Yu team is currently at the mid-stage of the 5th rank, but on the 5th rank potential dragon list, she is already ranked 27th. Hearing this, Su Hong's eyes widened in surprise. 27th. To think that the sophomore students had just started not long ago. This means that Yu Qingjuan probably broke through to the 5th rank by the end of her freshman year. What about Lin Xing, who was the previous starter? Su Hong couldn't help but ask. Him? He's pretty trash. Ji Yu Jin scoffed. Lin Xing is only ranked over 800 on the 5th rank potential dragon list. Chapter 279. Just when I said this, they called me pretentious, but how would they know how hard it is unless they experience this kind of suffering themselves? The senior is right. As the two talked and walked from the waiting room to the arena, their glances at each other had already transformed into the look of close friends. Come on, I'll hold back some strength, let's have a good fight. All right, senior. You don't need to hold back too much, I'm still quite strong. The referee was speechless. Hey, you two, this is an arena battle, a life and death fight. Can you not make it seem like a friendly spar? However, the two ignored him, and only after they finished discussing did they simultaneously look at the referee. Referee. Why haven't you called to start? Exactly, what are you waiting for? Don't you see so many people watching? You two, cut it out. The referee's forehead twitched. And he even considered giving these two a beating. Not worth it, not worth it. Beating Ji Jin is fine, but his mentor I can't mess with. But if I beat up Su-hong, Li Yangwu will definitely come looking for trouble, and I can't take him on. Chapter 280 Name, Su-hong Vitality, 2705, Mentalist, 2650 Physique, Tyrant Body Zhuan Level 12, Zhuan Skill, Invincible Zhuan Skill Level 1, 13, Martial Skills, Spear Technique, 4-star Level 1 to 17, Body Technique, 4-star Level 1 to 3, Martial Value, 28100 back in the dormitory. Su-hong immediately opened the system panel. 28,100 Martial Value. Su-hong was stunned. Not expecting to have gained so much martial value from participating in 2 rounds of the selection competition. Looking at the back end, Su-hong suddenly realized. Most of it was earned from participating in the sophomore selection competition. Don't be fooled by the fact that he easily defeated his opponents in the earlier rounds. The sophomore students who dared to participate in the selection competition were no pushovers. In society, each of them could fight above their rank. Sure enough, defeating Lin Xing gave the most martial value. This is normal, even though Lin Xing is only at the initial stage of the 5th rank. His talent and combat power are there, so the reward is naturally the highest. This is also related to my improvement in strength. I am facing stronger opponents now. When I was at a lower level, even if the opponent was strong, they were limited by their realm and could only yield dozens or a few hundred martial values. Chapter 281 Seeing Su-hong's calm attitude, his eyes lit up at the martial skills, while the black silk waitress's mouth twitched slightly. Hey, hey, hey. I worked hard for a long time, and you little brat. The black silk waitress lightly huffed, but Su-hong, who was already mesmerized, couldn't hear her voice at all. Seeing this, the black silk waitress looked speechless. At that moment, a hand pressed down on her shoulder. She turned to see a woman in a black skirt and white shirt, with an impressive figure. Supervisor. The black silk waitress appeared very respectful. She was just someone working at Demon Martial, while this supervisor was a genius who stayed at the school after graduating from Demon Martial. A martial artist at the initial stage of the 6th rank. With excellent appearance and physique, combined with her impressive strength. Even in a school full of geniuses like Demon Martial, she had many admirers. You go ahead, I'll recommend Su-hong. Supervisor Su-yu waved her hand, and then, under the astonished gaze of the black silk waitress, Su-yu calmly unbuttoned one button of her white shirt. Juang. In the next moment, a valley that seemed to possess the pressure of the 9th rank emerged, making women fearful. Then, Su-yu flipped her hair, and walked towards Su-hong under the dazed gaze of the black silk waitress. Chapter 282 The next morning. After a night of cultivation, Su-hong slowly opened his eyes. He then opened the attribute panel, and looked at the martial skills section. Martial skills, Cloud Binding Silk Perfect. Concentration Armor Perfect. Having obtained the martial skills for just one night, both martial skills had reached the perfect realm. In the next moment, Su-hong looked at a B-grade alloy long knife on the weapon rack, and with a thought, buzz buzz buzz. Countless invisible threads instantly wrapped around the long knife. And then suddenly tightened. The long knife, both the blade and the handle, left countless tiny dents. The power was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than when using the condensed weapon technique. This is B-grade alloy, extremely tough. And it still left so many marks from the cloud binding silk. What if it were used against a martial artist? If the opponent's physique is average, they would instantly be sliced into countless pieces by the fine threads. Let's try the concentration armor. Su-hong found a mechanical puppet, and began to adjust the values. After a while, the mechanical puppet threw a punch at Su-hong's abdomen. Boom! Su Hong staggered back a few steps, feeling a distinct pain in his abdomen. This force is just about right. Su Hong murmured, using the concentration armor. His mental power spread throughout his body, transforming into an invisible armor. Chapter 283. The so-called Mercenary Association, if we really talk about numbers, is even more exaggerated than the registered numbers of the Martial Artists Association. Because the registration process for this association is very simple, and the requirements for personal information are extremely low. No one cares whether the name you fill in is real or not, nor do they care about what you have done. The degree of freedom is extremely high. The Mercenary Association only looks at strength. This has led to a mix of members within the association. After all, not everyone is willing to fill in personal information. At the Martial Artist Association, there are always some who dislike any feeling of being bound. And mercenaries? Just by the name, you know what it means. Accept tasks, complete tasks, and receive rewards. According to Yu Qingzhuan, it is not uncommon for tasks issued by the Mercenary Association to involve vendettas and hiring killers. In short, if you pay, you can issue a task. Similarly, completing a task earns you a reward. The Mercenary Association doesn't care about the process, it only cares about the result. Just get it done. Of course, it should be noted that such grey area tasks are only a minority. The mainstream tasks still involve hunting fierce beasts, or collecting rare herbs from certain areas, or bounties for purchasing rare elixirs, etc. Chapter 284, 10 kilometers outside the eastern wilderness of the Demon City. This is as far as I can take you. After Su Hong and Yu Qingxuan's group got out of the car, the middle-aged uncle driver waved his hand casually and drove towards the Demon City. The danger level rises sharply 10 kilometers outside the wilderness. If he were to go a few more kilometers, he might not make it back. The 10 stood in place until they saw the driver's vehicle turn into a black dot, as it drove into the city before they withdrew their gaze. They had changed into casual clothes, and were no longer wearing the Martial Arts Academy uniform. This was a rule set by the school, after all. The Martial Arts Academy is known for protecting its own. Wearing the academy uniform, even a desperate person would think twice about whether it's worth it. Even if someone really killed a martial arts student, they would inevitably face the academy's reckoning afterward. There would be no escaping it. Since this trip was for training, it was inappropriate to wear the academy uniform. Let's go. According to the map, we still have hundreds of kilometers to cover. Yu Qingzhuan opened the wristband map, checked the direction, and led Su Hong and the 9 others towards a location. Hundreds of kilometers, even for them as mid-level martial artists. It would take at least a few hours to travel. Chapter 285, seeing Chen Yang actually go up. A group of mercenaries couldn't help but smile with amusement. Even the 2 teams that had just fought to the death stopped to watch this scene with great interest. TSK, a madman is a madman. Just a little provocation is enough. Haha, do you think he's really crazy? Then you're the real fool. Chen Yang clearly knows he is a madman. Others just don't dare to gamble their lives against him. Moreover, these young geniuses are at most on par with him in strength. Which is why Chen Yang dares to stir up trouble. After all, with his reputation as a madman, unless someone can take him out in an instant, who would want to tangle with this lunatic? The mercenaries were exchanging remarks. Meanwhile, I am that dragon, humming a song, Chen Yang. As I approached Su Hong and his group. Upon seeing this, Jiu Jin, Shen Ziyi, and the others frowned. They could tell this person was clearly not right in the head. Hey you! Chen Yang's bloodshot eyes swept over the faces of the 10. Finally settling on the youngest-looking Su Hong. He pointed at Su Hong and beckoned with his finger, laughing maniacally. You newcomers don't know the rules, do you? When you see Grandpa Chen Yang here, you have to bow your head to enter. Chapter 286. So you know the promotion rules now. Seeing Su Hong approach, Yu Qingzhuan asked with a smile. How does it feel? Like raising a bug, Su Hong frowned. Upon hearing this, the 9 others smiled slightly. Yu Qingzhuan said, "The Mercenary Association, even among global powers, is quite a unique entity." Su Hong nodded. Following this system, the Mercenary Association clearly lacks cohesion. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of loose sand. Even if individuals are powerful, they cannot stir up much. Because there is no loyalty at all. All right. Let us go check out the tasks. Yu Qingzhuan did not elaborate on this topic. The group quickly arrived at the task area, standing in front of a display screen. After Yu Qingzhuan operated it, she pulled Su Hong into their small team of 9. Then they began selecting tasks. As soon as the taskbar opened, various bounty notices appeared before them, and Su Hong was visibly taken aback. He turned his head to look at some people sitting in the hall, and immediately frowned. He saw that many of the individuals listed on the bounty notices were casually sitting in the hall, drinking and chatting, showing no regard for the bounties at all. Chapter 287. On the desolate land, the footprints left by Su Hong and his group were quickly covered by yellow sand. As they got closer to Nanjiang City, they could faintly hear the roars of fierce beasts. The group was not walking fast and remained very alert, looking around. If there were still some unspoken rules at the mercenary base, then there were absolutely no rules here in Nanjiang City. They had to be careful not only of beast attacks, but also of ambushes from mercenary teams within the city. Not long after. "Hey, wait!" A voice came from behind. Su Hong and the others frowned and took a stance, ready for anything. Until a middle-aged woman ran over. Following her were 10 mercenaries who were clearly bodyguards. "Keep a lookout around," Chen Hong ordered, then smiled as she approached Su Hong and his group, stopping at a distance of 10 meters. Having mixed here for over a decade, seeing the alert expressions of Su Hong and the others, Chen Hong wisely stopped at a safe distance. "Is there something?" Yu Qingzhuan said expressionlessly. "Haha, no need to be nervous. I'm just a high-level 5th-tier martial artist. With your strength, if I really had any ulterior motives, wouldn't it be easy for you to kill me?" Chapter 288. Chen Hong was in tears when she realized this little team was made up of martial arts students. She regretted it immensely, and dared not entertain any thoughts of revenge. After all, this was the Martial Arts Academy. However, she didn't know that the martial arts students she mentioned who had died were actually last year's teammates of Yu Qingzhuan's group. Ji Yujin, Shen Ziyi. And the others silently looked at Yu Qingzhuan, whose eyes were lowered. After a few seconds, Yu Qingzhuan took a deep breath. The person is already dead. And the grudge has been avenged. Let her live. It's good to leave some support for our future juniors. After saying this, Yu Qingzhuan glanced at the overjoyed Chen Hong. "Don't be too happy too soon." Yu Qingzhuan's voice was icy. "Your words were heard not only by us." She pointed to the top of her head, and our master of magic and martial arts also heard it. Chen Hong instinctively looked up at the sky, but immediately lowered her head, not daring to look any longer. Yu Qingzhuan actually didn't know if the master was following, but that didn't stop her from bluffing. She continued to warn, "I will inform the magic and martial arts students who come here for training in the future. If you don't cooperate at all, just wait to be on the magic and martial arts hunting list. I guarantee you will receive excellent service." Chapter 289. Looking at the 4 people with wary expressions. Ji Yujing grinned, and his clenched fist made a cracking sound. "Go!" With a loud shout, the 9 people's energy surged simultaneously and charged forward. Mid-stage of 5th rank, early stage of 5th rank, and even mid-stage of 4th rank. After seeing the 6th rank, Du Dao being suppressed by a mid-stage 5th rank girl, the 4 members of the Gale team no longer dared to underestimate the group of young people in front of them. They all erupted with full force, and the 2 sides immediately engaged in battle. However, the situation seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. Ji Yujing, Shen Ziyi, and the others were also extremely powerful, and the 4 members of the Gale team were quickly suppressed. The strength of the second-year team was far superior to that of the first year. Su Hong was feeling emotional. "Ah! If you want to kill us, I want to take someone down with me," a big man from the Gale team shouted angrily, charging rapidly towards Su Hong. Jiu Jing frowned, ready to intercept. "Senior Jiu, let him come." Su Hong's excited voice came. Hearing this, Jiu Jing paused his movements and couldn't help but say, "You brat. This is a high-stage 5th rank. Although I have hit him a few times, he still has at least 70 to 80% of his strength left. It's fine. I just want to practice." Chapter 290. Looking at the 4 spirit energy spheres, Jiu Jing's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Not only him, but everyone in the room was also shocked by this terrifying energy fluctuation. The 3 members of the Gale team, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, and Shen Zeddy's group instinctively stopped their movements and looked over. The power of the 4 spirit energy fusion. The usually stern Yu Qingzhuan clearly froze for a moment. At this moment, facing the charging Du Dao, Su Hong had just finished condensing and instantly threw it out, directly meeting Du Dao. The next moment, with a loud bang, a blinding explosion of light made everyone squint. At the same time, the entire dilapidated building began to tremble. The long unmaintained concrete walls started to crack with fissures. Debris fell continuously from the cracks. Feeling the changes around them like a landslide, everyone's expression changed. Just then, a figure burst out from the smoke, crashing to the ground in the distance. All eyes unconsciously turned to look. They saw a body that was charred beyond recognition, still emitting black smoke. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 291. With a poof, the neck without a head shot out blood. A group of mercenaries who were originally leaning against the wall with amused expressions instantly froze. At this moment, Su Hong had already charged in with a gun. Seeing this, the mercenaries' expressions turned to panic. Their boss had been killed with a single shot. How could they possibly withstand it? Without hesitation, they turned and fled. Just as they turned to run a step, their movements strangely froze. "Mentalist!" Someone shouted in horror, as the mental energy dispersed. At this moment, Su Hong had already arrived, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. His gun as fast as lightning, reaping lives like cutting grass. In just 10 seconds, on the battlefield, apart from Su Hong holding the long gun, no one else was standing. On the ground, all the previously arrogant mercenaries lay dead, with fatal wounds in their foreheads and hearts, no sign of life remaining. "Let's go." Yu Qingzhuan led the team to continue searching for the target beast's traces. The group quickly vanished into the distant streets. Looking at their backs and then at the 10 corpses on the ground, the mercenaries watching from the shadows all displayed deep apprehension in their eyes. Half an hour later. Chapter 292. Under the watchful eyes of a group of mercenaries, Su Hong and his team returned to the base. Someone couldn't contain themselves and asked anxiously, "Did you complete your mission? What does it matter to you?" Yu Qingzhuan replied directly. Just then, she noticed Chen Hong winking at her and gesturing in a direction. Yu Qingzhuan glanced over, and immediately saw the piles of blue star coins stacked high on both sides. "These people must have placed bets around us," Su Hong said quietly. "Moreover, the majority clearly bet on our deaths." Yu Qingzhuan nodded. Then, she shot a cold glance at Chen Hong. In full view of all the mercenaries, she took out 5 blood-stained nameplates. "The Gale team is dead," she said calmly. Upon seeing the names on the nameplates, all the mercenaries were instantly stunned. They really were killed. "Damn, Du Dao is such a useless piece of trash." A group of mercenaries who lost their bets began to curse. Those who won, however, had their eyes light up with uncontainable joy. Take a chance, and a bicycle really turns into a motorcycle. The next moment, a crowd surged towards Chen Hong. Those who won came to collect their money, while those who lost looked on enviously. Chapter 293. The door opened again. It was still Chen Hong. This time, Her expression carried a hint of strangeness. Yu Qingzhuan began to ask. Chen Hong whispered, "Just now, I received a message from another mercenary base." After a pause, she continued. "There is a team of Imperial Martial Arts students who were originally training at another base hundreds of miles away. However, upon learning that you were here, they immediately rushed over." Hearing this, Su Hong and the others frowned. There has always been considerable discord between the magic and martial arts and imperial martial arts, the two top martial universities in Huiguo. The debate over which university is the top martial university has never ceased. There is also the Martial University League that determines resources for the coming year, which is a struggle for interests. Moreover, Magic and Martial Arts has won the Martial University League for 3 consecutive years. This has led to the voices in society over the past few years claiming that Imperial Martial Arts is inferior to Magic and Martial Arts. Both the president and students of Imperial Martial Arts have been holding in their frustrations. Last year, after President Li Chengdao broke the leg of the Imperial Martial Arts president for some reason, the discord between the two sides intensified. Additionally, the admission requirements for the two top martial universities are clearly different. The magic martial arts only care about talent and combat power, disregarding any identity or background. Chapter 294 Name: Su Hong Blood Qi, 3090 Mental Energy Master, 2650 Physique, Overlord Body. Zhuan Level 13, Zhuan Skill, Invincible Zhuan Skill Level 1, 15, Martial Arts, Twining Cloud Silk. Concentration Armor Spear Technique, 4-star segment, 20, Body Technique, 4-star segment, 7, Martial Value, 23400 on the panel. With natural cultivation, there have been some small improvements. As expected of the 6th tier Du Dao, unfortunately, he was severely injured by the senior sister first, and I can only be considered lucky. Even so, Du Dao provided nearly 10,000 points of martial value. The rest mostly came from that strong man of the 5th tier Gale team. The others were beasts killed along the way, as well as those provided by the two greedy teams. All added to mental power. As Su Hong's mind moved, the martial value quickly cleared to 0. The mental power surged rapidly. Su Hong inwardly observed his mind, and the lake formed by his mental power began to expand. Just as Su Hong was allocating points, hundreds of miles east of the South River City mercenary base, on the desolate land, yellow sand was flying, and fierce beasts roared. Whoosh! 10 figures swiftly swept by. Chapter 295 Just as Su Hong and the others finished their meal, exclamations came from outside the door. What the hell? Students from the Imperial Martial Arts. Hiss, how did the students from the Imperial Martial Arts come here? Isn't this the closest to the magic capital? Could it be that I understand, that team of martial arts students yesterday must be from the magic martial arts, and the Imperial Martial Arts is here to stir trouble? Hearing these words, Su Hong's group exchanged glances. Armed up, they went out to take a look. Yu Qingzhuan hoisted the Fang Qianhua halberd. Su Hong held the star bamboo spear, and several others followed. They are coming out. Hee, now there's a good show to watch. It's like a needle against a wheat awn, magic martial arts versus imperial martial arts. Just thinking about it is exciting. Outside, mercenaries had already blocked the door tightly. When they saw Su Hong and his group approaching, they hurriedly made way, each face filled with excitement. As Su Hong walked, he looked towards the end of the road. There stood 10 young men and women dressed in imperial martial arts uniforms. At the forefront stood a white-haired girl and a rebellious young man. Is that Lin Qianyu and Lin Qianyun? Su Hong examined them for a moment. Soon, he and Yu Qingxuan's group stopped about 10 meters in front of Lin Qianyu's group. Chapter 296 In the following period, the mercenary base fell into a strange silence. The mercenaries, who usually joked and quarreled, became incredibly quiet during this time. They watched as the two teams of students from Imperial Martial Arts and Magic Martial Arts constantly went out to complete tasks. Neither side took the initiative to attack. each busy with their own missions, as if they were two rivers that did not affect each other. However, after witnessing the previous conflict, the mercenaries understood very well. This was just the calm before the storm. Once the battle broke out, it would be a complete clash of titans for them. One side was imperial martial arts. The other was magic martial arts, both with frightening backgrounds, and no one dared to get involved. Just then, the door was opened again. Su Hong's group and Lin Qianyu and Lin Qianyu's team returned to the base one after the other. They seemed to ignore each other, completed their tasks independently, and then went back to rest. It wasn't until a few minutes after they left that a group of mercenaries began to whisper. "Damn, the atmosphere is tense. I can't believe they've managed to hold back until now. To be honest, I don't think it's very safe in the base hall either. Although this is a designated safe zone, if they really want to fight, I estimate that even the higher-ups of the Mercenary Association wouldn't dare to say anything." Chapter 297. Jiu Jing and Shen Zedi's faces showed anger. "Are these guys not done yet? Exactly, they first set us up by snatching the fierce beasts. And now they are openly provoking us." Slap! Yu Qingzhuan slammed the table, and Jiu Jing and the others immediately quieted down. "Senior, let's not rush. It's better to understand the situation clearly before we act," Su Hong said softly. "Exactly, you guys are all so impatient, you're not as calm as Su Hong." Yu Qingzhuan chastised Jiu Jing and the others. "Chen Hong." Su Hong looked towards the head peeking out from the door. "Everyone has left, what are you hiding for?" During this time, Chen Hong's intelligence had provided them with significant help. However, for her own safety, Chen Hong didn't want to show that she knew Su Hong's group in public. To this, Su Hong and the others expressed understanding. However, now that everyone had left, there was naturally no need to pretend not to know each other. "Here she comes, here she comes." Chen Hong smiled awkwardly, holding a freshly printed document, and came over. "This is the information I just printed about the spiritual herb fields in the center of South River City, as well as the general strength of the 6th tier fighters stationed in this base." Chapter 298. Watching Lin Qianyu not take action, but choose to lead his team away, Su Hong and Yu Qingzhuan couldn't help but sneer. Lin Qianyu has repeatedly provoked them, and they certainly wouldn't tolerate it. This crazy woman is starting to show her true colors. Let's get ready, the battlefield should be very brutal, Yu Qingzhuan said quietly. Su Hong nodded seriously. The team that just snatched the spiritual herb was being attacked by dozens of figures. In just a few seconds, the entire team was wiped out. As the spiritual herb fell to the ground, the dozens of figures that had just been cooperating quickly split into several factions, and began to fight chaotically. "It seems to be a B-grade spiritual herb," Jiu Jing whispered. "Should we snatch it?" "Let's grab it." Yu Qingzhuan decisively nodded. "These dozens of people have both 4th and 5th tiers. We will kill the 5th tiers, and the 4th tiers will be left to Su Hong. Attack!" As soon as the words fell, the 10 of them charged forward. The magic martial arts team also wants to snatch it. HMPH, then let's fight. What are we afraid of? Their combat power is not weak. Let's team up to kill them first, and then we'll distribute this B-grade spiritual herb. Seeing Su Hong and the others charging in, the faces of the several martial artist teams changed, and they quickly decided to join forces. Chapter 299. This is a spiritual herb that increases mental power. Just smelling it once, Su Hong felt his mental power in his mind become exceptionally active. Moreover, it's an A-grade. Su Hong's eyes brightened. If he eats a fruit, his mental power might directly break through to the 5th tier. A-grade spiritual herbs provide significant boosts even to 6th tier fighters, let alone him, a mid-4th tier fighter. It seems like there are fewer fruits. Su Hong suddenly froze, noticing something unusual. The fruits were clearly ripe, so why didn't this group of fierce beasts just eat them? What were they guarding? Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from above. Su Hong was slightly startled and slowly raised his head, his expression gradually turning into shock. He saw a gigantic creature lying behind the vines. It was enormous, towering at least 100 meters high, so massive that Su Hong initially thought it was a mountain. But now he realized it was a bear. The thunderous noise earlier was produced by this bear's breath escaping from its nostrils. It seemed to be in a deep slumber. And the oppressive aura radiating from its body was rising at a visibly alarming rate. This was the Thunder War Bear. Su Hong's heart trembled as he recalled what a mentor had said in the class about fierce beasts in the Magic Martial Academy. Chapter 300, Roar and angry roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Looking at the furious Thunder War Bear, everyone instinctively swallowed hard. Wait. Is this breath truly the result of a failed breakthrough? It was far stronger than a high-level 6th stage, not far from the 7th stage. Damn it. This Thunder War Bear could perhaps be considered a pseudo-7th stage. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Thunder War Bear, everyone's faces changed drastically. At that moment, the gigantic head of the Thunder War Bear hung low, its bloodshot eyes scanning all living beings, filled with an infinite killing intent. It was these people who caused its failed breakthrough to the 7th stage. And that group of fierce beasts, they couldn't stop it. Useless. All of them are useless. Kill them all. The first to be targeted were the group of people holding the fruits. Instantly, its gaze locked onto Lin Qianyu, who was holding 2 fruits. Not good. Lin Qianyu's face immediately changed dramatically, and without hesitation, she turned to run. Not just her, but Yu Qinjuan and the group of mercenaries in front of the vines also felt a chill and began to flee in panic. Roar! With an angry roar, the Thunder War Bear charged in their direction. Chapter 301. When they reached near the Leaning Tower, Su Hong slowed his pace, trying to suppress his aura as much as possible. Not here. After entering the Leaning Tower and observing for a while, Su Hong frowned and walked out. Let's search again. For the 2 A-grade fruits, Su Hong showed incredible patience. He began searching around the surrounding buildings, leaving no corner unchecked, until he arrived at a villa, where he discovered an extremely concealed basement. Following the stairs down, Su Hong's eyes suddenly moved. In the next moment, a cold, icy voice echoed in the pitch-black basement. Get out. The voice was somewhat weak, but still filled with arrogance. Su Hong smiled. After entering the basement, he focused his mind. Whoosh! Streams of fire spiritual energy erupted from his body, enveloping his surface. Having developed the fusion of 4 types of spiritual energy, Su Hong's control over spiritual energy was exceptional. At this moment, the fire spiritual energy clung to his clothing without igniting it. Instantly, bright flames illuminated the entire basement. At the end of the basement, Lin Qianyu, holding a long knife, stood there, her cold eyes fixed on Su Hong. Do you want to die? Her voice was extremely cold. Chapter 302. The moment Su Hong consumed the A-grade fruit, he felt a refreshing wave rushing into his mind. His mental power lake began to expand outward at a visibly rapid pace. Half an hour later, having completed digestion, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes and quickly checked the attribute panel, looking at the mental power section. Mental power, 3920. 3920. Although he knew that this A-grade fruit greatly enhanced him, Su Hong was still shocked. To be clear, his mental power was only 3,200 points before. And now, after consuming this fruit that had a miraculous effect on mental power, it had directly increased by 720 points. There's still 1 left. Su Hong looked at the remaining A-grade fruit in his hand. In the next moment, he swallowed it without hesitation. Chewing, the sweet fragrance of the fruit filled his mouth. And it tasted excellent. But Su Hong couldn't afford to enjoy it. He quickly chewed a few times and swallowed it. This time, he might directly break through to a 5th stage mind master. Su Hong was very much looking forward to it. Soon, He closed his eyes again and began to digest it. Meanwhile, Lin Qianyu, bound by mental power, gritted her teeth, her face turning red with anger. From Su Hong's expression earlier, she could tell that this fruit was a huge boost for him. Chapter 303 Jiyu Jing, and the others sincerely praised Su Hong's courage. It was indeed extraordinary. Come on, we are all 3-star mercenaries, let us each take a 4-star and 5-star badge. For those who truly treated him well. Su Hong was never stingy. As for the remaining badges, we'll share the earnings from selling them later. Originally, when they heard the first part of the sentence, Jiyu Jing and the others chuckled, fully prepared to be polite. But upon hearing the latter part, their hands paused. This is your personal gain. You don't need to share with us, Yu Qinzhuan shook her head. No way, we'll split it evenly, Su Hong insisted firmly. In the end, he directly shoved the badges into Yu Qinzhuan and the others' hands. Seeing this, the group exchanged glances. All right, since Su Hong is so righteous, I'll take it. Jiyu Jing said with a grin, waving his hand. If you need anything in the future, just look for me. I won't say anything else. My fighting ability is quite good. Shen Ziyi and the others also laughed, further recognizing Su Hong as their junior. After all, the value of just a few dozen badges was not low at all. In the mercenary black market, if sold, it wouldn't be surprising to fetch a price in the hundreds of millions. Chapter 304 Damn, is this what a magic martial master looks like? Just standing there gives me the chills. TSK, a team of geniuses out for training, and 3 magic martial masters accompanying them. From now on, when I see this kind of martial arts university student, I won't even have the thought of committing murder or robbery. Looking at the departing figures of the magic martial group, the mercenaries were filled with emotion, their tones full of envy and awe. As they spoke, they were about to head toward the base. But at that moment, some noise came from not far away. It was Lin Qianyu and Lin Qianyun returning with a group of Imperial Martial students. Upon seeing this, the mercenaries immediately stopped in their tracks and instinctively looked up at the sky. In the next moment, 3 figures slowly descended from the horizon. They had their backs to a group of mercenaries and did not look back. One of them spoke in a harsh tone, "Get lost." As he spoke, a terrifying aura belonging to a master radiated from his body. Upon seeing this, the mercenaries fell silent and immediately retreated to a distance. However, deep down, they were quite unhappy. Even the masters of the demon martial sect weren't this overbearing. How could the emperor martial sect simply tell them to leave? In comparison, many mercenaries who previously had no feelings towards the 2 martial arts schools suddenly felt that the demon martial sect was much better than the emperor martial sect. Chapter 305 The next day, at dawn. Inside the large martial arts room, Su Hong was sitting cross-legged, practicing. Suddenly, the aura emanating from his body began to rise sharply. He had reached the high stage of the 4th rank. Su Hong opened his eyes, and a bright light burst forth from them. After a night of cultivation, combined with the assistance of elixirs, his vital energy had just broken through the 4,000 barrier. Vital energy, 4001. The profound art was indeed incomparable to the guiding technique. The benefits of one night's cultivation were almost equivalent to 5,000 martial arts points. And this was only the first layer of the invincible profound art. The higher the layer of the profound art, the faster the cultivation speed naturally becomes. Moreover, as Li Yangwu said, when the invincible profound art reaches the 3rd layer, it will also derive some powerful ability. Unfortunately, this profound art consumes too much martial arts value, 10,001 martial arts points. Su Hong was both envious and helpless. In truth, his cultivation speed was already extremely fast. After a night of practice, his proficiency in the profound art had increased by 0.5. To break through to the 2nd layer would only take about 200 days. This speed was already beyond what many geniuses could hope to achieve. However, Su Hong still felt it was a bit slow. Chapter 306 Her. At the moment of collision, feeling that overwhelming power, Yu Qingjuan couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. In the next moment, the immense impact forced her to take a few steps back. What is going on? Wait. Did you team just retreat? The others, including Jiyu Jin and Shen Ziyi, were momentarily stunned. You're at the high stage of the 4th rank? Yu Qingjuan asked. Her tone filled with surprise after stabilizing herself. As soon as she said this, Jiyu Jin, Shen Ziyi, and the others were dumbfounded, sensing the vital energy radiating from Su Hong. In the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is this cultivation speed? The group exchanged glances, all wearing shocked expressions. They knew that when Su Hong set out for training with them, he was only at the initial stage of the 4th rank. And within half a month, he had broken through to the middle stage of the 4th rank. This speed was already outrageous. They were still astonished for a long time back then. And now, it was only a day since he returned from training. How did Su Hong become a high stage of the 4th rank again? Damn, how can breaking through be as easy as drinking water? I didn't even blink. Yet he suddenly increased his vital energy by 1,000 points. Chapter 307 5th rank. Yu Qingjuan was a bit surprised. Are you sure? Sure, give it a try. All right. Yu Qingjuan nodded. Normally, unless the opponent is unable to continue, I wouldn't stop if they asked me to spar. But this time, I'll make an exception for you. Yu Qingjuan said seriously, you can call for a stop at any time. Then, she lifted her Fang Qianhua halberd and assumed a starting posture. Unexplainably, Su Hong felt a sense of pressure rising in his heart. Got it? Su Hong nodded. Here I come. Before the words fell, Yu Qingjuan lunged at him. After reaching the 5th rank, her speed surpassed her previous level, and several afterimages appeared behind her. Su Hong's expression turned serious, as he raised his spear to meet her. In less than 5 seconds, a loud bang echoed. Su Hong was sent flying directly, and Yu Qingjuan controlled her strength precisely, allowing him to land on a soft mat nearby, minimizing the risk of injury. Is this the combat skill of the 5th rank? Su Hong looked at the ceiling, momentarily dazed. In all his martial training, it was the first time he felt this kind of feeling where he couldn't even put up a fight. It was suffocating and oppressive. Like a child facing an adult, filled with a deep sense of helplessness. Chapter 308 Spear Technique, 4th rank, 2 stars, 56, Body Technique, 4th rank. 2 stars, 43, he actually improved this much. After a slight daze, Su Hong felt a surge of joy. His spear technique was only at 15 before. And his body technique was only at 17. But now, in just a few hours, the increase in proficiency could only be described as explosive. The spear technique rose by 41, and the body technique rose by 26. Su Hong was somewhat excited, eager to recover completely and train again. Indeed, the more oppressive the environment, the more it could squeeze out my potential and improve speed the fastest. With his unparalleled talent, his potential was truly limitless. With that thought, Su Hong no longer looked around, but began to close his eyes and operate the profound art, taking out a recovery elixir and swallowing it. Half an hour later, Su Hong, whose condition had mostly recovered, couldn't wait to open his eyes. Just then, Yu Qingjuan was currently sparring with Jiyu Jin, and her domineering Fang Qianhua halberd left the latter feeling extremely frustrated. Although Yu Qingjuan was sparring, Jiyu Jin always felt uncomfortable after each exchange. He originally liked that feeling of hitting flesh, but Yu Qingjuan knew very well that her strength was inferior to his. The Fang Qianhua halberd was incredibly agile in her hands, suppressing him to the point where he couldn't even fight back, let alone challenge her head-on. Chapter 309 Wait. What does this mean? Shen Ziyi and the 7 others widened their eyes. Are you deaf? Ji Jin said with a dark face. I'm saying that punch just now, I used all my strength, without any reservations. Without any reservations. And then, Ji Jin and Su Hong both took 3 steps back. Once Shen Ziyi and the others realized what this meant, their expressions turned utterly astonished. Hiss! Sounds of gasping filled the air. Su Hong has this much power. Yu Qingjuan was also somewhat surprised and couldn't help but ask. Ji Jin, are you joking? No. Ji Jin replied with a complex expression. Are you serious? Su Hong is only at the high stage of the 4th rank, and his physical strength is already on par with Ji Jin. No way, buddy, Ji Jin. Your battle god physique can't be fake, right? This is the battle god physique ranked number 1 in strength. I remember Ji Jin was almost at the mid-stage of the 5th level, while Su Hong was only at the high stage of the 4th level. Isn't that already a huge gap in strength? If Su Hong breaks through to the 5th level, damn, Ji Jin, won't you get beaten up badly? The 7 people, including Shen Ziyi, were all stunned. They were well aware of Ji Jin's strength, having been teammates for over a year. Chapter 310. As soon as the words fell, a buzzing sound was heard. Holding the Fang Qianhua halberd, Yu Qingxuan's entire body suddenly became enveloped in crimson flames. In just a moment, a scorching wave of heat swept through the venue. The flames surrounding Yu Qingxuan exploded. The next moment, Su Hong squinted his eyes. He saw that Yu Qingxuan was wrapped in a battle armor made of fierce flames, with clear black and white eyes, a burning flame attached to her pupils. Every strand of hair behind her head was wrapped in faint flames, dancing with the wind. Moreover, on her back, a pair of flame wings several meters long appeared. Each wing was outlined with red flames, and the Fang Qianhua halberd in her hand was also covered in flames. She looked like a valkyrie emerging from a sea of flames, incredibly stunning. The aura emanating from her maid Su Hong's expression turned serious. The aura that Yu Qingxuan displayed was indeed still only at the high stage of the 4th level. However, this was the first time Su Hong felt a pressure from an opponent of the same realm before the fight even began. Is this the Zukyu physique? Su Hong licked his lips, his whole body trembling slightly, not out of fear, but out of excitement from feeling pressure for the first time from an opponent of the same realm. Chapter 311. Inside the martial arts room, there was a long silence. No more fighting. Yu Qingxuan dispersed the Zukyu physique, and the crimson flames returned to her body. Huh? You're not going to fight? Su Hong was quite surprised. You have terrifying strength, and your defense is also so exaggerated. How can we fight at the same level? Yu Qingxuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Hong. She genuinely didn't know how to fight anymore. Initially, she only knew that Su Hong's strength was exaggerated. She thought she could still fight by relying on her speed advantage to continuously wear Su Hong down. But who would have thought that Su Hong's defense would be so astonishing? Her full strength attack couldn't even break through his defense. With strength and defense both at an incredible level, how could she fight? Of course, Yu Qingxuan estimated that if she used her weapon, she could still break through his defense. However, this was just a sparring session, not a life-and-death battle. Moreover, even if it were a life-and-death battle, just thinking about facing an opponent like Su Hong made Yu Qingxuan feel overwhelmed. Suddenly, Yu Qingxuan seemed to think of something, and with a skeptical expression, she pinched Su Hong's cheek and then his arm. Wait, what are you doing, senior? I'm checking if you're a beast in disguise. Yu Qingxuan pouted. I've never seen anyone take my full strength attack in the same realm and act like nothing happened. Chapter 312. At 3 in the morning. When Su Hong's figure appeared in the virtual space again, he felt a headache. This was a sign that his mental energy was about to be exhausted. At the same time, a series of notification sounds rang out. Ding, you have defeated your opponent, and your position in the has risen to 671. Not bad. I gained over 300 ranks in one night. Originally, due to going out for training, his ranking had already dropped. But in just one night, Su Hong shot right back up. It seems that before the Martial University League, I might be able to push for the first place in the 4th level of the. Su Hong thought to himself. He opened the system panel to check his martial arts value. Martial arts value, 5120. This is nothing compared to the value from killing 6th level beasts in Nanjing City. Su Hong muttered, his appetite had been spoiled, now. Even over 5,000 martial arts value felt insufficient. Soon, Su Hong made up his mind to strive for the first place in the. The higher the opponent's ranking, the more martial arts value he would gain from defeating them. There was no reason not to push forward. With that thought, Su Hong quickly logged off and went to sleep. In the next 7 days, Su Hong's life became fulfilling yet monotonous. He practiced with Yu Qingzhuan and the others during the day, and at night, he engaged in intense battles in the virtual ladder. Chapter 3:13. Here they come. At this moment, the 9 people noticed Su Hong and all smiled. I'll go first. Without any small talk, Tang Guyan stepped forward with a wolf-tooth club. Are you challenging me to a duel? Su Hong raised an eyebrow. What else? Tang Guyan smiled and said, I know I probably can't beat you. But don't think you'll defeat me so easily. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with blood energy, surging forth at the mid-stage of the 4th level. How about that? I'm also at the mid-stage of the 4th level now, my realm has caught up to you. Tang Guyan raised his eyebrows, looking quite proud. Before Su Hong could respond, Chen Miao, Jiyu Lele, and the other 8 also displayed their blood energy. They had all broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th level. How about it, Su Hong? You previously surpassed us in realm, but now we've finally caught up with you. Since entering the school, Su Hong's realm had been slightly lower than theirs, but eventually he had been overtaken, which left the 9 feeling a bit frustrated. Now, they had finally caught up, equaling Su Hong's realm. The expressions of the 8 were somewhat smug. Even Jiyu Huanhuan, who usually appeared cold, had a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Who says I'm at the mid-stage of the 4th level? Su Hong chuckled lightly. Chapter 3:14. Seeing Su Hong's expression of confusion, as if he didn't realize there was anything wrong with being unharmed, whether it was Tang Guyan, Jiyu Li, or Jiyu Huanhuan and the others, they all fell into deep silence. You have to know that they were all geniuses capable of fighting above their level. Even though not everyone attacked just now, half of the group's attacks had landed on the completely defenseless Su Hong. Yet, he was unscathed. This level of defense is simply monstrous. How can he fight? He's only one small realm higher than us. How can his physique be this strong? The group couldn't help but click their tongues, feeling a mix of emotions. Among them, Jiyu Huanhuan was the most shocked. She originally thought that the spirit armor and thick earth armor were the foundations of Su Hong's confidence in abandoning defense. She never expected that these 2 layers of defense were just for show. Su Hong's own physique was the hardest shield. Keep going, I don't believe it. Tang Guyan was somewhat annoyed. How could Su Hong be this strong? His defense is incredible, but with the 9 of us joining forces, we should be able to break through, right? Upon hearing this, Jiyu Huanhuan and a few others nodded with gritted teeth. Chapter 3:15. On the first floor. The original poster began sharing their insights. Did you know? This year, the Imperial Martial Arts School is unbeatable. I heard the captains for the 1st and 2nd years are the principal's grandson and granddaughter. As for Lin Qianyu, we won't say much since he was already exposed last year, and his Zhuanbing body is terrifying. Let's focus on Lin Qianyan. Do you know this person? He is a monstrous genius who simultaneously holds the starting positions for both the 1st and 2nd years at the Imperial Martial Arts School this year. Moreover, he is also ranked 1st on the 4th stage Hidden Dragon list. And just yesterday, Lin Qianyan's name disappeared from the 4th stage Hidden Dragon list, which means what? I believe everyone understands. It means Lin Qianyan has broken through to the 5th stage. even in the imperial martial arts and demon martial arts. It is extremely rare for a first-year student to break through to the 5th stage before the martial arts league. Furthermore, there are rumors that he seems to possess some kind of ancient special physique, which is incredibly powerful. I think demon martial arts is in for a tough time this year. After reading this, the netizens were shocked and left comments below. Wow! Lin Qianyuan has become this strong. How will demon martial arts compete this year? Not to mention, demon martial arts has at least Yu Qinjuan and Zhu Yujin holding the fort, but Lin Qianyuan is still a first-year student at imperial martial arts. Isn't his strength going to sweep away the demon martial arts first-year team? Chapter 3:16. Once this news broke, the almost conclusive evidence immediately extinguished any claims that Su Hong didn't make it onto the hidden dragon list. Not only that, Su Hong's speed in climbing the rankings shocked everyone. In less than 5 days, he rose from 1000th to 55th. This terrifying speed left even the most argumentative imperial martial arts netizens speechless. However, seeing the demon martial arts netizens starting to fight back, the imperial martial arts netizens were not happy. I just find it puzzling. What are the idiots supporting demon martial arts celebrating? I admit Su Hong's speed in climbing the rankings is fast, but if Lin Qianyuan himself were to climb the rankings, does anyone really think he would be slower than Su Hong? No way, right? Moreover, even if we disregard the ranking on the hidden dragon list, Lin Qianyuan is still a 5th stage martial artist, which is a whole level higher than Su Hong, a 4th stage martial artist. What are you still happy about? Also, what about the background? Lin Qianyuan is the principal's grandson. As this comment went up, the netizens supporting demon martial arts began to angrily curse. Damn it! Is Lin Qianyuan your dad? Why are you protecting him so much? Lin Qianyuan is the principal's grandson, having grown up on the special spirit liquid. And now he is just one level higher than Su Hong. Doesn't that make Lin Qianyuan look even worse? Chapter 3:17. Star City. City Lord's Mansion. Looking at the contents of these 2 posts, City Lord Wang Ni felt utterly stunned. A 4th stage martial artist is the disciple of Master Li Yangwu, Wang Ni murmured, his tone filled with disbelief. Although he already knew Su Hong was incredibly talented, he was still shaken by this news. This background, this strength, now he is already a 4th stage martial artist. I have been practicing martial arts my whole life, and I am only at the 4th stage after half my life has passed. Wang Ni swallowed hard, his expression indescribably complex. Is this what genius looks like? It's enough to make one question life. At that moment, coming back to his senses, Wang Ni noticed Su Guoming and Chen Lan's family, who also looked equally astonished. Didn't Su Hong tell you? Wang Ni asked curiously. No, he just said he had a teacher, Su Guoming said blankly, while Chen Lan was still in a daze, unable to react. The principal of demon martial arts is my Little Hong's teacher. Little Hong is already a 4th stage martial artist. The teacher he took on is not only the son of the principal of demon martial arts, but also a 7th stage grandmaster, a genius who once overshadowed his peers. Chapter 3:18. That is right. Lin Qianyu felt gratified that Lin Qianyuan and Lin Qianyu could take this in. In recent years, the situation on the battlefield of the heavens has become increasingly tense. At such a critical time, it is not the young generation of humanity in the rear who should be exhausting one another. Fighting is fighting, it's not that we can't afford to lose lives. After all, they are all martial artists, and it is not uncommon to unintentionally kill someone in mutual combat. However, intentionally going all out to cripple or kill someone when one could have held back is strictly prohibited. As for whether it is truly out of control or intentional, the judges and the grandmasters from various martial arts universities present are not just there for show. The death rate in past martial arts league events has come about because of this. If there were no such restrictions, the strong could kill the weak at will. And the death rate would certainly multiply, surpassing 50 easily. Such a thing that disrupts the flow of fresh blood is something that neither Huguo nor any other country in the world would allow. All right. Now let us talk about the specific situation of your two starting teams. Lin Qianxia took a sip of tea and began to inquire. I have already broken through to the 5th stage. Upon mentioning this, Lin Qianyan's face revealed a proud expression. Chapter 319, Qi and Blood, 4550 Mental Master, 5010 Constitution, Overlord Body, Profound Level 29, Profound Skill, Invincible Profound Skill, First Layer 31, Martial Techniques, Cloud Entangling Silk. Concentration Armor Gun Skill, 4 segment 8 stars, 45, Movement Technique, 4 segment 8 stars, 37, Martial Value, 85600. The panel looked completely refreshed. The proficiency in gun skills and movement techniques has seen astonishing improvements under Su Hong's focused training recently. Even in the second-year starting team, Su Hong currently only falls short of Yu Qinjuan, Jiu Jin, and Shen Ziyi. As for the first-year team, Su Hong has no equal, even if everyone teamed up. They would not be his opponent. With 85,600 martial values, this rapid rise in the Hidden Dragon list ranking is not necessarily a good thing. Su Hong felt a bit helpless about this. Since entering the Hidden Dragon list, he has maintained a 100 win rate in the evaluation standards of the virtual ladder. His strength far exceeds that of his opponents. In gaming terms, Su Hong's hidden score is simply too high. Therefore, every time he wins a match, his ranking rises by dozens of places. If this situation were to happen to other Hidden Dragon list geniuses, they wouldn't be too happy. Chapter 320, After some calculations, Su Hong made a decision. The remaining martial values are enough to raise the proficiency of his weapon and movement techniques to the 5th segment. Thinking of this, Su Hong quickly began to allocate points. After consuming 31,800 martial values, gun skill, 5 segment 1 star, 0, movement technique, 5 segment 1 star, 0. Both gun skills and movement techniques have been upgraded to the 5th segment. At the same time, a stream of understanding regarding gun skills and movement techniques surged into Su Hong's mind, rapidly increasing. Until half an hour later, with his eyes closed, Su Hong finally finished digesting everything. He stood up and casually stepped out, his figure instantly leaving a clear afterimage at the spot. While he had already appeared 10 meters away, his speed was at least 20% faster than during the 4th stage. The proficiency of weapons and body techniques, unlike the explosive power of martial skills, are two of the most important foundational skills that cannot be ignored. Even 9th-tier experts need to refine their skills day and night. With my current 5th stage body technique, although I am still practicing an A-level body technique, Tang Guyan and the others can't even touch me. After breaking through to the 5th stage, Su Hong finally understood why some people referred to this proficiency as one stage, one heavy sky. Chapter 321, As for rewards. You all got 3rd place, and you still want rewards. Dream on. Seeing Li Chengdao starting to puff up his cheeks and glare, both Su Hong and Yu Qinxuan's groups burst into laughter. For other martial universities, Li Chengdao's request was extremely excessive. However, for them as martial arts students, it felt entirely justified. Tang Guyan was also laughing. He had just blurted out a question, without thinking, and certainly wasn't seriously considering what rewards the 3rd place would bring. All right, the rewards are settled. Now those who want to be in the first group, speak up and compete for it. Upon hearing this, Tang Guyan and the other 8 exchanged glances, all eager to try. Is it okay for me to be the first-year team leader? At this moment, Su Hong smiled at them. No problem. Who has the time to argue with you? Hearing this, Tang Guyan, Chen Miao, and the others all rolled their eyes in unison. They truly respected Su Hong as the team leader, with no objections. However, that was only their respect for Su Hong. And since there was more than one spot in the first group, all 9 still had their own ideas. Although they understood the rules by now. Knowing that both the first group and substitutes would basically have to go on stage, it was merely a matter of order. Chapter 322, just as everyone was in shock. At this moment, the ever-observing Li Yangwu suddenly said something that made everyone's eyelids twitch. This strength is around 1.2 million pounds. Li Yangwu's words left everyone in a daze. Over 1 million pounds of strength. Even many 6th-tier warriors might not compare. How far have you cultivated the invincible profound art? But Li Yangwu didn't pay them any mind, excitedly approaching his good disciple to ask. Still the first layer, Su Hong scratched his head. Li Yangwu was stunned. He originally thought that Su Hong's strength was so great because he had cultivated the invincible profound art to the 2nd or even 3rd layer. But since it was still the first layer, how could his strength? Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly remembered something and gasped. Then, Li Yangwu incredulously said, "You brat's overlord body is too perverse." Now he was truly shocked. The invincible profound art was still at the 1st layer. So Su Hong's explosive strength must be due to the overlord body alone. But this increase was just too exaggerated. Just breaking through to the 5th stage. And already possessing 1.2 million pounds of strength, wasn't that equivalent to being invincible among peers right after the breakthrough? Chapter 323, meanwhile. The scene happening at the entrance of the Martial Arts University was also playing out at various martial universities across the provinces. All martial university students were rallying for their respective competitors. Online, various videos from the perspectives of onlookers were continuously uploaded for everyone to see. Even through the screen. Netizens felt their scalps tingling and their spirits soaring. In just a few minutes, the rallying ceremonies of major martial universities skyrocketed in popularity, directly trending. In the comments section, netizens who were inspired excitedly discussed. "Damn, it's on fire. I'm just an ordinary 38-year-old middle-aged programmer. I thought I had been worn down by life. But every year when I see this rallying ceremony, that thrilling feeling comes back, reminding me that I'm not old yet. Young and spirited lads. These are the pride of our Huoguo. I can't imagine how it would feel if I were at the scene. The youthful years. Oh, how I can't return to them. Every year when I see this rallying ceremony, I feel endless regret, regretting why I wasted my time in the past. Living my life in such a pathetic way." Chapter 324, looking at the eyes of these ferocious beasts, they can't really be thinking of attacking the high-speed train, right? Looking out the window, Su Hong suddenly wanted to laugh. The teacher and a group of martial arts masters, including Master Li Chengdao, were all sitting on this high-speed train. If these ferocious beasts really attacked, they would be courting death. Moreover, Su Hong's gaze passed through the window, seeing other high-speed trains running parallel. At this time, it was mostly when the strong from various schools were escorting students to the competition. On the other high-speed trains, not to mention the university presidents, there were at least dozens to hundreds of martial arts masters. Just as Su Hong was pondering, the high-speed train suddenly shook violently. The next moment, a voice came through the announcement. "Attention passengers, the high-speed train is under attack by a group of ferocious beasts. And the warriors responsible for maintaining train safety have already set off, so please rest assured." Before the announcement could finish, everyone beside him, even with soundproof glass blocking, could hear the sounds of intense vibrations. "Attention passengers, the high-speed train running parallel to us is also under attack by a group of ferocious beasts. All warriors have been dispatched and will ensure the safety of passengers' lives, so please remain seated." Chapter 325, with the participation of martial university students. This ferocious beast attack resulted in the complete slaughter of the silver-winged birds. When Su Hong and his group returned to the carriage, a crowd of excited passengers gathered around, applauding and welcoming them. Soon, the high-speed train that had dealt with the ferocious beasts continued its journey. Not long after, it arrived at the east station of Nanshan City. When they exited the subway station, Su Hong was momentarily stunned. Before him was an incredibly prosperous city, with a steady stream of traffic on the streets. In just a glance, Su Hong saw quite a few formidable warriors, all exuding a faint bloody smell. On the roads, there were numerous large trucks specifically transporting ferocious beasts. The trucks were loaded with enormous ferocious beasts, making Su Hong glance sideways. Moreover, on the streets, all sorts of restaurants serving dishes made from ferocious beast meat were countless. Not far away, there were several open-air slaughterhouses, where one ferocious beast after another was sent in and immediately slaughtered. The warriors responsible for deboning were terrifyingly skilled, processing the ferocious beasts like a chef skillfully cutting up a cow. On the street, even ordinary people didn't take a second glance at these fierce beasts. Clearly used to them. This is the South Sky City, relying on the trade of fierce beasts and treasure hunting. Chapter 326. Looking at the miserable state of Ximeng and then seeing Su Hong's relaxed demeanor, as if he had just swatted a fly. The entire venue fell into silence. Most of those who could hang around this treasure street were seasoned veterans who had lived in South Sky City for many years. They were very familiar with the strength of the students from South Sky Martial University, having even witnessed these talents in action in the wild. Although Ximeng was just a substitute member, he was ranked 13th in the National Substitute List of Martial Arts Universities. A genius who could rank 13th on the Hidden Dragon list. But the result was that, when facing Su Hong, who was also at the high level of the fourth stage, he was not only unable to exchange a few blows, but was directly one-shot killed, completely crushed. This is the gold content of rising to the top of the fourth stage Hidden Dragon list in just 5 days. Ximeng truly couldn't recognize his own level. Honestly, when someone actively provokes and ends up like this, it's hard for South Sky Martial University to say anything. The audience was buzzing with discussions, and many onlookers took photos of Ximeng's miserable state and immediately posted them online. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Hong, as if nothing had happened, continued to stroll around. After half an hour of shopping, he returned to the South Sky Hotel with heavy bags in both hands. Chapter 327. What? He one-shot killed Ximeng. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Although Ximeng was a substitute, he was still ranked 13th on the fourth stage Hidden Dragon list, and he was one-shot killed. They couldn't believe it and asked again, receiving the same answer. The principal of South Sky and several school leaders exchanged glances, each with a look of shock on their faces. Qian Fei, when you meet Su Hong in the competition, you must not underestimate him, you must give it your all right from the start. The principal of South Sky quickly reminded him. Although Qian Fei was also somewhat shocked, he felt assured knowing he was already a fifth-stage martial artist. Don't worry, principal. Even though Ximeng provoked him first, Su Hong's attack was too heavy. If I encounter him in the competition, I will definitely give it my all and crush him. Qian Fei's tone carried a hint of anger, with Ximeng eliminated. Their freshman substitutes lost a spot that could only be filled by a weaker competitor. How could he not be angry? I'll leave it to you. The principal nodded, his expression not looking good. Don't worry, principal. At this time, Qian Jiao spoke up. That Su Hong is also participating in the sophomore competition. If Xiao Fei can't win, then I'll take care of this Su Hong. I will give him a good beating for daring to be so heavy-handed with Ximeng. Chapter 328. Lin Qianyun never expected that before he could say anything, Su Hong would directly say such a thing. What's wrong? Is your sister scared of me slapping her? So she sent you to draw lots. This statement instantly broke Lin Qianyun's defenses and completely angered him. He stared fiercely at Su Hong and coldly said, just wait. In the freshman singles competition, before you meet me, make sure not to lose. After saying that, he turned and walked away, standing coldly not far away, waiting for the drawing ceremony to begin. The several representatives from Wu University, who had been standing there to draw lots, were initially chatting and laughing. But with Lin Qianyun standing there, even without saying a word, the Wu University students felt a suffocating pressure and instinctively closed their mouths. The conversation between Su Hong and Lin Qianyan wasn't loud, and many of the Wu University students standing beside them couldn't hear clearly. However, among the martial artists present, there were quite a few with strong abilities. Some of the Wu University principals were already at the master level, and even if the scene was noisy, they could hear clearly. Initially, they were quite interested in watching the exchange between Su Hong and Lin Qianyan. But upon hearing Su Hong's words, all the masters and even stronger individuals present were clearly taken aback. Chapter 329, South Sky Martial University steps up to draw lots. As Qian Jiao stepped forward, he immediately attracted most of the audience's attention. Although South Sky Martial University couldn't compare to Mo Wu Emperor Martial University, it was still ranked among the top 10 martial arts universities, and many were very concerned about which group they would be placed in. South Sky Martial University. Singles Competition Group 1, Team Competition Group 5. As the host's voice came out, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Wow, South Sky Martial University's singles competition is finished. They are up against Mo Wu. This is Mo Wu. This year South Sky Martial University's ranking will definitely drop. Not necessarily. If the specific match list shows that South Sky Martial University faces Mo Wu, then they are truly finished. But in any case, this is a match worth watching. Yeah. Su Hong just one-shot killed South Sky Martial University's substitute. This has a grudge buff attached. Perhaps South Sky Martial University's freshman students will explode and defeat Su Hong. Don't make me laugh. This is Mo Wu Su Hong, a genius who rose to the top of the 4th stage Hidden Dragon list in 5 days. South Sky Martial University is ranked in the top 10, but compared to Mo Wu, it's clearly not enough. What you said? Isn't Su Hong also just at the 4th stage? Aren't the freshmen from South Sky Martial University all at the 4th stage? You're overhyping Su Hong. Chapter 330, Giving Up Before Even Fighting. Su Hong stopped in his tracks, looking bewildered. What is this? At this moment, the referee was momentarily confused by the South Hua student's straightforward concession. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and announced Mo Wu's victory. Phew! Hearing this, the 5 South Hua students breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to walk off the stage. It's not that they were cowardly, but Su Hong's strength was obvious. There was no point in fighting. Forcing a fight would only injure themselves and delay future matches, making it not worth the loss. Conceding was the optimal solution. As for the consequences of conceding, the 5 had no psychological burden at all. This was because, facing Su Hong, choosing to concede was something their principal had implicitly approved. Meanwhile, seeing that they hadn't even fought and South Hua had conceded, the entire audience erupted. TSK, the South Hua students are quite clever. Of course. After watching the video of Su Hong one-shot killing Shi Meng, it would be strange if these people didn't concede. This is Mo Wu Su Hong, man. Although South Hua Martial University ranks in the middle tier nationally, Su Hong is the top freshman from this elite martial university, and South Hua conceding is not shameful. Chapter 331, Soon, the platform battles for Group 5 also concluded. The 5th stage Qian Fei, with a dominating performance, led South Sky Martial University into the top 64. Following that, Groups 6, 7, and 10. After the platform battle for Group 10 concluded, the host took the stage and passionately announced the teams that had made it into the top 64. Ladies and gentlemen, let us congratulate these teams for advancing into the top 64. Let's look forward to the exciting performances of the freshman competitors in tomorrow's individual competition. As the host's voice fell, the first day of the Wuhan University League, which determined the top 64 in the freshman team competition, perfectly came to a close. The arena battle lasted from morning until evening, and by the time it ended, it was already dusk. However, even after sitting through an entire day of matches, none of the spectators felt the slightest bit tired. Instead, they were extremely excited. It's important to note that the competitors in the Wuhan University League are the strongest students from the first and second years. Every battle was incredibly thrilling, with gasps of amazement echoing throughout the venue. In contrast, the arena battles between the top universities, Magic Martial and Imperial Martial, were not as entertaining. This was simply because the students from Magic Martial and Imperial Martial were too strong, completely dominating the matches without any back-and-forth exchanges. Chapter 332, as the host's words concluded. The individual competition for freshmen officially began. In the vast playground, dozens of arenas erupted into battle at the referee's command. The sounds of clashes reverberated throughout the sports center. In the audience, spectators waved their fists in excitement, their blood boiling. Soon, it was Su Hong's turn to take the stage. At this, all the spectators immediately recalled the buzz from yesterday online, engaging in animated discussions. Finally, it was time for Magic Marshal Su Hong to appear. Seeing his calm demeanor, it seemed he was unaffected by Qian Fei's display of 5th-tier strength yesterday. Of course, he is the number 1 freshman in Magic Martial. And although Qian Fei is a 5th-tier warrior, I really don't think he can win against Su Hong. Come on, both are geniuses. And they both knocked out geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the Qianlong list with a single punch, indicating their strength is not that different. In this case, since Qian Fei is a 5th-tier warrior, he is definitely favored to win. Damn it, why does this sound so familiar? That fool who analyzed it online yesterday can't be you, right? You've got the wrong person. I don't play online. Really? I don't believe it. As Su Hong took the stage. Chapter 333, hearing Tang Guyan's flamboyant voice, Qian Fei's expression changed slightly as he suddenly turned to look at Arena 7. There, Chen Chen's figure slid down from the wire mesh, collapsing weakly to the ground, clearly having fainted completely. This is the strength of the genius of Magic Martial. Do you understand? It seems Chen Chen provoked him in the waiting room. Ha ha, he really doesn't know his own limits. This strength is truly terrifying. He defeated a fellow genius of the same tier with just 2 punches, and importantly, Tang Guyan is just a substitute. Su Hong's strength goes without saying. And Jiu Li, who occupies a starting position, is probably also incredibly strong. Hearing the voices from the audience, Qian Fei's pupils shook. Chen Chen was really defeated by 2 punches. This left him somewhat incredulous. Chen Chen was the first among the freshmen in the school, aside from him. Even Qian Fei himself would need at least 5 or 6 moves to defeat Chen Chen before his breakthrough. Yet, as a substitute for Magic Martial, Tang Guyan only used 2 punches. Doesn't this imply that if he hadn't broken through, his strength might not even match that of Magic Martial's substitute? Qian Fei furrowed his brows, instantly realizing that after breaking through to the 5th tier, he had become somewhat arrogant and underestimated the strength of the genius from Magic Martial. Chapter 334, looking at Qian Fei and Su Hong's backs, the other competitors from various martial arts universities in the waiting room couldn't help but engage in discussions. Although the two hadn't exchanged many words, the tension between them was almost palpable. It's hard to say who would win. If Su Hong were 5th tier, I think there would be no suspense in this battle, but he is only at the high 4th tier. Facing the 5th tier Qian Fei, the outcome is truly unpredictable. On the other side of the waiting room, where the Imperial Martial individual competition participants were located, Lin Qianyun sat back in his chair with his legs crossed. Watching Su Hong's back, a hint of interest rising in his eyes. The combat power displayed by Qian Fei didn't impress him. Lin Qianyun felt that if he was still at the high 4th tier, he could easily defeat Qian Fei despite the tier difference, without exerting much effort. If he couldn't easily win, but instead faced a tough victory or even defeat, then Su Hong, you really aren't qualified to be my opponent. I've lost interest even in suppressing my qi and blood to fight you. Watching Su Hong, who had already stepped onto Arena 1, Lin Qianyun thought to himself. He had naturally noticed the discussions online about him in recent days. Regarding those who said that although Su Hong was 4th tier, the outcome against him, a 5th tier warrior, was still uncertain, Lin Qianyuan felt extremely disdainful. Chapter 335, Wow, wow, wow. A punch knockout. Am I dreaming, or is this real? Qian Fei is the captain of the top 10 martial arts university's freshman team, and a 5th tier warrior. Are you telling me Su Hong knocked him out with one punch? Ah? My God, we all underestimated Su Hong. This is the gold content of being the number 1 freshman at Magic Martial, it's just outrageous. Normally, it's one thing for a martial artist to fight above their tier, but this is Qian Fei. How did it come to Su Hong's side? Where just a few days ago, Qian Fei was soaring high, suddenly getting crushed. I blinked and it was over. Whether a genius or an ordinary 5th tier warrior, there's no difference for Su Hong, they all get knocked out with one punch. The entire venue erupted, falling into a wave of uproar. No one expected that the battle between Su Hong and Qian Fei, which was anticipated to be a fierce contest, would turn out to be one-sided. No. It was completely crushing. With just one punch, the 5th tier Qian Fei was already lying on the ground like a dead dog. Looking at the wire mesh at the edge of the arena, that had been dented into a human shape, countless people were left speechless, their hearts stunned. Chapter 336. As the battle between Su Hong and Qian Fei came to an end, other matches on different arenas continued. However, no matter how intense they were, it was hard to rekindle the audience's interest. Su Hong's punch was simply too stunning, so much so that all spectators completely lost interest in the other matches. At this moment, in the audience, everyone was excited, constantly discussing and reminiscing about Su Hong's earlier punch. It was too outrageous. Once the news of Su Hong knocking out Qian Fei with one punch spreads, I can already imagine the huge uproar it will cause online. He is indeed invincible. He truly lives up to being from Magic Martial. Although Nanqian Martial University is ranked in the top 10, it can't compare to Magic Martial at all. I estimate that in the freshman competition, the only one who can challenge Su Hong is Lin Qianyuan from Imperial Martial, no one else stands a chance. Hee. Tomorrow is the official team competition, and the two captains, Su Hong and Lin Qianyuan, are bound to meet. I have been looking forward to it. The matches these days have been so exciting. My stupid boss even asked me to go back and work overtime. And I directly gave him a good scolding and quit right on the spot. Seriously, you quit just like that? Isn't that unnecessary? Watching the matches is one thing, but life is definitely more important. How will you live if you run out of money? Chapter 337. Among the masters who came to Mo with this time, besides Li Yangwu, who looked youthful, the others who appeared the youngest were already middle-aged men with mixed black and white hair. Although they were all masters, these people were elders, and Li Yangwu respected them greatly, taking the initiative to share his experience in the Martial University League with Su Hong and others. First, it is important to clarify that the official competition of the Martial University League is where the real beginning lies. In the preliminary stage, the reason why both the individual and team competitions are in the form of challenge matches is essentially to filter out the weak. After all, as martial artists, if one's combat power is lacking, then strength in other areas is of no use. This filtering method has been the same for every Martial University League. Based on this rule, those who can enter the official competition's top 64 will not be weak. At this point, the rules often change. It's no longer just about combat power, but also about the overall ability of a martial artist. This overall ability includes, but is not limited to, performance in different terrains, adaptability to different environments, and the ability to react to changes. This is one of the reasons why the Martial University League changes its venue every year. Chapter 338. Just when Lin Qianyuan confidently claimed he would easily win the freshman competition, at the South Sky Hotel, the 10 participating teams from the top 10 martial universities were quietly gathering together. It is worth mentioning that when referring to the top 10 martial universities, it does not include the 110th ranked martial university. The reason is simple: Mo Wu and Di Wu, as the top martial universities, are seen by everyone in Huguo as being above all other martial universities, permanently occupying the top 2 positions. Therefore, the top 10 martial universities here actually refer to the 3rd to the 12th martial universities. At this time in the room, Qian Fei, who was knocked out by Su Hong in the individual match, was also present. South Sky Martial University had been eliminated in the individual competition, but could still participate in the team competition. Qian Fei looked rosy, clearly having received precious recovery elixirs from South Sky Martial University. The night before the official team competition, the top 10 martial universities gathered together to discuss how to deal with Mo Wu and Di Wu the next day. In the Martial University League, it is allowed for different martial university teams to privately discuss and form teams, which is an unspoken agreement. After all, being able to persuade others to team up with you is also a reflection of overall ability. Chapter 339. On the day of the official team competition, in the morning, Su Hong and Jiyu Huan's group arrived at the buffet restaurant. At this time, the participants from various martial universities were eating and chatting. When they arrived, all conversations briefly paused for a second before returning to normal. This is the pressure of the Mo Wu geniuses. Su Hong and his group had already gotten used to this, starting their meal without a care. Oh! As they passed by the South Sky Martial University team, Su Hong happened to make eye contact with Qian Fei, noticing that the latter's gaze was noticeably different from yesterday, as if he was very much looking forward to today's official team competition. This surprised Su Hong. He thought for a moment and then raised his eyes to look towards the other top 10 martial universities. Sure enough, the participants from the top 10 martial universities seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally sizing them up, their eyes filled with excitement. Were they teaming up? Su Hong raised an eyebrow, but wasn't too surprised. Being targeted by others due to being too strong was something he was already used to. However, when Su Hong returned to his seat, he still shared the details he observed. TSK, let me see, it really is. Chapter 340. With that in mind, after collecting the competition-specific wristbands, Su Hong and Tang Guyuan's group moved aside to discuss their thoughts. Basically, the rules mean this. There are many gameplay rules. But with our combat power, if the rules can't work, we'll just flip the table. It's a small problem, if the treasure map points are low. We can just eliminate the others directly. Yes, in the end, this competition is about eliminating others. Even if our points are low, we're still champions. As the starting team members, Tang Guyuan, Jiyu Huan, Jiyu Li, and Ao Hai expressed their opinions. Alright, once we get the treasure map, let's check the points. If it's not much, we'll just go eliminate the others. Su Hong finalized the plan. After everyone received their competition wristbands, the flying cameras began to bind. As soon as the host's voice fell, dozens of high-definition flying cameras soared out of the boxes beside him. They identified each competitor's wristband code and quickly bound themselves. Soon, cameras resembling little dragonflies floated beside each competitor. Chapter 341. Not long after, on the only path leading from the city gate to the mountains, Su Hong and his 5 companions hid themselves among the ancient trees, waiting for their prey. In less than 10 minutes, some noises and voices were heard coming from the direction of the mountains. This time was good. We managed to ambush a small team from a martial university, losing only one person, with a damage ratio of 15. A great profit. This treasure map is really a scam, the points are pitifully low. I truly don't know how those others managed to dig out thousands of points in one go. Enough talk, be careful and observe if there are any ambushes nearby. Our substitutes should have already rushed out from the city to meet us, and we'll retreat once we connect. As the conversations continued, Four alert-looking individuals emerged from the woods, their bodies covered in blood, clearly in poor condition. They were walking towards the city gate while constantly scanning their surroundings. As they approached Su-hong and his group's hiding spot, Tang Guyan was already itching to move, and all four looked at Su-hong, waiting for the command to attack. Su-hong slightly raised his hand, about to make a gesture to attack when suddenly his eyes shifted, signaling the four not to move. Seeing this, although Tang Guyan and the others were puzzled, they still obeyed the command and did not move. Chapter 342. After completely eliminating the two Martial University students, Su-hong and his group began to wait for more prey again. Clearly, the people who designed this competition rule had sinister intentions. The treasure maps assigned to each small team had pitifully low points. The purpose was to incite all Martial University small teams to engage in slaughter. Over the following time, occasionally, injured small teams from various Martial Universities would stealthily head towards this direction. The result was naturally easily obtained by Su-hong and others. While Su-hong and the others were waiting for opportunities, on the other side, in the mountains and forests, several dazzling sword lights wreaked havoc on the earth, cutting down countless towering ancient trees at their roots. A small team of 5 was struck by the sword light, falling to the ground and spitting blood. Another team was taken care of. Lin Qianyuan held his long knife with one hand and opened the competition wristband to check the leaderboard. Lin Qianyuan raised his eyebrows, revealing a hint of surprise. In such a vast competition area, with a total of 64 martial teams, it was already good luck for him to encounter 8 martial teams in half an hour. But who would have thought that the demon martial team had scores only slightly lower than his, and could surpass them at any moment? Chapter 343. Useless Lin Qianyuan. Seeing the expressions of his allies change slightly, Chen Chong quickly shouted, "He is deliberately trying to divide us. According to what we agreed upon, change positions." Hearing this, Lin Qianyuan frowned. The next moment, 10 martial teams gathered together, forming 5 teams of 10 people each. Each team consisted of competitors from different martial universities. Seeing this scene, Lin Qianyuan's face darkened. Clearly, the opponent had prepared and guessed that he might use this threat, making no one dare to strike first. Now that they had divided into teams, his threat had no meaning. As soon as the teams were formed, Chen Chong wasted no time, not giving Lin Qianyuan a chance to speak again. He shouted, "Attack!" Before the words were finished, boom, 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 50 people erupted with blood energy simultaneously, the dense aura turning the scene a bloody crimson. The next moment, all 50 unleashed their martial skills, launching the strongest attack. In an instant, the sound of powerful tearing through the air erupted. "Brother Lin, you don't need to worry about us, just go." "That's right, we are already injured. You still have a chance to break through. After you escape, wait for the substitutes to regroup." Chapter 344. In the mountains and forests, Lin Qianyuan, covered in blood, moved like a whirlwind across the ground. Behind him, the allied forces of the top 10 martial universities, led by Chen Chong and Qian Fei, were hot on his heels. Don't think about stalling for time. The Imperial Marshal has 4 substitutes, but you will never wait for them. Our 14 substitutes will definitely hold them back. Lin Qianyuan, you have no chance of turning the tables. Chen Chong shouted while chasing, trying to disturb Lin Qianyuan's state of mind with words. However, his actions were in vain. Lin Qianyuan didn't care at all, and even felt like laughing. Indeed, those 14 substitutes from the top 10 martial universities would definitely try to hold back the 4 substitutes of the Imperial Marshal. But could they really hold them? Even among substitutes, there were differences in strength. Those 4 were substitutes of the Imperial Marshal, extremely powerful. If placed in other martial teams, they would definitely be the backbone. Therefore, Lin Qianyuan was not worried at all. The substitutes of the Imperial Marshal would definitely come, and by then, it would be his moment to lead a counterattack, and make those who ambushed him pay the price. Before that, He just needed to fight and retreat patiently. Chapter 345. Meanwhile, seeing the fully assembled demon martial team right in front of them. Both Wang Dong and the substitutes from the top 10 martial universities had their minds go blank. How could they encounter the demon martial team at this time? This was just too unlucky. In an instant, Wang Dong and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Would they start fighting in front of the demon martial team? What was the difference from seeking death? At this moment, the 5 members of the demon martial team stood quietly, their figures backlit. Although the two sides at the city gate could not see their facial expressions, they felt an immense psychological pressure. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Especially Su Hong, who stood in the center position, remained silent. But just his gaze made people feel suffocated. "We'll go first." Wang Dong swallowed hard and cautiously led the 4 to sneak away along the city wall. Upon seeing this, the 14 martial university substitutes immediately panicked and instinctively wanted to stop them. However, someone was faster than them. Whoosh! A sound of tearing through the air sounded. A thunderbolt spear shot out, embedding itself a meter in front of Wang Dong and the others on the city wall. The spear tip sank into the wall, and the spear body trembled violently due to the tremendous force, crackling with thunder. Chapter 346. 1 second 4, 1 second 4. These were still the 4 substitutes of the Imperial Marshal. In Su Hong's hands, they couldn't even resist for 10 seconds. Incredible, his combat skills were truly exquisite. And his use of mental power was dazzling. The mental power only played a supporting role in the previous battle. The most terrifying thing was the single shot fired by Su Hong, which directly incapacitated Wang Dong and the others. Wang Dong and the others were all high-level 4th-tier fighters. And as substitutes of the Imperial Marshal, their strength could be considered extremely powerful. However, in front of Su Hong, who was at the same level, they simply had no power to fight back. Terrifying. Seeing Su Hong's graceful figure on the screen, the entire sports center erupted. Everyone was stunned by Su Hong's combat power. This guy was simply a one-punch man. From the preliminary round to now, no opponent had been able to withstand a single move from him. Regardless of who the opponent was, all crushed in one blow. On the Imperial Marshal side, seeing Wang Dong and the others eliminated by Su Hong in just 10 seconds. Everyone's expression changed. So fast. Lin Qianxia furrowed his brow deeply, realizing he had underestimated Su Hong's combat power. Chapter 347. Su Hong. Staring at the boy holding the gun at the forefront, Lin Qianyan's heart sank. He suddenly had a feeling that the reason the 4 substitutes of the Imperial Marshal had not appeared for so long was likely related to Su Hong. Just then, a rapid sound of footsteps approached from behind. Chen Chong and others had also led their team to kill their way over. Su Hong. How is the Demon Marshal team here? Upon seeing the Demon Marshal team in front of Lin Qianyan, the allied forces of the top 10 martial universities instinctively gasped. Chen Chong, Qian Fei, and the others at the forefront furrowed their brows tightly, not daring to act rashly. Indeed, they have been pursuing us. Su Hong glanced at Chen Chong and the others behind Lin Qianyan. Su Hong, Lin Qianyan said solemnly, the top 10 martial universities have joined forces. Why don't we team up first to eliminate them all? Otherwise, once I am eliminated, it will be your turn to be besieged by them, Magic Marshal. If there were any other way, Lin Qianyan would never choose to team up with Su Hong. But given the current situation, he has no other choice. Moreover, Lin Qianyan is very confident that once he speaks, Su Hong will definitely not refuse. After all, he has this lesson learned: once he is eliminated, the top 10 martial artists will definitely unite to attack Magic Marshal. Chapter 348. Fut facing Lin Qianyan's disdainful words. Su Hong remained expressionless and charged forward with his gun again, without saying a word. Seeing this, Lin Qianyan snorted coldly and quickly met him head-on. This time, both sides no longer tested each other, but began to fight with all their strength. The clash of guns and knives erupted with astonishing booms in the air. In just a few seconds, the sparks from their weapons colliding continuously appeared. Soon, Lin Qianyun sensed something was off. His swordsmanship was actually being suppressed by Su Hong's marksmanship. Your gun proficiency has actually reached the 5th stage. Lin Qianyun was secretly astonished. His swordsmanship was only at the 4th stage, 9 stars. Although he was just 1 star away from the 5th stage, the gap between stages was immense. If it weren't for his 5th stage vitality and strength compensating for this disadvantage, he might not have been able to match Su Hong even in his injured state. You really surprised me a bit. After striking Su Hong back with a slash, Lin Qianyun retracted his cold smile and looked at Su Hong with an unprecedented seriousness. At this moment, Su Hong, who displayed such combat power, had already been regarded by him as a very tricky opponent. If Su Hong were at the 5th stage, the outcome of their battle would truly be hard to say. Chapter 349, Did you guys misunderstand the point? Su Hong is a 5th stage martial artist. Even if Lin Qianyun is injured and not in good condition, being hit by 2 shots would mean losing combat ability. What does this indicate? It indicates that Su Hong's combat power is absolutely not inferior to Lin Qianyun's. Tomorrow will definitely be a fierce battle. In the audience, all the spectators who saw this scene had flushed faces with excitement. No one expected that Su Hong would actually defeat Lin Qianyun in just 1 minute. This was definitely the most stunning moment since the start of this martial arts league. On the side of Imperial Martial, he is actually a 5th stage. Lin Qianyu suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes wide open, feeling extremely unsettled. Lin Qianchu's expression was also not good. Just then, a hearty laugh came. Ha ha ha. Old Lin, long time no see. Lin Qianchu's already unpleasant expression instantly turned dark. He turned his head and said coldly, Li Chengdao, what are you doing here? Indeed. It was Li Chengdao. Seeing Lin Qianyun being defeated by Su Hong, his old face blossomed with a smile. What is he here for? Of course, to gloat. Chapter 350, Qian Fei and others left very calmly. After personally witnessing Su Hong knock Chen Chong out with a single shot, looking at Su Hong with a gun, Qian Fei and the other members of the Martial University Alliance felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if they were being suffocated. There was already an absolute gap in strength, and coupled with psychological fear, the situation quickly tilted in one direction. In just a few minutes, Su Hong and Tang Guiyun, along with the other 3, knocked out everyone, including Qian Fei, to the ground. At this point, all the top 10 martial artist starting teams had been eliminated. Let us go. Block the city gate. After ending the battle here, Su Hong immediately led the team toward the city gate without stopping. Although they had eliminated all the starting teams of the top 10 martial universities, don't forget, they still had substitutes who hadn't played yet. At this time, going to block the gate and eliminating one after another would be equivalent to free points. Upon learning that the starting teams had all been eliminated, all the substitutes from the top 10 martial universities were dumbfounded. What is going on? Wasn't the plan going well? They have already sent the substitutes from Imperial Martial into play. How could it all go wrong in such a short time? When they arrived at the city gate, everyone immediately understood what was happening. Chapter 351, After eliminating the substitutes at the city gate, Su Hong and his team did not continue to block, but began to split up, with the 5 of them scattering in different directions. This was not because they were reckless, but because the opponents they could team up against had almost all been eliminated. The remaining martial artists, to put it bluntly, although they were all from the top 64 official competition teams, one of them could basically take on an entire team. 3 hours passed. The last small team from Martial University was fleeing in terror through the mountains and forests, as if being chased by a flood or a beast. In fact, it was almost like that. The one chasing them was Su Hong. Although he was handsome, at this moment, in the eyes of this small team from Marshall University, Su Hong was completely a Grim Reaper. Phut! With casual 5 shots fired, the 5 members of the Marshall University team had no power to resist. They didn't even make a sound before collapsing to the ground. Immediately afterward, the medical team appeared expressionless, lifted the 5 onto a battle-damaged stretcher, and tossed them into the vehicle. They moved with a familiarity that showed their expressions were quite numb. Yes, numb. Originally, the medical team only needed to sit at the city gate and wait, and when someone was eliminated, they would leisurely go out to carry them away. Chapter 352, that night. In the Imperial Marshal Room, Lin Qianyun, who had fully recovered, was scrolling through his phone, watching the comments that said he was inferior to Su Hong, and his expression grew darker. Damn it. In the end, Lin Qianyun angrily slammed his phone down on the table. If it weren't for being injured by that group from the top 10 Marshall Universities first, he wouldn't have lost to him. Lin Qianyun gritted his teeth. Although he was caught off guard when Su Hong unleashed his 5th stage vitality, he had already reacted and raised his sword to block. Unfortunately, in his injured state, he was unable to match Su Hong's sudden full-power shot. These internet users are really something. Tomorrow, I will make them all shut up. Lin Qianyun stood up angrily and walked toward his room. After he left, Lin Qianchi and Lin Qianyu, who had been silent, exchanged glances and chuckled. With Xiaoyun's current state, he is afraid he will really fight Su Hong to the death tomorrow. Lin Qianchi stroked his beard and said expectantly, I hope he can win, then I can go and gloat at Li Chengdao. It doesn't matter if he loses. I won both matches in my sophomore year, and our number of championships will be tied with Magic Marshall. By then, the organizers should arrange for a tiebreaker. Chapter 353, the next morning. At the Nanjian Sports Center, it was already crowded. As Su Hong and other competitors entered the solo competition, the crowd erupted in excitement, cheers ringing out endlessly. During this time, videos of the Wu Da League have been widely shared online. Just like before, many outstanding students have become star players. On site, the number of spectators raising banners to show their support increased day by day, with countless banners and light boards supporting Su Hong. Some supporters of Mo Wu even came up with various creative displays. The most eye-catching was a spectator who turned the moment when Su Hong defeated Lin Qianyun into a huge poster, holding it up and mockingly calling out Lin Qianyun's name. Lin Qianyun was initially quite happy, thinking they were there to support him. But when he turned around and saw the poster, his face instantly darkened, nearly losing his composure. At that moment, as all solo competition participants gathered in the center of the arena, the host took the stage and passionately began announcing the rules of the solo competition. The solo competition, unlike the team competition, has fewer flashy rules. The formal solo competition is essentially a one-on-one battle. Chapter 354, if Su Hong's match against Lin Qianyun was the biggest highlight of today's solo competition, then the battle between Jiu Li and Jing Qianji, the 2 top starters of Wu Da, was the second major event. At this moment, as the 2 entered the arena, the crowd erupted again. Everyone was incredibly excited, staring at the stage, eager to see what kind of sparks this battle would produce. Meanwhile, on the stage, Jiu Li and Jing Qianji faced each other. Both wielded heavy weapons. Jiu Li brandished a 2-meter-long wolf fang club, while Jing Qianji held a giant axe. With the referee's shout of begin, Jiu Li charged forward without any hesitation, raising the wolf fang club and smashing it down. He came out swinging with all his might, and the air exploded upon impact. However, Jing Qianji's response left everyone in the audience stunned. He directly swung his axe at Jiu Li, completely ignoring the wolf fang club that was coming down on him. Trading injury for injury. Jiu Li grinned, excitement flashing in his eyes. He also ignored the axe aimed at his chest, continuing the motion of swinging the wolf fang club, simply because he was the one who struck first. Chapter 355, Spiritual Blood. Yu Qingzhuan and her group exchanged glances. They had never heard of this term and hurriedly inquired. Do you know why there is such a huge gap between a master and a 6th-tier warrior? Ji Jin muttered. Upon hearing this, Li Yangwu immediately shot him a disapproving look and slapped Ji Jin on the forehead, causing him to stagger. You brat, what kind of nonsense is that? Do you think I don't know that a master is 1 tier higher than a 6th-tier warrior? Li Yangwu said irritably. I asked for the specific reason. Ji Jin chuckled awkwardly and began discussing with Yu Qingxuan and the others. After a while, they all shook their heads honestly, not knowing. The reason a master is so strong lies in this spiritual blood. Li Yangwu explained with a smile. You are all 5th tier now, not far from the 6th tier. So I'll tell you in advance. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingxuan and the others immediately perked up. In the eyes of the public, a warrior's cultivation is essentially a process of refining their qi and blood. This is not wrong. The classification of a warrior's tier is indeed based on their qi and blood. However, this only applies to warriors below the 7th tier, or rather, to those below the peak of the 6th tier. Chapter 356. At this moment, Su Hong still did not realize that what he had spent 5 minutes concocting was spiritual blood. He was currently testing the strength of this spiritual blood. Its defensive power was indeed very strong, even stronger than the earth armor I could summon. Unfortunately, there was only a drop, making it impractical. Moreover, as a product of the fusion of earth's spiritual energy and blood qi, its offensive power was still somewhat lacking. After producing a drop, Su Hong contemplated and tried to create a bit more. However, no matter how he operated the Earth Spirit Shield, there were no further signs of fusion between the spiritual energy and blood qi. Is it really the case that this martial technique can only produce 1 drop even when perfected? Su Hong was somewhat surprised. It seemed that this drop had a far greater origin than he had imagined. Since the martial technique was ineffective, I'll do it myself. Su Hong tried to activate the thunder spirit energy to fuse with the blood qi. However, without the aid of the martial technique, even he faced continuous failures. It would take at least a whole night for him to have a chance at success in the fusion. With this in mind, Su Hong stopped wasting time and looked towards the arena. He saw that Ji Yu Li was already covered in blood and was extremely weak. In contrast, Jing Qianji was still in fairly good condition. Chapter 357. Just as Lin Qianchi was about to give Li Chengdao a hard time, the battle on the arena continued. With Ji Yu Li stepping down, Su Hong took the stage and knocked out Chen Chong, a top 10 Wu Da competitor, with a single punch, causing quite a stir. Su Hong truly is a one-punch man. Up until now, he has been knocking everyone out with just 1 punch or 1 shot. His attack power is terrifying. I'm really looking forward to seeing him face Jing Qianji to see if his attack can break through the latter's defenses. Jing Qianji is only 4th tier. And with Su Hong at 5th tier, he should definitely have the upper hand. Of course, I know he is going to win, but now they are in the top 8. And the time for rest between fights is getting shorter. Even if Jing Qianji can't defeat Su Hong, can't he still wear him down? Right, damn it. With Mo Wu's Ji Yu Li eliminated, even if the substitute Tang Guyan steps in, they are still 1 person down compared to Di Wu. In the end, is Su Hong really going to face the entire Di Wu alone? It feels like he will be worn down to nothing in a wheel battle. Don't joke. Is Tang Guyan's fighting power just for show? As long as he doesn't run into Lin Qianyan, he is solid. The audience buzzed with discussions until the name of the next ring battle appeared. Chapter 358. As Su Hong and Jing Qianji took the stage, the entire venue instantly erupted. On the Di Wu side, although Jing Qianji only had a drop of spiritual blood, its defensive power in the 4th and 5th tiers could be considered unmatched. Lin Qianji, who had just returned from being humiliated, looked at the arena with a faint smile. With Su Hong's strength, he was not the least bit surprised that he could defeat Jing Qianji. However, The pace of the solo competition has always been tight. Especially now that they are in the top 4. Mo Wu only has Su Hong left. Even if he defeats Jing Qianji, Di Wu still has substitutes. After so many battles, even if Su Hong is strong, he will definitely be worn down significantly. At that time, in the finals against Lin Qianyuan, the latter naturally held an inherent advantage. Yesterday he caught Xiaoyan off guard, and today the situation has turned around. Lin Qianyu laughed gleefully. She couldn't wait to see Su Hong defeated in the finals. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, watching the two competitors' backs as they took the stage, Lin Qianyuan murmured softly. "This is a bit boring. What I want to crush is a fully powered Su Hong." His tone was filled with deep regret. Even if he won against Su Hong in the finals, those supporters of magic martial would probably still talk tough. Chapter 359, Lin Qianyuan vs Hong Bai. At that moment, the announcement sounded. Hong Bai, a substitute from the top 10 of Wu Da, turned pale upon hearing the announcement. Damn it. I've sat on the cold bench for so long, and finally get to show my face, and I directly run into Lin Qianyuan. Go on stage. Hearing the announcement, Lin Qianyuan, who was furious at Su Hong, finally found a vent for his anger. Coldly dropping this sentence, he stormed towards the arena with his blade in hand. Seeing this, Hong Bai was dumbfounded. Hey man, did I provoke you? We clearly don't know each other, why do you look like I beat up your sister? At this moment, the announcement sounded again, urging the competitors to take the stage. Hong Bai was almost in tears, but could only bite the bullet and walk onto the arena. Begin. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Lin Qianyuan, with a grim face, raised his hand and unleashed a domineering blade light. Upon seeing this, Hong Bai felt a chill run down his spine and immediately shouted, I concede. Damn. Why couldn't I face someone stronger? Lin Qianyuan won, but was not at all happy. He muttered something and walked off the arena with a gloomy face. If someone didn't know better, they would think he lost. This guy must be crazy. Hong Bai was utterly confused. Chapter 360, listening to the shocked voices of the audience around him. On the imperial martial side, Lin Qianchi's tone even showed a hint of jealousy. How can this gifted magic martial have such good luck? Even he, who had seen a lot, was completely refreshed by Su Hong's talent. How great it would be if he were a student of our imperial martial. Beside him, Lin Qianyu showed a rare expression of astonishment, staring blankly at the arena, unable to say a word. On the magic martial side, this kid Su Hong is really calculating. Yes. Being able to catch Lin Qianyuan's attention with an A-grade martial technique obviously means it's top-notch. Now Lin Qianyuan releases one move, and Su Hong learns it immediately, ha. That kid's face turned dark. A few magic martial masters were teasing, but there was clearly still a hint of surprise in their eyes when looking at Su Hong. They had heard Li Chengdao talk about Su Hong's monstrous talent countless times. However, no matter how exaggerated it sounded, nothing compared to seeing it with their own eyes. But with Su Hong's performance today, once the news spreads to the myriad races, those demonic cultists will probably go crazy trying to kill him, attempting to eliminate him. Chapter 361, the scene of Su Hong defeating Lin Qianyuan happened too quickly. The audience had no time to react. Their expressions were still frozen in excitement from seeing the two about to exchange injuries. Spirit blood. How is this possible? On the imperial martial side, Lin Qianchi couldn't even bother to look at his grandson, who had his legs broken. He suddenly stood up, staring at the arena, with his pupils violently shaking. Spirit blood. Su Hong actually possesses a drop of earth spirit blood. If it weren't for this drop of spirit blood, Lin Qianyuan's previous strike would have definitely severed Su Hong's neck. Securing victory. How could he have spirit blood? If he had it, why didn't Li Chengdao mention it earlier? Halfway through his murmuring, Lin Qianchi's tone suddenly paused, and his expression changed to one of shock. A ridiculous thought he had never dared to consider flashed through his mind. Could it be that Su Hong learned this drop of spirit blood just now from Jing Qianji? No way, how could that be possible? Lin Qianchi was dumbfounded, instinctively wanting to deny it. But as he recalled the scene from just now, the last layer of the invisible barrier that appeared from the solid armor of Earth clearly resembled Jing Qianji's Earth Spirit Shield. Chapter 362. What was my efficiency in converting a drop of spirit blood back in the day? To be honest, when Su Hong asked this question, Li Yangwu suddenly felt that this little disciple of his was less pleasant to the eye. Why bring up that old story? Li Yangwu's face clearly showed some embarrassment. Seeing this, Li Chengdao and several magic martial masters couldn't help but laugh. Come on, say it. Li Chengdao, with no semblance of an elder, winked at Li Yangwu. Weren't you always bragging about it? Why are you getting shy in front of Su Hong now? You old man. Li Yangwu glared fiercely at Li Chengdao, who raised an eyebrow in response. What? You want to spar with your old man? Li Yangwu, damn. Lin Yangwu cursed inwardly, this old man is disrespectful. If you weren't my father, and if I could beat you. At this moment, Su Hong also realized he might not have been supposed to ask this in public, and he coughed several times. Teacher, pretend I didn't ask. All right, let me tell you. Li Yangwu said, back in the day, I also attempted to convert spirit blood at the 5th level, and it took me 5 days to convert the first drop. Chapter 363. Yu Qinzhuan and other magic martial geniuses were all stunned by this scene. Given Su Hong's terrifying physique, taking this fiery palm imprint was already so intense. If they went up, they would definitely be hurt far worse. Is this the S-grade martial technique unleashed by spirit blood? Su Hong murmured, a gleam of excitement shining in his eyes. No wonder masters can slap to death 6th-level martial artists. Spirit blood is too strong. At this moment, an uncontrollable thought of converting spirit blood surged in Su Hong's heart. He also heard Li Yangwu's reminder, knowing it would greatly hinder his original cultivation progress. But that was for other martial artists. His efficiency in converting spirit blood, although not yet practiced, was certainly not something others could compare to. He could completely dedicate all his training time to converting spirit blood, and once the amount of spirit blood was sufficient to unleash S-grade martial techniques. Who in his generation could be his opponent? Moreover, converting it into spirit blood has another benefit: it greatly enhances the power of spiritual energy fusion. This way, even when going to the battlefield of the myriad realms later, if he encounters those monstrous geniuses among the myriad races, Su Hong would have absolute confidence to slap them to death. Chapter 364. Just as Su Hong and the others returned to their room, preparing to attempt to convert spirit blood, the news spread online, instantly causing a frenzy among the audience. What the heck, Su Hong won. Awesome. Mo Wu is going to be the champion again this year. Su Hong is simply outrageous. I can't believe Lin Qianyun was actually defeated by him. Various social media platforms have exploded, with countless netizens excitedly discussing it in the comment sections. Supporters of Mo Wu are the happiest, but right after their initial excitement, they immediately switch to a mode of accountability. Let me ask, what about those who said Lin Qianyun would definitely win? Dear Di Wu fans, don't play dead now. Haha. Looking at these comments, Di Wu fans can only feel powerless rage. They want to argue back, but the harsh reality is right in front of them. However, Di Wu fans are not willing to just lie down and be mocked. Lin Qianyun lost, but isn't Lin Qianyu still around? Di Wu will definitely win the second-year competition. Regardless, with this victory, Su Hong's reputation has skyrocketed again, and the name Mo Wu Su Hong is gradually resonating throughout Huguo. Chapter 365. For the next 3 days, Su Hong stayed in seclusion, focusing on his cultivation. Until the evening of the 3rd day, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Su Hong, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly felt a surge of blood energy bursting forth, and his power instantly skyrocketed. After a moment, This overwhelming energy gradually calmed down. In the next instant, Su-hong slowly opened his eyes. The invincible profound skill has reached the second layer. No matter the tier of the profound skill, each breakthrough enhances the warrior's strength. And with top-tier profound skills like the invincible profound skill, the boost from breaking through layers is naturally enormous. Su-hong recalled that when he first entered the invincible profound skill, his strength surged by over 100,000 jin. Now, after breaking through to the second layer, Su-hong tried to clench his fist and felt the increased power within him. It had actually increased by around 300,000 jin. Su-hong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the increase after the breakthrough to be so significant. At this moment, his total strength had reached a terrifying 1,500,000 jin. Not to mention ordinary warriors of the same tier. Even the geniuses from various schools participating in this martial arts league would likely not survive a single strike from him. Chapter 366, Meeting Li Yangwu's Heartfelt Choice. Li Chengdao and a few others chuckled as they lowered their sleeves. A bunch of old geezers, Li Yangwu secretly cursed in his heart. I'll definitely get back at them when I reach the 9th tier. Soon, Li Yangwu began to explain to Su-hong and the others. Since we're talking about the Star Sea Dojo, I might as well explain how the battlefield of all heavens came into existence. Listen carefully. This content is usually only accessible to those at least at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Upon hearing this, Su-hong and the others perked up their ears and listened attentively. Li Yangwu cleared his throat and began to elaborate. The universe, filled with countless stars, is home to many races, including our human race on Blue Star. And at the center of these countless stars lies the battlefield of all heavens. The battlefield of all heavens is vast beyond measure, even based on the space currently explored by the myriad races. It is already larger than the total of nearly half the stars inhabited by these races. Hearing this, Su-hong and the others were stunned. Is this really a battlefield? It could completely be described as a world. And what Li Yangwu said next truly confirmed their thoughts. Chapter 367, At this moment. Mr. Li. What you just said about the qualifications to enter the Star Sea Divine Palace. How does that relate to the trial to obtain the qualification to enter the Star Sea Dojo? Are they two different matters? Yes, they are indeed two different matters. Li Yangwu replied straightforwardly. The qualification to go to the Star Sea Dojo is a trial arranged by our human race, you just need to pass. However, entering the Star Sea Dojo does not mean you automatically qualify to enter the Star Sea Divine Palace. Li Yangwu said solemnly. As mentioned earlier, the Star Sea Dojo is a powerful force that governs the battlefield of all heavens, prepared as a training ground for young disciples. In the center of the Star Sea Dojo stands an ancient stone tablet. When you first enter the Star Sea Dojo, it will record your original aura. And everyone's race and name will appear on the ancient stone tablet, which can also be understood as a ranking list. This is quite miraculous, even names will appear. And there has never been an error. Currently, the most widely accepted theory is that the Star Sea Dojo exists under some form of cosmic will. In the Star Sea Dojo, if you kill any enemy, the cosmic will record it, and depending on the strength of the opponent you killed, it will automatically elevate your ranking on the stone tablet. Chapter 368, Back in the Room. I need to hurry up, Su-hong murmured. Although he said he could defeat Qianxiang for the second time, he did not underestimate him in the slightest. Since Qianxiang could stand out among the myriad races in the Star Sea Dojo, he must at least be starting from the 6th tier. No matter how strong his combat power is, the gap in the higher realm is not something that can be easily bridged. Before going to the Star Sea battlefield, he must at least reach the high stage of the 5th tier. Su-hong silently set his goal. He was filled with anticipation for the Star Sea Dojo. Even without mentioning the Star Sea Divine Palace, which has fragments of the 7 divine tripods and legacies from powerful beings, he would definitely go to the Star Sea Dojo, which gathers the talents of the myriad races. After all, defeating geniuses yields the most martial value. His current cultivation speed is already extremely fast, reaching a level that leaves geniuses far behind. However, how could that pace of improvement compare to gaining points? Before going to the Star Sea Dojo, he still needed to pass the human race trial, and any warrior daring to participate in this trial wouldn't be too weak. After contemplating for a while, Su Hong decided to participate in this trial as soon as the martial arts league ended. However, the most important thing right now is tomorrow's second-year competition. Chapter 369, Su Hong vs Lin Qianyu. Arena Number 1. As the referee's voice fell, the entire venue fell silent. All the spectators widened their eyes in unison, doubting their own ears. It wasn't until the referee repeated himself that the audience finally reacted. The next moment, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. What the heck? Did I really not hear wrong? No way, right? The 64 strong just started, and Su Hong directly bumped into Lin Qianyu. What is this nonsense? If you watch the matches less, you'll understand. The king doesn't meet the king. Su Hong is considered a king in the first-year competition, but for the second-year competition, the organizers evidently think Su Hong's combat power isn't enough. I really didn't expect that the opening match today would be such a bombshell. To be fair, the organizers really went all out. Right after Su Hong won the championship, they immediately arranged for him to face the strongest Lin Qianyu from Diwu. This is pure mischief. All I can say is that the competition officials understand traffic. After today's match, the internet is definitely going to explode. Backstage, listening to these discussions, the supervisor Chen, responsible for organizing the Wuhan University League, couldn't stop smiling. Don't get me wrong. The importance of the Wuhan University League is such that even Chen, as the person in charge, doesn't have the authority to manipulate things behind the scenes. Chapter 370, Arena Number 1. All eyes are on it. On the arena. Looking at Su Hong, Lin Qianyu smirked coldly and tightened her grip on the long knife. Can we announce the start? Lin Qianyu looked at the referee, her tone filled with impatience. Seeing this, the referee cast a sympathetic glance at Su Hong. Even as a bystander, it was clear how strong Lin Qianyu's hostility was. Ready, start. As the words just left the referee's throat, die. With a bang, Lin Qianyu instantly appeared in front of Su Hong, swinging her knife down fiercely. Upon seeing this, Su Hong's expression tightened, and he wielded his gun with all his strength, bravely meeting her attack. The next moment, the knife and gun collided, producing a loud sound. Huh? Feeling the overwhelming force, Lin Qianyu's expression changed slightly. 3 days ago, after Lin Qianyun was defeated by Su Hong, he had mentioned to her that Su Hong's strength was somewhat stronger than his, probably around 1.2 million jin. This strength, even Lin Qianyu dared not underestimate. Her first strike today was meant to test him. However, at the moment of collision, she felt something was clearly off. Su Hong's strength was far beyond 1.2 million jin. Chapter 371, Are you really not a fierce beast? Lin Qianyu murmured in disbelief. Even in her entire life, encountering the fiercest beasts with the strongest defenses, she couldn't compare to Su Hong. Her full-powered strike, although capable of breaking Su Hong's defenses and tearing through skin, only embedded a tiny bit, not even reaching the bone. Although the spirit armor and other defensive measures weakened her knife's force considerably, this was just ridiculous. This physique was even more exaggerated than that of beasts skilled in defense. What shocked Lin Qianyu the most was that this was still without Su Hong using that drop of earth spirit blood. If he did use it, her full-powered strike might only tear through a few inches of Su Hong's muscle, not even reaching the bone. And at this moment, Su Hong was not concerned with Lin Qianyu's shock. For the first time, his physique was torn open, and the intense pain in his shoulder brought a fierce look to his eyes. Taking advantage of Lin Qianyu's moment of astonishment, he wielded his spear with full force and fiercely swept towards her waist. The violent sound of cutting through the air snapped Lin Qianyu back to reality. She hurriedly suppressed her shock and tried to block. This spear's force was too great. Although Lin Qianyu managed to defend, her whole body was still uncontrollably sent flying backward. Chapter 372, Boom. A terrifying wave swept through the entire arena. Even the audience seated hundreds of meters away could clearly feel the terrifying power emanating from the spirit chi sphere. Is this power something a 5th-tier warrior can unleash? Is this a monster? I'm a 6th-tier beginner, and I'm already sweating all over. Just as the audience began to discuss their astonishment, the next moment. Buzz! A stronger wave of energy erupted from the other side of the arena, surging with overwhelming might, causing some audience members sitting closer to the arena to pale slightly. Everyone was stunned by this scene and quickly turned their heads, only to see their pupils shrink sharply. There, on Su Hong's spear, various colors of spirit energy were steaming, similarly gathering into a sphere of fused spirit energy. 4 colors. Su Hong has actually reached 4-color spirit energy fusion. My god, as a 6th-tier warrior. I've also come into contact with fragments of the 7-god cauldron, but even now, I haven't mastered dual spirit energy fusion. This is extremely difficult. And many masters have confirmed that the difficulty increases exponentially with each additional type of spirit energy. Chapter 373, Su Hong wins. As soon as the words fell, wow. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Su Hong actually won. His fingers are too invincible, the alloy long knife was actually broken. Isn't that bone made of SSS-grade alloy? Who would have thought Su Hong could win? Those who said Su Hong would definitely lose, speak up, speak up. A shocking upset, an unprecedented upset. Who would have thought that the king of the hidden rules was actually defeated by an ordinary contestant in the very first battle? What the hell, an ordinary contestant? No, this is Su Hong. I get what he means. Such king-level contestants usually only have a few in each competition. Either arranged to meet in the semifinals or in the finals, and it's never happened before that someone was eliminated in the first round by another contestant. This is outrageous. This has never happened in the history of the Wuhan University League. The organizers must be dumbfounded. The entire audience erupted in excitement. Backstage, Supervisor Chen, lying on a lounge chair, jumped up. Chapter 374. No one expected that the pinnacle battle of the Wuhan University League would appear in the first round of the individual competition, revealing an unprecedented upset. In the entire audience, everyone was still savoring the thrilling battle they had just witnessed. Su Hong's name was repeatedly mentioned among them. At this moment, as Su Hong left the stage, the arena battles continued. However, not many spectators paid attention. After all, with Lin Qianyu from the Empire of Martial Arts defeated, the interest in the remaining matches had significantly decreased. Soon, time passed. Top 64. Top 32. The entire team of Mo Wu pushed through to advance, until they reached the top 16. The Mo Wu team started facing off against the first-string players of the Empire of Martial Arts. And the audience gradually began to pay attention again. Both sides fought with wins and losses. When the first string was eliminated, the substitutes immediately filled in. However, without Lin Qianyu, how could the Empire of Martial Arts withstand Su Hong and Yu Qinjuan? Even when facing the first string of the Empire of Martial Arts, the two still pushed through effortlessly. It wasn't until the top 4 that Su Hong faced Ji Yujin. Many spectators were discussing this battle, filled with anticipation. After all, Ji Yujin was a battle god physique and was one realm higher than Su Hong. His power should be similar to Su Hong's, making for a very exciting fight. Chapter 375. 7-Colored Spirit Blood. 7-Colored Spirit Blood. Looking at the 7-colored light emanating from Su Hong's fingers, Li Chengdao, Li Yangwu, and several others, including Elder Chen, could sense the fluctuations of that drop of 7-colored spirit blood within. What? Elder Chen and several masters were left speechless, their voices trembling. unable to complete a coherent sentence after a long time. No way, you condensed a drop of 7-colored spirit blood in just 3 days. Li Yangwu's mind was buzzing. He was still pondering how Su Hong hadn't broken his record before. But the result was even better. Not only had Su Hong condensed spiritual blood in these 3 days, but he also integrated all attribute spiritual energy. The appearance of the 7-colored spiritual blood even caused Li Qingdao's brain to crash for a moment. Ahem, Su Hong coughed, bringing everyone back to their senses, and then he spoke softly. Actually, this wasn't condensed by me, but was caused by the fragments of the 7 divine cauldron. After thinking for a while, Su Hong decided to share the 7-colored light emitted by the fragments of the 7 divine cauldron, along with his own speculations. He was now just a 5th-tier martial artist, but if this information could be useful, it might help the powerful beings among the human race, which could also alleviate some of the pressure brought by the myriad tribes on the front lines. Chapter 376, Whether I Can Be Found is Still Uncertain. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Su Hong was taken aback. Although the battlefield of the heavens was vast and boundless, it was obvious that there were traitors and spies from the myriad tribes everywhere. If someone really wanted to find him, it wouldn't be that simple, right? Do you not believe it? Li Yangwu raised an eyebrow. I don't believe it, Su Hong answered honestly. Ha ha, Li Yangwu laughed heartily. He smiled and said, You should know what I've been doing all these years, right? I've been in the battlefield of the heavens. Not just that, I've traveled all over the world, delving deep into the territories of the myriad tribes, and I've been to various ancient relics. To be honest, Su Hong really admired the teacher's spirit of pursuing profound skills. A 7th-tier master daring to roam around the battlefield of the heavens was one thing, but daring to delve into the territories of the myriad tribes was another. After all, which tribe among the myriad tribes didn't have 9th-tier powerhouses? A 7th-tier? Wait. Su Hong suddenly froze, his eyes wide open. How could a 7th-tier master run around the battlefield of the heavens for decades without being discovered under the eyes of 9th-tier powerhouses? Did you think of it? Seeing Su Hong's expression, Li Yangwu laughed heartily, his smile full of pride. In fact, ever since I returned, many people have asked me this kind of question. Chapter 377, So, teacher, is this divine ability also an S-level martial skill? Su Hong asked with full expectation. No, Li Yangwu replied proudly. In ancient times, there was no classification for divine abilities. The differences between different divine abilities were significant. But if viewed by today's standards, my divine ability is at least among the top tier of SS-level martial skills. In fact, due to its special effects, it cannot even be compared with some SSS-level martial skills. Upon hearing this, Su Hong's heart began to race uncontrollably. Teacher, please teach me, Su Hong urged eagerly. All right. In fact, I originally planned to tell you this divine ability when you reach the peak of the 6th tier. But I didn't expect you to master spiritual blood so quickly. Although you currently only have 1 drop, even if you learn my divine ability, the duration won't be very long, but it's better than nothing. As Li Yangwu spoke, he sat down, smiling. But I must remind you, although your talent is indeed monstrous, the difficulty of practicing divine abilities is not something that A-level martial skills can compare to. The difficulty levels of the two are completely different. You should prepare yourself mentally for at least several years or months of practice. Chapter 378, Just 3 hours after the start of the sophomore team competition. The demon martial team, led by Yu Qingxuan and Su Hong, easily defeated the emperor martial team, declaring the end of the competition. Half an hour later, the award ceremony began. After the announcement of the 3rd and 2nd places, the host's voice became extremely excited. Now, let's welcome the Wu Da team, which has won all championships in this martial arts league, to the stage to receive their awards. As the words fell, a total of 20 players from the 1st and 2nd years of the demon martial team, dressed in black uniforms, slowly walked out of the waiting room. At the front of the first and second year teams, Su Hong and Yu Qingxuan walked at the forefront. Seeing this scene, the entire audience erupted in cheers. Thunderous applause rang out continuously as Su Hong and the others stepped onto the stage and lifted the championship trophy made entirely of S-level alloy. The atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. The martial artist award ceremony didn't involve any unnecessary frills, everything was kept simple. Soon, with the host's spirited voice, this martial arts league officially came to an end. The following matters no longer concerned Su Hong and the others. Li Chengdao, with a beaming face, walked towards the officials along with a group of Wu Da principals. Chapter 379. No wonder the teacher wanted me to hurry up and cultivate the invincible profound art to the third layer. After personally experiencing the effects of the Thousand Faces divine ability, Su Hong finally understood Li Yangwu's good intentions. And this was just the effect of Thousand Faces. If combined with Thousand Illusions, who could kill him? What was there to fear about being hunted down? Going to the battlefield of the heavens felt just like returning home. Imagine a scene where Su Hong was being chased by the Celestial God clan, and he rushed into a forest to hide his aura. Want to fight? Directly use Thousand Faces and Thousand Illusions to turn himself into a member of the Celestial God clan. His aura and appearance would have no flaws at all. He could mix in with the pursuers, and when the time was right, he could unleash a counterattack. Want to escape? With Thousand Faces, he could directly change his aura to that of a plant, and with Thousand Illusions, he could turn into a plant. The pursuers would sweep past him without being able to detect him. Whether he wanted to flee or fight, he held absolute initiative. His life-saving methods were maxed out. Just thinking about it excited Su Hong. After a long while, he finally calmed down. Then he looked at the attribute panel again. Thousand Illusions had not yet been mastered. But directly relying on martial arts points to level up clearly wasn't cost-effective. He would definitely be able to master it after a few days of practice. Chapter 380. After the Overlord body reached the Earth tier, the required martial arts points would likely be even more. Su Hong tried investing 100 martial arts points. And sure enough, after the Overlord body reached the Earth tier, just like the unknown talent divine ability, increasing it by 1 required a full 10,000 martial arts points. He had 43,800 martial arts points left. Su Hong didn't hesitate any longer and distributed them to vitality and mental strength. Soon after finishing the allocation, his vitality and mental strength were as follows: vitality 5469, mental strength 5229. Next, for 3 whole days, Su Hong stayed behind closed doors. He devoted all his time to practicing the divine ability Thousand Illusions and operating the invincible profound art to convert vitality. It is worth mentioning that after the invincible profound art reached the third layer, Su Hong joyfully discovered that operating the profound art no longer only increased vitality, but could also refine mental strength. Previously, the profound art could only enhance vitality. And how to enhance mental strength had always been a headache for Su Hong. But now, this problem was easily resolved. The invincible profound art was indeed worthy of being the top-tier profound art spoken of by the teacher. Su Hong was in high spirits, engrossed in his cultivation. His extreme dedication to cultivation made Tang Guyan and others, who originally planned to take a few days off to enjoy the sights of South Heaven City, feel quite uneasy. Chapter 381. Qian Huan and Qian Mian, one changes appearance, the other changes aura, truly a perfect match. Su Hong had an immense fondness for these two divine abilities. Over the past 3 days, he had already grasped the basics of Qian Huan on the first night. At that time, he used a drop of 7-colored spirit blood to demonstrate it, and found that it could only last for less than 10 minutes. This initially troubled Su Hong greatly, as less than 10 minutes would only be useful in critical moments. However, after asking his teacher, he learned that improving the proficiency of Qian Huan could significantly extend its duration. Thus, until today, Su Hong had not slept at all, practicing Qian Huan through the night. Finally, half an hour ago, he had raised his proficiency in Qian Huan to the proficient level. At the proficient level, the duration of Qian Huan had suddenly increased to 1 hour, which was barely sufficient. Divine abilities are indeed divine, if it were an A-level martial technique. He wouldn't know how many perfect levels he could cultivate in 3 days. Su Hong sighed, thinking that to cultivate Qian Huan to perfection, he would need at least a month. It seemed that the several months mentioned by his teacher was indeed referring to the time required to reach perfection. Su Hong silently praised, his teacher truly understood his talent well. Chapter 382, Facing Li Qingdao's teasing, Su Hong could only manage a forced smile. Then gritted his teeth, and endured the continuous influx of spiritual energy into his body. The immense spiritual energy surged into his dantian through his meridians. And Su Hong could clearly feel his meridians gradually becoming thicker. This process was undoubtedly extremely painful. Fortunately, Su Hong had recently experienced the pain brought by the Earth-level overlord body, significantly enhancing his endurance. After an unknown amount of time, Su Hong still had not awakened. And the overwhelming spiritual energy showed no signs of diminishing. This left Li Qingdao, who had been guarding nearby, astonished. With so much spiritual energy, a few ordinary 6th-level martial artists would have already burst apart. But Su Hong, from initially gritting his teeth to now appearing calm, had clearly adapted completely. This made Li Qingdao marvel, this kid was truly not human, purely a monster. At that moment, a sudden explosion of spiritual energy erupted from Su Hong's body. The spiritual energy in the world halted in its tracks. The intensity of this spiritual energy was no less than that of a mid-6th level martial artist. Li Qingdao couldn't help but exclaim. Originally, Su Hong's spiritual energy reserves were at most comparable to those of a beginner 6th level martial artist, or even less. Chapter 383, In an instant, the mechanical puppet was cut in half at the waist, leaving Su Hong dumbfounded. It wasn't until the metallic upper half of the puppet crashed to the ground that he snapped back to reality in shock. Wow, incredible. Looking at the broken small cauldron floating in the air, Su Hong couldn't help but exclaim. The defensive power of a high 6th level martial artist was completely futile against this shattered 7-god cauldron. With such attack power, even a master would be in trouble. Su Hong licked his lips, his excitement overflowing. He had gained another powerful killing move. This gave Su Hong even more confidence in competing with the top talents of various races on the Star Sea battlefield. And this was just the 7-god cauldron formed from 4 fragments. How powerful would it be in its complete state? Su Hong couldn't help but marvel. It had already exceeded his understanding and was beyond imagination. Just then, a dizzying sensation suddenly washed over him. Su Hong's vision darkened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Was this due to excessive consumption of mental energy? This feeling was very familiar to Su Hong. He had experienced it every time he exited the virtual ladder. But when Su Hong redirected his gaze to his sea of consciousness, he realized he might have been too optimistic. Chapter 384, Star City, Train Station. When Su Hong stepped off the high-speed train and walked out of the VIP passage, cheers erupted instantly. The entire station was enveloped by a crowd. A sea of people that seemed never-ending. Everyone was looking at him with excited expressions. The decorations inside the station had also been changed. Everywhere was red, with banners welcoming the genius of Star City back. At the same time, firecrackers sounded outside the station. Seeing this scene, Su Hong was momentarily dazed. Welcome back. At this time, at the front of the crowd, the city lord Wang Ni and several heads of Star City families approached, escorting Su Guoming, Chen Lan, Xiao Hai, and Xiao Meng. Xiao Hong. Brother. Su Guoming and Chen Lan beamed with smiles, their eyes filled with pride as they looked at Su Hong. Xiao Hai and Xiao Meng dashed forward, leaping into Su Hong's embrace from either side. You've grown a lot. Su Hong laughed, ruffling his younger sibling's hair. Then, he stepped forward to hug his uncle and aunt. Only then did he turn his attention to Wang Ni and the others. At that moment, even though the people present could shake Star City with a stomp, they felt a bit uneasy under Su Hong's gaze. Chapter 385. Seeing Li Yangwu walk over with a dangerous smile on his face, Su Hong said seriously, "Teacher, you called me here for something important, right?" "Important matter." No rush, Li Yangwu said with a smile, cracking his knuckles. "Since you've broken through, I also need to test your current strength." Saying this, his fists emitted a series of crackling sounds. "Is that really necessary?" Su Hong chuckled awkwardly, stepping back. "It can't be avoided, it's a teacher's duty." No need. No need." After receiving a punch, Su Hong immediately let out an exaggerated scream. "Stop shouting," Li Yangwu rolled his eyes. "I didn't even use much strength. With your freakish physique, even without a breakthrough, you could easily handle it, don't pretend." Hearing this, Su Hong's scream immediately stopped. Seeing that his single punch only left a small white mark on Su Hong's arm, Li Yangwu exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, you're even tougher than a fierce beast." "I pressed my strength down to the high stage of the 5th level, yet it only left a little white mark. Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" "Definitely not as strong as you were when you were young, teacher," Su Hong quickly replied. Ha ha ha. Chapter 386, Li Hao, an unremarkable middle-aged martial artist at the 5th level. This was the new identity Li Yangwu had prepared for Su Hong. After reviewing the detailed information, Su Hong understood and then activated Qian Huan Qian Mian. He transformed into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, exactly resembling the photo of Li Hao in the documents. Not bad. Li Yangwu looked up and down at Su Hong, nodding in satisfaction. "All right, let's not waste any spiritual blood for now. I'll take you to the battlefield of all heavens." "Yes." Su Hong transformed back to his original appearance and followed Li Yangwu out. As they walked, the two chatted casually. Su Hong quickly learned that Yu Qinjuan, Tang Guyan, and others had already gone to the battlefield of all heavens for training. Among the two teams from the Demon Martial Academy participating in the Martial University League, he was the only one who had not gone yet. When Su Hong noticed that his teacher was leading him into the depths of the Demon Martial Academy, he was somewhat surprised. "Teacher, is there a passage to the battlefield of all heavens within our academy?" "Of course," Li Yangwu explained. The passage to the battlefield of all heavens guarded by the Demon Martial Academy was one of the first to appear on Blue Star. The reason the Demon Martial Academy was established here was also to suppress this area. Not only our academy, but some powerful martial universities also have specific reasons for their locations, such as the Imperial Martial Academy and the top 10 martial universities, which are all built near the passages to the battlefield of all heavens. Chapter 387. Seeing Su Hong ask about this matter, the group of elders exchanged glances. And then one of them quietly said, "That was your teacher's mother, and also your master's wife. Back then, she unfortunately died on the battlefield of all heavens. This is a lifelong regret for your teacher and your master." Upon hearing this, Su Hong was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about what had happened. An elder lowered his voice and said, "Li Chengdao and your master's wife were childhood sweethearts. And they were the most talented twin stars of their generation in the Demon Martial Academy. After they got together, they quickly had Li Yangwu. Later, after both of them broke through to the master level, the young Li Yangwu insisted on going to the battlefield of all heavens for a look. Your master and his wife, who doted on him greatly, took the young Li Yangwu along to the battlefield of all heavens. They initially planned to just stroll within the human realm's influence, which was a very safe thing to do. But unexpectedly, they encountered a team of 10 talented individuals from various races, all of whom were masters. Li Chengdao and your master's wife were extremely powerful, renowned human talents on the Star Sea battlefield at that time. Originally, facing 10 attackers, they were not afraid at all. However, since they were with the young Li Yangwu, they could only choose to flee. Chapter 388 on the battlefield of all heavens, in the demon martial city. At the entrance of the passage to the battlefield of all heavens, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance suddenly appeared. It was Su Hong, who had transformed into Li Hao during the teleportation process. TSK, that dizziness is quite strong. Su Hong shook his head. The disorienting feeling from the spatial teleportation made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. After a moment, when Su Hong regained his composure, he found himself standing in a bright passage. On the walls on both sides, lines of text informed every warrior who had been teleported that they must proceed forward for a comprehensive inspection. If there were any signs of abnormality, they would be killed on the spot. Su Hong was not surprised by this. The importance of the passage to the battlefield of all heavens was evident, and being vigilant was not excessive. The gravity here was roughly 10 times that of Blue Star. Su Hong tried to move a bit and felt slightly slower, but if he didn't pay close attention, he would hardly notice any difference. It had no significant impact on him. However, this was only the case for someone as physically strong as Su Hong. For ordinary warriors, upon their first visit, they might initially be able to adapt. But this gravity was not like the gravity chambers on Blue Star. The tenfold gravity on the battlefield of all heavens was constantly present in every situation. Chapter 389. Let's just take this much for now. I don't have enough time for more. Su Hong muttered to himself, if I kill one a day, 20 tasks will just be enough for the human trial to begin. His voice was very soft, only vaguely heard by a middle-aged warrior standing nearby. Then, he was stunned. Huh? You accepted a total of 20 red-marked kill tasks. But what does let's just take this much for now mean? Isn't that? Looking at Su Hong's unremarkable middle-aged appearance and his indistinct temperament, the middle-aged warrior couldn't help but say, buddy, you don't look that young, why are you still so eager to show off? Yes. He thought Su Hong was just showing off. If a young person said such a thing, he might actually believe it. After all, the human race has never lacked talented individuals who became famous after a single battle. But you're about my age, still an unknown, and you're trying to show off. Upon hearing this, Su Hong chuckled silently, but didn't he say much. The next moment, he prepared to turn around and leave for blood soil. Just as he turned around, he noticed Lin Xian had appeared behind him without him realizing. You accepted a red-marked mission. Chapter 390. Several hours later, Su Hong stopped in his tracks, looking ahead with a serious expression. The ground beneath his feet was covered in grey-brown soil, but on the horizon ahead, a streak of blood-red color appeared. The crimson land seemed to be stained with blood, standing in stark contrast to the grey-brown earth. Is this blood soil? Even from such a distance, Su Hong could clearly smell the heavy scent of blood in the air. Upon seeing this scene with his own eyes, Su Hong realized just how horrifying the battle that had shattered the battlefield of all heavens was. As he drew closer, the bright red land came into clear view, stretching endlessly, as if it extended infinitely. Someone. Peering into the distance, Su Hong noticed a dark mass of figures guarding the area outside the blood soil. These figures were diverse in appearance, representing powerful beings from various races. What is going on? Let us ask. Su Hong quickly found the direction of the human race and immediately headed over. Just as he approached a certain distance, almost simultaneously, all the figures surrounding the blood soil immediately turned their gaze toward him. Each gaze carried a strong sense of oppression. Every one of them is a master. Chapter 391. The next moment, from the direction of the blood soil, a tall figure with 2 black horns on his head, exuding a 6th-tier pressure, stepped forward with a hearty laugh. Look closely, humans. The figure laughed, proudly waving the alloy spear in his hand toward the direction of the human race. This is Lin Bei's spear. He was of the same tier as that guy, yet he was killed. At that moment, with a snap, the figure forcefully broke the alloy spear in half and then tossed it to the ground, stepping on it. Instantly, Qin Qianlai and the other human masters' expressions turned extremely grim. Their eyes revealing intense killing intent. The human spear is no good. The figure showed no fear, instead revealing a provocative smile toward Qin Qianlai and the others. With the rules in place, these masters are merely decorations. Apart from geniuses, no one can pose a threat to him. But just then, a loud thunderous sound suddenly erupted. Kaibu was taken aback and turned to find a middle-aged human, only at the 5th level, staring fixedly at him. "What is the matter? Do you want to make a move on me?" Kaibu said with a mocking tone. Lin Bei was at least a 6th level warrior. Killing him would take some effort. Chapter 392, a shot that sends him flying. Upon seeing this scene, the masters from all races held their breath. The top genius of the Kai Gui clan was actually sent flying by a 5th level warrior with a single shot. Which genius of the human race is this? And why is his combat power so unknown? What terrifying power! What is this person's name? The masters from all races discussed in disbelief. As they began to seriously observe Su Hong, who bore the face of Li Hao, wanting to remember his appearance deeply. "Damn it, old Qin. Your nephew has become this powerful. Come on, after so many years as brothers, you didn't mention you had such a fierce nephew." On the human side, a group of masters were dumbfounded, excitedly complaining to Qin Qianlai. At this moment, Qin Qianlai was also stunned. He knew Su Hong was strong, but he never expected his combat power to be this formidable. In the case of a significant gap in realm, he directly crushed Kaibu with a single shot. Interesting. A monster like this suddenly emerged from the human race. Kaibu is probably doomed. As soon as these words were spoken, many masters from all races turned their gazes toward the Kai Gui clan, their eyes filled with amusement. Chapter 393, yes. Qin Qianlai said with a smile. In the Bloodland, there were 4 more geniuses from the Kai Gui clan, whose strength was slightly inferior to Kaibu's. Good. Su Hong laughed heartily and turned to look at Kai Yuan, his eyes shining with cold light. Whether there will be human strong protectors for me in the future, I'm not sure. However, I can tell you right now, those 4 geniuses from the Kai Gui clan will never walk out of the Bloodland again. With this statement, Su Hong turned and rushed deep into the Bloodland. So arrogant. Looking at Su Hong's back, the masters from all races secretly clicked their tongues. This suddenly appeared human warrior was clearly someone who would repay grudges tenfold. Just a second ago, Kai Yuan was still threatening him. Who would have thought that in the next moment, he would take action directly? You threaten me, huh? Then I'll just kill all your Kai Gui clan geniuses. Since he has already killed Kaibu, how could the remaining 4 Kai Gui clan geniuses, who are even weaker than Kaibu, survive? It can be said that Kai Yuan's threat directly harmed the remaining Kai Gui clan geniuses in the Bloodland. Not to be trifled with. Another extremely strong-willed human genius. Hey! Kai Yuan must have been confused. Kaibu is dead, and now he has implicated those 4 Kai Gui clan geniuses. Chapter 394, Deep in the Bloodland. An ancient relic exuding a primitive aura rose up from the ground. From a distance, it seemed to emit various divine lights, attracting warriors from all directions to rush over. At this moment, at the entrance of the ancient relic, a chaotic battle was breaking out outside the stone door, which radiated spatial fluctuations. Warriors from different races, who had arrived relatively late, were scrambling to enter the stone door, blocking and attacking each other, creating a complete mess. Damn it! If it weren't for our 3 geniuses from the Qianpeng clan already entering the ancient relic, would it be your turn to fight us? Get lost! You feathered birds! If our Qianhu clan Hufei was here, what business do you have here? As the battle intensified, angry curses erupted. At that moment, a loud boom echoed from afar. Many people instinctively looked over, and, upon seeing the horned figure approaching, their expressions changed. Kaibu! Damn it, Kaibu has also come. It was Su Hong, transformed into Kaibu, who was now looking at the geniuses from all races engaged in battle. A smile suddenly curling at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, upon seeing Kaibu arrive. Chapter 395, Kaibu, have you lost your mind? This scene was too sudden. The other Qianpeng clan warriors were stunned, only reacting when blood splattered on their faces, quickly retreating while expressing panic and anger. Our three geniuses are in the ancient relic. How dare you kill our warriors? HMPH. Su Hong sneered, what nonsense, how dare you speak to me like that? If you keep talking, you'll die too. Upon hearing this, although several Qianpeng clan warriors were furious, they didn't dare to speak. As Su Hong's earlier performance clearly indicated, he was not joking. HMPH, a bunch of useless trash. Su Hong snorted coldly, and then strode toward the teleportation door of the ancient relic. All the warriors made way as if avoiding a god, no longer daring to stop this complete madman. Soon, Su Hong's figure disappeared into the teleportation door. The silent scene instantly became uproarious. My god! Has the Kai Gui clan gone completely insane? Good, good, good. I want to see what basis they have for being so arrogant. Spread the word. Kaibu was instructed by Kai Yuan to massacre our warriors today. If we can't do it, let the strong ones from our clan go see what gives the Kai Gui clan such confidence to allow Kaibu to act so recklessly. Chapter 396. Just as Su Hong was pressuring Kai Han outside the Bloodland, listening to the reports from the warriors of his clan, the masters from all races were stunned. Kaibu was actually rampaging outside the ancient relic. Isn't this guy dead? Damn it. Over at the Kai Gui clan, Kai Yuan and several clan masters were going crazy. Which damn fool impersonated Kaibu and created such hatred for them? Could it be that human Li Hao? This guy left just moments ago, and now this news appears. Isn't it too coincidental? Someone whispered. Immediately, all eyes turned toward the human masters. Nonsense! Qin Qianlai cursed loudly. Why throw any dirty business onto my human race? Don't talk nonsense here. When Kaibu acted, no one noticed any abnormalities. Where would my human race get such transformation techniques? I say, it's possible that Kai Yuan took this opportunity to have a genius from his clan impersonate Kaibu and kill. This possibility is even greater. Upon hearing this, all the masters from various races gradually frowned. What Qin Qianlai said wasn't entirely unfounded. Even among the various races, those who mastered transformation techniques are quite rare. Let alone such methods that could go undetected for hundreds of years. How could a human without any awakened innate abilities possess such capabilities? Chapter 397, Killing Kai Han. Su Hong withdrew his gun. In the time that followed, Su Hong began rampaging through the maze, searching for the teleportation array to the next level. During his search, seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, Su Hong's brows gradually furrowed. No wonder both the master and the teacher say that the Wu University League can't be compared to the battlefields of the heavens. Indeed, it can't be compared. In the Wu University League, death can happen at any moment, but it is ultimately an extremely rare occurrence. However, in the battlefield of the heavens, when warriors from different races collide, as long as their strengths are not vastly different, and they need to be wary of each other, battles will almost always erupt, with life and death witnessed on the spot. Along the way, Su Hong has seen countless bodies of different races, including many from the human race. Half an hour later. Damn it, you are not Kaibu. A voice filled with disbelief and a tragic scream just sounded, and with the sound of a gun piercing the air, it quickly came to a halt. The genius of the Kai Gui clan was almost finished off. Su Hong muttered to himself, raising his eyes to look ahead at the teleportation array situated in a maze dead end. Finally, I found it. I wonder if this is still a trap. Chapter 398. At this moment. Big brother, second brother, what are you wasting time talking to them for? The third brother, Jin Kang, spoke coldly, "I'll kill Lin Xian. And the other human warriors are up to you." After saying that, he flapped his wings and rushed straight towards Lin Xian. "You can escape if you can. I will do my best to hold them off." Lin Xian took a deep breath and quickly moved forward, raising her hand as countless blade lights flickered, enveloping all three brothers of the Qianpeng clan. "You have a hard time dealing with me, yet you want to save someone." Jin Kang sneered, golden wings sweeping out, blocking all the blade lights. "Big brother, second brother, even if she wants to protect them, we will just kill all those human warriors right in front of her," Jin Kang said mockingly. "All right." Jin Yi and Jin Wen coldly laughed, their wings flapping, transforming into two golden streaks of light, charging towards the human warriors. "Stop!" Lin Xian, who was fighting Jin Kang, gritted her teeth and slashed out blade light, trying to stop the two. Clap! Jin Wen halted, shattering the blade light. Meanwhile, Jin Yi continued to charge towards the group of human warriors. "I've done my best." Lin Xian sighed inwardly, knowing she couldn't stop them. She quickly adjusted her mindset and focused entirely on fighting Jin Kang. Chapter 399 Deep within the palace. In a large room. Boom! Arrows shot from the front. Su Hong's figure flickered like a ghost, constantly charging forward. His eyes were fixed on the object wrapped in a halo at the end of the room. Through the halo, a jade book could be vaguely seen. "After searching for 2 hours, I finally found a treasure that I had seen from afar in the maze." Su Hong licked his lips, feeling that this jade book was very likely a divine power from ancient times. His speculation was not unfounded. Observing for these 2 hours, Su Hong discovered that every room in the palace contained some valuable items. However, obtaining them was not easy. The dangers within each room varied depending on the value of the treasures. Some were guarded by ancient puppets, while others were protected by powerful ferocious beasts. As he traveled, Su Hong often saw the bodies of various warriors outside some rooms. And now, with the rain of arrows shooting toward him, each one was as powerful as the full-force strike of a 6th-tier warrior. Just based on this, Su Hong was sure that the jade book in front of him was most likely a divine power. Chapter 400 Upon seeing Su Hong open his eyes and scan the surroundings, Hu Fei felt a jolt in her heart, her expression filled with an indescribable fear. She was at the mid-stage of the 6th tier, and her illusion was actually broken in 3 seconds. Moreover, normally, the backlash from a broken illusion is extremely minor. However, she had just coughed up blood, indicating that Li Hao not only saw through her illusion in 3 seconds, but did so with pure force. This made it hard for Hu Fei to accept. Her illusion was considered top tier among the younger generation of the Qianhu clan. In the past, when her illusion was cast, she could even kill 6th tier peak warriors, making it virtually unstoppable. And now, a mid-stage 5th tier warrior had broken her illusion with brute force in just 3 seconds. How could Hu Fei not be terrified? How could she not be shocked? At this moment, Shen Jing, who was beside her, also reacted, exclaiming, "Wait, your illusion was broken by him with brute force?" "Yes," Hu Fei nodded, the backlash from her broken illusion causing her face to pale slightly. Seeing Hu Fei nod, Shen Jing's pupils constricted sharply, looking at Su Hong as if he were a monster. He had fought Hu Fei before and was well aware of how powerful her illusion was. Chapter 401 What the heck? The one chasing Shen Jing and Hu Fei is actually Li Hao. Are you crazy? A 5th-tier warrior chasing after 2 6th-tier geniuses. Impossible, there must be other human warriors teaming up with him. A group of various race warriors couldn't believe their eyes, completely unable to accept the scene before them. However, when Su Hong flew past and disappeared from their sight, with no one else appearing behind him, the group of various race warriors immediately swallowed hard. Oh my god! It really is him alone chasing after Hu Fei and Shen Jing. Incredible, after today, the name of human Li Hao will be known throughout the heavens. Damn it! This Li Hao is simply a madman. He's a stubborn guy who doesn't even care about treasures, only wanting to kill us. Seeing Su Hong relentlessly chasing after them, Shen Jing and Hu Fei's expressions turned extremely grim. After being chased for so long, they had used all the methods they could think of. They tried to exchange the treasures they had obtained for their lives, deliberately leading Su Hong past some rooms that contained treasures. However, Su Hong only had one thing to say. Chapter 402. Initially, when the loud noise occurred, the geniuses swimming in the Mo Lake didn't take it seriously. What the heck, what's going on? How did Hu Fei and Shen Jing get so heavily injured? Are they being chased? This is impossible, those strong enough to injure them are all in Mo Lake. Oh my god, it's Li Hao. Li Hao is chasing them. My goodness. Can someone tell me what is going on? As these shocked screams echoed, the group of geniuses in the Mo Lake all showed expressions of astonishment, turning their heads in unison, their pupils suddenly contracting. They saw on the shore of Mo Lake Shen Jing and Hu Fei, covered in blood, suddenly burst out, their faces tense, glancing back from time to time, as if a flood of beasts was chasing them. In the next moment, Li Hao's figure followed closely behind, leaping out with a spear, continuously attacking the two. A group of various race warriors on the shore, upon seeing this, froze in place for a moment, then quickly stepped aside, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Witnessing this scene, whether it was the three brothers of the Qianpeng clan or Lin Ziyan and the others, they all displayed expressions of shock. Chapter 403. Damn it. How can his physical body be so strong? Looking at Su Hong, who was coming at him with incredible speed, and a pressure 300 times heavier, Shen Jing's face was filled with despair. This physical strength is unmatched, even by a peak 6th tier that hasn't yet transformed its blood. Death? In just a few seconds, Su Hong had already arrived in front of Shen Jing, fiercely sweeping out with his spear. Faced with this strike, Shen Jing could only let out a bitter laugh, completely devoid of the will to resist. If Hu Fei's physical body was stronger than his, and he could only withstand 3 strikes, how could a Mind Tribe member like him compete with Li Hao? Who exactly are you? Your strength cannot possibly belong to an unknown person. Ignoring the sweeping spear, Shen Jing muttered to himself. He simply couldn't believe that Li Hao's strength was truly as it appeared, just a middle-aged warrior. He must be a hidden genius of the human race. Knowing he was destined to die, Shen Jing's mind inexplicably became extremely calm. Li Hao's previous performances flashed in his mind, with the faces of rising geniuses from the human race appearing one after another. Finally, the image settled on a dashing young man. Looking at Li Hao, who was charging with a spear, Shen Jing was stunned, as the figure before him gradually overlapped with the handsome young man in his mind. Chapter 404. Moments later, Jin Kang, who was struggling to swim forward, heard some sounds coming from behind and turned back in surprise, his eyes widening in shock. Big brother, second brother, look behind. Jin Kang's voice trembled for the first time. What the hell? Jin Yi and Jin Wen turned their heads and instantly widened their eyes upon seeing the scene behind them. They saw that Su Hong, who had just been by the shore, was now not far behind them, moving at a terrifying speed far exceeding theirs. What the hell is this speed? The two were first shocked, then frowned. I underestimated him. Su Hong's physical body is not just a little stronger than ours, but far too strong, Jin Yi said gravely. The deeper they went into the Mo Lake, the stronger the gravity became, testing the strength of their physical bodies. Among the dozens of geniuses here, the 3 brothers were already top tier in terms of physical strength. Yet, in the face of Su Hong's terrifying physique, they found themselves completely unable to compare. Just then, Lin Ziyan and the others also noticed the rapidly approaching Su Hong, their faces instantly filled with astonishment. Chapter 405. More than a dozen large figures emerged, each with a fierce beastly appearance, emanating a savage pressure. All of them were at the 6th tier level. At this moment, one of the green bulls spoke. Jin Yi, remember, We agreed to split one of these treasures with you, and we must take the heads of all these human geniuses to claim our reward. Don't forget the resources we agreed upon later, a monkey reminded. Rest assured, Jinyi nodded and said. You just need to hold off Lin Xian and the 5 of them, and my 3 brothers will take care of Su Hong. Seeing these myriad races starting to divide the spoils right in front of them, Lin Xian and the 5 people beside Su Hong narrowed their eyes. Their eyes flashing with cold light. Who will die remains to be seen, and yet you're already dividing it up. Lin Xian said coldly. Remains to be seen. Jin Kang chuckled lightly, saying grimly, only Su Hong among you is worth watching, but even if he is strong, my 3 brothers can easily kill him together. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and the 5 frowned, coldly mocking them. Although they said this, they had some doubts in their hearts. After all, including Su Hong. There were only 6 of them, while the myriad races had more than 10 people. A clear numerical advantage. Chapter 406 Where are you running to? Su Hong shouted. His voice like thunder, quickly pursuing with full force and launching a thunderous offensive. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang out continuously. This huge noise was not only caused by Su Hong's sweeping spear, even the air was exploding with each of his movements. My God, he's only at the 5th tier. Why do I feel like he's a master? A master is an exaggeration, but the power contained in that spear is likely stronger than some peak 6th tier warriors. His strength was truly outrageous. Jin Kang was heavily injured and couldn't even stand after being hit by a single strike. Lin Xian and the 5 watched. Parched and swallowing hard. At this moment, the Qianpeng clan, known for their speed, were unable to find a chance to enter the Mo Lake while being pursued by Su Hong, with Jinyi and Jin when carrying the injured Jin Kang. Additionally, since flying was restricted above Mo Lake, they could only keep circling in the air. Fortunately, Su Hong was still just a 5th tier warrior and couldn't fly, allowing them to recover and look for opportunities in the air. But in the next moment, do you really think that being in the air makes you safe from me? Chapter 407 By the Mo Lake, the voice of the youth resonated across the surroundings, his eyes bright, exuding a surge of confidence. Everyone was stunned by his words. Only at the 5th tier, and just entering the battlefield of the heavens, yet you dare to claim you will slay the long-dominating Tianshang in the Star Sea battlefield. Crazy, simply crazy, how dare he? I admit his combat power is strong, but such words are too arrogant. Another monster has emerged from the human race. But with such rampant behavior, it is likely that he will meet an early end. The expressions of many myriad race warriors were incredibly complex, and they murmured among themselves. However, regardless of whether they thought Su Hong was arrogant or not, once the news spread today, Su Hong's name would surely echo throughout the myriad races. Soon, all the myriad race warriors stopped lingering and prepared to leave, eager to spread the news. On the opposite side of the Mo Lake, Su Hong withdrew his gaze and turned around to see Lin Xian and the others staring at him in shock. You, Lin Xian and the 4 human geniuses are momentarily at a loss for words. Once this news spreads, the Qianpeng clan's 3 brothers and those 10, also geniuses, you killed will surely have countless myriad race powerhouses secretly hunting you down. Chapter 408 Meanwhile, outside the blood soil, a group of myriad race masters were all meditating with their eyes closed. At that moment, a sound resembling countless footsteps echoed from within the blood soil. What is going on? Shouldn't that ancient ruin have ended, and everyone is coming out to rest? Unfortunately, our clan's geniuses will likely benefit the Qianpeng, Qianhu, and God-Mind races from this ancient ruin. Indeed, the Jinyi brothers, Hu Fei, and Shen Jing. Their strength is enough to dominate in the blood soil. Are you forgetting the human Lin Xian, and that suddenly emerging Li Hao? How could I forget? But there are only 2 of them. Hu Fei and Shen Jing seem to have intentions to team up and are not afraid. While the Jinyi brothers have been traveling together, the 2 humans will at most just drink some soup. A group of myriad race masters opened their eyes, some whispering, some conversing. They looked enviously in one direction, where the masters of the Qianpeng, Qianhu, and Xinian clans were located. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, the masters of the three clans all slightly curled their lips. As the latest chaotic area, the blood soil is filled with opportunities. And there must be great fortunes within the emerging ancient relics. Chapter 409. Looking at the old man standing with his hands behind his back, stepping on the void. All the masters of the myriad clans felt dry in their mouths. The person who came was none other than the 9th-tier powerhouse Dai Lai, whom Li Yangwu had encountered when returning from the battlefield of the heavens. Dai Lai's name is known to all the clans, as he is a renowned human powerhouse with an exceedingly violent temper, just as his name suggests. At this moment, Qianpeng, Qianhu, and Xinian, are you three clans violating the rules and preparing to go to war with my human race? Dai Lai looked down at the masters of the three clans, his tone calm and without a trace of fluctuation. It is true that the human race is targeted by the myriad clans. But if we truly set our minds to annihilating your three clans, it would not be difficult. The words of extermination came out, and the masters of the myriad clans fell silent, not daring to breathe. The masters of the Qianpeng, Qianhu, and Xinian clans, who had just shown their might, were now trembling all over and immediately withdrew their pressure, lowering their proud heads. Respectable one, we do not dare. Just as 7th-tier warriors are referred to as masters, in the realm of the heavens, 9th-tier warriors are referred to as respectables. Hearing this, Dai Lai snorted coldly, his hands behind his back, waiting for the human genius to emerge from the blood soil. Dai Lao, I didn't expect you to come this time. Chapter 410. The moment he stepped into the space crack, Su Hong felt a suffocating sensation hit him. Not only him, but also Qin Qianlai and other masters gasped for breath. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for an instant. When Su Hong's foot landed on the ground, he realized he had already arrived outside the magic martial city. Is this what a 9th-tier respectable is like? Tearing open a space crack and stepping out hundreds of kilometers with a single step. Moreover, Dai Lai seemed so at ease, clearly far from his limit distance. How carefree is this? This is a true powerhouse. Su Hong felt quite emotional. It took him nearly a day to reach the blood soil. Watching Dai Lai easily close the void crack, Su Hong's desire to become stronger grew even more intense. Next, after expressing his gratitude, Dai Lai waved his hand with a smile and set off to leave. Soon, after chatting with Qin Qianlai and other masters, Su Hong bid farewell and entered a martial arts room in the magic martial city. In the magic martial city, martial arts rooms are naturally available for any warrior to use, and renting for a day costs almost nothing, which is equivalent to free use. Warriors' cultivation is always very private, and these basic needs are naturally met by the martial arts rooms. Let's see what rewards I can get from this ancient relic. Chapter 411. Name: Su Hong. Talent: unparalleled in all ages. Vitality: 7300. Mental mastery: 7200. Physique: tyrant body. Earth Tier 1. Mystical skill: invincible mystical skill. Third layer: 5. Talent: divine ability. 001. Divine ability: mastery of 1000 illusions, perfect 1000 faces. Martial skills: spear technique, 5 stars. 15. Body technique, 5 stars. 2 stars. 65. Spirit blood transformation, 0. Martial value, 255. 0002. 55 million martial value. A historical new high. Indeed. I had to come to the battlefield of the heavens. Su Hong's expression was extremely excited. When he arrived at the blood soil and killed that Chibu, he had already discovered that the martial value given by the myriad clans was much more. Just by killing one Chibu, the martial value exceeded 10,000. Plus, he killed others like Jin Yi Hufei, who was equally famous as Chibu, and more than a dozen other talented warriors from the myriad clans. Each of these people was a formidable existence in the blood soil, so naturally, the martial value given was abundant. After the surprise, it was time to think about how to allocate it. As for the tyrant body and the mysterious talent divine ability, both of which required 10,000 martial value for a single upgrade, Su Hong currently did not dare to hope for. Chapter 4:12 Behind the Two. The students of Magic Martial Emperor Wu Da, such as Jiyu Jin and others, as well as the first-year students Jiyu Li and Lin Qianyun from the two schools, closely followed. Their performance was also extremely impressive, as the warriors of the myriad clans were like paper in front of them, continuously crushed down. The two teams, working together, were like a sharp dagger on this battlefield, forcefully breaking through the defenses of the myriad clans and charging straight ahead. Under their astonishing performance, soon was a horn sounded from the direction of the myriad clan city. Retreat! Quickly, the myriad clan's army retreated like a tide. The human army here also chose not to pursue. In battles in such small war zones, both the myriad clans and the human race were training their troops. Only warriors who fought their way out of life and death are the true powerhouses. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. Yu Qingzhuan, Lin Qianyu, and their group returned to the city to rest and recuperate. My battle experience is getting stronger and stronger. This kind of life and death struggle, with blood boiling, is improving so fast. I'm about to break through. I'm almost there too. The teams from Magic Martial and Emperor Wu entered the battlefield of the heavens one after another, and unexpectedly, they were assigned to the same war zone. Chapter 4:13 In the following time, Su Hong immersed himself in closed-door cultivation, completely unaware that the news of his journey to the blood soil had spread throughout the heavens. Nor did he know that the bounty on his head had risen to an extremely terrifying number. However, even if Su Hong knew, he wouldn't be surprised, as even he felt he had killed enough. At this moment, in the vast martial arts room, a flurry of spear shadows continuously stabbed out. This was Su Hong practicing the sun and moon spear technique. It had already been 2 days. Divine ability level martial skills are indeed divine ability level martial skills. Even with Su Hong's talent, he had not yet grasped it after 2 days. After a while, exhausted, Su Hong gasped and stopped his movements. He quickly sat down. And while taking recovery pills, Su Hong closed his eyes and continuously simulated the sun and moon spear technique in his mind. When his stamina was fully restored this time, Su Hong did not get up immediately, but sat cross-legged for a long time, before slowly opening his eyes, his gaze bright. I understand now, so that's how it is, Su Hong murmured. Skillfully, he stomped his foot, and the ground shook instantly. The Xingzhu spear soared into the air, held in Su Hong's hand. He once again executed the sun and moon spear technique, focused and undistracted. Chapter 4:14 The difficulty of cultivating the secret technique is even greater than Su Hong imagined. Far from being comparable to the top 3 divine abilities. These 3 divine abilities, even for Su Hong, who is exceptionally talented, took only 7 days to enter the initial stage. However, just to enter the initial stage of the blood-burning great method, Su Hong took a full 5 days. It's truly rare. This secret technique is simply not something that should be cultivated below the 7th rank. This is Su Hong's evaluation of the difficulty of cultivating secret techniques. Even with his unparalleled talent, it was so difficult to cultivate. If other 5th or 6th rank geniuses were to try, it would probably take them at least several months, if not years. However, fortunately, he has finally entered the initial stage. Divine abilities, sun and moon spear technique, initial, pursuing the sun and moon step, initial. Dawn-breaking bow technique, initial, secret technique, blood-burning great method, initial. Looking at these 2 columns on his attribute panel, Su Hong let out a long sigh of relief. After a full 12 days without sleep, even with his physique, both his body and mind were exhausted to the extreme at this moment. First, let's try out the power of the secret technique, and then go to sleep. Su Hong's eyes were bloodshot, but he still looked extremely excited. filled with anticipation for the power of the blood-burning great method. Burn blood, let's start by burning 100 points of vitality to test it out. Chapter 4:15, You brat. What happened to being an honest person? You caused such a commotion on your first entry. Stepping out of the martial arts room, Su Hong saw a figure standing outside the door, looking at him with a speechless expression. It was his teacher, Li Yangwu. Teacher, what brings you here? Su Hong scratched his head awkwardly. What else could I do? You made such a big noise. I came to protect you on your way to this human race trial location. Li Yangwu rolled his eyes. A few days ago, he received news from the battlefield of the myriad realms and was completely stunned. An honest person, is this how you're honest? In one battle, you directly killed over 10 genius warriors from various races. If that's not being dishonest, then what is? Forget about your identity as Li Hao, from now on. Just show your true face. Only use your 1,000 faces, 1,000 illusions when you're in real danger. Li Yangwu said helplessly. With the rate at which Su Hong was consuming his fake identity, even though the demon marshal had accumulated many fake identities over the years, it couldn't keep up with Su Hong's antics. All right. Su Hong didn't mind. After all, after the human race trial, he would be heading to the Star Sea battlefield, where only those below the 7th rank could enter, so there was no need for any fake identities. Chapter 4:16, Dai Lao, Chen Lao, Lin Lao. Upon entering, Li Yangwu greeted 3 elderly men with a smile. The only one whom Li Yangwu could greet like this, besides Dai Lai, was the other 2 elderly men whose strength was evident. They were all 9th rank powerhouses. For this human race trial, 3 human race elders came for supervision and protection. However, this was normal. After all, anyone daring to participate in the human race trial was a dragon or phoenix among men, and in the future, they would all likely become 7th rank masters. Seeing 3 human race elders present was only natural. Besides Dai Lai, Elder Lin was also an acquaintance, namely the principal of the Imperial Martial Academy, Lin Qianchi. Little Yangwu. Dai Lai waved with a smile, and Li Yangwu quickly stepped forward to chat with the 3. Oh? You 3 old geezers, it's you who came this time. Not long after, a voice full of laughter came from outside, and soon, the carefree Li Chengdao walked in with a smile, joining the casual conversation. As they chatted, the topic naturally turned to Su Hong. That kid in the square is Su Hong, right? Quite a handsome fellow. However, I must say, this kid is a genius, but he is too arrogant. When he said that, he attracted the attention of those little creatures from the myriad races in the Star Sea battlefield, who all wanted to kill him. Chapter 4:17, The next day. In the city square, all the martial artists participating in the human race trial gathered in front of the teleportation array. Where are we going? It seems that after the teleportation, we will arrive at the location of this trial. The information was tightly sealed. The group of martial artists exchanged thoughts. At this moment, silence. A voice echoed throughout the venue. The next moment, a figure stepped into the air and appeared in front of everyone. It was Li Yangwu. At this time, Li Yangwu stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serious, exuding the aura of a master. In an instant, the entire venue naturally quieted down. The location of this human race trial was in a small battle zone. Several elders responsible for maintaining the trial had already set off, scattered outside this battle zone to prevent powerful beings from other races from attacking. As for the specific rules of the trial, once you teleport to that small battle zone, there will be special guiding martial artists to inform you. Now, let us set off in order. Li Yangwu spoke decisively, waving his hand to direct everyone to enter the teleportation array in batches. Soon, one group after another vanished into the teleportation array. Teacher, we're off. Su Hong waved goodbye to Li Yangwu. Chapter 4:18, Attack the City. Su Hong arrived at the place for creating identity plaques, and while waiting, he contemplated how to act. Following the army might ensure safety, but the efficiency of killing enemies wouldn't be very high. Most importantly, there were too many variables, after all. It was a life-and-death confrontation, and the chances of getting injured were too high. To ensure qualification, he had to act like a lone wolf. Su Hong thought to himself. Attacking a city sounds easy to say, but it's incredibly difficult to do. Although he had only been in this battle zone for a few minutes. Judging by what Hong Chi said about launching an attack in an hour, it was evident that the frequency of battles here was extremely high. Yet, despite this high frequency, both sides had evidently remained in a stalemate, with neither breaking through a city. Many people, upon hearing the rules, might not take the city attack seriously, but instead rely on killing martial artists from the myriad races to snatch identity tokens to gain qualifications. However, that is not right. Which martial artist daring to participate in the human race trial is not a force to be reckoned with. With us joining this originally evenly matched battlefield, the balance will inevitably tilt, and there might really be a chance to break into the city. Su Hong stroked his chin in thought. But regardless of how he considered it, he clearly held a significant advantage with his two divine abilities from Thousand Illusions in front. Chapter 4:19. In the midst of the swirling yellow sand, the scorpion beast on the wasteland boldly arrived at the bottom of the cliff. The next moment, it transformed into a handsome young man, who was none other than Su Hong. Previously, Su Hong pretended to leave just to break away from the gaze of the myriad race martial artists. Once he was out of sight, he happened to see a scorpion beast and transformed, boldly rushing into the wasteland. In the wasteland, beasts like scorpions and lizards are far too common, and sure enough, the myriad race martial artists had no idea. Next, it was time to climb the mountain. Looking at the nearly vertical cliff, Su Hong thought to himself. Such a cliff, even for the world's top rock climbers among ordinary people, would be insurmountable. Even low-level martial artists would only face one outcome, death. Because, after climbing for a while on this several thousand-meter high cliff, low-level martial artists would soon find themselves exhausted. Only mid-level martial artists would have enough stamina to ascend. However, if they were halfway up and discovered by the warriors of the 10,000 races, a single arrow could bring them down. That fall from several thousand meters high would result in death even for 6th-level martial artists. Chapter 4:20. At the center of the cliff, the camp of the 10,000 races. Due to the cliff's defensible nature, and the fact that no martial artists had broken through for years, the guards in the camp were not many. Apart from the dozen or so Red Demon tribe members on duty, the rest were led by Commander Kai Mang. At this moment, in the open space of the camp, more than 10 Red Demon tribe members were surrounding a towering figure, whose overwhelming pressure made the Red Demon martial artists show difficulty on their faces. Come! Kai Mang waved his hand irritably. Seeing this, the Red Demon martial artists steeled themselves and began their assault. Before long, a series of dull thuds echoed, and several figures were sent flying out in succession. Too weak. Too weak. Kai Mang felt utterly bored and sat back down to continue drinking. Damn it, this cliff actually requires me, a commander, to sit here. It's been years and not a single human martial artist has made it up. Is the city lord's brain kicked by a donkey? Kai Mang cursed, clearly very displeased with being assigned to this guard duty. And that Kai Bu, who was called a genius by the tribe, what happened? He was actually killed by a mere 5th-level human. What a complete waste. If I were in this human race, what would they call me?